Chapter 81 Want to capture Wen Qian to exchange for supplies. Wen Qian turned on the stereo to listen to her favorite music, and joked in a good mood. Food is not as good as zombies. The two drove to the destination. Wen Qian looked out the window boredly, and suddenly thought of the superpower. Brother, have you thought of any fun moves? She turned her head to look at Wen Rang and asked curiously. Wen Rang was stunned by her question. Fun moves? Yes. Aren't you a fire element? You can't always set fire to zombies. Right? How boring. Wen Qian has been thinking about how she would play if she had these powers these days. Now everything is ready. Only the zombies are needed to deliver the powers. Wen Qian saw her brother lost in thought, and a smile flashed in her eyes. She reached out and patted Wen Rang on the shoulder. In a flash, the two of them switched positions, with Wen Rang sitting in the passenger seat and Wen Qian driving the car. Wen Rang was startled and shocked. Stinky kid. Don't mess around while driving. There are zombies everywhere on the street now. What are you afraid of? It's their good luck to hit them to death. Wen Qian held the steering wheel with one hand and smiled indifferently. Is my trick not bad? Not only can I teleport myself, but also all living things around me. Wen Qian's words gave Wen Rang an idea. He looked out the window and looked at the zombies with more and more excitement. During the 1-hour drive, the two met several waves of survivors who went out to collect supplies. Those who survived until now and went out to find supplies on their own instead of staying in the base were not easy to deal with. But all the survivors added together were far less than the number of zombies. 1.5 months after the global apocalypse began, the number of people who died due to disease, hunger, cannibalism, etc., plus those who were infected and turned into zombies, is estimated to have reached half of the original human population. This disaster came so quickly, and compared with the previous life, it was even more unreasonable. When he arrived near the destination, Wen Qian stopped the car, checked around to make sure there was no one, and put the car into the space. The reason why Wen Qian suspected that there would be high-level zombies here was because this food processing factory was quite famous locally, and opened dozens of chain restaurants of various sizes in the city. The factory at the headquarters is responsible for delivering semi-finished products and secret sauces to various restaurants. It has its own warehouse, which contains a lot of rice, flour, oil and grain. People living nearby must know about this. So when food is scarce, they will definitely think of coming here to collect supplies. When there are more people, there will be more zombies. When there are more zombies, it is inevitable that there will be a breeding of goo situation like in the pharmaceutical factory, and a powerful one will appear. After Wen Qian and Wen Rang got off the car, a large group of zombies immediately rushed over and were ruthlessly solved by the two. Wen Qian led the way with a tang sword in hand, killing zombies one by one, two by two, and everywhere he went, there were ugly heads everywhere, because the crystal core had been automatically stored in the system. Wen Qian kicked the head blocking the way to the side without even bothering to look at it. When another team that came out to collect crystal cores saw this scene, they couldn't help but mock. These two idiots are really chosen workers, working for us for free. They stood on the roof and looked down. They originally planned to come up to rest for a while before continuing, but now they are not in a hurry. Seeing that the two people didn't care about the zombie heads at all, it was clear that they didn't know anything about the crystal core. It would be better to let them fight for a while, and wait for them to be bitten to death by zombies, and then go down to pick up the ready-made ones. Several people joked and watched the fun. In the distance, Wen Rang glanced in the direction of them. He didn't expect to meet a living person here. Wen Qian also noticed their presence. The zombie crystal core can not only enhance people's superpowers, but also strengthen people's senses, so it is not difficult to find them. Wen Rang, what do you think they are here for? Wen Qian, there are factories all around here. They are either here to collect supplies or to get crystal cores like us. A team of 8 people would not dare to come to such a place without some skills. They might be from some base. Wen Qian thought of the dozen or so bases in her previous life. She had no good impression of any of them, so she didn't want to pay attention to them. But she didn't provoke them. But they couldn't help but want to be cheap. As time passed, the people upstairs found that the two idiots downstairs were quite powerful. After such a long time, not even a zombie could hurt them. And they didn't seem to have any intention of leaving here. There are only 2 of them. They shouldn't be from any alliance base. Otherwise, let's take them back. Such a powerful woman is rare. That man is also good. But it seems that they don't have superpowers. It's okay if they don't have superpowers. They can be pulled over as meat shields at a critical moment. Since they are not here for the crystal core, they must be here to find supplies. We give them food, and they work for us. Isn't that perfect? After a lot of discussion, several people decided to show up and lend a helping hand to Wenqian and the others. Wenqian thought that those cowards would hide on the rooftop, but they rushed directly to her. After going downstairs, they saw Wenqian and Wenrang, and their eyes suddenly lit up, because they were far away on the rooftop. They could only see the general figures of the two people, but not their faces. But now, they can clearly see their facial features. Several people exchanged glances, with calculating smiles in their eyes. With these two faces, it doesn't matter if they are trash. Anyway, there are a lot of rich people who like them, whether in the past or now. The people who suffer are ordinary people. Those rich and powerful heard the news early and stocked up on food, drink and enjoyment in advance. 2/3 of Binqing's food was taken away by this group of rich people a month before the end of the world. The reason why prices did not skyrocket is because they were also afraid that the news would leak out, causing panic and being suppressed by people from above. So when they first started talking about the deal, they threatened the sellers in an extreme way, intimidating them not to tell anyone about the matter, and sent people to monitor them closely for 24 hours. Those who obeyed were spared, and those who disobeyed were directly kidnapped and dealt with. I heard that they had originally ordered a large number of goods from the e-commerce company, as many as 60 or 70 containers. But on the night when they went to pick up the supplies, those things mysteriously disappeared from the yard of the e-commerce warehouse. The e-commerce people couldn't explain what happened. They just said that a woman suddenly appeared, and then the things disappeared. No one would believe this absurd reason. So the buyer suspected that the e-commerce company deliberately took the money and swallowed the goods. And the two sides had a big fight. Originally, they planned to ask the e-commerce company to prepare another batch of supplies. But the end of the world has come, and the people on the e-commerce side died or ran away. So the matter could only be left unresolved in the end. Fortunately, these rich people have a lot of stockpiled goods, and their quality of life has not been greatly affected. Chapter 82 Hunting time has come. Now that there is no law enforcement supervision, this group of rich people are more unscrupulous than before, doing everything they wanted to do but couldn't do before. Rich people have many ways to play. In addition to gambling and smoking, the most enthusiastic thing is the bed. Some like men, some like women, and some are both men and women. They have nothing to do all day long and have parties in the villa. Men and women are mixed together. The scene is disgusting. There are also some who have special fetishes and like to play sadism. In just over a month, hundreds of people have been killed. Therefore, the two fair-skinned and beautiful people in front of them, who have some fighting power but no supernatural powers, and are not ridiculously strong, are the most popular among those people, because they have good physical fitness and are not easy to be killed. And looking at their faces makes you feel good. They are ready to trick these two people back and sell them to rich people in exchange for supplies. From the moment the end of the world began, money has become a piece of waste paper. Now all that is in circulation are supplies and gold. Just based on these two faces, they must be worth at least 200 kilograms of rice. The 8 people in the group were full of calculations. They used guns to repel the zombies, while talking to Wenqian and the others. Brother, did you bring your girlfriend out to look for supplies? It's my sister. What a misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding. Hello. My name is Huang Zhais, and I'm from the West City base. What are your names? My name is Zhang San, and my sister's name is Li Si. When Rang said something nonsense, and seeing that the other party didn't believe it, he explained, my family is poor, and my parents believe that a humble name is easier to raise. So they called her this. My sister took my mother's surname. Everyone was half believing and half doubting. If it was true, the name was too casual. If it was false, it made some sense. Huang Zhai smiled coldly, knowing that the other party didn't want to have too much contact with them. But he had made up his mind to catch them today. Even if he didn't sell this woman to others, it would be good to keep her for himself. His eyes stayed on Wenqian, and the more he looked at her, the more he felt that this woman was to his liking. Huang Zhais, you don't look like you are from a poor family. After the apocalypse, it is rare to see such clean and healthy people. You can tell from their complexion and physical condition that they are not starving. when Rang casually chopped off the head of a zombie that pounced on him. His gun was behind his waist, and he didn't want to use his supernatural power easily in front of this group of people. So he could only swing the tang sword to chop the zombies, like his sister. But he was not very skilled in using this. So he almost threw the sword out, and cut off the head of the man named Huang Zhai's. What you said? How can you tell whether you are poor or not? Have you ever seen a rich person with such great strength as us? Isn't it because they have been doing physical work since they were young? As the saying goes, a red man is red when he is near a red man, and a black man is black when he is near a black man. When Rang had heard too much nonsense from his sister, so he could speak freely now. Even the clothes and weapons we were taken from others after we killed them. Huang Zhai's was silent for a moment, and his words were more credible. Rich people live a life of luxury. Even in the end of the world, they have already hired people to protect them and live a good life at home. How could they come out to collect supplies in person? Huang Zhai smiled slightly and advised, if that's the case, why not follow us? Our base has food and drink, and we guarantee that you will not go hungry for 3 meals a day. We will also provide you with clothes and weapons. When Rang and the other two did not say anything, Huang Zhai glanced at Wen Qian and smiled. Beauty, why don't you speak? Are you a little mute? Call out for me to hear? His words made the men around him burst into laughter. However, their laughter did not last long, and was interrupted by the zombies that kept pouring in. The fragrance of a dozen living people made the zombies excited. Huang Zhai and his men all had weapons in their hands, but they couldn't figure out the zombies' fatal points. So they could only use weapons to repel the zombies, and then chop off their heads like Wen Qian and the others. But the zombies in this area were scattered before. So why did they suddenly rush here like crazy? The number of zombies increased, making Huang Zhai and the others look uglier and uglier, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Wen Qian activated the skill of attracting firepower, and attracted all the zombies. And then he, and when Rang used Huang Zhai's and the others as shields very tacitly. She looked at their panic and sneered. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow road, and they are destined to meet. When Wen Qian accompanied Yi Xinghua and others to the fishing island to perform a mission, she was asked why she was so powerful, and whether she had been a soldier before. What did Wen Qian answer at that time? She said that her family was poor when she was a child, and she couldn't eat or even wear clothes. She could only pick up the clothes left by her brother. So she was bullied, called a she-male, and stripped of her clothes to check whether she was a man or a woman. That's when she learned how to fight. These nonsense were not entirely false. In her previous life, when Rang's departure had completely left her without protection, the people at the base killed her brother and wanted to use her as a plaything. So she had no choice but to escape from the base. A woman always has many inconveniences outside. So she cut her hair, put on Rang's clothes, and pretended to be a man. However, she had a woman's face and breasts, so she would still be seen even if she wore loose clothes. Trying to disguise herself as a man is simply a joke. When the group of stinky men found her, they surrounded her and teased her, saying that she was a transvestite and wanted to check her body. That was the time when Wen Qian killed someone, and the person killed was Huang Zhai's. The knife fell, and killing was just a matter of a second. It was also from that moment that Wen Qian found that she was actually quite perverted. She had never killed anyone before, and she had never even fought. She had been protected by her family since she was a child, like a flower in a greenhouse, and could not withstand the slightest wind and rain. But when all her family members were killed by her, she seemed to have learned the skills of killing without a teacher. And she quickly learned the skills of killing, and became more and more proficient. When Qian tried to break free from her memories, watching Huang Zhai and others being chased and bitten by the zombies, fleeing in panic, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The voice of the system sounded in her mind, reminding her again that there were people with superpowers around her after she killed Zhang Ziang, asking her to be careful. When Qian knew that Huang Zhai and others wanted to kill her and use her as a shield to escape, so the system allowed her to kill them and seize their superpowers. 2 of Huang Zhai's men had been dragged into the zombie swarm by the zombies, and the others were also injured. Huang Zhai watched the number of zombies increase, grabbed Wen Qian, who was closest to him, pushed her in front of him, and then hid behind her and shot. But he didn't expect that the weak and beautiful woman would snatch his gun back. Before he could react, the positions of the two had been swapped, and he became the person closest to the zombies. When Qian met the other party's panicked and puzzled gaze, opened her red lips slightly, and gave him a few words. It's time to hunt. Now, she really hopes that someone with superpowers or a zombie will come to provoke her. Chapter 83 Supervillain Wenqian. When the 3 minutes of attracting firepower were up, the zombies ignored Wenqian. Huang Zhai's watched the zombies pass by her, but ignored them. He opened his eyes wide and asked angrily and frustratedly, "You have superpowers? 2 people came to this place. Do you think you can only rely on this knife in your hand?" Wenqian didn't understand these people's brain circuits. She watched Huang Zhai struggling to escape from the zombies and kicked him back. Killing him would give him superpowers, but killing zombies would give him more crystal cores. So, let him be bitten to death first. Wenqian made the most of the waste. And when Rang saw her take action and stopped pretending, he threw the knife back into the space, took out the gun, and aimed at the zombie's head. The bullet penetrated the skull and hit the fatal point, and a ball of fire exploded with a bang. The power was so great that the heads of several zombies nearby were blown apart. When Rang fired a few shots, and the zombies died or fled in the explosion, and the scene fell into chaos for a while. Fire-related abilities are not just for arson, but can also be used in conjunction with weapons. The moment the bullet hits the target, the flames ignite, and the power is like a bomb that causes an explosion. Some zombies have begun to evolve consciousness, knowing the danger and fear, and they fled faster than rabbits when they saw the scene. Wenqian heard the sound and turned around, seeing a sea of blue fire, and couldn't help shaking her head. Too brutal. Her brother is going to cremate the zombies in one go. Right? But there is a question. Why is the fire blue? When Rang didn't expect such an effect, he looked at Wenqian with an arrogant smile on his face. Praise me. Great. Wenqian praised without any emotion, but her expression was very happy. She grabbed Huang Zhai, who was trying to escape again, and threw him into the pile of zombies, then walked towards Wen Rang. Brother, burn me. Wenqian raised his arm and made a request that made Wen Rang frown. He knew that Wenqian had the ability to regenerate. But, it's okay. Control the power. I just want to feel the difference of this fire. Wenqian was firm, so Wen Rang had to do as he was told. Then, Wenqian felt numb. After slapping out the fire on her arm, Wenqian looked up at her brother and told him what she had discovered. There is electricity in the fire. Wen Rang has the dual abilities of fire and thunder. Huang Zhai was fighting the zombies desperately in the distance, and when he saw the 2 people chatting, he was so angry that he felt sick. They are both superpowers. Damn! Huang Zhai cursed. He didn't expect to be so unlucky. Wenqian confirmed her brother's ability and turned to look at Huang Zhai. Seeing that he was not dead yet, she raised her eyebrows. As expected, he was able to lead a team to collect crystal cores. He still had some skills. She turned and walked towards him. No matter what, he must not be allowed to go back alive today. Huang Zhai said that he was from the West City base. Wenqian knew that the West City base was established by a group of wealthy people in the West District of Bincheng. There are many villas in the West District of Bincheng, and the housing prices are so high that they can be compared with those in Beijing North. The reason is to have a clear class distinction and not want to be neighbors with the poor. These rich people are not ordinary rich people. They are rich from their ancestors. And ordinary people can't even imagine the degree. They wear luxury brand ready-made clothes that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, buy Hermes bags with accessories that cost millions of yuan, and drive sports cars worth tens of millions of yuan. They live in manor villas of thousands of square meters at home. And when they go out to talk about business, they open their mouths to make orders worth hundreds of millions of yuan. These proud children of heaven lived a carefree life before the end of the world. And they are still free and happy after the end of the world. They simply didn't like the environment at Mohan Base, and they wouldn't go there. So they found mercenaries and formed a base alliance, which was what Huang Zhai said. Xiqing Base had a lot of weapons and equipment. If possible, Wenqian didn't want to fight them now, with the old, weak, and sick people in her base. If they sent 2 fighters over, they would be basically gone after bye. Although Huang Zhai didn't know her name and identity, it was not difficult for that group of people to find her. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, many people took photos of her with their phones and posted them online. So it was inevitable that someone would have seen those videos. Also, there weren't many people carrying knives and chopping zombies' heads around in the apocalypse. And that idiot Zhang Xiang had publicly posted the address of their community online. So it was easy to locate her. Wen Qian caught up with Huang Zhai's panicked escape and was about to reach out to grab his collar. But he turned around, and a stream of water spurted out of his mouth. Wen Qian had just noticed that this guy was a water-based mutant, and had been repelling zombies, with a stream of water spraying from his palms. But she really didn't expect that you could spit. Wen Qian quickly turned her head to dodge. And the water column hit her shoulder and penetrated. A hole as big as a baseball appeared on Wen Qian's shoulder. And her whole arm was drooping, and looked like it was about to break. But after just 3 seconds, it healed as before. Huang Zhai watched this scene with his own eyes. And his feet panicked, and he tripped over himself. You? He rolled and crawled. Are you not a human? Who are you scolding? Wen Qian was not happy. You are not a human. Huang Zhai was really scared. He was not so scared when he saw Wen Qian dealing with zombies with ease just now. No matter what Wen Qian said, Huang Zhai was sure that she was no longer human. He had never heard of such a strange ability. She must be a zombie. A mutant zombie. A super zombie. A zombie leader. Huang Zhai was shaking like a sieve. The dirty thoughts in his mind were scared away. He screamed like a screaming chicken with a thick voice, howling while running away, making Wen Qian's ears hurt. Did he scream like this in his previous life? Wen Qian's memory was a little fuzzy in her trance. She caught him again and shoved him into the faces of the zombies chasing her. Don't you want to bite me? Bite me! No one can leave unless you bite him to death today. Huang Zhai was caught by the zombies. His legs were weak, and he had no strength to run anymore. But his voice was still loud. His throat was hoarse from shouting. And then the sound gradually dropped. And finally, there was no movement. He fell to the ground. And half a minute later, his limbs climbed up again in a strange, stiff and twisted posture. The eyes turned white. And the body expanded rapidly, finally becoming more than 2 meters tall. After all, it was a superpower. And the zombie level was higher than the ordinary one. But even if it became a zombie, because the time was too short, the fear in its bones had not subsided completely. So it turned around and ran. And Wen Qian chased after it. When Rang was dealing with the zombie soldiers nearby, and when he looked back inadvertently, he saw his sister like a super villain, grabbing people to feed zombies. The man was scared away after turning into a zombie. And she chased him and shouted, "Why are you running now that you are here?" If an innocent passerby passed by and saw this scene at this moment, he would really have no way to explain it. Chapter 84. This scumbag just wants to seduce his sister. After dealing with Huang Zhai, Wen Qian went to find his companions, counted their heads one by one, and took the crystal cores they had collected before. After confirming that everyone was dead, she felt relieved to deal with other small zombies. Unknowingly, the corpses of the zombies killed by Wen Qian had piled up into a small mountain. She stood on the pile of corpses and scanned the surroundings. The remaining zombies with a sense of danger had all run away, hiding far away from her. Wen Qian frowned slightly, feeling unhappy. The zombies evolved too fast, and they would run away now. Wouldn't they play hide-and-seek with her in the future? She lowered her eyes, and was thinking about how to lure the zombies out when the satellite phone in her chest bag suddenly rang. Wen Qian always brought her phone with her when she went out, although her family had never called her. She was afraid that the sound of the phone would attract zombies and put her in danger. But she still carried it with her to avoid accidents and being unable to contact them. The caller ID of the satellite phone showed an unknown call, and the other party's number could not be seen. So Wen Qian did not look at the screen and picked it up directly, and then heard Emohan's voice. "Where are you now?" The other party came straight to the point, and Wen Qian was stunned. The last time they talked was a week ago. She wanted to scold him, but he didn't want to listen, so she hung up the phone. She didn't expect him to contact her again. Wen Qian thought about her location, which was 60 to 70 kilometers away from the Bincheng base. Even if he asked her to go there, she had a reason to refuse. So she answered honestly, "In the south of the city." "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I'll find you where you are." "Are you crazy?" Wen Qian took the phone away from her ear and looked at it with a complicated expression. She was wondering if the other party would bear a grudge and go directly to her house if she said the signal was bad, and hung up the phone at this time. After a brief consideration, Wen Qian was sure that the man was likely to do such a thing. So she put the phone back to her ear. "I have something to do now, so it's not very convenient. Tell me what you want to talk to me about first." 5 minutes ago, Yi Xinghua received a distress signal from the radio station on Yunhai Road. The other party said that they had more than 30 survivors, and were now trapped in the Kanhai building and besieged by zombies, requesting rescue. Imo Han's voice was cold and indifferent, just like his face, with few emotional changes. Wen Qian was unhappy when she heard his answer. Yuhai Road was near her home, and she also knew the Kanhai building, which was about 20 minutes walk from her home. If you want to rescue, go ahead. Why are you looking for me? I'm not from your base. Why should I work for you for nothing? After the Bincheng base was built, that area was the first to be rescued. Kanhai building is an office building. I led the rescue team myself at the beginning. There couldn't be so many survivors. Imo Han explained in a good-tempered manner. Even if there were rescuers, the company's tea room had snacks and drinks stocked up. But more than 30 people couldn't have lasted so many days. Wen Qian's eyes flickered slightly. Are you sure it was a distress signal from the Kanhai building? Yi Xinghua said that when the signal was received, the directional antenna was indeed pointing in that direction. So what do you mean? In fact, Wen Qian already had a vague answer in her mind. She had also encountered zombies that could copy human voices in her previous life. I suspect it's a first-class or special-class zombie. I'm also in the south of the city now. Tell me your exact location and I'll pick you up. And then we'll go to the Kanhai building together. He's also in the south of the city? What is he doing here? Wen Qian was puzzled and asked again, why don't you just go and meet up with Yi Xinghua and the others? Without them. Imo Han answered happily, and his tone seemed a little helpless. How can I give you the crystal core if they're here? Wen Qian. This sounds reasonable. But it feels wrong. Wen Qian had a headache, but she couldn't resist the temptation of the crystal core of the advanced zombies, and told the other party the location. Imo Han replied with 2 words, wait for me, and then hung up the phone. Wen Qian threw the phone into her bag, looked at her brother who seemed to be having a barbecue, and was enjoying burning zombies with fire, and called him over. Imo Han said he was coming to find us. Come here to find us? Wen Rang was surprised. What's the emergency? Wen Qian looked up at a small 3-story factory building not far away, tilted her head. Let's talk over there. The two climbed to the roof of the factory building and sat on the edge to look down. Wen Qian told Wen Rang what happened on the phone, and Wen Rang frowned after listening. The CEO of Bincheng Base went on a mission in person and deliberately left his subordinates behind, just to give his sister a high-level zombie crystal core? The crystal core is so important. The demand from Bincheng Base must be greater than theirs. Why did Imo Han open such a big back door? Wen Rang suddenly remembered what Gu Ren said that day. He said he suspected Imo Han liked Wen Qian. Wen Rang must not have believed this at the time, because he doubted Gu Ren's vision. Even someone like Zhang Duo, who was obviously trying to hook him up as a backup, he could still love her wholeheartedly for 2 years, and spend money and effort. How could the words of such a person with poor eyesight be credible? But now Wen Rang felt that the words of this experienced person were indeed somewhat credible. Wen Rang glanced at his sister's straight woman expression, and silently swallowed this discovery without saying anything. Wen Qian thought of the call with Imo Han that day, talking about his mind-reading ability, so he discussed it with Wen Rang in a low voice. Brother, when he comes, you can curse him in your heart, as dirty as you can. Okay. Wen Rang, is it because I did something wrong recently that made you so anxious to send me to death? Imo Han said that he lied before, and he can't hear your voice. We. Wen Rang grasped the key words accurately. What about you? That's the problem. He said he can hear me at the critical moment, but he can only hear me. Wen Rang was speechless, rolling his eyes to the sky. What kind of scumbag's rhetoric is this? It's true that you can't know a person's heart by his appearance. I didn't expect that Imo Han looked serious, but he was actually a scumbag. Gu Ren was right. This scumbag just wanted to seduce his sister, and to be able to say such disgusting words. He must have had experience before. He is shameless. Wen Rang was furious, and Wen Qian didn't know what her brother was thinking, and he looked like he wanted to bite someone. So he found a bag of melon seeds from the space, and the two of them ate melon seeds while throwing melon seed shells at the zombies downstairs without any manners. This is what Imo Han saw when he arrived. He parked the car downstairs, and when Wen Qian and the others walked down, he was already standing in the passenger seat and opened the door. Wen Rang sneered at Imo Han's action, and his eyes looked like he wanted to stab him. He strode over, sat down on the passenger seat without any hesitation, and said thank you. Imo Han found that Wen Rang's attitude was wrong. His eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Wen Qian and asked, did he eat explosives? Chapter 85 The Hellish Apocalypse begins. Wenqian didn't know whether her brother had eaten explosives or not, but she silently gave her brother a thumbs up. Wenqian thought Wenrang had agreed to her proposal just now. At this moment, she was scolding Imohan in her heart because of the broken mind-reading thing. She sat in the back seat and started to watch the fun. Imohan got out of the car and opened the door. His eyes swept over Wenrang coldly. Wenrang would be lying if he said he wasn't scared when he saw him like that. But when she thought of this man using sweet words to deceive her sister, she looked at him like a fighting cock. He understood what Imohan meant. Didn't he just want his sister to sit in the passenger seat? Hey, he wouldn't let him have his wish. Wenrang fastened his seat belt, as if no one would let him leave this seat today. Imohan glanced at Wenqian, who was sitting in the back, closed the door, and walked back to the driver's seat. The car started, and no one in the car spoke. Wenqian crossed her arms over her chest and turned her head to look at the zombies outside. She hadn't seen Imohan take action yet, and didn't know what his special ability was. To be honest, she was a little excited. And the zombies that can only copy human voices. This level will appear at least 7 or 8 years later in the previous life. And now, it has only been less than 2 months since the end of the world. Wenqian once again lamented that the zombies evolved too fast. She even had an illusion that the game of the end of the world was speeding up its progress. It seemed that it really wanted to eliminate humans in the shortest time and let zombies become the new residents of this planet. Wenrang sat next to Imohan. He thought Imohan would find a chance to talk to his sister. But this man remained silent all the way. Wenrang turned his head to look at Wenqian again, only to see that his sister was so calm that she closed her eyes and rested, not at all nervous about the special zombies she was about to see. Imohan was driving the car, and he could actually feel that Wenrang was staring at him with a thief-like look. And he guessed the reason. The car sped all the way to Yunhai Road. Wenqian waited until the car stopped completely before slowly opening his eyes and getting out of the car yawning. There were all kinds of companies around here, and there were social animals everywhere. So after the end of the world, the number of zombies was also more than other areas. Wenqian kicked a zombie that rushed over with its mouth wide open, and looked up at the crows circling overhead. Nowadays, crows eat human flesh and drink human blood. But this group of crows suddenly turned around and fled after flying around them, because they flapped their wings too hard. A few black feathers fell off. Wenqian glanced at Imohan, wondering if he had done something. But Imohan didn't react. After confirming that the building in front of him was the Kanhai building, he walked straight to the gate. The entrance door of the building was open, and Wenqian looked at it from a distance and felt strange. Zombies are rampant outside the building, but there is no trace of them inside. The door is open. Why don't the zombies outside go in? With doubts, Wenqian stepped into the building. The moment he entered the door, a chill hit him instantly. The sun was scorching outside, and the temperature was over 60 degrees. But the temperature inside the building was close to below zero. There was a thin layer of frost on the wall, and under the frost, there were scarlet bloodstains that had been splashed on it for many days. The three of them stopped in the lobby on the first floor and looked at the schematic diagram of the entire building placed near the door. They took a few glances, memorized the distribution area of the entire building, and then continued to walk in. Unlike the bright sunshine outside, the building was gloomy everywhere. The corridor was extremely quiet, and the walls along the way were covered with blood. It was as quiet as a teaching building at midnight, except for their footsteps. No other sounds could be heard, revealing a dead silence. Just based on this scene and atmosphere, anyone who has watched a few ghost movies knows that it is definitely not a good place. That kind of silent fear enveloped people, as if something would suddenly appear behind them, making people shudder. Normal people would definitely turn around and run away after entering. But Wenqian and the other two did not even look back. And soon, their figures disappeared at the corner of the corridor. After searching all the offices on the first floor, they did not find anything that could move. Walking down the stairs to the second floor, Wenqian stepped on the last step, and when she saw the things in the corridor, her eyes were full of disgust. Wenrang followed behind her and didn't know what she saw, but only heard his sister's cold ridicule. Who is this person who is looking for death to show off to his parents what new skills he learned in kindergarten? Wenrang curiously poked his head out, and then saw that the corridor was full of people frozen in ice. They were people, not zombies. They looked ferocious, as if they were caught and frozen in ice, and froze to death in fear. Humans hunt zombies. And zombies with independent consciousness also hunt humans. Wen Qian was right to worry. This Doomsday game has gradually developed into a hell level. Compared with this life, what she experienced in her previous life was as simple as playing house. In fact, Wen Qian knew when she walked into the building that there were ice-type zombies in the building. And the frost on the wall was proof of that. But she underestimated the zombies' desire to die. Apart from the tragically dead humans, nothing else was found on the second floor. When Rang felt that the zombies this time were different from those he had encountered before. He had not fought against the special class zombies, so he was a little cautious. He looked around vigilantly, and was about to remind Wen Qian and the other two to be careful. But when he turned around, he saw the two walking side by side. And Wen Qian even kicked open the closed doors in a rage. They didn't look like humans who broke into the zombie nest. They looked like messengers from hell who came to blow up the zombie nest. After searching the second floor, the three continued to go up. Imo Han was in the front and suddenly stopped. Wen Qian looked up and saw a zombie hanging upside down on the roof like a spider. It was looking at Imo Han with a pale face and disheveled hair, and faced him face to face. This scene would make anyone with a weaker tolerance roll their eyes and faint on the spot. But Imo Han just frowned impatiently, stretched out his hand to grab the zombie's hair and swung it down, then threw it to the ground. Wen Qian watched it carefully from the side, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Seeing Imo Han's irritability, she almost thought that this high and mighty executive officer was afraid of ghosts. There is no doubt that this is a group of dead zombies who like to play tricks. Wen Qian quickened her pace and had already thought about how to deal with them. Don't rush to kill the ice zombie when you catch it later. Wen Qian spoke softly. It's so hot. Everyone in the base must be very sad. Right? Why don't we build an ice cellar and let this zombie work for us 24 hours a day to make ice cubes? It won't be over until it is exhausted to death. Wen Qian's words were full of viciousness. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wen Rang's expressionless face, guessed that he was complaining about herself in his heart, and simply laughed at herself. That's right. My surname is Shou. And my name is Beopi. Chapter 86 Imo Han's Loyalty. Never betray. The zombie that was thrown to the ground by Imo Han got up and ran away after realizing that he couldn't beat it. Wen Qian and Wen Rang watched the fun from behind, and they wanted Imo Han to take action to see his supernatural power. The zombie fled very quickly, and in the blink of an eye it ran to the other end of the corridor and was about to disappear. Wen Qian looked at Imo Han, who was still standing there, not even bothering to move his legs, and didn't understand what he meant. What? That zombie looked good and you couldn't bear to kill it? He also had this habit. While Wen Qian was wondering, he saw the zombie that had already run several meters away turned around and came back. From its struggling expression, it was clear that it was not willing. It just came back to Imo Han, and Imo Han raised his hand and twisted its head off as easily as picking a melon from a vine. The crystal core fell from its head, and Imo Han threw it back to Wen Qian, and then continued to move forward. Wen Qian caught the crystal core and looked at Wen Rang in silence. Both of them saw a trace of doubt, uneasiness and shock on each other's faces. Wen Qian thought of a possibility. Could he be a mind control superpower? Imo Han walked forward a few steps, and when he saw Wen Qian didn't catch up, he stopped. He looked back at Wen Qian and asked, "Aren't you going to grab your 24-hour automatic ice machine? Why don't you leave? Let's go." Who said we won't leave? Wen Qian muttered as she walked towards him. I just don't really want to walk with you. Wen Qian was a straightforward person, and she disliked him to his face. But Imo Han didn't care at all. When she walked to his side, a smile flashed in his eyes. The corridor in the office building is not very spacious, but it is not a problem for two people to walk side by side. Wen Qian looked around like she was shopping, and did not notice the abnormality of the people around her. Imo Han's arm close to her was always tense. They were very close. So close that he could hold her hand if he wanted. Imo Han clenched his fist and pinched his knuckles. When Rang walked behind and took in the scene, he didn't know what Imo Han was thinking, but he could see that Imo Han seemed to be restraining some emotions. What is he restraining? When Rang couldn't figure it out. Was it Wen Qian's words that upset him? Not really. He wasn't the kind of petty person. Moreover, Wen Qian had been treating him like this since they first met. He was disrespectful, and only called him sir perfunctorily when he needed help. He must have been frightened by the zombie just now. When Rang thought, if he was frightened like that, he would definitely be angry too. There was no other living creature on the 3rd floor except the zombie pretending to be a ghost. But when they reached the 4th floor, the situation suddenly changed. The corridor was full of zombies waiting for their turn. When they saw them, they immediately rushed up like a wolf that had been hungry for a month and saw meat. Drooling, Wen Qian took a look and brought his brother to him. Wen Rang immediately understood what she meant. There were so many zombies. It would be a pity not to cook a pot. The flames mixed with thunder and lightning shocked the zombies to numbness. The zombies under the high-temperature flames twisted their bodies and wanted to drag Wen Qian and the other two to die together. Wen Qian looked at their stupid behavior and said, "Uh-huh." The 3 of them started to work and soon cleaned up the entire floor. The zombie cores killed by Wen Qian and Wen Rang could automatically enter the space. But Emohan's cores could not. Emohan lost his patience after picking up a few manually. So he looked at Wen Qian and said something that Wen Qian never expected. "Add me to the system." Wen Qian's heart suddenly jumped up and pounded. He not only knows about the space, but also the system? Wen Qian subconsciously took 2 steps back, full of vigilance. She looked at Emohan sharply and asked, "What do you mean?" Literally. Emohan was not angry because of her behavior, and even explained in a too gentle tone, giving people the illusion that he was coaxing Wen Qian. "It's a waste of time to pick up these things one by one. I see that you didn't pick them up. Can you collect them automatically? 2 people have this skill at the same time, so they should be in the same system. So, add me to your system." Wen Rang hadn't recovered from the shock yet, but Wen Qian had a vague understanding of something. He knew. So, he had it too. Emohan guessed what she was thinking. "No. I just know a little bit." Wen Qian thought of her system that was extremely biased towards the host, and asked again uncertainly, "Are you sure you want to do this? My system is very powerful. If you have any bad intentions, you will be wiped out directly." The system said that if it detected that the members in the system had murderous intentions towards her, they would be automatically wiped out if their loyalty was below 80. Although Emohan's current attitude is always friendly, there are always unexpected things. He and Wen Qian now have bases, and there may be conflicts in the future because of the competition for resources. If he wants to hurt her because of the conflict of interests, he will be courting death. Wen Qian always thinks that Emohan is a smart person. Anyway, if it were her, she would never do this. But Emohan did not hesitate at all. His firm attitude made Wen Qian feel a little excited. Yes, it was excitement. Such combat power joining her system would only benefit her and not harm her. She didn't force him. He was willing. So why was she still hesitating? Wen Qian was silent for a moment and nodded. "Okay. Don't regret it." After both parties agreed, the system prompt sounded. Ding! 1 more member is added to the preparation team. The reward space prosperity increases by 1,000. And the farm production increases by 100%. Wen Qian was shocked. When Gu Ren joined the system, he was only given 20 prosperity and 20 production. This thing can also distribute rewards based on people's combat power? Wouldn't Gu Ren cry to death if he knew? However, before Wen Qian was shocked, the system sounded again. Unable to detect the members' information, the system seemed to have encountered a bug and fell into silence. Wen Qian turned his head to look at Emohan, only to see that the other party seemed angry. And then the system came alive again. Member information updated. Name, Emohan. Gender, male. Height, 857 cm. Age, unknown. Blood type, A. Occupation, unknown. Loyalty, never betray. Wen Qian had seen information about many people, including those of the base members. But it was the first time she saw the word unknown. She looked at Emohan's age and occupation in silence, then lowered her eyes and fixed them on the words never betray. Never betray means that loyalty is further upgraded on the basis of 100%. Once this standard is reached, it will never change, no matter what happens. Wen Qian will be the first. Wen Qian can understand and accept the loyalty and kindness of her family. But why did he? Emohan? Wen Qian looked at the man in front of her again. He has a very good-looking face, which stands out no matter where it is, and will make people remember it for a long time. Wen Qian tried very hard to think whether she had seen this person in her previous life, but the answer was no. Chapter 87. Wen Rang, who wrote this stupid system. Wen Qian suppressed her emotions and planned to go back and talk to him, but she didn't hold out much hope. After all, She couldn't force others to remember something she didn't even remember. And even if Emohan remembered, he might not tell her. If he really wanted to tell her, he would have told her the first time they met. And he wouldn't have used the space as an excuse. When Rang didn't know what happened. From his point of view, his sister just seemed to be in a bad mood after binding with Emohan. Is there something wrong with this man? When Rang leaned closer to Wenqian, quietly blocking half of her body, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. There's just a bug in the system." When Rang, which idiot wrote it? How can there be a bug? What will he do if there's a bug now? Will it hurt his sister? Wenqian didn't react. But Emohan sneered. He looked at Wen Rang meaningfully, turned around and walked upstairs. Wen Rang was ridiculed. Although the other party didn't say anything, he felt that the way Emohan looked at him was just 2 words. Idiot. Wen Rang was unhappy and felt wronged. What did he mean? If a program has a bug, all programmers should be punished. Right? With this attitude, he still wants to pursue his sister. No way. He will be the first one to disagree with this marriage. Wen Rang cursed in his heart. But he actually wanted to talk to Emohan. But he had only met Emohan a few times. If you say he is unfamiliar, it's not. If you say he is familiar, it's not that familiar. So he swallowed his displeasure and followed behind silently. The upper floors were full of zombies, just like the 4th floor. But this kind of zombies that don't play tricks are the easiest to deal with for Wenqian and his friends. Killing all the way up. The number of crystal cores in Wenqian's space doubled. The special zombies hiding on some floors seemed to feel that their army was decreasing rapidly. So the temperature in the building became even lower. Wenqian wore a constant temperature suit, but he could still feel the temperature change on his face. They glanced at Emohan. He was only wearing a black combat suit. Wouldn't he freeze to death if he continued like this? If he couldn't move, he would lose combat power. Emohan didn't know the brother and sister's evil intentions, and he calmly dealt with the zombies in front of him. Wen Rang just watched from behind. With him around, Wen Rang had no chance to attack. The 3 of them went up a few floors, and the zombies finally started to get scared and fled everywhere. It was rare to see them rushing towards them desperately. This made Wenqian unhappy. The whole building has nearly 40 floors. She wouldn't let her search for this dead zombie floor by floor. Right? The cowardly zombie didn't show up. And now, he doesn't even let her kill the soldier zombie? Wenqian stopped and didn't move. Emohan and Wen Rang looked back at her, and then saw her angrily saying, "Let's not look for it anymore. Let's go back." Wenqian turned around and walked downstairs. Wen Rang remembered the famous phrase, "Since we're here," and was about to persuade his sister. But a figure flashed by, and Emohan had already followed him obediently. Wen Rang? Heh. Man. Wenqian walked downstairs, paying attention to the movements nearby. The zombies wouldn't let them go easily. Wasn't the purpose of sending a radio distress signal to trick them over? So, we can't just let it fish. Right? As expected, the corridor was blocked by a thick layer of ice after the few people went down 2 floors. And the zombie that had been hiding in the dark finally showed up. Wenqian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it. Why? Because it still looked like a zombie. Ragged clothes, revealing a rotten body with white bones. Wenqian looked at the zombie from top to bottom, thinking that it was a good thing that it had not evolved into a human. Otherwise she would really collapse today. The ice zombie thought that after it said there were more than 30 survivors, the base would send many people to rescue them. In this way, it could have a full meal of fresh food again, without having to eat the stocks that had frozen to death before. But it didn't expect that only 3 people came. However, these 3 people all have superpowers, which is also very good. Humans with superpowers taste much better than ordinary people. The feeling of fullness and satisfaction, as well as the power that fills the whole body, is what every zombie who has awakened superpowers pursues. The zombie drooled at the takeaway that Wenqian and the other 2 had brought to the door, while Wenqian and the other 2 were discussing its appearance. Wenqian, it has a beer belly, and it's obvious that it's quite old. Emohan looked at the few remaining hairs on the zombie's head. This zombie had died not long ago, and still had some of its characteristics from its life. Emohan, Mediterranean. A programmer. Wen Rang? How did the programmer offend you? Why are you attacking me personally? Just being realistic. After Emohan finished speaking, he glanced at Wen Rang's hair again, and Wen Rang was so angry that he almost exploded. What was even more explosive than Wen Rang was the ice zombie. as a zombie that had evolved advanced thinking in a short period of time and possessed ice powers. It was a little proud. And after becoming a zombie, an instinctive sense of contempt for humans would naturally arise. Humans are fragile and cannot avoid birth, aging, sickness and death. But zombies, as long as the fatal point is not 100% damaged, they will continue to live. How many people dream of this? When people can't do it, zombies can. Therefore, once they become zombies and develop advanced thinking consciousness, all zombies are arrogant and look down on humans. In their eyes, the end of the world is their battlefield. They are new humans. So they should cooperate with the end of the world and eliminate those low-level and weak wastes. At this moment, this ice zombie saw that the 3 low-level humans were not afraid of it after seeing it, but had the leisure to chat. The anger quickly dominated it. It locked its eyes on Wenqian, and a cold air that could cut human skin flew towards her in an instant. The zombie raised his hand to grab Wenqian's neck, but the next second, its hand was grabbed by another person. The zombie looked at the man who was meddling in other people's business and smiled smugly. Emohan lowered his eyes to look at his arm wrapped in ice, and then looked at the zombie's face. The smile on the corner of the zombie's mouth froze, because no matter how hard it exerted, its ice could not freeze half an inch of the man's skin. Even the small half of the arm that was frozen before his return to its original state. How could this be? The zombie opened his eyes wide. Unbelievable. Emohan grabbed the zombie's wrist with one hand, making it unable to retreat even half a step. He broke the zombie's arm with his bare hands and tore off the entire arm. A series of fierce actions were performed with Emohan's expressionless face. To be honest, it looked scarier than the zombie. The zombie did not grow back an arm after losing it. Emohan wanted to continue, but he suddenly paused and showed a hint of impatience on his face. You come. Emohan grabbed the zombie's collar and kicked it in front of Wenqian and Wenrang. The zombie was surrounded by 3 people and heard Emohan say, My move will destroy the balance of combat power. Chapter 88 Zombie. Why don't you be the zombie? Wenqian looked at Emohan, his mind working quickly. It was known that Emohan had the ability of mind control. If he wanted to, if his ability was strong enough, he could quickly eliminate a large part of the zombies. What was the reason why he didn't do it? Did he not want to? Or was he not strong enough? What does it mean to destroy the balance of combat power? What are the consequences of destroying the balance of combat power? Wenqian swallowed his questions one by one, looked at the zombies again, and smiled with his head tilted. Come on. Sir, I don't want to play with you anymore. Let's change people. The girl had a sweet smile, but she was more ruthless than a man when she started fighting. Wenqian pulled out the few hairs on the zombie's head, which made Wenrang feel a headache. If the skin directly touched the zombie, it would be frozen by its ice. Wenqian kicked the zombie in front of Wenrang, and Wenrang's fire made the zombie scream and flee in panic. But how could its speed be faster than Wenqian? Wenqian was always blocking the way ahead, and behind him was the stinky boy who played with fire. And at the stairs was the man in black clothes, who didn't take action. But his deterrence was no weaker than those two. All its roads were blocked. The zombie was burned to pieces. Wenqian stepped on its head and asked, Where's the zombie that can speak human language? The one that used the radio signal to lure them here was definitely not this one. Zombies love to show off. Just like that zombie used the radio to lure humans. Just like this zombie froze humans to death and displayed them in the corridor. They are always eager to show their strongest side to humans. But this zombie, except for howling, has never spoken a complete human language. The knife in Wenqian's hand pierced the zombie's body and nailed it to the ground. The zombie struggled again, and then quieted down under the threat of Wenrang's firepower. Zombie, I am, just. Wenqian sneered, You can't even speak coherently. What are you? You are a fart. The zombie was so angry that he wanted to pull out her teeth and tongue and make her mute. Wenqian looked at its helpless and furious appearance. You won't say it. Right. Well, when I string you up and roast you on the fire, you'd better have some backbone and bite to death before you say anything. Ice-type people are most afraid of fire and sunlight. Wenqian's words almost knocked the zombie unconscious. It knew that this damn girl could really do it. And that dead boy who could play with fire was squatting in front of it, burning its face and hands with fire at any time. This was undoubtedly a torture for the zombie. The two tortured the zombie for a while, and it finally confessed. The zombie who could speak human language had left after sending a distress signal to the base. leaving only this one guarding its own territory, waiting for human takeout to be delivered. Its answer was similar to what Wen Qian had imagined. No matter how you look at it, that zombie is smarter and fully meets the standard of a special grade zombie. However, Wen Qian felt that the zombie should not be very powerful. Otherwise it would not be hiding like this. It must come out to show off its skills. Maybe it only has the ability to copy sounds. But it will definitely send a distress signal to the base again in the future. If Yi Xinghua and his team come out to rescue people again, it will be dangerous. It's not that she looked down on them. But to be honest, the IQ of Lin Yin and the others was on the same level as Gu Ran. Their eyes were full of clear stupidity, and they could deceive this group of people with just a few sweet words. Wen Qian handed the ice zombies to Emohan to watch, and she and Wen Rang changed floors to deal with the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Although they ran away, they couldn't resist the attraction of the attract firepower skill in the end, and all came back. Wen Qian under this skill is like the poison that can make zombies crazy the most, and they can't resist this temptation at all. But after returning, he was dead and could not go back. Wen Qian cleaned up the zombies in the whole building and returned to the second floor. She looked at the people who were frozen to death in the corridor, asked Wen Rang to melt the ice, and then threw the bodies downstairs and burned them. Emohan tied up the ice zombie and dragged it away. After leaving the building, he handed the zombie to Wen Qian. The zombie still had a complete arm left, so making ice was not a problem. Wen Qian decided to take it back to work for free. If the effect was good, it would not be a problem to lend it to Emohan's base. It's not far from Wen Qian's home, so we can just walk back. Wen Qian took the rope to tie up the zombie and planned to go home. Emohan looked in the direction of her home and asked, "Would you like me to go to the base and sit for a while?" Before Wen Qian could speak, Wen Rang squeezed in between them. The two bases haven't formally established friendly relations yet, so it's not convenient. This excuse was really awkward, and Wen Qian felt embarrassed after hearing it. She turned her head away and stared at the zombie on the ground, listening to her brother and Emohan's awkward conversation. "Emohan, I thought I was friendly enough with my sincerity." Wen Rang, "Look, you said it. This is what you thought." Emohan raised his eyebrows. "Then tell me, what else do you need me to do?" Wen Rang glanced at Wen Qian, quickly approached Emohan, and said in a low voice, "Stay away from my sister? Stinky scumbag." Wen Rang didn't dare to say this in front of Wen Qian, because it was obvious that his sister didn't think about it that way yet. Wen Qian had said before that those who fell in love in the end times were all crazy, and Wen Rang thought it was right. But then again, from a man's perspective, Wen Rang also thinks that Emohan's face is really good. If she is pestered by such a man for a while, and then knows that Emohan has that kind of intention towards her, then the development of the situation will be difficult to control. Human beings are like this. If you don't think about some things, it doesn't matter. But once you think deeply about things, you will care. Therefore, Wen Rang must not give his sister a hint, and let his sister think of the clue of falling in love. Wen Rang's gnashing warning had no effect on Emohan. He walked around Wen Rang and headed towards Wen Qian. "I'll take you home." "No need." Wen Rang grabbed his sister's hand and ran. "Captain Emo, you should go back to your base quickly." "Bye." He ran very fast with Wen Qian, faster than the zombies chasing behind him. Wen Qian dragged the zombie, and the zombie was dragged with his face facing the ground. The figures of the two people and the corpse ran away quickly, and Emohan leaned against the car door to watch them, lowered his head, and lit a cigarette. The zombies coming and going passed by him, but they seemed to have completely ignored him, and ignored him as if he were air. Emohan looked in the direction of Wen Qian's house, finished smoking, got in the car and left. Wen Qian led the zombie back to the base, startling the people who were exercising in the base yard. Wen Qian quickly stopped everyone who was running into the building. "It's tied up. It can't move." Everyone looked at the scary zombie at Wen Qian's feet in doubt, and then heard Wen Qian say again, "I caught the ice machine for you. If it doesn't obey, burn it with fire." Zombie. Shit. Or you can be the zombie. Chapter 89 Xiaobai Awakens. Wen Qian handed the zombie to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, and went upstairs to deal with the crystal cores collected today. When the zombie saw that the most terrifying person had left, it immediately wanted to resist, but was punched by Gu Ran, and its face was dented. Then Wen Rang hit it with 2 fireballs, burning it to death. Finally, Wen Chongning, who passed by, sprayed it with water, and it looked miserable. When Chongying thought there was a fire downstairs, but after pouring water, he realized that he was wrong. So he patted his son's shoulder and said, "Come again." The zombie was taught a lesson. And finally when Rang saw that it was really afraid of the sun, and could not show any strength in the yard, so he dragged it to the underground garage. The light in the garage was dim, which instantly improved the zombie's condition. So he continued to teach until it started to work obediently. Upstairs, when Qian entered the space and threw all the crystal cores into the processor, because it can automatically classify the crystal cores. The current situation is special, and when Qian dare not follow the timeline of the previous life to do the benchmark. After the high temperature and severe cold, there will be a perpetual night. During that time, the zombie's strength will increase dramatically. When Qian must improve everyone's strength to a level that the zombies cannot catch up with before the polar night. While waiting, when Qian took inventory of the medicines in the space, and then went to find Xiaobai. Xiaobai has been staying in the space for the past few days, because since it ate the meat of the two-headed zombie last time, it has been in an uncomfortable state. When Qian fed it some crystal core potions, but it did not get better. When Qian was afraid that it would suddenly mutate outside and hurt others, so he simply left it here so that it could feel more comfortable. He searched inside and outside the house, but could not find Xiaobai. When Qian called its name several times, but it did not respond, so he had to expand the search range. Finally, he found it in the woods. Xiaobai was lying on the tree, and it seemed to have been sleeping for a long time. Even when Qian approached, it did not wake up even though it was always vigilant. When Qian frowned slightly, knowing that it must be uncomfortable. Compared to a few days ago, Xiaobai's size has doubled again, and it looks more like a little lion. She walked a few steps forward to the tree, wanting to touch its head. As a result, the moment she reached out, Xiaobai opened his eyes. The murderous aura filled the air, and when Qian was knocked down by Xiaobai while she was stunned, it showed its sharp claws and bit her neck, and suddenly stopped when it saw her face clearly, and its eyes changed. It was the first time when Qian saw an animal like this, and it was difficult for her to describe what kind of reaction it was. But if I describe it from a human perspective, it's like a lot of memories suddenly flooded into my mind, because the amount of information was too much. I couldn't digest it for a while, and was stunned. Xiaobai just stared at Wen Qian blankly, motionless. When Qian looked into its eyes, it was originally a cat with heterochromia, but now both eyes have turned red. Xiaobai? When Qian called its name hesitantly, and Xiaobai was quiet for a while. After confirming that she was really his owner, he began to rub his head against her and kept calling her. When Qian was really confused by the enthusiastic and impatient reaction, she sat up and was knocked down by Xiaobai again. She had no choice but to rub against the tree, sit against the trunk, and then touch Xiaobai's head. What's wrong? Don't I come to see you every day? You have been sleeping and ignoring me. Why are you scolding me now? When Qian was scolded by it for no reason, and she felt very innocent. But Xiaobai didn't care. It was like a chatterbox, barking and barking, which made Wen Qian want to know what dirty things it was scolding. Wen Qian was helpless because she was not proficient in animal language. She hugged it patiently and coaxed it for more than half an hour. Xiaobai gradually calmed down and lay beside her. The man and the cat sat quietly under the tree. Xiaobai would look up at it from time to time, which made Wen Qian laugh and cry. I can't run. What are you looking at? Wen Qian got up and estimated that the crystal core was almost processed, so she took Xiaobai back to the villa. Xiaobai stood in front of the villa for a while, and finally ran around the villa, and then followed Wen Qian's steps back into the house. Wen Qian took out all the processed crystal core potions and found that there were more level 4, level 3 and level 2 potions this time than last time. The level 2 zombie should be the one that was face to face with Imo Han in the Kanhai building, and Huang Zhai's was also identified as level 2 after his mutation. When Qian took the 2 level 2 potions, and soon received a system reminder. Water-based superpowers. She smiled slightly, and then remembered something. Except, for the first time, when she absorbed the regeneration superpowers on the fishing island. The system did not tell her how to use, and what to pay attention to for the 2 subsequent teleportations, and water-based superpowers. What does that mean? Could it be that her current body strength is enough to use these abilities without limit? When Qian clenched her fists and felt the new power in her body, she ate some low-level zombie crystal cores, then took all the remaining potions out of the space and distributed them to her family. Liamo had just come back from downstairs. She went to do some simple checks on the children in the base. Before she could say anything, she heard Wen Qian ask, "The batch of medicine I brought back before is not enough, right?" When she went to Fu Yuan's pharmaceutical factory, she brought back a batch of medicines for heart disease and asthma patients. However, due to the special conditions, patients must take them every day, so the consumption of medicines is also large. Wen Qian knew the current situation very well without Liamo saying anything. She must prepare enough medicines for these children before the eternal night. In fact, she didn't have to do this at all. Those people were sickly people abandoned by other base alliances. She gave them a stable residence and food to eat, which was already a blessing for them. Even if the medicine is no longer useful, no one can blame her. But it is not difficult for Wen Qian to find medicine. And she took these people into the base voluntarily. And no one forced her. Therefore, in a short period of time, she first turned these people into members of the base, increased the prosperity of the base, and then immediately abandoned these people. Wen Qian would not do such a disgusting thing. If she encounters any situation in the future and needs to choose between these people and her family, she will definitely choose to sacrifice them. But now, it is not a special case. When Wen Qian was chatting with Liamo, Fu Yuan was playing with Gu Wanwan in the living room. He turned to look at Wen Qian and asked, "Sister, what medicine do you want to find?" Wen Qian was stunned for a moment, and asked him with a smile, "What medicine do I want to find? Can you help me?" Fu Yuan ran to Wen Qian, his fair and beautiful face full of seriousness. "I can remember all the medicines at home, and I have been to foreign pharmaceutical factories with my parents before, and accompanied them to discuss cooperation." Wen Qian, who said that children from rich families are not curry. This is currying. He started to be a social animal at the age of 5. Went to the factory to understand the products, and went abroad to understand the cooperation. Suddenly, Wen Qian, a college student who only knew how to ask his family for living expenses, began to reflect on himself. Chapter 90: Bloody Disputes Among Wealthy Families. Wen Qian took out the medicine from the space. Fu Yuan took the medicine bottle and read the information on the bottle carefully, with a happy smile on his face. "I know this. I heard my parents talk about this before." "Oh, what did they say?" Wen Qian asked curiously. "Dad said that this imported original drug is very expensive, and many children can't get it. When we produce it in large quantities ourselves, we can reduce the cost price." Fu Yuan spoke slowly, recalling while speaking. However, he conveyed the information very accurately, and Wen Qian also grasped the key words. Import. In fact, Wen Qian had considered going abroad to collect supplies long before the apocalypse officially began, because her space was so convenient. She felt it was a loss not to go out and get some wool. But she didn't go out in the end, because on the night she was reborn, several uncles downstairs had already turned into zombies and bit each other. She saw it with her own eyes and recorded the video. Going abroad requires a visa, and going back and forth to complete all the procedures, plus the time it takes to go abroad. She is very worried that the end of the world will start early, and at that time, her space could not bind all the family members. She didn't want to be separated from them. So she stayed where she was and looked for supermarkets opened by foreign companies. It was not feasible before the end of the world. What about after the end of the world? It has been almost 2 months now, and foreign countries must be in the same mess as China. Most of the resources are controlled by the rich and powerful. Ordinary people died in large numbers and turned into zombies. The remaining small number of capable people have almost collected all the supplies they can find. Gun control is not strict there, and even in many places there is no control. So the survivors are still very strong against zombies. If she chooses to go out at this time, she will definitely not be able to pick up any meat scraps. If there is anything that particularly attracts her, it is the crystal core. Foreigners are tall and strong, and are particularly willing to die. So the speed of mutation may be slightly faster. But how can she go to other countries to be a scavenger for free when she can't kill all the zombies in her own country? Wen Qian weighed all the factors together, and still felt that it was not worthwhile to go out at this time. Wen Qian looked at Fu Yuan and asked again, "This medicine is produced by your company, in addition to the factory where I found you last time. Do you have other places to store medicine?" Fu Yuan lowered his head and thought seriously. His little expression of effort made Wen Qian afraid that the CPU in his little head would burn out and crash. "My family doesn't have it, but my uncle's family does. My uncle's company is very big. and it was given by my grandfather. Grandpa said that my father was a loser. And I am also a loser. So he didn't give it to us. Fu Yuan raised his head again and said this, which made Wen Qian laugh. Very good. The bloody disputes among the rich. She really likes to watch. Fu Yuan, this medicine is also sold by my uncle's family. But it is more expensive than ours. What's your uncle's name? Fu Sheng. Wen Qian. How should I put it? It's really a bit of a coincidence. Fu Sheng. Isn't he one of the senior executives of the West City base? The Huangjai she killed before was a dog raised by him. Wen Qian patted Fu Yuan's shoulder. Go play with your sister. Fu Yuan left obediently. Wen Qian looked at Liu Mo and said, I'll find a way to deal with the medicine. Liu Mo used to be a doctor, and had heard some rumors about Fu Sheng. Because it is a large pharmaceutical company. Some drugs can only be produced by his family. So they have a high-price monopoly in terms of price. She looked at Wen Qian with some concern. If it's difficult, don't do it. Compared to other people's lives, Mom cares more about yours. Understand? I understand. Wen Qian nodded to comfort him. Don't worry. Mom, I'm not the kind of person who is willing to sacrifice my life for others. I don't have that kind of noble character. I'll try my best to get the medicine. If I can't do it, I'll stop. I cherish my life. Liu Mo was relieved when he heard her say that. And then, he was entangled by Xiaobai. Xiaobai was particularly clingy today. And Liu Mo was entangled by it for half an hour before he successfully got away. Putting aside the medicine for the time being, Wen Qian saw that Xiaobai's condition was much better than the previous few days. So he took it, and a few dogs downstairs. The puppies that Wen Chengning bought before have grown rapidly in just over a month. Wen Qian plans to take them out to see the world and practice with zombies in the next 2 days. In the underground parking lot, the ice-type zombies have already produced more than a dozen pieces of ice under the coercion of Wen Rang and Gu Ran. And each piece is 1 cubic meter in size. Because of excessive consumption of superpowers, it is now lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Xiaobai saw Wen Rang from a distance, rushed over quickly and knocked him down, which scared Wen Rang. He was pressed down by the cat weighing more than 100 kilograms, and he could hardly breathe. He struggled and asked Wen Qian, Did you feed it fertilizer? How did it grow so fast? And what's wrong with its eyes? I don't know. Wen Qian answered happily. Maybe some seal has been lifted, and it will turn into a roaring sky dog in a few days. Wen Qian kicked the zombie pretending to be dead. When the zombie opened its eyes, it saw 2 blood-red eyes on its head, and it was so scared that it got up from the ground. Wen Qian stopped Xiaobai from trying to bite it to death and asked, Why don't you do it? Zombie, I don't have the strength to eat people. Don't try that. Eating people is just a kind of psychological satisfaction for you. You won't starve to death even if you don't eat. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll cut you into pieces right away. Wen Qian was scaring the zombies when someone from the base came to find her. Because they were afraid of the zombies, they didn't dare to get too close. So they hid at the door of the unit, only showing their heads, and talked to Wen Qian. We want to go up the mountain to chop wood. Wen Qian had asked them to chop down all the dead trees in the community and put them in the underground garage, saying that they could use them later. But there were too few trees, and they would definitely not be enough in the future. So they thought of the small forest park nearby. The mountain was right next to their base, by the sea, and it took more than 10 minutes to walk there. Now the trees on the mountain have all died, and they want to bring all those trees back. After listening to their proposal, Wen Qian agreed to take them out of the base. It's better to have something to do than to wait for her to arrange everything. It's a good opportunity to take Xiaobai and Guzi out for a walk. Everyone acted quickly. After Wen Qian agreed, they immediately went home to change clothes and find equipment. Half an hour later, a group of people walked out of the base gate. They haven't been out of the gate for nearly 2 months. These people are like a group of quails huddled together, trembling and looking at the zombies nearby. They also have weapons in their hands. Some hold baseball bats, some hold golf clubs, and some even bring out their own rolling pins. Seeing the zombies rushing towards them, they subconsciously turned back to look at Wen Qian. Wen Qian was biting a lollipop in his mouth, looking like he was not surprised. But Xiaobai, a white shadow flashed by, rushed up and started eating the buffet. The dogs following behind him saw that the big brother was so fierce, and after hesitating for a while, they also rushed over. The members of the base saw that the dogs were so fierce, and they couldn't be inferior to the dogs. So they also raised their weapons, howled to cheer themselves up, and rushed up. Chapter 91 5 Major Bases in Bincheng. The zombies in this area near the base have been almost wiped out on the way when Qian and others go back and forth every day. The remaining scattered zombies are not very strong. So when Qian lets them go, Xiaobai just pounced on a zombie. And before he had time to bite it to death, he saw a few stinky dogs surrounding it. In desperation, it had to give up and change its target. As a result, just after it pounced on it, a group of stupid two-legged beasts ran over again with knives, guns, sticks and clubs in their hands. Xiaobai was very angry and glanced at the shit shoveler. Seeing the shit shoveler wink, telling it not to attack since they were all on the same side, Xiaobai reluctantly retracted his claws. The residents of the base saw Wen Qian and others teasing and killing zombies every day, and were subtly influenced by them, thinking that those ghosts were not as scary as they imagined. In addition, Wen Qian was right behind them, so they felt confident. So they acted on impulse. When they came to their senses, the zombie's head had been smashed by them. Although Xiaobai caught this zombie, they killed it with violence. But they have been shrouded in fear caused by zombies for the past 2 months. So now, looking at the zombie that died in their hands, everyone feels relieved. There is a first time and a second time for everything. And soon, the second zombie that died in their hands appeared. When Qian walked behind and watched Xiaobai like a village bully, catching a zombie and handing it over to his brothers to deal with. Then the dogs went up to bite, and the villagers went up to beat them. And they thought this scene was quite interesting. All the way up the mountain, everyone started to work seriously. The beach was at the foot of the mountain. Although the weather was very hot, the sea breeze was still a little cool. When Qianlai was here, and she was not idle, she helped them kick the tree down. And then, they carried the tree back to the base, and returned again under the escort of Xiaobai and the 4 dogs. It took about half an hour to go back and forth. After a few hours, the sky darkened and everyone was exhausted. In one afternoon, the 20 of them moved nearly 100 trees, which made Wen Qian very satisfied. So she agreed to their request, and took them down the mountain to the beach. In the past, the lively beach always had adults and children digging sand, old people taking a walk, and young people watching the sea and listening to the wind. But now, it is quiet down there. Everyone ran to the beach and suddenly had the idea of catching some seafood. When Qian sat on the shore, she watched the group of people happily rolling up their trousers to look for seafood, and then watched the group of people running to the shore with a look of fear and shouting for help. She sighed helplessly and asked, "What's wrong?" "Eat piranhas." The leading man was out of breath, his face pale with fear. In the past, there were oysters, crabs, conchs, and kelp on this beach. Occasionally, if they were lucky, they could dig up clams and pick up small sea cucumbers. But they had never seen fish wandering on the shore. And they were piranhas with sharp teeth. When Qian walked to the beach to observe, and sure enough, they had all mutated. An octopus with more than 20 claws flashed before Wen Qian's eyes. She frowned and turned around to call everyone back to the base. In nature, animals have many times stronger resistance than humans. Just like the epidemics before the end of the world, humans were always the first to be infected. But animals were usually fine. And now even these animals have been infected and mutated, which shows how far the situation has developed. On the way down the mountain, Wen Qian encountered another snake with 2 heads. She killed the snake with a knife, and then watched the snake run away like an earthworm, with both of its 2 cut parts alive. Everyone was frightened by this scene, and returned to the state when they just left the base. Quails huddled together. Wen Qian was also scared. If animals could mutate and have the ability to split, then what about zombies? She suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart, and quickly led everyone back to the base. She immediately went into the underground garage to find the ice zombie. The zombie was still working under the inhumane coercion of Wen Rang and Gu Ran, and there were more than a dozen ice cubes next to it. The ice it made was different from the ordinary ice made with water, and it would not melt. When Qian went over to collect the ice into the space, and together with Wen Rang, they forced the zombie to make hundreds of pieces of ice all night long. In the end, the zombie really had no strength left. If its tear gland nerves still had some feeling, it would definitely cry out loud. It didn't expect that it was tortured by Party A when it was a human, and it would be enslaved by evil-hearted humans after becoming a zombie. When Qian knew that using superpowers would consume physical strength, But zombies recover faster than humans. And they don't need to eat any food. So he gave it 5 hours of rest. She found a container from the space and locked the zombie inside. This way, even if it really split, it would have nowhere to escape. When Qian told Wenrang and others about the snake she saw on the mountain, and also told them about her concerns, and reminded them to be careful. In the next few days, Gu Ren became the person responsible for leading the residents of the base to move trees up the mountain every day. Wenrang was responsible for watching the zombies make ice. And Liamo and Wen Chongqing were brave enough to go out of the base alone and kill zombies within 500 meters. Anyway, if you can't win, just run. After the apocalypse, they practiced running every day. At the beginning, they couldn't even run 3 kilometers. But now they can run 10 kilometers without any effort. The children in the base gather together every day and are responsible for watering the food and vegetables in the base. Children like to play with water, so this task is perfect for them. Wen Qian, on the other hand, went out alone to collect supplies and crystal cores. There is a radio in her base, which was prepared long before the apocalypse. But she has never used it, but occasionally listens to other people's communication. It was also through the radio that she learned that in addition to their official base and Mo Hans, there are now 3 more bases in Bincheng. One is the West City base, where the rich gather. One is called the Future base, which seems to be formed by a group of retired soldiers. The other one is more interesting, called the Recruitment base, which has only been established for a few days. Wen Qian thought it was a recruitment base at first, which was simple and clear. The base was short of people. Come quickly. But later, he heard the people over there explain that it was a recruitment base, because their boss was looking for someone. So they called it this. Several people from the base discussed on the radio station and planned to find a time another day to meet with the head of the base to discuss the possibility of subsequent cooperation. The news that zombie crystal cores can enhance human functions has spread. Although harmless crystal core medicine has not been extracted yet, they can stock up crystal cores in advance. Moreover, there are always brave people in this world. They know that swallowing crystal cores is dangerous. But in the face of powerful forces, they still choose to take risks. In this way, the first batch of humans who were infected and mutated into zombies due to eating crystal cores appeared. Chapter 92 is the base looking for her. When Qian braked and stopped, looking at the zombie that jumped onto the hood of her car, with a flash of anger in her eyes. Fuck you. This is the car her father bought for her. When Qian looked at the big hole on the hood with heartache, took a deep breath, and met the eyes of the zombie, who was grinning because he found prey. This zombie was infected after taking the crystal core, because it had considerable combat power before. Its strength doubled after mutation, and it still retained some human physiological characteristics and thinking. So it directly became a second-level zombie. When Qian leaned back in her chair, when the zombie raised his hand to break the car window and drag her out to enjoy a delicious meal, she used the water ability she had obtained from Huang Zhai's a while ago. The water content of an adult's body is about 70%, and the ratio of the elderly is also 50-50. Therefore, as long as the zombie still retains some human physiological characteristics, there is water in its body. And where there is water, it is the territory of water-based ability users. When Qian always thought that Huang Zhai's was too stupid. He had such a good ability. But he played her into a water baby. She sat still in the chair. But the zombie that tried to attack her suddenly stopped. Its hands froze in midair. And then its expression became more and more ferocious. And its whole body gradually expanded like a balloon. When a balloon cannot bear the gas content, it will explode. The same can happen when the water molecules in the human body decompose. The zombie had no idea what was happening, but felt more and more pain in his body. And finally, with a bang, it exploded into mincemeat. When Qian looked at the extremely dirty car window, took the zombie crystal core, got out of the car, and used her water power to clean the car. Then, when she was trying to repair the big hole on the hood, she heard footsteps in the distance, stopping her action. When Qian turned her head and saw a strange man staring at her more than 10 meters away. I'm in a bad mood now. If you don't want to die, get out of here. When Qian cursed coldly, the man did not back down because of her words. He took out a photo from his pocket and compared the person on it with the girl in the distance. In his hand was a photo ID. The person in the photo was wearing a dark blue combat uniform, with delicate and beautiful features, exactly the same as the person in the distance. The man was sure that she was the target he was looking for. So he put away the photo and stood there and said, "I have no ill intentions. I'm just looking for you." When Qian saw him looking at her with the photo just now, she raised her eyebrows and sneered. Looking for her is the biggest malice. Okay. Which good person would have nothing to do to find a bully like her? When Qian's first reaction was to think of the West City base. But when she killed Huang Zhai's team that day, she didn't leave any survivors at all. And there were no witnesses around. So the West City base had no reason to find her. Then, apart from her enemies, who else would be looking for her on the street with a photo? Wen Qian, do you know me? No. I'm just following orders. Following orders means being organized. When Qian thought of the finding base she had heard on the radio before, her eyes darkened slightly. And she asked again, "Which base are you from?" "Finding base. Our boss wants to see you for something." The expected answer made Wen Qian feel unhappy. The finding base is looking for her. Isn't everyone there holding a photo of her? Wen Qian wanted to beat someone up. She looked at the man in the distance with a cold face. Anyone who dared to come out alone at this time was either a complete fool or a complete ruthless person. Obviously, the man in front of her was the latter. Wen Qian looked the man up and down, and it was easy to see that he had received professional special training. His body looked stronger than Gu Ran. Wen Qian sat on the hood of the car, thought for a while and said, "How about this? Let's fight. As long as you win, I will go with you." The man was stunned for a moment and nodded, "Okay." The moment he agreed, Wen Qian had already rushed in front of him. The man held his breath and his eyes widened. He didn't expect her to be so fast, but he reacted quickly. He was hit once and was able to dodge Wen Qian's attack. Under the scorching sun, the streets were deserted. The two tested each other's strength, and the strength in their hands was getting stronger and stronger. Wen Qian originally wanted to restrain herself, so as not to accidentally kill someone and bring herself a base of enemies. But she soon found that there was no need to restrain herself. Wen Qian had practiced with Gu Ran before, and now she also practiced with him occasionally when she was free. So she could clearly feel that Gu Ran's combat power was increasing rapidly. Even now that there were superpowers everywhere, Gu Ran's strength was definitely one of the best. But the one in front of her was no weaker than Gu Ran. In fact, from the perspective of actual combat experience, he was stronger than Gu Ran. He successfully took on her tricky attacks. He had superpowers of strength and speed. And Wen Qian knew that after only 1 minute of fighting, the other party didn't expect her to be so strong. From the initial shock to the subsequent admiration, it only took 3 short minutes. Wen Qian looked at the man she had knocked to the ground, and before he could get up, she trapped him with water. Then she bent down and took out the photo he had just seen from his pocket. She thought it would be a screenshot from an online video, and if it was a little more exaggerated, it might be her daily photo. She rarely took photos, but when she graduated from junior high school and high school, the school arranged a graduation dance and took photos. Sometimes when she and her family go out to travel, she will take 2 photos and post them on WeChat Moments. The update speed is about once every 6 months. 2 photos each time. 1 landscape photo and 1 family photo. Her WeChat Moments are open to everyone, and someone might pass the photos on. But when Wen Qian saw the photo, she froze, because that photo did not exist in her WeChat Moments, and even did not exist in her memory. She stared at the ID photo with a stiff gaze, and her head was splitting. It was as if some dusty memory was trying to seep out through the cracks. But the barrier was too strong, so all it could bring her was pain. Wen Qian patted her head twice, took a deep breath, glanced at the man under her feet, and raised the photo in her hand. Her tone was cold. "Does everyone in your base have one of these?" The man remained silent. Wen Qian nodded and asked again, "What is your purpose for looking for me?" "I don't know. What's your name?" "Jiangyu." "Okay. I'll remember you. Go back and tell your boss that using my photos requires portrait rights. Next time I meet someone from your base, either tell me why you're looking for me, or die in my hands as copyright fees. Either one. You decide," Wen Qian said, turned around and left, got in the car, and drove a few hundred meters before untying Jiangyu's water prison. Jiangyu sat up and looked at the rapidly disappearing car, sighed, and took out the satellite phone to contact the base. Chapter 93. The ocean outside is polluted, but her family has plenty of seafood. Wen Qian drove the car for a distance and stopped to change to another one. She didn't know if there were any companions of the man nearby, so she should be careful. with such a group of powerful people searching the city with her photos. It was only a matter of time before she was discovered. She couldn't stay at home all day, nor could she wear a mask when she went out. Wearing a mask in the weather of more than 60 degrees. Who was she trying to suffocate? Wenqian was furious when she thought of this. She cleaned up all the zombies she met on the way home. Went upstairs directly after entering the base gate. Took a shower. Changed clothes. And lay on the bed, staring at the stolen photo in a daze. When Rang and Gu Ran came to knock on her door at this time, Gu Ran just saw her coming back downstairs, and seemed unhappy. So he told Wen Rang. It happened that the zombie was tired and needed a rest. So the two tied it up and stuffed it into a sack, carried it up and threw it at the door. Wen Rang pushed open the door and saw his sister lying on the bed, holding a photo in her hand, looking worried, and asked unhappily, "Whose photo are you looking at for unrequited love? Is he better looking than me?" Wenqian glanced behind him and asked, "Are your parents home?" "No. They are addicted to killing zombies recently, and are taking Xiao Bai out for a walk. I just took a look, and they are only about 500 to 600 meters away. They are fine." Wenqian handed the photo to Wen Rang after hearing that they were not at home. Wen Rang took the photo, and was slightly startled. "Are you photoshopped by a certain picture? Why are you sighing over your own photo? I stole it from someone else." Wenqian sat up. "Do you remember the search base? The one whose name we were complaining about before? I met their people today. If nothing unexpected happens, they are looking for me." Wenqian's words made Wen Rang and Gu Ran frown. They specially built a base to find her. How big a grudge does this have? Wen Rang lowered his head and looked at the photo in his hand again. Maybe because of the second glance, he no longer felt strange, but had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Wen Rang, you fought with them? What did the people over there say?" "They only said that their boss wanted to see me for something, but he didn't know what it was. They fought, but it was me who suggested it. That guy is quite strong, and he can compete with you too." Wenqian's words made the two of them look even worse. Gu Ran took the photo and looked at it carefully, thinking, "This photo, I seem to have seen it somewhere." Wenqian was shocked. I didn't say whether the two had met in their previous life, because he couldn't remember. Let's just say that in this life, before he brought his sister to ask for help, they had never met each other. Where did he see the photo? But Gu Ran looked serious, which made Wenqian and Wen Rang a little confused. Just when the three of them were confused, Liamo and Wen Chongqing came back from outside and were startled by the moving sack thrown at the door. "Liamo, Wen Rang, what did you bring home again? Do you need to be punished?" Wen Rang turned around and asked solemnly, "Mom, tell me the truth. Did you give birth to another child when you gave birth to my sister? The two of them are twins, and the one who was taken away." Liamo threw a slipper over and sent Wen Rang back to Wenqian's room. "Confirmed. You are the only daughter. No other." Wen Rang closed the door and leaned against it, continuing to look at the photo. Then suddenly thought of someone and asked, "Does Imohan know about this? How does he react?" "I don't know." Wenqian looked confused. "What does it have to do with him?" "Wen Rang, has he not contacted you recently?" "No. We haven't contacted each other since we broke up last time." Wen Rang, damn. He is indeed an experienced scumbag, playing hard to get with his sister. Right? Wen Rang cursed in his heart, and after discussing for a while, they decided not to tell Liamo and Wen Chongqing about this in advance, so as not to worry them. Wen Rang also suggested that Wenqian wear a fascikini when going out in the future. It is the kind of mask that only has holes for the eyes, nose and mouth, and the rest of the body is covered. Then Wenqian beat him out. Wen Rang smiled and left the room, and the smile disappeared the moment he closed the door. He and Gu Ren dragged the zombie back to the underground garage. As soon as the zombie was released, it immediately sensed that the two were in a bad mood, so it didn't even struggle and continued to work quietly, in order to confirm the difference between the ice cubes it made and ordinary ice cubes. Wen Rang would wait until he had accumulated more than a dozen pieces, and put them aside to observe the melting time. Now that he had distinguished them, Wen Rang didn't wait any longer. He threw one piece into the space as soon as he made one. At first, the zombie thought that only the dead girl had the space ability, but he didn't expect that this group of people had it, which shattered his already desperate heart into slag. What kind of devils are these? Why are they all so strong? Wenqian was still lying in the room thinking about things. Not long after, Liamo and Wen Chongqing came to find her and said they wanted to go into the space to make some food. Because when Qian was a child, Li Mo and Wen Chongqing were busy with work. So she and Wen Rang had been eating takeout for a while. Later, she was hospitalized for food poisoning. Since then, her stomach has not been very good. She will have diarrhea if she eats something unclean. So Li Mo rarely lets them eat outside food. It was also because of this that Wen Qian had never ordered food from a restaurant before the end of the world. Wen Qian hid the photo and took the two into the space. She accompanied Li Mo to the kitchen to cook, while Wen Chongqing went to inspect his farm. The vegetables in the space grew so well that the cucumbers, beans, peppers, eggplants, etc., that had just been picked a few days ago were already ripe again. He quickly picked these, as well as the small cabbage, coriander, stinky vegetables, leeks, lettuce, baby cabbage, etc. next to them, and took them back to the kitchen to wash them and put them on the shelf so that Li Mo could use them directly when cooking. After finishing these, he went to see the livestock he raised. Normally, the reproductive cycle of a female rabbit is 44 to 48 days. But the ones he bought had given birth twice in less than 2 months because of the space. Now their bellies are getting bigger again. So fast that Wen Chongqing is a little worried. Afraid that this space will be dominated by rabbits in the future. In addition to rabbits, chickens, ducks and geese are also in good condition. They lay eggs every day. And Wen Chongqing hatches a batch of pups from the eggs. There are also cows, sheep, pigs and donkeys, all of which are pregnant now. Wen Chongqing can already imagine how big his farm will be in the future. With this breeding speed, he will be the world's richest man in a few years. But then again, this title is useless now. Wen Chongqing strolled to his fish pond, where the fish and shrimps are growing well. What surprised him the most was that there were more seafood in the pond next to it than before. Wen Chongqing heard that the sea outside has been polluted, and no one can eat fresh seafood in the future. But their family can. They can eat as much as they want. Chapter 94 Zombies Can Split. After Wen Chongqing cleaned up the fish, Li Mo started cooking. Boiled fish, pickled fish, tomato fish, steamed sea bass, squirrel mandarin fish, sweet and sour carp, chopped pepper fish head, Crucian carp tofu soup, etc. Each made 10 portions. When they found that there was no limit on water and electricity in the space, they bought a lot of pots and pans, induction cookers, liquefied gas tanks and other tools, so that they could cook more every time. Wen Qian helped out. When Li Mo was cooking, she went to wash rice and steam rice, while Wen Chongqing helped wash vegetables and clean up. After Li Mo finished, Wen Chongqing took over to cook the seafood. He was very skilled in making spicy crab, braised shrimp, blanched shrimp, stewed potatoes with abalone, spicy fried octopus, spicy fried clams, garlic scallops, steamed eggs with sea urchin, etc. Because Wen Qian had food poisoning before, he and his wife specially signed up for a chef class to learn how to cook, for fear that they would not know how to cook when the children wanted to eat out in the future. Wen Chongqing was busy here, and Li Mo went over there to make bone soup. After the soup was cooked, she found the hot pot base and started to make spicy hot pot. Several people worked in the space for several hours, and only stopped when they filled the shelves in the kitchen and dining room with the dishes they had prepared. Li Mo went to prepare 4 pots of dumpling fillings, including cabbage and pork, celery and beef, meat and vegetables, and planned to make dumplings together with the family in the evening. When leaving the space, Wen Qian and her father went to catch some rabbits and put them in several cages, intending to distribute them to the residents of the base. They only bought 2 rabbits at the beginning, and in 2 months, they became more than 20, and the female rabbit was about to give birth to the 3rd litter. There are also those little rabbits. Although rabbits usually start to reproduce after 6 months, their growth cycle is always shortened in space. So Wen Qian estimated that in another month, the little rabbits would probably start to contribute to the rabbit head cause. Wen Qian decided that when her rabbits reached 100, she would harvest a wave and make spicy rabbit heads. Just thinking about it made her drool. She and Wen Chongqing carried the rabbits downstairs and found a group of people in this small square. The square was originally in their community, with fitness equipment for adults and slides, swings and other entertainment facilities for children. Before the end of the world, the property management would always play movies here regularly, which was considered the information exchange center of the entire community. Anyway, which daughter-in-law gave birth to a 2nd child. Which daughter was too old to find a partner? Which man had a mistress outside? Which couple had a fight in the middle of the night and divorced? And other gossips can be heard here. When Wen-Chien came down, he saw dozens of tents pitched in the square. They had been sleeping here recently. Wen-Chien had given them some ice that the zombies had made before. They put it in the middle of the tent circle and gathered around it to cool off when they were not working. They were so grateful that they didn't know how to repay Wen-Chien. At this moment, they picked up bricks that were originally used to repair the sidewalk outside and worked together to build a big pot stove. Anyway, they now have enough firewood. So they decided to use this to cook every day and eat together, so that they can feel more realistically that they are still alive. Wen-Chien gave them the rabbit. Whether they can eat meat in the future depends on their own luck. After delivering the rabbit, Wen-Chien turned and went to the underground garage. Most of the base members were working in the garage, chopping the tree trunks they had brought back into pieces of wood for future use. She found Wen-Rang, who was staring at the zombies, and patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, go home for dinner." The zombies were silent when they saw her, concentrating on their work, and didn't even want to make eye contact with her, for fear that she would hit them if she was unhappy. But Wen-Chien didn't leave immediately this time, but stood by and watched it for a while. "What's wrong?" Wen-Rang asked in a low voice. Wen-Chien stared at the zombies' actions. The speed of making ice was faster than before. What did it mean? Its strength became stronger again. Wen-Chien took out a gun and put it against the zombie's head. The zombie paused and asked in a gloomy tone, "What are you doing?" "Oh, it can speak normally now." These days, Wen-Chien and others forced it to make thousands of ice blocks, which was enough. The zombie stopped what he was doing when he heard Wen-Chien's words. It slowly turned its head with the gun against its head and looked at Wen-Chien. It should have been a rotten face without any expression, but Wen-Chien could see fierceness on it. A cold wind blew in the garage, causing the residents working on the lower floor to shiver. They looked around in fear, not knowing what had happened. Wen-Chien's eyes flashed, and at the moment when the zombie launched the splitting skill, she used the water prison to trap it tightly. Damn it. She knew it. The zombie didn't expect Wen-Chien to have water ability, and tried to break free from her restraints frantically. This damn girl is so powerful. As long as he eats her, he will upgrade faster. The greedy desire made the zombie's power increase rapidly, but it still failed in the end. The water prison that trapped it penetrated into its rotten flesh and bones little by little, making its movements gradually out of its control. I said, "If you don't behave, I will cut you into pieces." Wen-Chien spoke softly, with a smile on the corner of his lips, which made the zombie extremely angry. But it was powerless, and its limbs were being separated from its body. Wen-Chien manipulated the water that seeped into its body, breaking it into pieces in a fast and violent way. "Can it be split? Then I'll see if you can still mutate after being split into so many pieces." Wen-Chien looked at the remains of the bodies trapped in the water ball in the air, and then looked at the twisted face of the zombie. It deserves to die. Every day, she wasted one person's combat power just to watch it. After so many days, Wen-Chien's patience had reached the bottom line, so she originally planned to kill it today. The zombie's painful howl echoed throughout the garage, and then stopped abruptly. The residents below ran up trembling, and saw Wen-Chien kicking the zombie's head at his feet, kicking it into the garbage container like a ball. Wen-Chien took the crystal core, and turned to look at Wen-Rang. "Did you see it?" "Yes." Wen-Rang nodded with a dark face. "Like the snake you met last time. It can split. It's been like this for 2 months. If all zombies are like this in the future, won't we never be able to kill them all?" The two returned upstairs with heavy hearts, and told the others the news. Everyone was discussing while eating, and there was a radio in the living room, so that they could listen to the information exchanged by other bases at any time. Suddenly, Wen-Chien heard someone from the West City base say, "Next Tuesday, we sincerely invite the heads of other bases to gather at our base. At present, after rigorous scientific research, our base has successfully developed a crystal core medicine with no side effects. If you need it, you are welcome to discuss the price." Everyone at the dinner table fell silent. After a while, Wen-Chungang slowly swallowed the food in his mouth and asked his daughter, "Do you believe it?" "I don't believe it." Chapter 95 Yi Xinghua, our leader is sick. The Xiqing base does have money, but even so, it should be the Bincheng base that developed the medicine first. Wen-Chien had investigated before, and the scientific researchers on Imo Han's side were all very good. And they were not like Ouyang Yong, who was crazy about doing human experiments. They were pure gods who were down to earth and devoted their lives to scientific research. They worked hard for the country and the people, not for money or profit. Wen Qian believed that she would never reach the level of selfless dedication in her life. So she had great respect for this group of people. At Bincheng Base, she dared to be casual with Imo Han. But she didn't dare to speak loudly in front of those gray-haired, patched-up old people. When she met them on the road, she would step aside and let them pass. Wen Qian's idea was very simple. You cannot be a Buddha to save the suffering people, but you can't stop the Buddha's footsteps. So compared with Imo Han's scientific research team, the one in Xiqing was just showing off. The zombies are evolving so fast. The harmful parts of the crystal cores must be increasing. If Wen Qian guessed correctly, Xiqing was just setting up a Hongyan banquet to cheat the crystal cores from other bases and quickly enhance their own strength. On the radio, Bincheng Base did not respond. And the base looking for people was also pretending to be dead. Only the future base agreed to it happily. Wen Chenging shook his head after hearing this and sighed helplessly. "Ah, these stupid kids." Gu Ran looked confused and didn't understand why he said that. Wen Qian was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wanted to pack him up and send him to the future base. Wen Chenging smiled at Gu Ran and explained, "There is no business without fraud. If there is a technology that is 100% successful, he would have to use his own people first. Isn't he afraid that other bases will become stronger and steal his supplies? Everyone knows that the West City base has a lot of supplies, and they are on guard." Fu Yuan on the side whispered, "Sister said last time that the West City base was built by my uncle. Dad said before that all the powerful people in my uncle's company ran away because my uncle didn't pay overtime." Wen Chongning, "Look, could this official insider's information be wrong?" Gu Ran suddenly realized. Then the future base will be deceived badly? Yes, your former colleagues will be deceived badly. Wen Qian muttered silently in her heart and glared at Gu Ran again. Is there any crystal core that can enhance IQ? If there is, she will be a saint and bring them all back and give them to these people for free, so that they don't get angry when they see it. Gu Ran lowered his head to eat and said nothing else. It can be seen that he cares a lot, but he also knows that this kind of thing is not something he can stop. Wen Qian had no interest in getting involved in this mess. If she ran into someone from the base, it would be a big scene. After dinner, Wen Qian entered the space to process the crystal core. The ice zombie she killed today had evolved to the special grade, and she successfully synthesized 10 potions with it. Wen Qian remembered that the effect of the special grade medicine was to increase the strength of one's own superpowers by 50%, increase lifespan by 5 years, and add other skills. She threw one into her mouth, and after successfully absorbing the ice power of the zombie, she didn't feel any other skills for the time being. So she decided to go out and look for zombies early tomorrow morning to try. Then she found the remaining special medicine from killing the little zombies on the fishing island and took one. After taking 2 special medicines, her ability strength increased by 100%, and her combat power doubled. As for the remaining special medicines, she planned to absorb other abilities and take them out. The system has not issued her a task to increase combat power for a long time, as if she has reached the upper limit of what the system can give, completed all the tasks, and can no longer break through the system. Now if she wants to become stronger, the only way is the crystal core. So what she has to do every day is to find crystal cores, make medicine, and take drugs. How to say it? She doesn't sound like a good person. Wen Qian laughed at herself, grabbed a handful of low-level medicine and threw it into her mouth. Then took it with water and left the space with the medicine for Wen Rang and others. This time she also included Fu Yuan. Wen Qian felt that this child's ability was quite practical. When the air shield was opened at a critical moment, it could really save lives. As for Gu Wanwan, it would be better to wait until she awakens her ability before giving her the medicine. Otherwise the enhanced buff of the medicine would be wasted. After taking the medicine, everyone felt the changes in their bodies. Fu Yuan could only cover 2 people with his supernatural power last time, but this time he successfully covered 3 people. Wen Qian was very satisfied with the effect and took everyone to the restaurant to make dumplings. When they were halfway through making dumplings, they heard the phone ringing in the bedroom. She was at home, and the only person who could call her was Imo Han. Wen Qian slowly went back to the room to answer the phone, and heard Yi Xinghua's voice. "Yi Xinghua, are you free next Tuesday?" As long as they don't ask me to go to the West City base, I'll be free. Yixinghua, you know? I don't know. Wen Qian rolled his eyes, not understanding why they had to join in the fun for such a large official base. With Imo Han's wits, couldn't he figure out that this was a scam? Or did he understand, but was just bored and wanted to see how the other party cheated and make a living at the same time? Yixinghua seemed to be choked by Wen Qian's answer, and was silent for a while before speaking again. It's like this. The senior executives of the West City base are having a birthday next Tuesday, and have invited our leader to attend the birthday party. So? Wen Qian raised her eyebrows. Is Imo Han mute? He can't say what he wants to say. So I asked you to call me? Yixinghua's phone was on speaker, and he was so scared when he heard this that he quickly covered the receiver and looked at the person next to him. Imo Han's face was calm, as if he didn't hear Wen Qian's words, and he lowered his head to look at the report sent from the laboratory. Yixinghua coughed awkwardly and replied, Our leader is sick. Oh! Wen Qian was shocked. When did it happen? Is it serious? Wasn't he still full of energy when they met last time? His supernatural powers were released one after another, as if he was afraid that she didn't know how powerful he was. Imo Han heard that she cared about him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Yixinghua, it happened a while ago. He got sick after returning from a mission with you guys. Wen Qian looked up at Wen Rang, who followed him, and couldn't help but complain. Brother, that Imo guy wanted to scam me. Wen Rang, I told you he's not a good guy. Right? Next time we meet, I'll lie on the ground and see how he touches me. Imo Han raised his mouth slightly, then fell again. Yixinghua felt the deathly atmosphere in the room, closed his eyes, and said in despair, My phone is on speaker. Would you consider taking back what you just said? Wen Qian. Hang up. Bye. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were on speaker? Did you do it on purpose? I didn't expect you to be so honest. But you'd be so good at cheating people. Wen Qian hung up and threw the phone aside. Less than a minute later, the phone rang again. Chapter 96 User Login Name, Wen Rang. Wen Qian answered the phone and said unhappily, If you dare to go out again this time, you're dead. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard two muffled coughs from the other end. And then Imo Han's voice came. Do you really not want to go to Xiqing? Wen Qian frowned slightly, because his voice did sound a little sick, low and a little hoarse. Really sick? There's no reason. Wen Qian and Wen Rang looked at each other and answered, No. I heard them say on the radio that people from other bases should also go there. I have so many enemies. If I run into them, I might blow up their houses in a fight. That's not good. We'll be upstairs when we get there. We won't meet people from other bases. Wen Qian, is it possible? Well, they arranged a separate room. I want to take you there not just for the crystal core, but because I know you don't need it. Wen Qian, then why? Eat? Imo Han. He wants to say, I know you don't need food. I just want to find a reason to meet you. But he also guessed that the phone must be on the loudspeaker, and Wen Rang was standing next to it. If he dared to say this, Wen Rang, the troublesome dog, would immediately snatch the phone away. So Imo Han found another excuse. Last time, the West City base sent me 2 invitations to their arena, but you didn't agree. This time, they contacted me and said there would be such a show again. So I asked you again. Do you want to go? Imo Han's warm voice came from the receiver, making Wen Qian fall into deep thought. Invitation letter. Arena. When did he tell her about these? She thought about it seriously, and then she remembered. It should be when he called her to ask her out, and she decisively refused that time. Right? But he didn't mention these details that time. He just said he would take her to a place. Shouldn't this kind of thing be mentioned in advance? And then asked if she was free and wanted to go? Wen Qian was a little disgusted and asked, What's good about the arena? Humans and mutant beasts. What do you think? If you like them, you can buy them. Wen Qian. This group of damn perverts really knows how to entertain themselves. Imo Han thought for a moment and said, I've been out recently, and just came back today. So I don't know if the rules are still the same there. Let's go and take a look. Okay. I'll go to the West City base to find you next Tuesday. If you come to my place, they will send a helicopter to pick you up. So you don't have to run into people from other bases. In fact, they can also go to pick you up. But you may not want to expose the location of the base to others so quickly. He had thought it through. The location of Wenqian's base was indeed perfect, because it was originally a residential building, and it was located halfway up the mountain, so it was not noticeable. If the base's wall was not a little high and thick, even if you drove past the base gate, you would ignore it. Wenqian, okay. I'll be there at 7 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Is that a good time? Yes. Bye. Wenqian hung up the phone and looked at Wenrang, and the two discussed in a low voice. Wenqian, is this person really sick or faking it? It doesn't sound like he's pretending. Wenrang, Min's words cannot be trusted. With his physique, he can kill a cow with one punch. What kind of disease can he have? Wenqian couldn't imagine Emohan being so weak, so he shrugged and went out to continue making dumplings. Emohan put down the phone, picked up the water cup next to him, and drank a sip of water. Yixinghua looked at him, very worried. He didn't know why Emohan got sick out of nowhere. Anyway, he was not in a good state after coming back from outside that day. How serious is it to get sick in the end times? Yixinghua was so scared that he wanted to find a doctor immediately. But Emohan said it was okay, and he would be fine in a few days. These days, he did seem to be getting stronger day by day. But Yixinghua was still worried. So he suggested, Commander, how about I accompany Wenqian and the others to the West City base? Isn't it just to watch the arena and then come back? You won't meet people from other bases, and there won't be any conflicts. You can just have a good rest in the base. Emohan leaned back in his chair, looking at him dimly. Yixinghua suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he subconsciously turned his head to look back. But there was nothing. Emohan saw his actions and reminded him. Next time you feel cold behind you, don't look back. Ah? Why? Yixinghua was puzzled. Because if there is a ghost, it will directly touch your face and take you away. Emohan's voice was cold and cold, which frightened Yixinghua. He has always been a firm materialist and does not believe in ghosts and gods. But now even resurrected zombies and various superpowers have appeared, and his firm heart has gradually begun to waver. Seeing that he was scared, Emohan felt better. Go back. Remember to be careful behind you. Yixinghua. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Yixinghua left the room, and for some reason, he always felt a creepy feeling on his back. He wanted to look back, but suddenly remembered Emohan's words, I'll take you away with my face close to you, and immediately forced himself to look forward and ran away faster. In the room, Emohan sighed. No one around was smart. Wenrang reacted quickly, but unfortunately, he hadn't found the right team yet. He stood up, turned off the desk lamp, and walked back to the dormitory. After a quick shower, he went upstairs and entered the study. There was another lock on the study door, an iris lock with extremely high security. He opened the door and went in, and only after closing the door did he feel completely relieved. There was a safe in the study cabinet. When he opened the box, he found a small computer inside. Emohan walked over to take it out, opened it, and saw the familiar username Wenrang again when he logged in. He stared at the two words and couldn't help cursing, idiot. On the other side of the city, Xiaobai base. Wenrang sneezed, startling Wenqian. Are you sick too? I'll find you some cold medicine? Nothing. Wenrang sniffed and said unhappily, nothing. Someone scolded me. Wenqian. Wenrang thought about all the people he knew, and finally locked onto someone stubbornly. It must be that idiot Emohan, because I stopped him from pursuing Wenqian. He held a grudge. Wenrang was determined not to let this man succeed. And after a sneer, he went to find Guran, and the two decided to go out to get the crystal core tomorrow. It doesn't matter if he can't compete with Emohan in terms of innate combat power. He can choose to work hard in the future. As long as he eats enough crystal cores, he will always have a chance to surpass Emohan. Wenrang was full of confidence, and Wenqian shook her head helplessly. Between Emohan and Wenrang, Wenqian would definitely choose to stand on her brother's side. But for a moment, she suddenly felt that Emohan was a little wronged. She turned back to the house and entered the space. Xiaobai was having fun with 4 dogs in the space, and they were even more noisy when they saw her coming. Wenqian added some food to their food bowls and mixed some low-level crystal core potions in it. Wenqian felt that Xiaobai must not have evolved completely yet, and she was looking forward to the day when it grew to several hundred kilograms. Chapter 97 New Skills and New Base Defense System. At night, Xiaobai and the dog stayed in the space. They are getting bigger and bigger. And they are full of energy. They run around in the building like an earthquake. Especially Xiaobai. Sometimes he likes to sleep on her when he has a seizure. When Qian has been woken up by it several times. So she simply separated from it. In the morning, when Qian woke up at around 6 o'clock, when she was about to go to the rooftop to stretch her muscles, she found that her brother and Gu Ran were already ready and were sitting in the restaurant eating bread and drinking milk. When Qian was surprised. What are you going to do so early? When Rang replied expressionlessly, kill zombies and get crystal cores. When Qian, you don't have to be so diligent and active. You make it seem like I'm lazy. Let's refuse to roll up our sleeves. Okay? No. When Rang refused very happily. How can you beat Imo Han without rolling up? When Qian, to be honest, she didn't quite understand why her brother had to compete with Imo Han. But she thought, maybe this is the thinking of a top student. Whenever I meet someone who is good at studying, I have to compete with him. No matter if you are in the same class or even in the same school. Anyway, as long as we are on the same track, I will compete with you. Her brother has never been second in the exam since he was a child. Maybe he was really hit this time. When Qian thought about it, and immediately took out thousands of bullets from the space and gave them to them, and then patted her brother's shoulder with a distressed look. Come on. I support you. When Rang, thank God, his sister is not interested in the dirty things of love. He will definitely win this defense battle. When Rang was full of confidence. After eating and drinking, he took Gu Ren out. When Qian also planned to go out to find zombies. But she was not in a hurry. So she did her morning exercises slowly. After everyone else got up and had breakfast together, she took her parents and some of the base residents out together. During this period, the base residents had moved a lot of trees back from the mountain. But they still felt a little uneasy. Especially after when Qian said that the extreme cold weather might last for a long time. They were even more worried and couldn't sleep well. So while the weather hasn't turned cold and they haven't frozen, they want to prepare as much firewood as possible. They want to save themselves. So when Qian won't stop them. Besides, she didn't want to go far today. She just wanted to fish around the house and find out what skills the special medicine she took last night gave her. However, when Qian disliked that they walked too slowly, so he moved out the big truck with a skull that he brought back a while ago and let them drive it. It is hard to see zombies within 1,000 meters of the base. When Qian thought it might be because they always appeared in this area. If zombies can communicate with each other, they will definitely hang a warning sign near their base. The sign reads, there are evil people inside. Fellow zombies, please do not approach. With the help of the truck, everyone is more motivated to chop wood. When Qian left Xiaobai and the 4 dogs with them for protection, and took Liu Mo and Wen Chongning to walk around the area. Finally, the efforts paid off. And they finally found a few fish that slipped through the net. The moment he saw those zombies, when Qian understood what the new skills were. Huh? When Chongning looked at the zombies in the distance and rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was dazzled. Why do I see words on the zombies' heads? I saw them too. After saying that, Liu Mo looked at Wen Qian. And when he saw Wen Qian nod, he felt relieved. At this moment, the zombies in their eyes clearly marked their levels on their heads. The ones that were tens of meters away from them were all the lowest level 5. Although this skill seemed useless at first glance, Wen Qian felt it was very important. In this way, even if the zombies evolved into human appearance in the future, they would be able to see through their disguises at a glance. It would also help them avoid underestimating the enemy when encountering zombies of different levels. When Qian assured Liu Mo and the others to deal with the zombies, and she guided them from the side. They strolled outside for a whole morning, and then took the residents of the base back to have lunch and rest. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the group continued to go out. When Qian walked on the road and looked around boredly, when she glanced at the distant mountain, her eyes flickered. It was a bank. When Qian had already hoarded a large number of supplies, but she had not hoarded gold bars. Now, apart from bartering, the only thing in circulation is gold. Obviously, the currency in the previous life was still in circulation for a while, but it was depreciated greatly. But it was not possible in this life. When Qian once again cursed the fickleness of this dog into the world in her heart, she turned around and said something to Liu Mo and Wen Chongning, then left Xiaobai to them and went straight to the bank. Just as she expected, not everyone can open the heavy door of the bank safe. All major banks have various gold bars for sale, with weights of 20, 50, 100, and even large sizes of 200, 500, 1,000 and 2,000. When Qian scanned all the banks within a radius of 10 kilometers, and the number of gold bars in the space increased rapidly. She did not go to the bank headquarters, which should have been cleared out by the West City base long ago. They have weapons and equipment, so it is not a problem to blast open the safe door. But they may not go to every small branch, because they have many people and a lot of materials to collect. So they will inevitably ignore some small places because they find it troublesome. When Qian is addicted to gold panning, when it gets dark, she arrives home later than when Rang and Gu Ran, who are obsessed with collecting crystal cores. After eating a bite of food, when Qian entered the space, she looked at the hundreds of kilograms of gold in the space, and her eyes were shining. Sure enough, buying shoes and bags is not as good as buying gold. This golden thing is so beautiful. When Qian moved all the gold bars into the villa and put them away, then opened the mall system. She had been saving up for something she wanted to buy recently, but it would cost 1 million mall coins. So she had been saving up. After clearing out all the goods produced by the steel plant and the cannery, when Qian felt both distressed and happy, she scraped together the money and pressed the purchase button, successfully purchasing the base close-range defense system. In a flash, different weapons and equipment appeared on the roof and walls of the base. When Qian checked the instructions to understand the system's defense function, base short-range defense system configuration, 12 7-barrel 30mm Gatling guns, firing rate 5,000 rounds/minute, effective range 5,000 meters. The system's self-developed air defense missiles can be used to detect, intercept and destroy various fixed-wing aircraft, drones, tactical missiles and other targets. All devices have been added with stealth design, which can be fully automatically controlled by computer or manually controlled. After when Qian finished reading the key points, tears and saliva were about to flow down together. Chapter 98, a show of strength for them. When Qian had always worried that if she had a conflict with other bases and the other side drove fighter jets over, would she even have her home base destroyed? Now, let's fight. Fearless. When Qian happily left the space and took Wen Rang and others downstairs to see the new treasure. Sure enough, those weapons and equipment could only be seen inside the base, and they all disappeared after leaving the base gate. Everyone was stunned by the invisible design of the equipment. When Qian was very satisfied. In this way, even if they were not at home in the future, the ordinary residents who stayed in the base would be more capable of protecting themselves. Everyone quickly studied how to operate this thing, and they were so excited that they didn't fall asleep until the middle of the night. The next day, they were like chicken blood again. When Asku ran to go out to get the crystal core, Liamo and Wen Chongqing took the residents of the base up the mountain, and Wen Qian continued to pan for gold, because of the need to find someone at the base. Wen Qian was very careful wherever she went, for fear that someone would pop up with her photo, which made her unable to help but greet the base many times in her heart. Days passed, and finally it was the day when Qian and Mo Han had agreed on. When Qian and his friends got up early, went out after breakfast, and arrived at Bincheng base 10 minutes early. The guards at the gate of the base were all unfamiliar, and they had never seen them before. When Qian was about to open the door to explain his purpose, but he saw that the other party opened the door directly and let them in. It seemed that Mo Han had already informed them in advance. Mo Han was already on the tarmac. He knew that Wen Rang and Gu Ran would definitely accompany Wen Qian. But after seeing them, he still said something malicious on purpose. I only have 2 invitations. Wen Rang laughed, and had expected him to play tricks. So he said, it's okay. The 2 of us can go into the space, and come out after we get to your exclusive private VIP room. The current Wen Rang no longer has the nervousness and uneasiness he had when he first met Mo Han. Not only did he dare to look Mo Han in the eye, he also dared to challenge Mo Han. Mo Han also felt his change and said in a cold tone, aren't you afraid of me? What's there to be afraid of? Wen Rang thought, you should be the one who needs help now. Right? Wen Rang is not sure whether Mo Han's mind reading is true or not. But it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Anyway, he is not afraid of being heard. You want to pursue my sister, right? Then do you know what she calls me? I am tripping you up now for your own good. If you succeed in pursuing her, you have to call me brother. Wait. Mo Han calls himself brother. Wen Rang thought about that picture, and was so beautiful that he almost changed sides. Wen Qian didn't know what her brother was thinking, but she could tell it wasn't a good thing. So she threw him into the space with disgust. And even Guran, who had been silent and honest, was implicated. When Qian looked Imohan up and down, still curious about how he got sick before, Imohan saw her staring at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." When Qian turned her head away, "When will the people over there arrive?" 7:30. That means there is still half an hour. When Qian began to regret throwing her brother in too early. How about releasing him now? No. That would make her brother look very embarrassed. When Qian had no choice but to start an awkward conversation. Did the West City base really only allow you to take one person with you? Isn't that too dangerous? Who is dangerous? When Qian was so angry that she laughed. Okay. You are awesome. You are amazing. When Qian stopped talking and turned to look around the helipad. The base here operates 24 hours a day. And there are always people working. The Special Forces members are constantly going out to collect supplies in batches. After all, there are too many people in the base. And eating a mouthful of food for each person is not a small number. When Qian thought for a moment and turned to look at Imohan, the other person seemed to have been looking at her, which made When Qian stunned for a moment. She looked at each other as if they were confronting each other. For a moment, When Qian seemed to have a feeling that she had seen this person before. A vague figure flashed through her mind. She didn't know whether it was real or she imagined it out of thin air. But when she tried to think about it again, her head started to hurt. And even her mood became unhappy. When Qian looked away, and she suddenly felt a little sad for no reason. "What did you want to tell me just now?" Imohan's voice rang out beside her, allowing When Qian to break free from the vortex. She pulled back her thoughts and replied, "Let's find a place where no one is. I'll give you something." He contributed a lot to catching the special ice zombie last time. So she gave him half of the ice made by the zombie. Imohan watched the empty warehouse being filled with ice in an instant. And the cool air hit his face. And heard When Qian say, "This ice is very special. It won't melt. Blow it with a fan. Although the effect is not as good as air conditioning. It can relieve a lot of heat." "Thank you." Imohan thanked him softly, leaving When Qian speechless again. Fortunately, someone came over at this time to inform them that the plane from Xiqing had arrived. When Qian immediately walked towards the apron. If no one came, she would say, "Have I seen you somewhere before?" and hit Imohan in the face. Fortunately, she didn't ask if they had met, but Imohan didn't mention it. It was because he didn't want to say it and had his reasons. If they hadn't met, then she was just being sentimental. No matter which possibility it was. It wasn't what When Qian wanted. When Qian quickened her pace and distanced herself from Imohan, and didn't talk to him after getting on the plane. That's how it went until we arrived at the West City base. I have to say, it's really good to have money. This place was originally a large group of manor villas, and every household had its own farm. All the areas added together were not much smaller than Imohan's. The helicopter landed on the apron, and When Qian saw dozens of different types of aircraft parked in the distance. After getting off the plane, the door of the Rolls-Royce had been opened by the driver, who respectfully welcomed them into the car. After driving for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the building of the West City base. This building was newly built before the end of the world. It is not high, with 5 floors above and below. But as soon as he entered, When Qian was almost blinded by the magnificent decoration. It was too luxurious. So luxurious that he wanted to blow it up. The huge crystal chandelier on the roof. The jade carvings of the 18 arhats on the wall. The ivory decorations on the stair railings. And the golden-laid fountain koi pond at the entrance. When Qian was just sighing in her heart that this group of people really knew how to enjoy life. But a miserable cry caught her attention. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a thin woman being carried down from the upstairs and thrown in front of several fierce dogs outside the door, and was bitten to death. When Qian and Imohan watched this scene and looked at each other. When Qian sneered and asked, "What is this? A show of strength for us?" Chapter 99, I will confront anyone who speaks. The men who threw the woman out turned around and walked behind When Qian and the others. There was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. When Qian looked over and saw a man in a black Chinese suit walking down slowly surrounded by people. When Qian recognized who this man was at first glance, because she had seen the family portrait on the desk when she rescued Fu Yuan. The man in front of her had some similarities with Fu Yuan's father. He was Fu Yuan's uncle, Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng's eyes were fierce. And when he saw Imohan, a smile appeared on his face. "Commander Imo, you are finally willing to come to my small base for a walk. He smiled and walked in front of Imohan, wanting to shake hands with him. Unexpectedly, Imohan just lowered his eyes and glanced at his outstretched hand without responding. Then he looked at him again, tilted his head towards the door, and asked, "For me to see?" Wen Qian didn't expect him to be so reckless, and asked directly. Wen Qian looked at the cold light that flashed quickly in Fu Sheng's eyes, and the unhappy expressions on the faces of his men, and thought, it turns out that these days, the arrogant people must have some skills. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Fu Sheng smiled, took his hand back, and said, "How could that be possible? Commander Mo took the time out of his busy schedule to come to me. Can I give you a warning? This woman is really too ignorant and broke the rules here. We are all superiors. And you know how difficult it is to manage the people below. I have to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and establish my own authority." After Fu Sheng finished speaking, he looked at the person next to Imohan with interest. "Who is this beautiful woman?" Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked at him calmly and gave his name. Fu Sheng's ambiguous gaze swirled between her and Imohan. Wen Qian hadn't realized what he meant when she heard him say, "It's still Commander Mo. Look. Even the adjutant next to him is as beautiful as the beautiful woman in the sky." The men behind Fu Sheng smiled maliciously, and their eyes changed when they looked at Wen Qian. Wen Qian finally understood what he meant. She was too lazy to explain. But the unhappy voices of the people around her sounded again. "Wen Qian is not from our base, but the executive officer of Xiaobai base. I specially invited her to come here today." Mo Han's voice was cold and aloof, and his face made people feel alienated. So as long as he was a little serious, people would feel very pressured. Seeing that Fu Sheng's smile froze slightly, Mo Han seemed to be afraid that he didn't know that he was in a bad mood. So he added another sentence. "After all, President Fu made such a big scene. It looked like a Hongmen banquet. I have to be careful." The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Wen Qian sighed in his heart, thinking that this person really needs to be compared. Look, compared to Mo Han, isn't she much more pleasant to listen to? Fu Sheng came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly, and replied, "How could that be possible? How dare I do anything in front of Commander Mo? But, what is this Xiaobai base? Are you planning to talk to us here?" Mo Han's words almost made Wen Qian laugh. She turned her head and coughed lightly, hiding behind him to hide her smile. If she laughed in front of Fu Sheng, the scene would be even worse. She was different from Mo Han. She knew when to act and didn't make trouble. Fu Sheng's people were all very unfriendly at this time. But Fu Sheng, the old man, still had a smile on his face. "I was wrong. I was so excited when I saw Chief Mo that I even forgot to invite people in. Come! Please come this way." Fu Sheng hurriedly led the way for the two people. Mo Han looked back at Wen Qian and saw a smile in her eyes. His face of "I will confront anyone who speaks" was relieved. Wen Qian thought Fu Sheng would invite them upstairs, but he took them out through the side door. After getting in the car again for more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the destination. Wen Qian looked at the strange-looking building in front of her and remembered the arena that Mo Han had mentioned before. It was probably here. The arena was now deserted, with no shows and no audience. Fu Sheng took the two upstairs and walked into a private room. The private room was about 60 square meters, with air conditioning, TV, wine cabinet, sofa, and toilet. The curved floor-to-ceiling windows could clearly see the scene downstairs. Several people walked to the window, and Fu Sheng said, "This room has the best view here. I reserved it for Chief Mo. The glass is one way, so we don't have to worry about people below looking up and seeing us. It is also made of special materials." Fu Sheng raised his hand and punched the glass hard. So even if it is hit hard, it will not be damaged, ensuring the safety of the room. Mo Han and Wen Qian both looked indifferent. Seeing this, Fu Sheng said, "Today's banquet and program will be held downstairs. I know that Chief Mo doesn't like to see strangers, so I won't invite you downstairs. I will send someone to bring up all the delicious food and wine. You just need to stay here and watch quietly." The room became quiet again. Mo Han was still staring at the glass, as if he wanted to try to punch it to see if it would break. Wen Qian couldn't help but pull the corner of his clothes, and he slowly looked at Fu Sheng and said perfunctorily, "Thank you, Mr. Fu." Fu Sheng's mouth twitched. Wen Qian thought, if she had the ability to read minds and could hear people's voices, then Fu Sheng must have a series of dirty words in his mind at this time. the kind that cursed Imo Han's ancestors for 18 generations. As for her, she would probably be implicated and scolded as well. Fu Sheng looked at Wen Qian again and asked the same question as before. Commander Wen's base is called Xiaobai? Yes. Wen Qian smiled and replied, it's a small base. It's normal that Mr. Fu has never heard of it. Indeed, he had never heard of it. Fu Sheng thought that the name was a small workshop, and it was probably a golden house that Imo Han had built for her to hide her. There were many people at Bincheng base, and Imo Han didn't want to be talked about, so he specially arranged another place to meet this woman. It's called a base, so there aren't many people in it. If I guess correctly, there might be about 50. Except for this woman, the rest were sent there to give face to the so-called base and to protect her safety. Fu Sheng has seen many such operations of buying a house outside to support women, and he has done it many times himself, so he knows it too well. He showed a playful smile on his face again and asked Wen Qian, I wonder how many people are there in your base now? Wen Qian thought about it and answered, more than 50. Fu Sheng smiled. See, he guessed it right? It's true that heroes can't resist the beauty. Imo Han looked serious. But he is still fascinated by women? Young man, you still want to show off in front of him. It's ridiculous. Chapter 100. She flirted with him. Fu Sheng concluded the relationship between the two in his heart, but he still pretended to be interested in Xiaobai base and praised it. Commander Wen is not only beautiful, but also surprisingly strong. In this end times, this is the first time I have met such a heroine who can support a base alone. In the future, I hope you can come to my place more often with Commander Imo, even if it is for the sake of those poor people under my command. Let's talk more about cooperation. What do you think? Fu Sheng thought that women had no opinions, so Wen Qian would nod along with him, even if it was because of the polite occasion. He would not let his words fall on the ground and get cold. But unexpectedly, Wen Qian did not nod or shake her head, but asked him back. So, what business do you want to discuss today, Mr. Fu? Fu Sheng did have something to ask Imo Han to come over. He glanced at Imo Han and saw that Imo Han did not show any resistance. So he winked at the men guarding the door and asked them to go out. As soon as the door was closed, Fu Sheng asked the two to sit down and poured them 2 cups of tea. Then he sighed and started the topic. Captain Imo, how is your crystal core experiment going? Is it successful? It's still in the experimental stage, and the harmless part is only up to 40%. Imo Han didn't hide anything about this matter. Wen Qian remembered that the last time she asked him, the result was only 30. It seems that the old men in the laboratory have been working overtime lately. Fu Sheng nodded thoughtfully and said, it's worthy of being the Bincheng base. It's really amazing. My result is only 20 at most. If Wen Qian remembered correctly, the Xiqing base had announced that it had successfully developed a crystal core agent with no side effects. Today, they asked people from other bases to come here to discuss the price. Why did they change their words now? But she figured it out immediately. This scoundrel wanted to drag Imo Han into the same boat with him. If Imo Han agreed, they would cheat other bases to collect the crystal cores at the cost of their lives. If Imo Han didn't agree, it would mean that he was an enemy of the West City base. Imo Han had hundreds of thousands of ordinary people under him, and as the CEO of the base, he had to think about these people. There would be no good results if he went head-on with the West City base. This was what Fu Sheng had in mind. Imo Han was not from Bincheng. He was sent down from above. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If he wants to be an enemy of Fu Sheng in Bincheng, he has to consider his own strength. Fu Sheng admitted that it was really amazing that Imo Han could be the executive officer of the base at such a young age. But he still has a lot of room to climb up. He can't just be satisfied with this small place like Bincheng. Young people. Who doesn't want to make some achievements and work hard to climb up? As the head of the largest local civilian base, Fu Sheng is willing to extend an olive branch to him to help him. He should be very happy. Men, the best thing is money, power and beauty. Imo Han already has a beauty by his side. What he lacks is more power. So Fu Sheng is full of confidence. Wen Qian glanced at Imo Han and saw that he asked after listening to Fu Sheng's words. You asked me to come here just to praise me? Very good. He is playing dumb. Wen Qian drank tea silently and watched the fun. Fu Sheng smiled and made his words clearer. I am just telling the truth, Chief Imo. At present, Neither your base nor my base can successfully remove the harmful substances in the crystal core. And we need a large number of crystal cores for experiments. But now the zombies are evolving too fast. And it's a bit of a waste to risk our lives to collect crystal cores. So you see? So Mr. Fu thinks that the lives of your people are more valuable than those in other bases? Emohan asked in a calm voice, making Fu Sheng smile stiff. You tricked other bases to come here. What price do you want to pay for their crystal cores? Emohan asked. 5,000 crystal cores for one potion. 100 kilograms of food. Don't worry. We have discovered that zombies can split. So the last thing we need in the future is zombies. And we don't have to worry about them being killed. Wen Qian almost choked while drinking water. What kind of black-hearted businessman is this? Black from head to toe. Right? Fu Sheng said again. Captain Mo doesn't lead the team to perform tasks. I don't know how powerful the zombies are now. Just a while ago, an elite team under my command went out. But no one came back. The leader was a water-based superpower. Such people were bitten to death by zombies. Tell me, how can ordinary people survive in the future? Wen Qian successfully choked. She coughed twice and met Emohan's gaze. Emohan raised his eyebrows slightly. And Wen Qian nodded silently. Yes, she is the powerful zombie. She bit the man to death. Fu Sheng saw the two people's actions and thought they were just flirting with each other. He didn't think much and continued. So my price is completely acceptable. We will give them one of the medicines with the highest success rate at your place. And keep the rest for our experiments. When the cost comes down in the future, we can supply them again. Right? Besides, if we don't cooperate with them, they will mess around outside and eat all the crystal cores. In the end, they will all become zombies. Wouldn't we be the ones who suffer? So you think about it. We join forces, let them help us get the crystal cores, and we provide them with food and medicine. How about it? Emohan was silent. Fu Sheng saw that he was thinking and thought that this matter was settled. But he heard him ask, Mr. Fu has such a big plan. Why don't you just absorb and merge those bases and let them work for you as your people? Isn't it more convenient? Well, this is not a failure. Fu Sheng sighed heavily. Now the only ones that are worth looking at are the future base and the search base. Oh yes. And Miss Wen's little white base. Fu Sheng glanced at Wen Qian, who said expressionlessly, You can exclude me from this kind of thing. Fu Sheng was just being polite to Emohan. Smiled at Wen Qian, and said, That search base is mysterious. I heard they have been looking for someone. We contacted them several times, but they didn't respond. And I didn't find where their base was hidden. As for the future base, the intention of cooperation is very strong. But the base was built by a few retired soldiers. These people grew up eating at other people's homes. There are a bunch of old, weak and sick people in the base, all of whom are their former neighbors on the street. It's useless for me to take them over. I thought about killing those rubbish, and then taking these people over. But they do have some skills. They killed a few high-level zombies I sent over before. So I guess they have a lot of crystal cores in their hands. Emohan listened to Fu Sheng's words patiently, playing with the teacup in his hand, and asked casually, Mr. Fu has revealed so many secrets to us. If we don't agree today, will it be difficult for us to leave alive? Fu Sheng smiled and apologized. How could it be? In business, there are successes and failures. How dare I threaten you? Sir? In that case, I refuse. Emohan threw the teacup back on the table. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your kindness. Chapter 101 The Significance of the Official Base. Emohan's words made the already air-conditioned room drop a few degrees. Wen Qian looked at Fu Sheng, only to see that the smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. But it was only a few seconds before a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. The old fox's speed of changing his face is amazing. After all, it's a big deal. And we can't make a decision right away. I can understand that Commander Mo wants to go back and think about it. So, next time you come over, we'll talk about it. It's not a consideration. It's a rejection. Emohan still had that cold look, not giving Fu Sheng any mercy. Fu Sheng looked at him, as if he was playing a face-changing game. His face darkened again. Captain Mo, are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Give me some face? If someone else sat here and heard Fu Sheng ask this, they would definitely hesitate and then change their words. But Emohan is not an ordinary person. Not only did he not change, he also refused more straightforwardly. Sure. Wen Qian looked at the two people's postures and wanted to find an excuse to go to the bathroom. She was just here to watch the fun. If a fight really started, it would be bad if she got involved. Right? She leaned on the sofa, crossed her legs, and stared at Fu Sheng's clenched fist. This man is definitely a superpower. But what kind of superpower is it? Wen Qian was a little curious. Why don't they fight and let her see it? For a moment, Fu Sheng really wanted to kill them. He sent someone to pick up these two people, and no one else was with them. That woman was just a plaything. So in the end, the only one who could fight was Imohan. He wants to keep them here, which is definitely not a problem. The problem is how to deal with the follow-up after killing them. The Bincheng base must give an explanation, and the higher-ups will definitely send new people over. What if the people sent are also stubborn and ignorant? Kill them one by one? Fu Sheng pondered for a moment and heard Imohan's cold and clear voice. It seems that Mr. Fu does not understand the meaning of the 4 words official base. Fu Sheng looked up at him. In the end times, everyone is thinking about how to protect themselves. So many rules have changed. But some things cannot be changed. Fu Sheng, what are they? Official meaning. Fu Sheng was slightly startled. He didn't expect him to say that. Official means that we have to save some people when we meet them, whether we are willing or not, no matter how much we sacrifice. Because we have the burden of official responsibility on our shoulders. And Mr. Fu, you are now talking to me about how to kill the lives of those people who I should have saved. Don't you think this topic is ridiculous? The room fell silent again. Fu Sheng stared at Imohan for a long time and sneered. If I remember correctly, the official base abandoned a large number of people at the first moment of rescue. Isn't this considered murder? Yes, but giving up is also for better rescue. I think no one would make the wrong choice between saving a young man in his 20s and an 80-year-old man. To be honest with Mr. Fu, we are currently building a second base, whether it is before or after the apocalypse. If the world wants to function, it needs certain rules to maintain it. Even livestock have their own survival rules, let alone humans. The West City base has its own rules, and those who break the rules will be killed. The Bincheng base naturally has its own. Mr. Fu is thinking about how to expand his own strength, and we are thinking about how to save more people. Even if I can't save some people, I can't be the knife that kills them. So I can't agree with the plan you proposed today. But if Mr. Fu wants to cooperate with us in other aspects in the future, you can still bring it up again. Wen Qian felt that Imohan was really good at scolding people. What he meant was that if Fu Sheng forced him to go along with the others, he would be worse than an animal. Right? Fu Sheng was silent for a while, then stood up with a smile. Okay. I understand what Chief Imo meant. Then let's just pretend that what happened today never happened, and look forward to our next cooperation. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Wen Qian saw him walk to the door, quickly glanced at the environment inside the room, and asked, Boss Fu, do you have surveillance in this room? Fu Sheng paused after opening the door, looked back at her and Imohan, and then chuckled. No surveillance. And the soundproofing is also very good. After saying that, he told his men, everyone, retreat. Stay away from this room. Don't delay Chief Mo's business. Wen Qian, equals. Equals? The door was closed. Wen Qian turned to look at Imohan. What else do you have to do? Imohan coughed lightly and shook his head. Nothing. Wen Qian felt that Fu Sheng was sick. She didn't believe him. Searched every corner of the room, and after confirming that there was no surveillance or listening equipment here, she took out the mobile phone from her sleeve, pressed it twice, and threw it back into the bag. Then he locked the door and pulled Wen Rang and Gu Ran out of the space. Wen Rang and Gu Ran had nothing to do in the space, so they were petting cats and dogs. When Wen Qian pulled them out, Wen Rang was lying on Xiao Bai's belly and sucking hard, while Gu Ran was holding Xiao Lu and stroking its head. The two suddenly changed their environment, but their postures remained the same, especially Wen Rang, who looked like he was doing something immoral, which was very embarrassing. Wen Qian only took a look and wanted to kick him back, but before she could move, Xiao Bai kicked Wen Rang in the face, causing Wen Rang to scream. And then he turned over and ran directly towards Imohan. Rushing to Imohan, Xiao Bai was so annoying. It kept meowing, rubbing its head against Imohan's trouser legs, and even tried to jump into his arms to act coquettishly. Wen Qian was stunned by the scene, and turned back to look at Wen Rang. For some reason, She suddenly remembered the day when her father brought back 4 puppies. And Xiao Bai howled and scolded her. What is this called? This is called paying for what you have done. She got a dog back from outside. And it found another master in front of her. Right? Wen Qian stared at Xiao Bai's broad back with a grim expression. You're a cat weighing over 100 pounds. Why are you acting like a spoiled child? Mo Han was also stunned when he saw Xiao Bai. Then he touched its head and murmured. Just a little bit more. His voice was too soft. So Wen Qian and the others couldn't hear what he said clearly. Wen Rang went over to grab Xiao Bai back unhappily. Feeling very sour. This stupid cat has never been so enthusiastic about himself. Does this scumbag have catnip? Why is it crazy? Wen Rang stared at Mo Han, who sat lazily on the sofa and stared at him. Wen Qian saw that the 2 men were about to fight. So she asked, before we leave, can we only stay in this room? When does Fu Xing's birthday party start? I want to go out and find where his warehouse is. I know where the warehouse is, but I definitely can't go there today. If Commander Wen wants to grab it one day, count me in. As usual, you pick the ones you like first, and the rest is 50-50. How about that? Chapter 102 Wen Rang's girlfriend. How did he know the location of the warehouse in the West City base? Has he long expected that he would become an enemy of Fu Xing and his group one day? So he has already made preparations. If he can't go out of the house, he can only spend time in the room. Fortunately, the room is not small, for people sit on the circular sofa, and there are 2 ignorant men between Mo Han and Wen Qian. Wen Rang had just talked about Mo Han with Gu Ran in the space. The 2 agreed that Gu Ran's previous guess was correct, and Mo Han was plotting something bad. Wen Rang was not very happy because he felt that Mo Han had a problem. Wen Rang was not a stubborn person. He had talked to Wen Qian about premature love when she was in high school. He was afraid that she would not dare to tell her family. So he secretly gave her half of his living expenses, worried that she would be in love and would reduce her consumption level if she had a boyfriend. So he never wanted his sister to die alone. However, the end of the world has just begun. His sister has said more than once that the evolution of zombies in this life is much faster than in the previous life. No one could predict what dangers were waiting for them. At this critical moment, he, Mo Han, an executive officer in charge of a large base of 200,000 or 300,000 people, had a crush on a 19-year-old girl and was secretly flirting with her. How could this guy be a good person? Did he know that love would make people less intelligent? With Gu Ran as a living example in front of him, Wen Rang did not dare to be careless at all. He had never seen his sister fall in love, and he did not dare to think about what his sister would be like after having a boyfriend, because he would get angry if he thought about it. But he just doesn't support his sister's relationship now. The environment is dangerous, and this Mo Han is also dangerous. Gu Ran's idea is similar to Wen Rang's. Although he is not Wen Qian's biological brother, he and his sister's lives were saved by Wen Qian. To him, Wen Qian has long been like a family member. He doesn't want Wen Qian to be in danger. He suspects that Mo Han has other purposes, such as Wen Qian's space. After seeing the things in the space, Gu Ran knows more about the importance of Wen Qian. The space must not be exposed, otherwise she will be hunted down by people from all over Binsheng. Mo Han sat on the far left side of the sofa. Because the sofa was curved, his sight was not affected when he looked at Wen Qian, who was sitting on the far right side. However, after Wen Rang noticed his action, he pulled Wen Qian behind him, which made Mo Han laugh. Okay, you want to see who is not a human being, right? Mo Han and Wen Rang looked at each other and asked him, didn't your girlfriend come to see you? Wen Rang was confused by the question. Where did he get a girlfriend? Wen Rang soon realized that this guy wanted to frame him. So he straightened his back and sneered, Commander Mo, did you remember it wrong? You should be the one with a girlfriend. Wen Qian curiously poked his head out and looked at Mo Han. Do you have a girlfriend? Where is she now? Why don't you take her to your base? Mo Han. Wen Qian was still muttering. How can you avoid suspicion when you have a girlfriend? You are really ignorant. Don't look for me next time you go on a mission. I will only play with Yi Xinghua and others in the future. Mo Han took a deep breath, met Wen Rang's satisfied and provocative gaze, and nodded with a smile. Okay. You forced me to do that. Mo Han, are you sure you don't have a girlfriend? I still have your photos together. Ha! Wen Rang laughed. You're starting to make something up. Right? Who is my girlfriend? You? Mo Han took out his phone, flipped out a photo, and shook it, before Wen Rang could react. Wen Qian stood up from behind him, and ran to Imohan to take the phone. She looked at the photo on the phone, then turned back to look at Wen Rang, who was standing there in a daze. Wen Rang did rarely go home during his 4 years at university. But he did text and call her every day. But he might not tell her about his girlfriend right away. After all, they had talked about this before. And they both thought that they would not bring the girl home to introduce her to their family unless the relationship was stable enough to get married. So Wen Qian couldn't be sure of the authenticity of the photo. But she thought about it, and said it deliberately. "You didn't tell me about your girlfriend? Wen Rang, you don't want to live anymore. Wait, I'll tell my parents when I get home." Wen Rang, his mind was blank. And Gu Ren also walked to Wen Qian's side. After looking at the photo, his expression was hard to describe. Wen Rang didn't know what they saw. He walked over in confusion. And then his head buzzed and hurt a little. The photo was a photo of him and a woman. If he wasn't hugging that person and showing a worthless smile on his face. He thought he could explain it again. But now, he couldn't say anything. He just stared at the photo quietly. He couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. But it was stuffy and painful. He also felt that the woman's face was familiar for some reason. He looked at it for a while, turned his head, and looked at Imohan. "Where did you get the photo?" Imohan thought to himself that you gave it to me. Otherwise, where would I get your photo? But since the other party couldn't remember anything now, he couldn't tell the truth. Imohan smiled at him angrily and said to him, "Think about it yourself." The two of them stood and sat, and looked at each other, as if there was a flash of swords. Wen Qian and Gu Ren felt a chill, and they both chose to step back and stay away from them. The room was dead silent. And Wen Rang's first reaction after seeing the photo was to deny it. To deny the authenticity of the photo. But he suddenly remembered Wen Qian's ID photo, and some strange scenes he dreamed of occasionally. So the denial words that were on the tip of his tongue suddenly stopped coming out. Wen Rang gritted his teeth, took out his phone, and took a picture of the screen. Then threw Imohan's phone back to him. "Wen Rang, let's talk." "Here?" Imohan looked around. There was only one box and a bathroom. He fixed his eyes on the bathroom door and refused. "Are you sure it's appropriate for two grown men to talk in a bathroom?" Wen Rang thought about the scene for a moment, and his brows were furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. Seeing this, Wen Qian suggested, "How about you two go into the space to talk?" This was a good suggestion, but Wen Rang refused. "No, although the system is bound to him. Your system has a bug, and I'm worried." Wen Rang said this, and Imohan nodded in agreement. "I also think that the system is not very good. It should be that the person who wrote it is not technically qualified. But then again, even the most powerful people can't help making small mistakes. What do you think?" Wen Rang sneered. "Ha! A system that involves human lives can make a bug? Is this a small mistake? This idiot deserves to die." "Imohan, if you say so, then I have nothing to say." Imohan walked to the French window. Downstairs, someone was already moving things in. If nothing goes wrong, the banquet will start in about an hour. Wen Qian was also looking down. She stared at the huge boxes that were moved in, thinking. Then she heard Imohan explain. "There are either people or strange beasts inside. The boxes are made of materials developed by them. With the current zombie attack power, they can't be broken." Chapter 103 Playing Wildly. Learning to meow like a cat? The West City base is not active in researching medicines, but is very interested in making these fancy things. Wen Qian continued to stand by the window and looked down, while Wen Rang leaned against the corner, frowning at the photo he had just taken with his mobile phone, staring at the person in the photo in a daze. He looked at Imohan from time to time, and it was obvious that he wanted to have a good exchange with Imohan. But as long as Imohan's eyes moved away, he would turn his head again, with a cold face, as if he didn't want to talk to anyone. Wen Qian didn't really understand why her brother was being shy. Gu Ran had little experience in relationships and social life, and didn't understand the ways of the world. He just thought Wen Rang was angry. So he silently blocked him, and prevented him from making any eye contact with Imohan. "Wen Rang, listen to me. Thank you." More and more people were downstairs, and after an hour and a half of busy work, it finally quieted down. Wen Qian sat on the ground, eating melon seeds while looking down. Diamond nets were raised around the arena, and high-voltage electricity was connected to them. She just watched a person accidentally hit her. then fell to the ground and was dragged out. The arena was very large, about 200 square meters. However, Fu Sheng did not lie about one thing. The room where Wenqian and the others were was indeed the one with the best view, and every corner of the arena could be seen clearly. Wenqian took out a few bags of potato chips, eel strips, beef jerky, washed grapes, cut watermelons, mineral water, and drinks from the space, and sat on the ground to eat them, just like a spring outing. When Rang finished his unrequited love for his sister after looking at the photo, Gu Ran hesitated for a moment and sat down next to him. The two of them sandwiched Wenqian in the middle, not giving Emohan any chance to take advantage of them. Emohan sat on the sofa at the back, watching the three people and the cat sitting in a row like Fua, some eating melon seeds, some eating dried fish, without any sense of tension of being in the enemy camp. If there was no knock on the door outside, Emohan doubted whether they would take out the poker cards and start playing landlord next. As soon as the door rang, Wenqian attacked at a very fast speed. She threw her brother and Gu ran into the space with one hand each, and when she turned back to grab Xiao Bai, she saw that the other party was faster than her and had already run to the bathroom to hide. Wenqian, she has become a spirit, right? Emohan walked over and opened the door a crack, so that people outside could not see where Wenqian was. The person who came to deliver the food saw that he was so cautious and was not surprised at all. Mr. Fu had specifically instructed that Emohan and the woman he brought with him were doing business inside, and asked them not to hide outside and eavesdrop. After all, the other party is the boss of Bincheng Base. If he finds out, it will be awkward. This face should be given. So, they just thought that Emohan didn't want them to see the woman inside. Maybe the woman didn't even have clothes on. However, Emohan's clothes were fully dressed, and he didn't even unbutton a button. I don't know what routine he was playing. After thinking about it, the two smiled at Emohan. Captain Emo, we are here to deliver food to you. After saying that, they stepped aside, revealing 4 food carts behind them. Emohan glanced at them and said coldly, "Leave your things behind. You can go." The two smiled and nodded, and left, looking back every 3 steps. Emohan then opened the door and pushed the car into the house. The moment he closed the door, the two seemed to hear a cat's meow from inside the house. They looked at each other and smiled. Teasing. You're playing pretty well. Imitating cat meows? Fuck. When they leave, I don't know what will happen to the house. We'll have to clean it up later. The two walked away cursing, and Emohan locked the door. Wenqian then dragged Wen Rang, and Gu ran out again. There are 4 dining cars. One car has Western food such as Wellington steak, truffle goose liver, snail mushroom soup, cod mashed potatoes, Frankfurter sausages, etc. Another car has Japanese sushi and other dishes made of salmon, tuna, eel, octopus, etc. One car has Chinese food such as Yangzhou fried rice, but it jumps over the wall, Peking duck, and fish head tofu soup. Another car has desserts such as fruit cuts, as well as red wine and freshly squeezed juice. These things would be jaw-dropping in the eyes of others, although the apocalypse has only been going on for 2 months. The food shortage is very serious due to the severe natural disasters and the rapid mutation of zombies. Not to mention the delicious and fresh meals. Even a Harry steamed bun is a hot commodity outside, and fruit is out of the question. But when Wenqian saw these, especially the Japanese food, his expression was very disgusted. The seawater is seriously polluted. Where did they get the seafood? Wenqian thought of the octopus and piranha with more than 20 claws he had seen before, and couldn't imagine what the underwater world had become. In the past, when I went snorkeling, I could see colorful corals and leisurely glowing jellyfish. If I went snorkeling now, I would probably be eaten by piranhas as soon as I got into the water, leaving only a skeleton. A few people picked up some food, and then the light in the house suddenly dimmed, and there was a sound of gongs and drums downstairs. Wenqian listened to the cheerful voice and was sighing that rich people really have to have a lively birthday. But the next second, she saw the zombies released from the box made of special materials. The zombie had a pale face and a 1-meter-long tongue. After regaining its freedom, it ran around in the cage, giggling. It looked like a horror movie. Wenqian smiled. I didn't expect Mr. Fu to have such a strong taste. It's really good to let everyone eat while watching this. As soon as she finished speaking, another big box was opened. Wenqian thought it would be another zombie, or a strange beast, or a superpowered person. But she never expected that there were a group of ordinary people who were powerless. They all had expressions of panic and despair on their faces. For a moment, the sounds of wailing and screaming and gongs and swanas intertwined, which was indescribably weird. The smile on Wenqian's face disappeared. She watched those people fleeing everywhere. But they could not escape the pursuit of the little zombies, and were eaten one by one. The arena was bloody and corpses were everywhere. Through the glass, Wenqian seemed to smell the bloody smell below. The little zombie had a full meal, with a satisfied expression on his face, and leaned on the electric net to touch his stomach. The electric net that could electrocute a person had no effect on it. It rolled on the ground, looked up at the glass windows outside the cage, and showed fierce murderous intent in its eyes. Wenqian sneered. Mr. Fu's show is really grand. If you don't know, you would think he is celebrating his own death. So he made such a weird thing. Chapter 104: A little zombie with the ability to turn invisible. This scene was really uncomfortable. When Rang and Gu Ren both dropped their chopsticks, remained silent with dark faces, and lost their appetite. However, Emo Han and Wenqian continued to eat after a moment of silence, biting the crispy bones in their mouths, as if they were chewing Fu Xing's bones. Soon, the little zombie's opponent appeared. Another mutant zombie. It was more than 3 meters tall, and if it jumped, it would probably be face to face with the person in the window. The moment the zombies were released, a notification sounded throughout the building. The guessing system has been turned on. Please operate the machine in the room and stop betting after 1 minute. Wenqian turned her head and saw that the screen next to the sofa, which looked like a KTD song ordering machine, lit up, with an interface for guessing wins and losses and betting. There are many kinds of bets here. You can bet on gold, food, water sources, crystal cores, and even human lives. Human trafficking, which had been going on in the dark before the end of the world, became more rampant after the end of the world. Suddenly, Wenqian seemed to understand better why Bincheng Base had resolutely abandoned the old, weak, sick and disabled at the beginning, and tried to rescue young people as much as possible. Human nature is evil. But how evil it can be is something you can never imagine until you see it with your own eyes. These pictures today are what Fu Sheng and others want their guests to see. Behind what they can't see, there must be more disgusting and cruel pictures. Wenqian looked at the fighters standing behind the electric fence with weapons in their hands, and then looked at the body parts inside the electric fence. Finally, she met the eyes of a human head torn off by a little zombie and thrown on the ground, with blood gushing from all 7 holes and eyes wide open. And she suddenly felt unhappy. The 2 zombies in the arena were very fierce. When they saw each other, they immediately rushed at each other. Wenqian didn't know how strong the glass window in front of her was, and whether it would be broken by a punch. But what she was sure of now was that the glass was not soundproof, because she could hear the roar and collision of the zombies below very clearly. The little zombies were small and fast. Big zombies are strong and have a wide attack range. Wenqian sat back in front of the French window, cross-legged, and ate melon seeds, with melon seed shells scattered all over the floor. She carefully observed the strength of the 2 zombies, and looked at the level 1 marked above their heads, which was a bit unexpected, being fed by Fu Sheng with human flesh every day. It turned out that it was not a special grade. Wenqian had just finished thinking when she heard her brother behind her say, "I thought it would be a special grade," when Rang was also eating melon seeds, and put the melon seed shells directly on top of Wenqian's head, and they were arranged in a very orderly manner. Wenqian noticed his move, and was so angry that she wanted to knock him down. As a result, when Rang was prepared, he looked like a veteran who had been humiliated many times before, and had been taught a lesson by his sister many times. Emo Han stood aside, watching the 2 peoples fight with a focused expression. Gu Ran glanced at Emo Han inadvertently, and was stunned. Many people said that Gu Ran was strong in body, but simple in mind. Gu Ran himself admitted that sometimes he was indeed a little stupid. He didn't know how to describe and express many things and feelings through words. So he lowered his head and thought seriously about how to describe Emo Han's current performance. It was as if it seemed that he liked to watch the scene in front of him very much, as if he had not seen such a scene for a long time. He seemed to be reminiscing, and seemed to be greedy. Gu Ran suddenly remembered the things when he was in the army. It was obviously a group of people fighting side by side. But as they walked, the people around them disappeared. and he was left alone. Emohan now looked like a person who had walked in the empty desert for a long time, and finally found a familiar figure, but couldn't bear to disturb him, for fear that it was just a dream, and only fragments would be left when he opened his mouth. Gu Ren felt that he had finally gotten the hang of it. It could also be that he had been with Wen Qian for so long that, in her words, he had mutated and his brain had evolved. He felt that his summary was perfect, so he continued to make clever guesses. He guessed that Emohan must have seen Wen Qian before, and must have had a crush on her for a long time. But maybe the target was Wen Rang, because the light in the room was too dim. Gu Ren couldn't tell who Emohan was looking at. That's right. It must be like this. Anyway, the target was the brother and sister. Gu Ren silently encouraged himself. Although his previous relationship ended in failure, he was just an ordinary little genius in love. And he knew much more than these rookies, who had no experience in love. Outside the window, two zombies were fighting fiercely. Wen Qian and Wen Rang sat in the front, analyzing the zombies' abilities, and which side had the greatest chance of winning. They also didn't know where these zombies were locked up. Wen Qian wanted to go find them in the dark to play with them. Emohan stared at the backs of the two people, wondering what he was thinking. Gu Ren stole a glance at Emohan, trying to figure out whether he liked Wen Qian or Wen Rang. Xiao Bai stuck to the window, scratching the glass with his two claws, looking like he wanted to go down and join the fight. The scene in the house was harmonious and warm, until the little zombie below jumped several meters high and jumped directly onto their window, standing on the glass like Spider-Man. Wen Qian made a poo sound and spit the melon seed shell on its face, which was then blocked by the glass and fell to the ground. The glass had no cracks, verifying Fu Sheng's statement that it was of good quality. But Wen Qian was a little disappointed, because as long as this zombie comes in, then, the little zombie is not afraid of lightning, and its strength and speed are both superior. But the most important thing that makes Wen Qian excited is invisibility. Wen Qian only awakened one superpower in her previous life, which is invisibility. This life is worse than the last time, and none of them have awakened. All superpowers rely on zombies to deliver to her doorstep for her to absorb. So when she saw the little zombie using the invisibility skill, her eyes scared Wen Rang next to her, and she broke into a cold sweat for the little zombie. No zombie that his sister has targeted can survive in peace. Wen Qian turned to look at Emohan. You said before that if you like one, you can buy it? You can only buy people, not zombies. TSK. Wen Qian pouted, unhappy. Emohan, this little zombie is Fu Sheng's favorite recently. He not only feeds it with people, but also with zombies. Wen Qian, raising a goo? Isn't he afraid that he will be eaten by the little zombie in the end? According to the evolution speed of zombies, the equipment below cannot trap them forever. Although the voltage on the power grid can be increased to a height that the little zombies cannot bear at present. But sooner or later, the little zombies will get used to the maximum voltage, and their strength will be strong enough to break through the cage that holds them. Fu Sheng is really crazy about raising zombies. Does he want to raise a zombie army of his own and rule the earth? Is he still dreaming, and does he need someone to slap him a few times to wake him up? Chapter 105. Have you seen my brother before? Wen Qian was happy to help be the one who slapped him. If she didn't hold back, she could blow his head off. Wen Qian stared at the little zombie. Its figure flickered, and finally appeared on the shoulder of the big zombie. The big zombie turned its head, and had a close contact with it. The next second, the little zombie's arm went straight through its brain, took out the crystal core in its brain with its bare hands, and threw it into its mouth and swallowed it. The little zombie already knew the importance of the crystal core, which was not a good sign. This bloody fight ended with the little zombie's overwhelming victory. The betting machine in the room lit up again, showing the wins and losses of the gamblers in each room. Because Wen Qian's room did not participate, the display at this time was, unfortunately, because you did not participate in this guessing, you did not get any rewards. I look forward to your participation next time. Wen Qian silently cursed Fu Sheng in his heart, old gambler. As Fu Sheng's pet, the little zombie does not appear every day. Today's competition was just to show off to those who came to celebrate his birthday. Let everyone know the strength of his West City base, so that it would be easier to carry out the so-called cooperation in the future. So after this fight, the little zombie left the field directly. To everyone's surprise, it was very cooperative when it left the field, without any compulsory threats. It walked directly towards the special box where it was imprisoned. However, When it was halfway there, it stopped and looked back at the densely packed floor-to-ceiling windows above the arena. Finally, its sight was fixed on the room where Wen Qian and the others were. Wen Qian looked at it, grinning at her, and frowned slightly. Xiao Bai felt that he was provoked, and howled even more loudly. And it seemed that he wanted to rush down and bite the other party to death. "Can it see us?" Gu Ren asked doubtfully. "No." Mo Han's cold voice came from behind. And it seemed that he also noticed the little zombie's behavior. The brain structure of zombies is different from that of humans. It should have sensed that there was a strong force in this room. So it noticed them. The little zombie left the stage smoothly. And the next show was even more appetizing. Wen Qian had never seen much of the world. So when she saw the fish with legs, able to breathe on land, and walk, she was stunned. She looked back at Wen Rang and Gu Ren beside her, and was relieved to see that they were as embarrassed as she was. The broadcast in the house sounded again. "Next, we will show you a duel between underwater creatures. These two creatures were found in the Pacific Ocean. They perfectly combine the characteristics of marine life and humans. I hope you enjoy watching." Wen Qian. Happiness. Your grandmother's legs. Wen Qian couldn't help cursing in her heart. The Pacific Ocean was indeed the first sea area to be polluted. So the marine life there was also the first to mutate. But it shouldn't be like this, right? If so, Wen Qian really has to look forward to the appearance of Ultraman. She didn't believe in light before, but now she believes in it. Is it too late? Two two-legged fishes, 6 or 7 meters long, were fighting fiercely below. Wen Qian completely lost her appetite and sighed and asked Mo Han, "Does he do this every day?" "No. Once every 2 weeks. Only those who are invited can come in. Then these people are really unlucky to have to see these disgusting things." Wen Rang and Gu Ren couldn't stand it anymore. So they turned around and sat on the sofa, thinking separately. Everyone who came here was taken to different rooms and couldn't meet each other. So I don't know who came and where the other party is. Gu Ren originally wanted to remind the people of the future base not to be deceived. But he couldn't help in this situation. So he could only let it go. Everyone lost interest in staying here and decided to leave. Wen Rang, Gu Ren and Xiao Bai entered the space first. And Wen Qian and Mo Han opened the door and left. At the stairs, they met Fu Sheng's men. When they saw them, they smiled at each other and asked, "Chief Mo is leaving?" Mo Han went downstairs without looking away. "Tell Fu Sheng, if there is such boring content next time, don't invite me specially." His words made Fu Sheng's men unhappy. But due to his status, they didn't dare to say anything. He just sent him out and sent someone to inform Fu Sheng. When Fu Sheng heard that he was leaving, he didn't show up and told his men to send him back without even a polite word. He was still angry about Mo Han's refusal to cooperate. Wen Qian and Mo Han left smoothly, and the two people who were responsible for delivering their meals went to clean up the house. They had discussed it on the way there. Once they opened the door, the house would definitely smell of heather and condoms everywhere. But when they really pushed open the door, they saw the ground was covered with melon seed shells. The two stood at the door in silence for a long time, unable to figure it out. What kind of game is this? So the two of them had been eating melon seeds in this room for 2 hours? Commander Mo brought a woman here specifically just to eat melon seeds and chat. Right? Eating melon seeds is illegal in their Bincheng base. Right? The two did not give up, and went into the room to check it carefully. But apart from the melon seed shells and snack bags, they did not find any trace of ambiguity. The two were shocked and hurried to inform Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng frowned after hearing this, and didn't understand what Mo Han was doing. He planned to ask him in person when they met next time. Wen Qian and Mo Han returned to Bincheng base. After Fu Sheng's plane flew away, Wen Qian took out a transparent glass bottle from his pocket and handed it to him. Mo Han looked at the pills in the bottle and asked, "What is this?" "Crystal core agent. 100% extracted harmless part. Give it to your people to study." Wen Qian could have done business with others like Fu Sheng, but she didn't want to, because once the deal is done, it means that she will let others know that she has this technology, and she will be the first to be exposed. The other party will also directly investigate the situation of her base. If they find out what kind of people are in her base, they will definitely want to annex her base. So Wen Qian decided to keep quiet about her own business first. If other bases still fail to develop drugs in the future, then make plans. But you can't say that I gave you this medicine, Wen Qian warned. Otherwise this will be the first time, and it will also be the last time. Mo Han nodded, looking very obedient. Got it. With his good attitude, Wen Qian didn't say anything else and planned to leave. But before leaving, she remembered something and asked Mo Han, "By the way, have you met my brother before?" Wen Rang had a girlfriend, and he might not tell his family because the relationship was not stable. But he had no reason to make such a thing known to everyone. He was not the kind of person who was flamboyant. Where did you get that photo? Chapter 106 Loss of Memory. Mo Han was silent for a few seconds and asked, "Don't you suspect that the photo was made by me?" "I suspect it. So I asked you where the photo came from." Looking at Wen Rang's previous reaction, even he himself was not sure whether the photo was real or not. Just like when Wen Qian saw her ID photo before. Mo Han, did you know my brother before? Wen Qian looked into his eyes and asked seriously. "I knew him." "How was the relationship?" "Not bad." "Then do you know me?" Wen Qian wanted to ask, but didn't ask in the end. She nodded thoughtfully and had a guess. "Okay. I see. Thank you for your honest answer. I'll go back first and contact you if you have anything. But you'd better not contact me. You can tell Yi Xinghua my number. If they have something to do, let them find me themselves." Wen Qian turned around and was about to leave, but was blocked by Mo Han. "Why don't you contact me?" Mo Han looked down at her. Panic and anxiety flashed across his eyes. He held the medicine bottle she gave him tightly in his hand, his brain working fast. Did he say something to upset her? Or did he do something wrong? Wen Qian looked at him speechlessly. This guy really doesn't know how to avoid suspicion. Right? But speaking of this matter, she also has some responsibility. She didn't think so much at first, but today's incident reminded her, and she felt that she had to pay attention in the future. If Wen Rang had a girlfriend, he forgot about it. The same thing could happen to Mo Han. Wen Qian didn't want any contact between her and Mo Han to cause misunderstandings. In the apocalypse, it was already difficult to survive, and there was no need to worry about unnecessary misunderstandings. Wen Qian herself didn't plan to fall in love in the apocalypse, but that didn't mean others thought so. She couldn't bring conflicts to other people's feelings because of her own thoughts. Because I don't want to. So I don't want to. In the future, if it's not a multi-person team action, I won't go out with you alone to perform tasks. Otherwise people will misunderstand me. Wen Qian's eyes looked at him the same as before, and there was a sense of alienation between the lines. Mo Han looked at her without saying anything. His eyes were so deep that Wen Qian almost thought he was in a daze. She didn't know that her words were like a blunt knife to Mo Han. The knife stabbed him again and again. Not enough to kill him, but it would make his heart ache with every breath. Mo Han soon figured out why Wen Qian said these words. After the previous time, he was because of mind reading. After these 3 words, he felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Today, he once again felt the pain of a dumb person because of a photo of Wen Rang. He wanted to say that he didn't have a girlfriend, but he was afraid that this would become another hidden danger that would hit him in the future. Because he did have one, but the other party had already forgotten him. Wen Qian saw that he didn't speak, so he thought he had tacitly agreed to his proposal. So he said bye to him, and then brushed past him and left quickly. Mo Han turned around and looked at her back as she walked away. If Wen Qian looked back at this moment, she would definitely see his red eyes. Wen Qian left the Bincheng base, found a deserted place, dragged Wen Rang and Gu ran out, and got a car from the space. They drove home. On the way, Wen Qian sat in the passenger seat and teased her brother with a carefree heart. Wen Rang is really good. You can bear not to tell me that you found such a beautiful girlfriend. Tell me, how should we settle this account? Wen Rang drove the car, frowned and glanced at her. How do you know that's my girlfriend? It's just a photo. Who can't Photoshop it? You don't believe that, Mo. Don't believe me? Huh? You can't argue with me and want to turn the tables. Right? Wen Qian sneered and asked him, then do you dare to swear that if this woman really appears in the future, you can't have any thoughts about her? You will deny it and say that she is definitely not your girlfriend and that you two will never be together in the future? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wen Rang muttered quietly, not daring to swear, because he had dreamed of that woman. Then he raised his voice again. Don't just talk about me, as if you have nothing to hide from me. Wen Qian, you'd better pray to God sincerely. Don't let a man suddenly appear one day, claiming to be your boyfriend, and have a photo of the two of you in his hand. Otherwise, I will definitely ridicule you to death. Gu Ran sat silently in the back seat, watching the brother and sister pecking at each other. Even elementary school students are better at cursing and quarreling than them. Wen Qian, 1. You are talking nonsense. My father drove me to and from school every day in junior high and high school. You called me every day when I was in college. And you were so anxious that you called the police if I didn't return to the dormitory after 9 o'clock in the evening. Don't you know whether I have ever had a boyfriend? Wen Rang, hearing is false. Seeing is true. What if you secretly have a boyfriend and don't dare to tell me? Wen Qian, what am I afraid of? Is the person I found so unpresentable? You'd better think about it now before telling me. Otherwise, when my sister-in-law really comes over one day, I will tell her that you think she is unpresentable. So you didn't dare to tell us. Wen Rang has never won a quarrel with Wen Qian, and this time is no exception. Wen Rang organized his thoughts and wanted to fight back, but Wen Qian continued to attack. I have already asked him Mohan, and he said that you two knew each other before and had a good relationship. So you'd better knock your dog head now and ask what you forgot. And you Gu Ran? Don't just watch the fun and have fun, thinking that I didn't see it. Right? Gu Ran was frightened and shivered when he heard Wen Qian say, don't say nonsense that Mohan likes me in the future. He is friendly to us because of my brother. Gu Ran was innocently shot, nodded silently, and dared not say a word. Wen Rang, however, denied it as if he had exploded. Impossible. How could I be friends with such a cocky person like him? Besides, don't I remember whether I know him or not? You don't even remember whether you have a girlfriend. So what's wrong with forgetting a same-sex friend? Wen Qian already had an idea. Don't you forget how I came back? Can't my family members' memories be affected by my bug? Wen Qian was reborn, which was a difficult thing to explain. So it made sense that people around her felt strange because of her. Wen Rang thought about what she said and was as quiet as a chicken. He felt that he really needed to find an opportunity to meet Mohan alone and have a good chat. If Mohan could produce more evidence that they had known each other and had a brotherly relationship, it would mean that his sister's guess was correct. Chapter 107 Extra Crystal Cores in the Space. Wen Qianwen made the two quarrel all the way, but they reconciled after arriving at the base, which made Gu Ran, who thought they were going to fight and was ready to stop them, look confused. Back at the base, Wen Qian told the residents of the base to go up the mountain to chop wood and not hang out at the beach anymore. Don't try so hard to survive hunger and avoid zombies, and end up becoming fish food. When Wen Qian was out, these people, led by Liu Mo and Wen Chongning, went to the nearby road construction section to move back a lot of bricks, and then went into the underground garage. There are 3 garages in the base. Wen Qian moved all the cars that were flooded to the bottom floor, so that the top 2 floors were completely emptied. Although these cars were soaked in water, they were not started when they were flooded. So after the water in the car was completely dried, some of them could still be driven normally. That's why Wen Qian didn't throw them away. Now the top 2 garages have become the activity area for residents. They used the bricks brought back from outside to build plots of land, then filled them with soil and planted sweet potatoes and potatoes, which are durable and filling crops. When the weather gets cold and they can't farm outside in the yard, they can still farm here, so they won't have nothing to eat and starve to death. There is a water source in the base, which gives them enough confidence. Although the underground garage is not as bright as the outside, it is not completely dark because of the lighting from the skylight windows. The crops may grow a little slower, but they will definitely mature. Seeing that they are so conscious and active, Wen Qian found some tents from the space. These tents were taken by her in the mall at the beginning of the apocalypse. They are not ordinary household tents, but thickened and warm engineering outdoor and disaster relief tents. After the tent is set up, it becomes a small house, more than 2 meters high, 5 meters long and 4 meters wide, and one tent can accommodate a family. There are quite a few of these things, and Wen Qian has no use for keeping them in the space, so he distributes one to each family in advance, so as not to forget about it in the future. Everyone is grateful to see Wen Qian taking such good care of them, and they are more motivated to work. Wen Qian went upstairs after distributing the things, and stood in front of the window looking at the street in the distance. She used to think that she didn't meet any ordinary survivors outside because of the fierce flood and the fast evolution of zombies. But after going to the West City base today, she realized that there were also human factors. When Qian thought about the future base again, she wondered if they had gone there today and how many crystal cores they had been cheated of. When Qian thought about it and thought about Mohan, She felt that Imo Han might be a reborn person like her. Otherwise, Bincheng Base could not have been built before the end of the world, and so many preparations had been made. When Rang was a technician, and had worked on military projects before. So even if he knew someone there, it made sense. Imo Han. When Qian silently repeated his name in her heart, she was in a daze for a while. Then turned back to her room, and brought the satellite phone, and a note to Wen Rang's room. The note contained Imo Han's satellite phone number. If Bincheng Base calls again, answer it. When Qian threw the things to Wen Rang, and said under his puzzled gaze, if you have anything to ask, you can also call him directly. Wen Rang looked down at the things in his arms, was silent for a few seconds, and asked, did you have a fight? Wen Qian, we? Yeah. Did Imo Han offend you? No. He took good care of me for your sake. Wen Qian smiled and said, and I, your caring sister, also take good care of you. You should want to have a good chat with him. Right? What's there to talk about? What he said may not be true. Men are mainly hypocritical. So even if Wen Rang cares about the photo, and the possibility of knowing Imo Han, he doesn't want to show it. Wen Qian didn't understand the twists and turns in her brother's mind. She rolled her eyes at him, and turned away to play with Fu Yuan and Gu Wanwan. The two children played childish games in the house for several hours, such as hide and seek, house playing, and eagle catching chickens. The little guys were so crazy that they fell to the ground and couldn't run. When Qian was done, and grabbed them to continue watching cartoons with her, the sky gradually darkened. After the family finished their meal, they all went into the space to wash and soak in the hot springs. When Wen Qian went upstairs to get medicine for the residents of the base, she suddenly found something wrong. She stared at the pile of crystal cores that appeared out of thin air on the table, and was stunned. They didn't go out to collect crystal cores today. Where did these things come from? Wen Qian quickly thought of another member in the system. Imo Han. Did he lead the team to carry out the mission? Wen Qian thought about it, packed these crystal cores in a box, and planned to send them to him when she had the chance to go to Bincheng Base next time. The demand for crystal cores over there was greater than hers, and they hadn't even officially developed the medicine yet. So Wen Qian didn't want to take advantage of them. The next day, when Qian continued to lie at home, Gu Ran led people to continue to chop firewood in the mountains, because the apocalyptic natural disaster would not be over in 1 or 2 years. When the cold winter came, others would realize the importance of firewood. After a few months of winter, when the temperature gradually rises next year, there will definitely be people chopping and looking for firewood everywhere. So before others start to scramble for it, they must stock up as much as possible. When Rang led Fu Yuan and Gu Wanwan downstairs, gathered all the children in the base together, and taught them archery. The crossbow he bought before the end of the world was no longer useful, so he gave it to them for practice. The children lined up and practiced quietly and seriously. After everyone finished a round of practice, they immediately scattered to pick up arrows on the ground, and then came back to continue. Wen Qian took advantage of this time to be busy in the space with Liu Mo and Wen Chongning. Busy farming, busy cooking, and busy sorting out supplies. Wen Qian found some refrigerated barrels with faucets, which were also brought back when he went to clear them all before. He even found a lot of iron stoves and coal briquettes from the pile of things in the building materials factory, which can be said to be an unexpected surprise. She cleaned up and put together everything that could be used in the base. She spent a busy day like this. Before going to bed at night, she found a lot of crystal cores in the space. Wen Qian, ignore it. Just pretend you didn't see it. On the third day, when the number of crystal cores doubled, Wen Qian was anxious. What is this doing? She just wanted to be lazy for a few days. But the guy surnamed Mo got into a fight with her? Does this guy want to die? Does he love going to work so much? Is his mental state okay? Wen Qian angrily threw all the thousands of crystal cores into the box. If she looked at them for a second, she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and embezzle them. Chapter 1080 Yang Yong is dead. Killed by Imo Han. Wen Qian couldn't sit still. When she was lazy, others worked like crazy. This incident made Wen Qian sleep poorly at night, and even had nightmares. In the dream, even Yixinghua's group became stronger than her. The old, weak and sick people in her base were all captured by Fu Sheng and fed to zombies. She also dreamed that she was captured by the base because she was too weak. It turned out that the base was built by the old pervert Ouyang Yong, who locked her in a cage for experiments. She also dreamed that Imo Han stood in front of her and asked her if she wanted to be a bodyguard for his girlfriend. If she agreed, he would rescue her. These messy dreams made Wenqian wake up at 5 in the morning. And then she couldn't fall asleep again. So, when Wenrang and others got up and went out at 7 o'clock, they saw Wenqian sitting in the living room waiting for them, ready to go. Wenqian folded her hands in front of her chest, turned her head, looked at her brother expressionlessly, and asked sarcastically, "What good dream made you sleep until dawn? Did you find a girlfriend, or your combat power reached the ceiling? Or did the earth destroy and everyone die together? Wenrang, why are you so crazy so early in the morning? No one is not crazy when they are alive. Let's eat quickly. I'm going out to find zombies." Realizing that her sister was not in a good state today, Wenrang mourned for the zombies she was about to meet, and immediately went to wash, eat, and change clothes. Soon, Wenrang and Gu Ren were ready and followed Wenqian out. Wenqian deliberately chose a far place today, in the port area on the edge of the city. There was sea and ships all over there. According to the severity of marine pollution now, it is estimated that the crew will evolve very quickly after becoming zombies. Wenqian sat in the car and listened to her favorite music, and her mood gradually improved. But when she arrived at the place, her face fell again quickly because she met an acquaintance. Wenqian felt that it was necessary for her to check the almanac before going out in the future. Today was obviously marked with the 4 big words not suitable for going out. In the distance, Yi Xinghua and his group hid in a corner, looking anxious, and gathered together to discuss something in a low voice. There were also some unfamiliar faces that Wenqian had never seen before. Seeing them, Wenqian subconsciously turned around and tried to leave. But the sharp-eyed Lin Yin inside shouted, "Goddess! Help!" It would have been better if he hadn't shouted, as there were no zombies around. The zombies rushed over here like sharks seeing blood after hearing the goddess's shout. The group of people were quickly surrounded by zombies, and Yi Xinghua and others were pale-faced, preparing to fight back in shock. But the zombies were burned to the ground by Wenrang's fire, and then they exploded one after another on the spot. In just a few minutes, the ground was full of zombie debris. Wenrang knew that his sister was in a bad mood today, so he worked extra hard. He originally thought that as long as he performed better than Gu Ran, he would not become a tool for his sister to vent her anger. But Gu Ran thought so too. Just when both of them were worried about how to be better than each other, Yi Xinghua and his group appeared, and the hearts of the 2 people who were hanging in the air instantly fell to the ground. This wave is stable. With them, he will definitely not be the worst one. Wenqian walked towards them with a cold face. And then she saw a girl in the crowd. She looked surprised when she saw her, as if she knew her, but she didn't expect to meet her here. Wenqian glanced at her and looked at Lin Yin. "You called me like a ghost. Are you afraid that I won't die?" No. I'm just too excited." Lin Yan's eyes were red. "Goddess, Ji Fan is missing. Lost?" Wenqian frowned slightly. How could such a big person be missing? Just now, he was following me, but when I turned around, he disappeared. Damn it! How long has he been missing? Just 2 minutes? And then you came. Wenqian sighed. 2 minutes is not long, but not short either. It's enough for a group of zombies to bite and eat people to death. Wenrang and Gu Ren were dealing with the zombies outside to prevent them from getting close. Wenqian was inside talking to Yi Xinghua and others. The port is not big. I will search separately from you. When you find it, shout and I will go find you. Yi Xinghua looked solemn and nodded. Thank you. By the way, this is the Jingcheng base and the search base. We happen to meet here. Search base? When Wenqian and the other 2 heard these 4 words, they all looked at the person Yi Xinghua pointed at. The only girl in the crowd. She met Wenqian's eyes and whispered. Search base. Qi Huan. That's really a coincidence. You come with me, and the others will take care of it. Wenqian turned around and left after saying that. This kind of thing couldn't be ignored when it happened. But didn't Imohan come with them these days? Why wasn't he there at the critical moment? Qi Huan didn't say anything and followed Wenqian away. Yi Xinghua and the others were slightly startled, thinking that they knew each other, and they didn't have time to think about it, and hurried to find someone. As for the group of people in the Jingcheng base, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it has nothing to do with them. It's just a chance encounter. Jingcheng base. Wenqian had heard of this name in his previous life. It was formed by a group of mercenaries, and the combat power was very strong. There were only 3 of them today, and after lowering their heads to discuss, They formed a group to help find people together. After all, the other party is the largest official base in Bincheng. At this time, it can only benefit them to do a favor. When Qian looked around, searching for possible hiding places for the zombies. Ji Fan, this unlucky kid, was caught by the zombies last time on the fishing island and almost eaten by them. Unexpectedly, it was him again this time. As she searched, she asked the woman behind her, "Come out to find me." The other party didn't expect her to ask so bluntly, and after a moment of hesitation, she answered yes. "To find you. Your base commander. Isn't his name Ouyang Yong?" When Qian thought of the dream she had last night and was very angry. If it was really that old man, she would go with him to the base today to kill Ouyang Yong and blow up their base. When Qian had already thought about how to kill people, but the person behind her answered, "Ouyang Yong is already dead. Killed by Imo Han." When Qian paused and looked back at her, "You know Imo Han? I heard our boss mention his name. He is a dangerous person. You'd better stay away from him." Qihua looked serious, looked back again, and saw that Yixinghua's group had not caught up, and said again, "Our boss said that he came here to kill you." When Qian, "It's a bit confusing. I need to sort it out. But now is obviously not the best time to sort out my thoughts. There is still a poor child waiting for her to save." When Qian turned around and continued to look for people. "I have a big face. I can attract so many people to Bincheng. Imo Han is looking for me to kill me. What about you? What is your purpose in looking for me?" Chapter 109, They are here to protect her. When Qian has been wondering why the search base went to such great lengths to find her. She didn't even know about Ouyang Yong's murder. And Imo Han hadn't mentioned it either. But the search base knew it so clearly. Which meant that they had been keeping an eye on Imo Han's actions. What's the reason? And if they could say that Imo Han came here just to kill her, there must be a reason. When Qian was looking forward to what the other party would give, Qi Huan listened to her question and answered after a moment of silence. "I don't know. We are just following orders to find you and bring you back." When Qian smiled. "You are so loyal to that boss without even telling you the reason?" She looked at Qi Huan, but saw a confused expression on her face. It was as if she had never considered this question. "Since you don't know the reason, it means that I will also be at risk of being killed if I go back with you. In this case, what is the difference between you and Imo Han? I should stay away from you while staying away from him. Right?" When Qian laughed at himself. "My life is really precious." Qi Huan seemed to be slow to react, and said calmly, "We won't kill you. We are here to protect you." "Really? Then help me find the person first. Then go back and tell your boss that you need to show some sincerity if you want to see me." After when Qian finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on the container not far away. Several large containers were stacked like building blocks, more than 10 meters high. "Brother. 3 minutes. Find someone." After when Qian finished talking to Wen Rang next to her, she teleported to the top of the container. Wen Rang and Gu Ren had been nearby and had heard every word of the conversation between the two. When Qian activated the attract firepower skill, sat on the edge of the container, and watched the zombies gathering towards her from all directions. Yixinghua and others were shocked by the sudden increase in the number of zombies. But the zombies seemed not to see them, and ran straight to somewhere. This scene seemed familiar, and Yixinghua quickly understood what was going on. He gritted his teeth and shouted to the others, "Speed up! Don't waste the time when Qian bought us." When Qian chewed bubble gum and sat on the edge of the container, looking at the zombies below. Humans with superpowers are more attractive to zombies than ordinary humans. The more superpowers, the stronger the attraction. These short 3 minutes made the zombies in the entire area lose their minds. They only have Wen Qian in their eyes. And in Wen Qian's eyes, they are a group of crystal core couriers that are automatically delivered to the door. The bubble gum in Wen Qian's mouth was blown into a big and round bubble, and a gentle sea breeze blew. Pop! The bubble burst, and the zombies who raised their hands and tried to climb onto the container were immediately trapped by the huge water prison that appeared out of thin air. The water prison compressed quickly, squashing the zombies trapped inside in an instant, without even a chance to struggle. The seaside is the world of water-based superpowers, and they can play whatever they want. One zombie after another fell at Wen Qian's feet, and soon, the corpses under the container piled up into a small hill. Wen Qian chewed bubble gum and quickly searched the zombies. To be able to capture Ji Fan in the blink of an eye, he must have a special ability, probably speed or teleportation. And the level must not be too low. And if Ji-fan was bitten to death, he would also become a zombie and rush over under the influence of her skills. So, it was a good thing that Ji-fan was not seen. When Qian continued to trap the zombies in the water prison. When the zombies in the water prison were deformed by the water pressure, they would split into two halves. When Qian watched one zombie turn into two, this was their body's self-rescue when their lives were hanging by a thread. It was a life-saving function that the zombies evolved in just 2 months. The wind was full of the smell of rotting zombies. When Qian killed them mercilessly, and then continued to welcome the next batch of friends who came to send their heads. In 3 minutes, she killed more than 300 zombies. Among them, there were 2 level 2 zombies. She noticed the direction they were coming from. So in the next minute when she was ignored by the zombies, she immediately looked in that direction. The few zombies who were still alive had just gathered from a distance. They could not sense Wen Qian's presence for the time being, so they could only entangle Yi Xinghua and others. Wen Qian quickened her pace and finally stopped in front of a container. After confirming that the sound came from this container, Wen Qian punched a big hole in the container, tore open a door with her hands, and met Ji-fan's eyes on the ground. Ji-fan fell to the ground, his face covered in blood, looking scarier than a zombie. Wen Qian was almost killed by a burst of bullets as soon as she appeared. But fortunately, she reacted quickly and dodged sideways. Otherwise the brother on the ground might regret it so much that he would bite his tongue and commit suicide. Goddess. Ji-fan had a splitting headache and felt dizzy. The zombie just grabbed him and slammed him to the ground by his hair. The powerful force made Ji-fan faint. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. But Ji-fan woke up after a few minutes. But he was dizzy and his legs were broken, so he could only shoot at the door of the container with his gun. When he heard the noise outside, he thought it was the zombies coming back. But he didn't expect to see Wen Qian. Wen Qian glanced at the large pool of blood next to Ji-fan, sighed and helped him up. She wanted to carry him out like a princess. But she was afraid that he would not be able to hold his head up in front of Yi Xinghua and his gang. So she had to hold his arms and half carry him out. There was a reason why the zombies did not eat Ji-fan immediately. There had been no living people here for a long time. And the zombies' desire for people had reached its peak. So after seeing such a group of fresh food, they were excited. But just like when people eat at a buffet, they will put all the food they want to eat on the table before they start eating, instead of eating one plate and then taking another one back. This not only wastes time, but also affects the pleasure of eating. They don't want their delicious meal to be interrupted, so they want to catch everyone back before eating. Unexpectedly, Wen Qian showed up halfway. After Wen Qian found Ji-fan, the 1-minute time for being ignored by zombies was up. According to the skill rules of Attract Firepower, when this skill is activated, Wen Qian's speed will increase by 1% for every zombie killed by the combatants in the system. Kill 100 zombies, and the speed of any member in the reward system will increase by 10%. So when the time came, Wen Qian's speed of action immediately increased again, and when Rang and Gu Ren also increased a lot. Wen Qian took Ji-fan back to the car, locked the door, and then went back to rescue Yi Xinghua and others who were trapped by zombies. Their strength has increased significantly. Although they did not escape, they were not in any danger of life. But the speed of retreat was slower. Wen Qian went in and took people out one by one, and sent them all to Ji-fan by teleportation, saying, "He has a brain injury. Take him back to the base for treatment quickly. Otherwise you may see a fool tomorrow." Chapter 110. Ningxing Base was besieged by zombies. Yi Xinghua heard her words and immediately asked Lin Yan, Su Shuo and Zheng Yilin to escort Ji-fan back to the base, and the rest of the people stayed to collect supplies. Wen Qian watched the car drive away quickly, then looked at Yi Xinghua again and asked, "What good things are there in this port that can attract so many of you?" The port should have been swept by all the major bases at the first time. So Wen Qian didn't come here to compete with them before. But it's been 2 months. Why are they still here? And not only Bincheng Base, but also Jingqing Base and Zhaoran Base? Wen Qian looked at them suspiciously. And Yi Xinghua answered, "Some cargo ships have long shipping time and will drift on the sea for several months. They may not be affected by the land. So we will come here regularly to check if there are any new cargo ships arriving." After listening, Wen Qian looked at the 3 people in Jingcheng Base and asked, "The various bases were communicating on the radio a while ago. Why didn't I hear your name?" After looking at each other, they answered, "There are only 5 people in our base. To be exact, It is not a base yet. So we didn't say anything. Understand? It has just been built. And no one will look down on me if I introduce myself. When Qian finally went to see the one called Qi Huan, seeing that she was close to the people from Bincheng base, the other party looked very cautious and vigilant. When Qian couldn't tell for a moment whether this person was acting or really caring about her. So she said, "Go away. Take my words back. The next time I see your people, I need to know why you are looking for me. Qi Huan, I just said it. But as far as the current situation is concerned, I will trust him more than you. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that Imo Han has been bound to her system. If he really wanted to kill her, he would have been dealt with by the system long ago. Moreover, from the first meeting to now, Imo Han has had many opportunities to kill her, but he never did it. So, Wen Qian will definitely not turn against Imo Han because of a few words from a stranger. Or, you can also tell me the location of your base. When I am in a good mood one day, maybe I will take the initiative to deliver it to my door?" Wen Qian suggested that she remembered that Fu Sheng was investigating the base, but had not found the location of their base. So she wanted to get some information. Sure enough, Qi Huan hesitated after hearing this. She glanced at Yi Xinghua and the others and said, "The location of our base is not fixed, so I can't tell you. Then there is nothing to talk about. See you next time if we are lucky." Wen Qian smiled and waved her hand, as if to drive people away. Qi Huan remembered the boss's advice not to fight with her, because she would definitely lose, and no one would bury her if she died. She thought for a while, turned around and left, took out the satellite phone, and contacted the people at the base. Wen Qian looked at her back and found it interesting. The whole base was looking for her. How much money did she owe them? Wen Qian looked back at Yi Xinghua. "You go find supplies. I'll just walk around." Yi Xinghua nodded. "Okay. What do you need? If I find it, I'll keep it for you. Most of these ships are express deliveries from logistics companies, and it's hard to tell what's inside. So just move them back." Wen Qian came out mainly for the crystal cores, and was not very interested in the supplies. But there was one thing she was curious about. Why isn't Imo Han with you? Her question confused Yi Xinghua and the others. Why did the commander want to be with him? Yi Xinghua thought Wen Qian was looking for Imo Han for something. So he said, "The base is busy, and we don't see the commander every day. You can go directly to the base and wait for him." Wen Qian, hasn't he been on a mission with you in the past few days? Yi Xinghua shook his head. "No, the commander hasn't been out these days, because we are going to build a second base. So he is very busy." "That's strange. This man is busy at the base during the day and goes out to kill zombies at night. Is it because he is angry at the base and has no place to vent?" Wen Qian thought about it and asked again, "Why are you still building a base at this time? 2 months have passed, and there are not many survivors. Right? Now the number of zombies is far greater than that of humans. Those who have survived to this day are all capable, and they will form their own base alliances later." So in Wen Qian's opinion, Imo Han's time-consuming and labor-intensive behavior was a bit of a waste. Yi Xinghua hesitated for a moment, looked at the 3 people in the Jingcheng base, thought about it, and answered honestly. The neighboring Ning city can no longer hold on. Several bases were besieged by zombies and many people died. So they plan to transfer people to us. This is not a secret. After the base is built, a large number of base residents will be transported here. It is impossible to hide it. Wen Qian didn't expect that Bincheng, which was ignored in the previous life, has become a hot commodity this time. Yi Xinghua added, "According to our understanding, the city with the largest number of surviving humans is our Bincheng." This sounds very ironic, but it is also the current situation. Bincheng used to have a population of nearly 30 million, but after the flood disaster a month ago, only about 3 million people survived. There are 300,000 people in the Bincheng base. According to incomplete statistics, there are also hundreds of thousands of people who were captured by Fu Sheng to feed the zombies. These people were initially deceived. Fu Sheng promised to give them safe accommodation and food, but they didn't expect that once they entered the Xiqing base, they were immediately locked up like livestock and became reserve food that could die at any time. Fu Sheng had planned it long ago. Even if these people didn't feed the zombies, they could save it for their own people when they were short of food in the future. After all, it was all meat, so the taste wouldn't be bad. Yi Xinghua sighed, looked at Wen Qian and said, "Bincheng has its current status. and you have contributed a lot to it. Wen Qian has been killing zombies everywhere since the end of the world. No one expected that a young girl would have such amazing fighting power. This time, Yi Xinghua found that she had become stronger again. Wen Qian's strength is qualitatively different from others, and they can no longer keep up with her. Wen Qian was silent for a long time before she spoke. I understand. You go find supplies. If you need my help in the future, you can contact me directly without going through Imo Han. Wen Qian finished speaking and looked at the people at the Jingcheng base. You too. This is my satellite phone. You can contact me if you have any questions. If you want to switch to my base, I welcome you even more. Wen Qian handed them a note, and the leading man took it and asked in confusion, what is your base? Xiaobai base. Man. Sorry. I haven't heard of it. Wen Qian was not surprised and said, it's a small base. And I didn't dare to tell others, for fear of being laughed at. Man. We just saw how you killed zombies. Who dares to laugh at you? Chapter 111. Not a word of liking. Every word is full of admiration. After Wen Qian finished talking to them, she went to clean up the zombies in the distance. Yi Xinghua and the people from the Jingcheng base were all here for supplies, so they boarded the ship together. Wen Qian had been using the skill of attracting firepower in the outer area, although the speed-up buff was no longer of much use to her, because she could choose to distribute rewards to members in the system. She needed to give Liamo, Wen Chongming, and even the two children at home enough speed to ensure that they could run fast when they encountered danger. Everyone was busy with their own things and met again a few hours later. Yi Xinghua and his team found a lot of new supplies on the cargo ship. After loading them, they planned to return to the base and came to say goodbye to Wen Qian. Wen Qian remembered the crystal cores collected by Imo Han, called Yi Xinghua aside, and handed the things to him. Yi Xinghua looked at the big bag of crystal cores and was stunned. He took 2 steps back and shook his head repeatedly. No! I can't take it. Although our strength is indeed not as good as yours, we can't take advantage of you like this. What are you thinking about? I didn't give it to you. Imo Han temporarily left it with me. Wen Qian threw the bag into his arms and said, I've been busy lately, and don't have time to visit your base. It's a rare opportunity to meet you today. Please help me bring it back to him. Yi Xinghua looked down at the crystal core in his arms. His not-so-smart brain suddenly seemed to have a clue and warned him. Danger? Don't take it. Yi Xinghua was startled by his sudden feeling, but he couldn't figure out why for a moment. Wen Qian said that this was something that the commander had temporarily placed with her. Is there any problem with returning it to the commander now? Wen Qian turned and left while Yi Xinghua was racking his brains to think. Yi Xinghua looked at her back and scratched his head, feeling an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. In this way, he was absent-minded all the way, and when he finally returned to the base, he immediately went to Imo Han's office. Imo Han had just returned from the laboratory, and before he had even warmed up his chair, he saw Yi Xinghua coming in with something. Yi Xinghua took a few steps forward and put the thing on the table, then stepped back and heard Imo Han ask in a clear voice, What is this? Crystal core. Yi Xinghua answered honestly. Imo Han. How could he bring back so many crystal cores in one trip? Imo Han looked at Yi Xinghua with a slightly harsh look, and Yi Xinghua hurriedly explained. We met Wen Qian at the port. She gave it to me and asked me to bring it back to the commander. Imo Han leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, suppressed his anger, and looked at Yi Xinghua again. Yi Xinghua's anxiety, which had been brewing all the way, suddenly reached its peak. He met Imo Han's gaze, and was so scared that he even took a few steps back and directly pushed against the wall. It's not his fault. It's just that Imo Han's eyes are too scary. Yi Xinghua swallowed his saliva, wondering if he was going to die in this room today. But he still had a glimmer of desire to survive. So he struggled to speak. Yes, it was Wen Qian who said that the crystal core was temporarily placed with her by you. Sir. She said she was busy and couldn't come to our base, so she asked me to bring it back. Yi Xinghua's voice became smaller and smaller, and the last few words were basically only heard by himself. He looked at Imo Han, and felt that the other party's eyes were getting colder and colder. Yi Xinghua actually didn't know much about the CEO of the base. He only knew that he was sent by the higher-ups, that he was very capable, ruthless, and not very good-tempered. When he first landed in Bincheng, all departments in Bincheng were ordered to cooperate with him. So everyone went to great lengths to build a so-called base, move all the grain reserves in the granary, integrate the city's building materials resources, etc., which seemed to be a waste of time and unnecessary, making everyone dissatisfied with the base's executive. Many people also complained to the higher-ups, but none of them succeeded. Apart from being scolded, there was no response. With these doubts, dissatisfaction, and anger, everyone got along with Imo-han for several months. Then, a heavy rainstorm that lasted for a month opened the curtain of the end of the world. Yi Xinghua was arranged to work beside Mo-han since he arrived in Bincheng. And until now, he couldn't guess what this person was thinking. Sometimes he felt that Imo-han was not a person at all, but more like an emotionless, cold working machine. For example, the period before the end of the world, or like at this moment. But sometimes he felt that this person was actually quite easy to talk to, without so many airs and bad habits. Just like a normal person, talking and laughing. For example, when Wenqian and the others came to the base. Yes, that's right. Yi Xinghua seemed to have figured out one thing in a trance. That is, when Wenqian and the others came to the base, Imo-han was always in a particularly good mood. He even went to the cafeteria to eat with everyone for the first time. Yi Xinghua leaned against the wall, sorted out these things bit by bit, and then dared to speak. The crystal core, was it specially left by the commander for Wenqian? What do you think? Yi Xinghua listened to his cold tone and regretted it. He was such a blockhead. He felt something was wrong when Wenqian gave him the crystal core. But he didn't think it through until now. It was a bag of crystal cores, not a truckload of crystal cores. Why did the commander keep it with her temporarily, instead of taking it back to the base directly? It wasn't because his arm was broken. His hand was broken, and he couldn't take it. That was just a reason and an excuse. And he, this idiot, actually brought the crystal core back. I was wrong. Yi Xinghua admitted his mistake very quickly, and rushed to the table to take the crystal core back. I'll send it back to her. Imo-han had no expression on his face, which scared Yi Xinghua. He tried to make up for it by saying, I was wrong. I didn't think it through. Wenqian helped us many times. If it wasn't for her today, Ji-fan would have died outside. We should have thought of giving Wenqian some supplies or crystal cores as compensation. But you have to do it. Don't worry. Sir, I promise to return these crystal cores to Wenqian. And I sincerely express my gratitude to her and everyone in our base. Imo-han, destroy it. It doesn't matter if this world is not saved. Imo-han suppressed the urge to knock on Kai Xinghua's head to see how much water is inside. When Yi Xinghua turned around and ran out with the crystal core in his arms, as if he really wanted to find Wenqian, he stopped him in time. Forget it. You send the crystal core to the laboratory. Tell them that Wenqian gave it to you. Yi Xinghua. What about Wenqian? I'll go and explain. Yi Xinghua walked out, scolding himself for being ignorant. Just like that, he took back the thank you gift from his superior. So after he sent the crystal core to the laboratory, he immediately told his subordinates about the thousands of crystal cores Wenqian had sent to their base. So when Imo-han walked out of the office, he saw a group of men gathered together, talking about Wenqian. They didn't mention liking her, but every word they said was full of admiration. Chapter 112. Imo-han's car is parked in front of the base. Fuck. Thousands of crystal cores? Yeah. They're given to us for free. The beauty who came to our base last time? Yes. The heroic female war god who killed people in the cafeteria. I heard from Lin Yin and others that this war god has saved our people many times. She is really a beautiful and kind-hearted female bodhisattva. Hey, when we become stronger, we could also join the special forces to perform missions. Then maybe we can act with the goddess. Why don't we recruit such a powerful person from our base? Then we can see her every day. What are you thinking? She has her own base. How can she come here and be ordered around by a cold-faced boss? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. It was wrong to feel cold on a 60-degree day. So he looked back and saw a man a few meters away. The man was tall and handsome, like a star who came to the base to perform a scene. He had a cold face that showed he was not interested in anyone. And he stood against the wall, his hands folded in front of his chest, staring at them dimly. After meeting their gaze, he uttered two words. Continue. Is there anything more terrible than being caught by the boss while slacking off at work? Yes. That is being caught by the boss while slacking off at work and saying bad things about the boss. For a moment, everyone felt desperate. Hello. Sir. Sir, that's not what we meant. Imo-han stood up and walked away, not interested in listening to their explanation at all. Everyone looked at his receding back, and only dared to breathe heavily after he walked a long way. Fuck you. The man who just complained about Imo-han's cold face was kicked on the butt by his comrade and cursed. Have you ever heard of focusing on your own family and refusing to pull people down? Now you're stepping on people's faces. Right? The man was wronged and scared, looking at the direction where Imo-han left, and asked, will the commander remember us and punish us later? Several people trembled, but they didn't know what Imo-han really cared about. When Chien and the other two were busy outside all day. In the evening, they returned home, took a shower and changed clothes, and sat in the restaurant to eat and chat. When Chien shared the information he got from Xinhua today with everyone, and then expressed his own opinion. The outbreak of zombies in Ningxing is out of control, which means something in disguise. Do you know what it is? Everyone was silent for a moment. And when Rang spoke, it means that there are few people alive and a lot of supplies. You are worthy of it. When Chien raised an eyebrow at her brother, including the Ningxing base, the entire Ningxing was not prepared from the beginning. So there must be a large number of supplies that have not been collected there now. Because these people can't even protect themselves and can't take a step forward. When Qian's words made Liemo and Wen Chongning feel a little uneasy. They vaguely guessed what Wen Qian wanted to do. Wen Qian quickly verified their guess and said bluntly, I plan to go to Ningxing. The supplies in Bincheng have now been found by several major bases. I don't plan to compete with them for the remaining supplies. After all, their demand is greater than ours. And most importantly, the supplies in our space are enough. Wen Chongning, since it is enough, is it necessary to go to Ningxing to risk looking for things? He was very worried about his daughter's safety. Although he knew Wen Qian was very strong, the zombies in Ningxing could besiege the official base, which must mean that they have evolved very well. What if Wen Qian got hurt after going there? It takes 4 hours to drive from Bincheng to Ningxing. So Wen Chongning didn't want her to take the risk. Wen Qian saw the worry in her father's eyes and replied, It is necessary because we don't know how long this disaster will last and whether it will end. When the group of people from Ningxing arrives, the major forces in Bincheng will change again. This also means that the supplies in Bincheng will become increasingly scarce in the future, and we may even have to rob them. The number of people in our base will also increase in the future. To ensure the food, clothing and daily necessities of so many people for decades, we must make more preparations. While no one wants the things over there now, we will go and take back all the supplies. In this way, even if there are typhoons, rainstorms, polar nights and cold winters in the future, we can stay at home with peace of mind. When Qian didn't finish her words, she wanted to say that if the apocalypse didn't end until they died, what would they do when they were old and couldn't fight zombies or find supplies? Although she could grow crops in her space, When Qian also had her own concerns. She was afraid that if one day the system really broke down and didn't allow her to grow crops, what would she do? So, it's always right to make more preparations. What's more, I want to see the outside world. I want to see more powerful zombies. I want to know whether my level is just self-proclaimed, or I can protect your safety wherever I go. When Qian's voice was calm, but her heart was not. This life was so different from the last life. These differences made it impossible for her to completely calm down. When Rang and the others were silent for a long time after hearing her words, and finally Liemo spoke up to break the deadlock. Then go. But I have a condition. That is, you must take me and your father with you. We are a family. Live together. Die together. When Qian smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Gu Ran. You stay at home this time. Don't worry. I don't mean to stop considering you as my family. But we must have someone guarding the base. We don't know what's going on at the base yet. If someone comes and kills all the old, weak and sick people in the base and occupies the base, then things will be troublesome. I don't trust others to do this. You must guard the base for me. Understand? When Qian looked straight into Gu Ran's eyes. Although their base is not big, it has a good geographical location and now has clean water. Plus the short-range defense system she exchanged from the system mall. It is unmatched by other bases. When Qian didn't want anyone to take these belongings away. Although Gu Ran was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and nod after hearing what she said. Protect the home well, and never let them fight to death outside, only to find that their home is gone when they come back. When Qian is a man of action. After deciding on this matter, She started to plan the route that night. She and Wenran sat together and studied the map for a long time until after 10 o'clock. And then, they went back to their rooms to rest. It was Wenrang's turn to sleep in the study tonight. They would leave one person here every day so that if the monitoring system issued a warning, it could be discovered and handled immediately. Before going to bed, he sat in front of the computer, as usual, to check the situation inside and outside the base. As a result, he found that there was a car parked in front of the gate of his base. A car that looked familiar, as if it belonged to someone named Imohan. Chapter 113. Wake Up. See Imohan at her house. Wenrang carefully looked at the license plate, confirmed that it was the one he had ridden before, and smiled softly. Could this man be sleepwalking in the middle of the night? He turned around and picked up the satellite phone and dialed a number. Soon, the other party answered. Wenrang stared at the surveillance screen and asked, Commander Mo is not sleeping in the middle of the night. Is there something important? Imohan heard a hint of gloating between the lines, and he thought it was not his illusion. Wenrang didn't hear the other party's answer, and asked again without knowing what to do. Are you here to reminisce about the past? Because there are too many things to do at the base, and you can't sleep at night. So you finally remembered me? An old acquaintance? What if I say no? Then I will definitely not open the gate of the base for you. I miss you. Wenrang was full of question marks, suspecting that Imohan's account had been hacked. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Imohan got a satisfactory response. And then, there was a smile in his eyes. The 5-meter-high gate slowly opened. Imohan drove in, pushed the door and got out, and quickly scanned the base environment. The base yard was full of crops, and there were solar lights installed on the ground. Only 30 centimeters high. The light was not strong, so you could see the road on the ground clearly. But it would not attract attention from outside the base because it was too bright. The unit door of the building closest to him was opened with a beep. Imohan turned and walked towards it. When he walked into the building, he found that the elevator was equipped with a backup power supply and could still be used. He entered the elevator and pressed the number key, and soon reached the top floor. Wenrang was already leaning against the door waiting. Although he had confirmed that this person was Imohan a few minutes ago, he was still shocked when he saw him appear at his door. Was there really a big mess at the Bincheng base? Otherwise, why did he come here? Wenrang looked him up and down several times, and asked in a very soft voice, Are you okay? Imohan didn't want to pay attention to him, but this was his home, and he was blocking the door. So he asked back, What do you think should happen to me? Why are you here if nothing happened? The distance from Bincheng base to them is 40 to 50 kilometers. The road is full of zombies. He wouldn't be so idle to come here just for a walk before bed. Right? Imohan looked at him for a moment and said faintly, Didn't I just ask you on the phone? I miss you. This sounded so exciting that Wenrang got goosebumps. He felt that Imohan's calmness and aloofness in the base were all pretended. Otherwise he would never say such words. After welcoming the man into the house, Wenrang wanted to say something several times, but he didn't say anything. Wenrang admitted that since he found out about Imohan's little thoughts about his sister, and that they might have been friends in the past, he became less and less afraid of this person. But not being afraid doesn't mean you can be unscrupulous. Although this is in his house, the oppressive feeling emanating from Imohan still makes Wenrang dare not be too naughty. There is also a solar lamp on in the living room, because all the glass in the house is one way. The outside can't see the inside of the house, and all the windows are covered with thick light-proof curtains, so this weak light will not be discovered by the outside world. The house is quiet. 2 big men sit side by side on the sofa. No one speaks for a while, and the atmosphere is indescribably weird. When Qian vaguely heard the sound of the door opening and closing upstairs, she was curious about who would go out so late, so she came out to see, and when she walked to the stairs, she saw a weird scene downstairs. Imohan looked up at her when he heard the footsteps. When Qian was stunned for a moment and turned back to the house, she was really excited. Otherwise, how could she see someone who shouldn't be in the house? When Qian lay back on the bed and went through the process again, get out of bed, open the door, and leave the house. The person downstairs is still there. When Qian was shocked, Why are you here? Wenrang, he came to see me. Imohan, you are going to Ningxing? When Qian frowned slightly and glanced at Wenrang, Wenrang shook his head repeatedly. It's not me. I didn't say anything. Imohan picked up the map of Ningxing on the table, and when Qian simply went downstairs, Yes, I am planning to go there. There should be a lot of supplies. But there will also be a lot of zombies. At this time, where are there no zombies? When Qian leaned on the sofa and smiled, it's already the world of zombies. Since we have already talked about this topic, when Rang will not be polite. He asked Emohan, why did Ningxing fall so quickly? Are all the survivors really going to move to Bincheng? Emohan, this is the current plan. The base over there can't even afford to eat and drink, let alone fight zombies. Why? When Rang was puzzled. Aren't all your official messages shared? There's no reason why you are so well prepared while he is in such a mess. The message was given, but not everyone is willing to believe it. Before the end of the world, all official rescue preparations were carried out in secret. One reason is that the end of the world is coming. This statement is too serious. Secondly, zombies are rampant is too absurd. Therefore, it is not feasible to publicly consume a large amount of manpower and financial resources to build bases and collect supplies. It will not only cause panic among the people and inflate prices, but also give dissidents the opportunity to create public opinion and riots. In addition, the authorities must also consider the accuracy of the news. What if everything is ready, but the so-called natural disaster does not happen? Then wouldn't the money spent before be wasted? It is because of these factors that even though Emohan discovered the mutant zombies a few months ago and warned all departments, not everyone believed it. In the eyes of many people, the so-called zombies mentioned by Emohan are just some drug addicts. In the country, there are more than 600 cities, and the number of cities that have built bases before the end of the world can be counted on two hands. Among these few official bases, only Bincheng is truly prepared, and the others are just pretending to deal with their superiors. Ningxing next door is one of them. Emohan didn't have that much energy to care about other places. His initial goal was to defend Bincheng. He couldn't go to all the cities and help them build bases one by one to prepare. When Qian understood him very well after hearing what he said, because if she didn't have the space at the beginning, it would be difficult to make her family believe in the end of the world. And even if she had the space, other parents would probably not believe it. Emohan looked at Wen Qian and said, as you guessed, Ningxing does have a lot of supplies now. They simply have no way to collect these things. But the zombies are proportional to the supplies. Ningxing originally had a population of tens of millions, but now there are only 1 million survivors. Wen Qian thought he would dissuade her next sentence, but he didn't expect him to say, if you really want to go, I'll go with you. Chapter 114 I like you. When Rang didn't know if it was because he was the only one living in the building, so it was too empty, or because he was too sensitive. In short, he felt that Emohan's words, I'll accompany you, kept echoing in his ears. When Qian didn't expect Emohan to say this. In a daze, she saw Emohan turn her head and meet her brother's eyes. The next is a conversation between the two base executives. Do you want to continue listening? When Rang blinked and looked at Emohan with an expression that was 3 parts puzzled, 3 parts bewildered, and 4 parts angry. Can't I listen? Am I not worthy of listening? How could this man be like this? He shouldn't have opened the door for him just now. Pooh! When Rang was very angry, but he still stood up silently and warned Emohan, don't talk too long. When Qian watched her brother return to the study, and then went to see Emohan again. What do you want to talk to me? Aren't you here to see Wen Rang? Emohan lowered his eyes, although he knew that her memory and emotional nerves had been cleaned and interfered with. He still couldn't help feeling irritated. It doesn't matter. Emohan comforted himself in his heart. As long as he takes her back and waits for Wen Rang to recover his memory, everything will be solved. Anyway, he has been waiting for so many years, and it is good enough to find her. But there is another voice in his heart telling him, even if she has no feelings for you, it does not mean that she will treat other men the same. Emohan looked up at Wen Qian and told her in a gentle voice, I am here to find you. Wen Qian was slightly stunned again. What can't be said on the phone? Why do you have to come here? Emohan suppressed his impatience and said, I received the things you gave to Yi Xinghua today, but I think you must have misunderstood. Misunderstood what? Misunderstood that those crystal cores were obtained when I was on a mission. Emohan kept looking at Wen Qian while speaking, and from her subtle changes in expression, he knew that he guessed right. So he patiently explained, I haven't been on a mission recently. I went out every night to collect those crystal cores. They are for you. Why? Because you want it? Emohan answered so confidently that Wen Qian even had the illusion that things should be like this for a moment. because she wanted it. So he gave it to her. This is the close relationship between them. But it was only a moment. And when Qian came back to her senses, she wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Emohan again. I gave you the crystal core to make you happy. And I treat you well not because of Wenrang. Some emotions accumulate in the heart. And there will always be times when you can't control them. Right now, Emohan felt that it was that time. Since she was disturbed by various factors, and would not take the initiative to develop feelings for him. Then he would tell her clearly how he felt about her. When Qian, shut up. When Qian woke up as if from a dream, and raised her hand to cover his mouth in panic. The warmth in his palm made Emohan a little distracted. But he quickly gently grasped her wrist, moved her hand away, and continued to finish what he had just said. I like you. When Qian, a woman who would turn around and run away even if she saw a zombie, jumped up from the sofa at this time because of those simple 4 words, and blushed from head to toe. She gritted her teeth and glared at Emohan, thinking that her eyes were fierce. But in Emohan's eyes, they were too cute. I tell you, I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. When Qian warned in a panic. But Emohan said calmly after hearing it. You heard it. I didn't hear it. Then I will say it again? If you say it again, I will beat you up. After a few words of conversation, the living room returned to silence. When Qian stared at him for a few seconds, turned around and ran back upstairs, closing the door tightly. She really got up too fast just now. Young people should not stay up late because of their youth. Otherwise problems will arise sooner or later. When Qian turned off the light, covered herself with a quilt, and comforted herself. It's okay. Just get some sleep. No matter what the dream is. Whether it's good or bad, there will always be a time to wake up. Because the sound of Wen Qian closing the door was too loud. It was hard for Wen Rang in the study not to wonder if the 2 people had fought outside. Even Gu Ran and others who had already lain down to rest opened the door, stood at the door one by one, and looked out. Liamo and Wen Chongning looked at the profile of the strange man in the living room and talked in a low voice. Wen Chongning, did a thief break in? Liamo, it doesn't look like it. Wen Chongning, can a thief be identified? Liamo, with this appearance, it would be so popular to be a gigolo. Why would you need to come out by yourself? Emohan turned around and met the gazes of the 2 people, and said softly, Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Emohan. Liamo. Wen Chongning. Wen Chongning stood up and wanted to go out to teach him a lesson, but was dragged back into the room by Liamo, and the door was closed. Liamo, what are you doing? Wen Chongning, wife. Didn't you hear his name? Emohan. That little bastard who likes our daughter. So what? Your daughter is an adult now. It's not up to you to decide whether she likes you or not. Stay out of the young people's business. Liamo locked the door with a click and went to bed. If you dare to leave this door today, don't even think about coming back. When Chongning hesitated for a second and chose to go to bed. When Rang leaned against the door frame, frowning slightly at Emohan. Did you make her angry? No. Why did she close the door with the momentum of tearing down the house? When Rang's thoughts were a little confused for a moment. His sister was not the kind of person who would suffer in silence. There was no reason for her to run back to the room and sulk. So, what did they just talk about? Emohan walked towards the door and stopped when he reached Wen Rang. Don't you have anything to ask? For example, something you forgot? Emohan took the initiative to bring this up, which brought Wen Rang back to his senses. He was silent for a moment and replied, Don't ask. Wen Rang had also thought about going to Emohan to ask him about some past events. But then he thought it was unnecessary, because he didn't remember anything. He couldn't tell whether what Emohan said was true or false. It was even more impossible for him to recover his memory because of a few words from Emohan. If he really knew something that made him uneasy and lived in fear all day, it would be better to know nothing and take one step at a time. Wen Rang's answer was within Emohan's expectations, so he nodded and said, Okay, I'm leaving. Wen Rang was puzzled. What exactly are you here for? Looking for your sister? This sounds like a curse. But it's not. But Wen Rang felt that it might as well be a curse, because the current situation is obviously much more serious than a curse. By the way, this is for you. Emohan had already opened the door, and suddenly remembered something, and threw a bag of crystal cores to Wen Rang. For Wen Qian. Tell her not to send it back. Emohan closed the door and left. And when Rang looked down at the crystal core in his hand in a daze. In the distance, Gu Ran sneered and made a summary speech. What did I say? I said he liked Wen Qian. You don't believe what someone who has been through it said? Chapter 115, Grabbing the Crystal Core. If Imo Han's previous actions were just hints, people still couldn't figure out his true thoughts. Then his trip today was almost to tell everyone what he meant to Wen Qian. In the middle of the night, he risked being besieged by zombies, and crossed half of the city just to see Wen Qian and give her a bag of crystal cores. If it wasn't because of love, what else could it be? When Rang recalled what he was thinking when he saw Imo Han on the surveillance screen a few minutes ago. Was there something wrong with the Bincheng base? Was he under too much pressure? Did he want to drink with his brother? The result? Fuck brotherhood. Next time he comes, I will never open the door for him. When Rang went back to his room cursing and tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, still wondering what Imo Han had just talked about with his sister. He didn't sleep well that night, and just woke up the next morning when he received a call from Imo Han. After listening to what the other party said, he got up with a yawn and went upstairs to knock on Wen Qian's door. Wen Qian opened the door, looked at him sleepily, and asked, What's the matter? For you. When Rang threw the crystal core that Imo Han gave her last night into her arms. Wen Qian looked down and saw what it was. She didn't react at first. After hearing when Rang asked who gave it to her, she immediately turned around and walked into the house. When Rang quickly grabbed her collar and brought her back. Where are you going? Sleep again. He woke up again. It's almost 8 o'clock. Why are you sleeping? When Rang looked at his sister suspiciously and asked, What did he say to you last night? Wen Qian was originally looking at him. But after hearing this, she slowly turned her head and looked to the side. Nothing. When Rang, that's it. I can't even lie anymore. Wen Qian didn't want to say it. And when Rang didn't want to embarrass her, so he didn't ask again. He conveyed the meaning of Imo Han's phone call just now. He said that their base will leave for Ningchen the day after tomorrow and will stay there for half a month. If you have any questions, feel free to contact him. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. She thought Imo Han wanted to invite them to go to Ningchen together. Fortunately, he knew his limits. He'd better not mention what happened last night again. And she would try to avoid meeting him again. Love was not a necessity before the end of the world. And it was even more so after the end of the world. It was just a seasoning for boring life. Not something everyone needed all the time. Wen Qian admitted that Imo Han was a very good person. Whether in terms of appearance or ability, he was much better than her previous suitors. Wen Qian had a little sleeplessness last night because of what he said. Because she found out that she was wrong. I like you. She had heard this sentence many times since she was a child. But never once did she feel as flustered as she did last night. And the reason for her panic was also obvious. Because she cared. Wen Qian faced this fact honestly and asked herself, did she hate Imo Han? No. If the end of the world had not happened, would it be possible to be together? It is possible. Even if they found that they were not suitable for each other after being together for a while and broke up, there would be no regrets. After all, it's not shameful to bravely pursue happiness. But all of this shouldn't have happened now. Wen Qian felt that Imo Han should have thought the same. So he just expressed his feelings last night and didn't say anything about being together. This really made Wen Qian feel a lot more relaxed. She hoped that the other party could always be so calm. She didn't want to make things too awkward. And she didn't want to be his enemy. Wen Qian looked down at the crystal core in her arms and frowned slightly. When Imo Han kills zombies, the crystal core will go directly into the space. So where do these come from? When Rang also realized that he didn't pay attention when Imo Han threw the things to him last night. Now he opened the bag with Wen Qian and checked it. He found a few words inside the bag. West City Base. When Rang. Robbed? Wen Qian. I guess he met a robber on the way and was killed by him. Wen Qian thought about it and threw the crystal core into the space. Burn the bag. Never leaving any evidence for Fu Sheng to cause trouble in the future. During breakfast, no one mentioned what happened last night. Wen Qian is a person who pays attention to efficiency. After deciding to go to Ningchen, she made all the necessary preparations the next day. She prepared a month's worth of living supplies and enough guns and ammunition for Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan. As for Fu Yuan, she wanted to take him away. Fu Yuan had taken a lot of crystal core potions during this period, and now his ability has been greatly improved. Enough to cover a car. And they had tried it before. And Fu Yuan can now use the air cover ability continuously for up to 12 hours. But the premise is that there can be no too intense exercise. So as long as he sits quietly and maintains his strength, he can protect them from being discovered by zombies all the way to Ningxing. This ability is too convenient. Without him, it would be difficult to reach the destination in 40 hours instead of 40 hours. Everyone rested for a day, and rested early at night. When Qian found Gu Ran before returning to the house, and gave him instructions. If someone really comes, don't worry. I will protect the base at my own risk, Gu Ran said without hesitation. When Qian frowned slightly after hearing this. This is not what she wanted to say. You have to save your life and Wan's life. If the base is robbed, it can be taken back. If the life is lost, it is really lost. Do you understand what I mean? If you can beat them, fight. If you can't beat them, run. The rest will wait for us to come back. Now that everyone is together, we can take revenge and complain. Gu Ran was silent for a while and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. When Qian left with peace of mind. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the family set off for Ningxing. When Qian left Xiaobai to Gu Ran, she left the house amid Xiaobai's dirty scolding. She could hear its howling even from the corridor. When Rang was in charge of driving, while Wen Qian and Fu Yuan sat in the back seat. Liamo and Wen Chongning were in the space. One busy with picking up crops, and the other busy with cooking. The car passed through the zombies under the air cover. The zombies could hear the sound of the car, but could not feel the presence of people. They looked around in confusion for a while. In this way, they arrived at the border of Bincheng without any obstacles. The entire Bincheng has only one exit on land. At this moment, the entrance and exit have been officially blocked, and the special forces are fully armed here. When Rang stopped the car and prepared to be interrogated and forced to leave. For the safety of the people, it is not allowed to leave the city at will at this time. But he didn't expect that the person who came to inquire only asked after seeing their car, "Is the owner Wen Rang?" Wen Rang? Yes. The man nodded and looked at him, and the woman and child in the back seat. Although he was full of doubts, he couldn't figure out what kind of combat power these three people could have. But he still stepped back a few steps to let them go, and said sincerely, "Be careful. I hope you can return safely." Chapter 116 Ningxing Zombie, don't come over. Imo Han had already said hello to this side. He knew that Wen Qian would not be able to go to Ningxing with him, and he would even try his best to avoid meeting him for a period of time. But what does it matter? He has already said what he wanted to say. Even if she doesn't see him, when someone appears next to her and says something to her, she will remember what happened that night and will subconsciously compare him with other men. This is exactly what Imo Han wanted. At this point in time, it was impossible for him to restore their previous relationship. They were all too busy. After the people from Ningxing were transferred here, Imo Han would have nearly 1 million disaster victims under his command. He had to deal with and settle these people as soon as possible, and also find out the specific location of the search base. He heard from Yi Xinghua that Wen Qian seemed to know someone there. He remembered some rumors he had heard about the search base before, and guessed the identity of that group of people. They must be from the main control desk. They are either Wen Qian's former subordinates, or they were sent to hunt them down. In either case, Imo Han needs to see them in person to confirm their purpose. Wen Qian's combat power has been restored by half now. The rest cannot be restored through the system written by Wen Rang. She can only rely on herself. But Imo Han is not worried about this. He knows that she has the ability. All he can do now is to deal with those draws, and then watch how she returns to the peak. Imo Han expected Wen Qian to leave for Ningxing at 9 a.m. When Rang drove to Ningxing, and was stunned as soon as he arrived. Wen Qian didn't expect the situation here to be so serious. She held Fu Yuan in her arms, and covered his eyes with her hands. The road was full of trees, and houses blown down by the strong wind. And there were dense zombies wandering around. This place seemed to have experienced a typhoon attack. But Bincheng had no typhoon yet. It seems that the natural disasters in different places are also different. When Rang drove around and finally parked the car in a commercial street, Wen Qian pulled Liamo and Wen Chongning out of the space. When they saw the situation outside, their faces changed. Hell on earth. Wen Qian touched Fu Yuan's head and calmed his uneasy mood. The little guy was still afraid of zombies. Now he was hiding in her arms. His body was trembling, but he didn't cry, and his supernatural power was perfectly controlled. This was not easy for a 5-year-old child. After sitting for a few hours, It's time to stretch your muscles. Dad, Mom, take it into the store to see if there are any supplies. When Rang and I will deal with the zombies outside. Liam, oh, okay. Be safe. When Qian and when Rang got out of the car first. As soon as they left Fu Yuan's air cover, they immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. When Qian let the 4 dogs out and threw a bubble gum into her mouth, she put on her Bluetooth headset, tuned her favorite music on her phone, and activated the skill of attracting firepower. In fact, the zombies in Bincheng, especially those near Xiaobai's base, knew about it. If you meet a tall, beautiful girl who always likes to wear black combat uniforms and Martin boots and has a ponytail, you must stay as far away from her as possible. So now, there are basically no zombies around Xiaobai base. Unless they are new to the base and have not seen the sinister new zombies, they will get lost and walk there. But the zombies in Ningxing don't understand this. When they see Wen Qian and Wen Rang, 2 living humans with advanced superpowers, their saliva drips to the ground. Affected by Wen Qian's skills, they all rushed towards her. Then, their nightmare began. Wen Qian attracted all the zombies nearby, and Liamo and Wen Chongqing took Fu Yuan to search every store. Because all members in the system can store supplies in the space. They just need to throw anything useful into the space. Vacuum-packed rice and noodles, plastic-packed instant noodles, soy sauce, oyster sauce, balsamic vinegar and other bottled condiments, and barrels of various cooking oils. These things will not be affected even if they are soaked in rain, and they can still be used. So take them all away. There is also a gold shop, which has a large number of gold and silver jewelry and gold bars. But no one has been interested in them for more than 2 months. There is a thick layer of dust on the glass cabinet. Liamo and Wen Chongqing smashed the cabinet door and took away everything they could see. Fu Yuan followed them quietly at first, but later he started to help. When the 2 men, one big and one small, swept all the small shops on the commercial street, they came out to see the scene of Wen Qian punching a zombie into the wall with 1 punch, and the head was smashed. Wen Qian heard footsteps, looked back at them, and asked, "How is it?" Wen Chongqing, "We took a lot of things. We can see everything. We can tell whether it has expired or not when we get back. This commercial street is mostly clothing, restaurants, small supermarkets and gold shops. And there is also a large high-end shopping mall." Wen Qian and his friends entered the mall and went straight to the underground supermarket. After dealing with the zombies inside, with the help of Fu Yuan, they started a new wave of material collection. After clearing out the supermarket warehouse, they went upstairs and took out all the clothes and outdoor supplies that could still be worn. After a few hours of hard work, Wen Qian found a safe place and took everyone into the space to rest and eat to replenish their energy. Then in the afternoon, the main focus was on finding medicine. She searched all the big and small pharmacies on the street, the epidemic prevention stations, and the pharmacies in the hospital. Many medicines that needed to be refrigerated could not be used, which made Liamo very distressed. Fortunately, Wen Qian cleared out the medicines in a hospital and an epidemic prevention station in Bincheng on the night when the apocalypse began. So she stocked up a lot of important medicines that needed to be refrigerated, such as vaccines. They were busy until the evening, as the sky was getting dark. Wen Qian did not plan to take them on any more adventures. The zombie outbreak in Ningxing was so serious that it was simply a huge container for breeding poisonous insects. In this situation, there would inevitably be some powerful guys, but they just hadn't met them yet. Wen Qian found a 40-story high-rise commercial building, used the teleportation ability to take a few people to the top of the building, and then set up a few tents on the rooftop. After finishing all this, Wen Qian was a little hungry, so he looked at Wen Chongqing and said, "Dad, I want to eat barbecue." Her words aroused the appetite of the people, so they went into the space to find a stove and charcoal, and then brought out some ingredients that had been prepared long ago. Lamb chops, lamb skewers, beef skewers, pork belly, chicken wings, chicken gristle, and beef tendons, bacon, enoki mushrooms, potato chips, eggplant, leeks, kidney beans, bean curd, and gluten, fish tofu, squid tentacles, garlic scallops, oysters, shrimps, crucian carp, etc. More than 30 plates were placed on the table, and the people made it look like a family going out for a picnic. Chapter 117 Crazy Stockpiling. While Wen Chongqing and Wen Rang were busy, Wen Qian and the other two sat beside them, and simply ate some fruit to fill their stomachs. The door leading to the rooftop of the building had been locked. Even if a zombie came up, it would make a sound to attract their attention. Unless it was a zombie with advanced teleportation ability like Wen Qian. It would be possible for it to suddenly appear in front of them, standing on the edge of the roof. Wen Qian used a telescope to observe the situation nearby. There were densely packed zombies, like ants everywhere. And there was no trace of living people at all. After dark, the zombies moved twice as fast as they do during the day. And their attack power is also enhanced. Ningxing doesn't have as many mountains as Bincheng, so you can hardly see bats here. But there are still as many mosquitoes as before, which is annoying. Wen Qian found a lot of mosquito lamps and electric mosquito swatters from the space. Fu Yuan ran around happily with the electric mosquito swatter, and the crackling sound was just like a hand-cranked flower. Soon, all kinds of meat and vegetable skewers were grilled. Several people ate and chatted, discussing where to find supplies tomorrow. Ningxing is not too far from Bincheng, so they have been here many times before and have some knowledge of the main commercial places. And before the internet was disconnected, when Rang had already downloaded maps of all cities in the country, and even prepared some foreign cities, electronic and paper versions, so he could find anything you wanted. The night was getting darker, and several people felt sleepy after eating and drinking. Everyone put the used equipment back into the space, walked around the rooftop for a few times to digest the food, and then went into the space to wash and prepare for rest. Wen Qian asked Liu Mo and Wen Changning to stay in the space overnight, while when Rang and Fu Yuan slept in the tent outside. Because Fu Yuan was not a permanent resident of the space. He was just a member bound by the system. Like Gu Ran and his sister, his time in the space was limited. At present, according to the growth of the space's prosperity, they can stay in the space for more than 50 hours. In order to avoid special circumstances in the future, Wen Qian had to control the length of time they entered the space now. Fu Yuan was too nervous during the day and had been running around with Liu Mo and Wen Changning all day, so he fell asleep soon after lying down. When Rang and him lived in the same tent, and Wen Qian slept in another tent next to him. At about 6 in the morning, everyone woke up at the same time. After breakfast, they started a new day of sweeping. For 3 consecutive days, Wen Qian and his men cleared out a car manufacturing company, 2 pharmaceutical companies, 3 grain processing plants, and several small shops and large shopping malls in Ningxing. There are also gold bars in the bank vaults along the way, as well as medicines and equipment in various pharmacies. But this is only one area of Ningxing, and there are 3 areas they have not visited. It has been 4 days since they arrived in Ningxing, and in these 4 days, they have not seen even the shadow of a living person. Although it is difficult to meet survivors in Bincheng, people from various bases will at least go out to look for supplies, and occasionally they will meet. But here, the supplies in various places seem to be completely forgotten. As long as it is a shop, there will be something waiting for them after entering. The more supplies there are, the more people will starve to death and mutate into zombies in the early days of the apocalypse. Realizing this, everyone felt a little heavy. Just when Wen Qian was inexplicably irritable and worried about whether her space could hold the supplies of the entire Ningxing. The system made a sound again after a long absence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hoarding achievement. The reward space area is doubled. The space prosperity increases by 1,000. Wen Qian. What a great system. It really works. When Rang looked at his sister's silly smile and couldn't help asking, what are you thinking about? So happy? I wonder which genius god created my system. It really understands me so well. When Rang felt a little sour when he heard this. After all, he was also an excellent programmer. And he always felt unconvinced when he heard Wen Qian praising others in front of him. Wen Qian was only immersed in joy and didn't notice her brother's resentful eyes. The area doubled, and the prosperity level increased by 1,000. That means that Gu Ran and his friends have been in the space for another 20 hours. Wen Qian looked down at the map navigation on her phone and decided, brother, let's find out where the granary is. Each city has a granary to store a certain amount of raw grain to meet the stable supply of residents, and as an emergency allocation in special periods. Wen Qian has never touched the granary in Bincheng, but now looking at the situation in Ningxing, she doubts whether the grain in the granary here will be wasted. The granary stores the reserve grain of various towns, and has an outstanding strategic position. It is generally not open to the public, so it is not easy to find the exact location. Several people checked the map and finally found 6 possible ranges and began to search non-stop. It took another 2 days. And finally, there was only the last marked point left, since the previous places were empty. Wenqian did not hold much hope for this last place. But unexpectedly, when they arrived at the place, they saw the high wall and gate of the warehouse directly. Wenqian and the others smiled at each other and hurried in to check the situation. Because of Fu Yuan's presence, they were not besieged by zombies along the way. Wenqian was bored in the car, so he opened the window and took everyone to practice shooting. They shot all the way and killed many unlucky guys. Entering the gate of the granary, what caught their eyes were more than 20 cylindrical granaries. The exterior of the granary has a heat-insulating coating that combines multiple cooling functions, has good sun protection, heat insulation and cooling effects, and is also very waterproof. From the appearance alone, these granaries are not damaged. But the heavy rain a while ago was too severe, so they don't know whether the things inside have been affected or moldy and deteriorated. But in this situation, even if the grain is moldy, many people can't eat it, so it can't be wasted. Even if it is really moldy and infested with insects, it can be returned and dried for processing. The high temperature of more than 60 degrees and the fierce sunlight are perfect for drying grain. Wenqian and his companions immediately put more than 20 granaries into the space. And then everyone was a little dumbfounded when they saw several fat rats and countless rice weevils thrown out by the space. They really didn't expect that the space could also be used as a sieve for filtering. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there are some clues. The crops in the space have never had insects, except for the creatures that Wenqian and others took the initiative to bring in, such as Xiaobai, the 4 dogs and the livestock. Only members recognized by the system can enter and exit the space. Therefore, even the little rice weevils are no exception. As long as they are not bound members, they should all get out of the space. Chapter 118. Where are the people in Ningxing base? There are more than 20 granaries, with about 100,000 tons of grain in them. This made Wenqian and the others feel relieved, and they were more certain that they had made the right decision to come to Ningxing. After collecting the grain, they did not rush to leave, but turned and walked towards the factory inside. Every city's grain warehouse has complete equipment, such as thermal insulation doors and windows, ventilation cages, circulating fumigation and other equipment, which are all indispensable. Wenqian went to collect all these equipment, and then cleaned up the zombies in the grain warehouse, and planned to leave. A big stone in her heart fell, and Wenqian was in a very good mood. They walked towards the door of the granary, and when they were halfway there, they heard gunshots outside. Wenqian raised her eyebrows. Is it such a coincidence? If she didn't come here, no one would come to store grain. She had just taken the grain away, and people from the Ningxing base would not appear. Right? Wenqian couldn't help cursing in her heart. She had never forgotten the scene when she first met Yixinghua and others. She couldn't hand over the things from the space in front of outsiders, no matter whether the other party was from the official base or not. She would not take the initiative to expose her space even if the King of Heaven came. Wenqian looked back at Wenrang and the others, and said softly, "You wait here. I'll go over and take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot. Wenqian's teleportation range is very wide now. She had tried it at home before, and she would not be restricted within 1 kilometer. So when she was at the base, she was responsible for the family going up and down the stairs. The backup power supply of the elevator should not be used if it is not necessary. Wenqian had never seen the people from the Ningxing base, and did not plan to have too much contact with them. She stood in a corner and observed the battle over there. She saw several large trucks surrounded by zombies, because there were too many zombies. And now even the lowest zombies were several times stronger than ordinary people, so the vehicles could not pass smoothly. Seeing that the cars were about to be overturned by the zombies, Wenqian impatiently helped. She used herself as the top bait again. All the zombies stopped moving in an instant, and after a second, they chose their targets again. It was at this time that Wenqian saw who was surrounded. The other party was also stunned when he saw her from afar, and shouted, "Hack! Goddess! I'm saved!" which made Wenqian roll her eyes. Why? Why do I always run into these people? Wenqian looked up at the sky in silence, but her worry disappeared. It's good to be an acquaintance. It's convenient to talk and do things. Wenqian shouted to the granary, "Wenrang, come out to work. It's Yixinghua and the others." Then, she started walking these zombies away like walking a dog. Wen Rang and his men rushed out as soon as they heard her words. Yi Xinghua and the others were stunned as they didn't expect that the whole family was out. And they brought a 5-year-old boy with them. Yi Xinghua was the first to come to his senses, and shouted to the people around him. Go in and collect the food. Others also reacted and were about to drive inside. But were stopped by Wen Rang. There's nothing inside. Kill the zombies first. His words made everyone desperate. They fought all the way here just for this little life-saving food. But, gone? Despair, sadness, and anger all mixed together and surged into the hearts of these wounded men, making their eyes red. Wen Rang saw that they were all disheartened, and guessed the reason. So he said, we have collected the food, and we will talk about it when we get back to a safe place. Everyone. The heart is alive again. The zombie group was attacked from both sides by Wen Qian and everyone. The zombies were led to a far place by Wen Qian. When the 3 minutes were up, they had already run a few thousand meters away. As they ran, they suddenly lost the sense of the target. This confused the zombies again. After stopping for a few seconds, they went to look for other humans again. But they were soon trapped in the huge water prison again. Wen Rang followed his sister's actions, first setting off mines, and then setting fires. After a set of supernatural powers, the zombies inside were charred and unable to move. And then, they were all killed by Wen Qian. Countless water droplets floated in the air, and with a snap of Wen Qian's fingers, they penetrated the zombies' heads and hit the fatal parts of their brains. Wen Qian could sense the zombie army coming from afar, and turned to look at the cars driven by Yi Xinghua and his group. Frowning, she thought for a moment, and said to Wen Rang, brother, take An and the others and go first, to where we stayed last night. I'll take my parents to cover them, and we have to deal with these cars. Wen Rang hesitated for a moment and nodded, dragging Yi Xinghua and others who were reluctant to leave onto a truck. The time Fu Yuan can control his superpowers changes with the size of his superpower range. Just like when he was in his pharmaceutical factory, he was able to maintain his supernatural power without being discovered by zombies, because he was the only one in his air cover. The less energy he consumed, the longer it lasted. When he came out this time, he could protect 5 people for 12 hours. And now, he snuggled in Wen Rang's arms, his little face pale, and whispered, brother, at most 1 hour. That's enough. Wen Rang lowered his head and kissed his forehead, feeling particularly distressed. After they drove away, Wen Qian immediately sent Liu Mo and Wen Chongqing into the space, and then threw the cars in. She fought back alone, exhausted to the point of collapse, and finally saw Wen Rang and others. It was the first time that Wen Qian used high-intensity superpowers for such a long time. She looked up and looked around, found the tallest building, took everyone up, then collapsed on the ground and drank a bottle of water in one breath, throwing the bottle on the ground. Wen Qian leaned against the wall and looked at the embarrassed appearance of Yi Xinghua and others. She coughed twice and spoke. Tell me, why are you there? Why didn't Imohan follow you on such a dangerous mission? When Yi Xinghua and others heard Wen Qian's words, their expressions were not right. Wen Qian frowned at them and asked, didn't he come to Ningxing with you? What happened? Yi Xinghua, we came together. But the commander was trapped in the Ningxing base and couldn't get out. If he leaves, everyone in the base will die. What do you mean? Wen Rang, Liu Mo, and others couldn't understand the meaning of Yi Xinghua's words for a while. Yi Xinghua sighed heavily and talked to them about the current situation of the Ningxing base. There is no spare food in the base. When we arrived, cracks had already appeared on the outer wall of the base. The residents inside had not eaten anything for 3 days. The food we brought from Bincheng was not enough. I had no choice but to take people to the granary to find food. So, Wen Qian raised his voice unhappily. Where are the people in Ningxing base? Where did they go? Why did I only see you? They came to rescue, not to clean up Ningxing's mess. Why did those people hide in there and let them come out to die? Chapter 119, a special zombie with very high combat power. Wen Qian's simple words brought out the emotions that Yi Xinghua and others had suppressed for several days. Several people lowered their heads and remained silent. Wen Qian glanced at the expressions on their faces, picked up the mineral water bottle at hand, and threw it at Yi Xinghua. What's going on? Yi Xinghua's throat rolled, and he was silent for a while before he said hoarsely, the combatants of Ningxing base have basically died. Wen Qian? They were the first to be infected here, with as many as 1/3 of the people infected. And at the beginning, the mutation rate was very fast. In order to prevent the zombies from harming ordinary people, they could only send half of their people out for rescue, and the rest stayed to fight the zombies. But the zombies were not cleared out. According to the information here, on the night of the apocalypse, a special grade zombie with very high combat power appeared in the team. When Qian slightly widened his eyes and sat up straight, it is a very scary thing for Special Forces members like Yixinghua, who are already very powerful, to become zombies. When Qian is very clear about this. However, he became a special class on the night of the apocalypse, and so many Special Forces members failed to kill him. This was indeed beyond Wen Qian's expectations. Yixinghua continued to speak slowly. On the first day of the apocalypse, a large number of combatants were lost here. In addition, their early preparations were not thorough, so even after some people were transferred to the base, they still faced a shortage of disaster relief supplies. So, another group of people died on the way out to find supplies. It is easy to guess what happened next. It was a vicious cycle. Every time people went out to find supplies, they failed to come back alive. And this was not the worst situation. The most serious thing was that there was a problem with the building of Ningxing Base itself. The construction party cut corners, and because of the typhoon, a large area of the residential area in the base collapsed in less than half a month. Now, all the outer walls of the base have cracks, and they may be knocked down by zombies at any time. The worst thing is that the previous 2 zombie sieges were caused by the previous special zombie. It has now evolved advanced thinking, and can organize ordinary zombies to hunt down humans. When Qian frowned and heard Yixinghua say again, now the remaining combatants in Ningxing Base are too hungry to perform their tasks. The people in the base have not eaten for 3 days, and they have not eaten decent food for at least 7 days. They can't even walk well, and they can only be fed by zombies when they come out. There is no other way. We have to come out. As soon as Yixinghua finished speaking, a young man standing behind him choked up and whispered, but even if we come out, those people won't appreciate it. Yixinghua's face changed, and he turned back and shouted angrily, shut up. When Qian tilted her head and saw the person behind Yixinghua, the face was unfamiliar, and she had no impression of him. The man looked about the same age as her. She didn't know what he was thinking about, and his eyes were full of tears. Hearing Yixinghua's words, he clenched his teeth and stopped talking, raising his hand to wipe away his tears. When Qian thought for a moment after seeing this and asked Yixinghua, did you find any supplies today? Yixinghua looked at her awkwardly and shook his head. No. We went straight to the granary. But, after more than 2 months in the apocalypse, everyone has understood a principle of survival. That is, the supplies outside, no matter who they belonged to before, now belong to whoever finds them first. And even if the supplies are in your hands and are snatched away by others, it is their ability, and there is no reason to talk about it. And there is no law to rely on. Therefore, the grain in the Ningxing granary already belonged to Wen Qian. Yixinghua struggled to figure out how to start, his face reddening to his neck. In the end, I took it, and you got nothing. Right? Wen Qian leaned against the wall, hugged her chest, and asked with a smile, do you want food? Yixinghua nodded stiffly. We can exchange other supplies with you. Don't you know how much supplies you have? What can you exchange with me? Wen Qian's tone was sarcastic, and Yixinghua fell silent again. But she immediately changed the subject and said, I can give you food, but you have to let him finish his words. Wen Qian was curious about what happened over there, and pointed at the crying man standing behind Yixinghua and asked, did anyone force you to come out? The boy's tears fell again when he heard her words. Lin Yan, who was standing by, sighed and took the initiative to walk to Wen Qian and whispered. His father was the original executive officer of Ningxing Base, but he died in the zombie siege a few days ago. I'm not crying because of this. The boy suddenly looked up at them, his eyes red. My family has served in the army for generations, and many people died on the battlefield. What does it matter? When we chose this path, we knew what the final result would be. What I can't accept is the attitude of those people. Yixinghua and others looked very ugly, and the boy continued to speak with sobs. What do you mean by being useless when you die? What do you mean by having to come out to find food for them when you are alive? What do you mean by we don't deserve to live? I know that our duty is to protect them. We must protect them even at the risk of our lives. No matter how badly they curse us, we cannot refute them. But why? Why should they curse me even after my dad died? Why can't we get a word of thanks for our efforts and sacrifices? Why are they so confident that we should not go back if we can't find food? Why? The emotions accumulated over the past few days finally burst out. And the boy burst into tears, unable to accept that this is what his parents' sacrifices were worth. On the top of the tall building, everyone fell silent. An 18-year-old boy, who had just been admitted to university, applied to join the army. With respect for his ancestors and a vision for future life, he chose to take this path. But what awaited him? A collapsed system and a broken world. Now he could not see hope or light. Wherever he looked, there were either disgusting zombies or extinct humanity. For the first time, he felt so desperate that he didn't even know what the meaning of his desperate efforts to save those people was. Isn't it good to live? Why should you die for others? But this is the education he received since he was a child. Protect the family, defend the country, fulfill the duties for the people, and seek benefits for the people. Now, his family is gone, and his country is in chaos. He can't even eat for himself, and he has to go out to help others find food. If you find it, change it to you should do it. If you can't find it, change it to you are a waste. He just thinks it's ridiculous, but he has no other way but to accept it. The boy turned around and wiped the tears from his face without telling everyone. Yi Xinghua and others also had red eyes. It can be seen that everyone has suffered a lot of grievances during this period, but they have never said it. Chapter 120. Go to Ningxing base to catch zombies. When Qian sat cross-legged on the ground, looking up at the people in front of her, she understood their grievances and their persistence. But she understood, but did not accept. When Qian sighed and asked Yi Xinghua, "Does Imohan know about this?" Yi Xinghua was slightly startled, and then realized that she was asking about the scolding they had received, and shook his head slowly. If he doesn't know, let him know. Why were you so happy when you complained about me in front of him? Captain Yi, you won't judge people by their appearance, right? When Qian stood up from the ground and went over the past with Yi Xinghua. When I killed one of your men in front of your base, how long did you get angry with me? You said bad things about me in front of Imohan, didn't you? You knew I killed him to protect myself, and I would die if he didn't die. But you still looked down on me. Why? Yi Xinghua didn't expect her to suddenly bring up that matter, and his old face suddenly turned red. He wanted to explain, but heard when Qian say again, because everyone has a mentality of protecting their shortcomings. Why? In just over 2 months, you have lost all your sharpness? You just listen when others scold you, and you just take it when others beat you? That doesn't make sense, right? When Qian lowered his head to pack the things in his travel bag, and continued with a mocking tone, the end of the world has come, and many things have changed. But some things should not change. You are the ones who are charging in the front. If even you don't deserve to live, who deserves to live? Those uncles who can only hide in the base and have everything they want. Now they remember to eat, drink, make trouble, and curse. But they don't remember who saved their lives. This shows that some people are not worth saving at all. When Qian raised her head and met Yi Xinghua's gaze, the rescuer is servile, while the rescued is arrogant. This logic is unreasonable at any time. You have been bound by rules and regulations for too long. Next time someone points at your nose and scolds you, saying that you are trash and don't deserve to live, beat him up. If Imohan can't tolerate your behavior, then come to me, and we will beat him up together. When Qian seized every opportunity to recruit people, after listening to what they said, she was more certain that the base needed to increase its combat effectiveness. It's not to fight against other bases, but to prevent zombies from attacking. Zombies have advanced thinking, and they form alliances to form a force to fight against humans. Just thinking about it makes her shudder. Ningxing's special zombie, who can gather zombies to act together, is definitely a special case. But in the future, most zombies may do the same. Now, before things get too serious, this zombie must be killed. Otherwise, she is very worried that after everyone returns to Bincheng, this zombie will rush to Bincheng with a large army. When Qian still wanted to live a good life, she was also very scared of the zombies evolving so fast. When Qian threw a bottle of water to each of Yi Xinghua and the others and asked, "How far is your base from here?" Yi Xinghua thought for a moment and replied, "About 30 kilometers. Then eat something, and then I will accompany you back." Her words instantly lit up the eyes of Yi Xinghua and the others. Liamo and Wen Chongming, who were quiet on the side, also nodded repeatedly. "Yes, eat something first. You look so thin." You are all malnourished. They had seen these people before, but it had only been a short time. They had lost weight and looked completely different. When Qian took out a large bag of buns from her travel bag and threw them to them, they were still warm. Yi Xinghua and the others were shocked when they saw this. They opened their eyes wide and drooled. Yi Xinghua, where did you get this? My food has always been of high standard. Did you only know this today? I made it at home. Didn't I catch a zombie with ice powers before and send you some ice cubes that won't melt? Freeze it, and it won't go bad. Yi Xinghua, then why is it still hot? Because I found a restaurant with backup power this morning. So I heated it up in the microwave in the store. Ningxing has so many resources. And there are treasures everywhere. You know? When Qian fooled them. But in fact, she took the buns out of the space. Yi Xinghua, but this is too much. What are you going to eat? Of course there are other things to eat. Can I give all the food to you and starve myself? I am not as selfless as you. Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. You are so skinny and ugly like a zombie. And you are not afraid of scaring others. When Qian pushed them aside to eat with a venomous tongue, and then said to Wenrang and others, that special grade zombie must be killed. At present, its initial target is the base. So we have to go there. Dad? Mom? Do you want to take it into the space first? No. Liamo was firm. We haven't seen a special grade one yet. And we want to see it. Although Chongning was afraid. He nodded. Yes. Such a powerful zombie must be seen. When Qian looked down at Fu Yuan, who was hugging Wenrang's thigh like a little quail. Fu Yuan, I want to be with my uncle, aunt, brother and sister. And I want to help kill zombies. When Qian couldn't help but rub his hair and said, Great. It's worthy of being the flower of the motherland, and the hope of the future. On the other side, Yi Xinghua and others were eating. And their eyes were wet unconsciously. Buns. Meat-filled buns. How long have they not tasted this taste? More than a dozen of them came out. And when Qian gave them more than 50 buns, he knew they would not be full. But he did not dare to give them more, because it would be unreasonable to give them more. Each of them ate 4 buns and drank a large bottle of water. Although they were not full, they felt like they were alive again. When Qian took them downstairs, where several large trucks had already loaded with food. When Qian, the grain in the granary is all raw grain, and it is moldy. So I will load you some finished grain first. When you go back, tell them that the grain in the granary has been moved away, so that you don't have to go there to find grain tomorrow. How many days will it take to transfer the remaining refugees? Yi Xinghua thought about the number of people. It will take at least 5 days. That's enough. We'll deal with the rest when we get back to Bincheng. Everyone got on the car and returned to Ningxing base with many obstacles along the way. After entering the base gate, you can feel the dead air outside through the car window. When Qian glanced at the people below, most of them looked very honest. But there were indeed a small number of people who looked at the truck with fierce eyes. As soon as Yi Xinghua and others got off the car, they were surrounded by a group of people. The leading man was sturdy, about 850 centimeters tall, and weighed about 200 kilograms. He looked much more energetic than Yi Xinghua and the others. The first thing he said was, You came back so soon. You must not have found food? How dare you come back? When Qian heard this, when he opened the car door and laughed. Let me see which rabid animal is biting people. Chapter 121, Fighting Veteran Wen Chongning. A clear voice came from behind, making the man furious. Who the hell are you scolding? He turned his head and scolded, and was stunned when he saw the woman behind him. Not only him, but everyone who saw Wen Qian and the others would inevitably be stunned. Everyone in the base was pale and thin. Even the group of people who were looking for trouble looked tall and strong. But in fact their stomachs were rumbling. And there was a large area of blue and black under his eyes. And it was obvious that he was suffering from the end of the world. But looking at Wen Qian again, her skin is fair and tender. Her ponytail is youthful and sunny. And her beauty is wantonly flaunted. The same is true for the people behind her. No matter from their condition or appearance. They are too healthy. And they don't look like they should be in the end of the world. When Qian observed the man and the 30 or so people behind him, and her first impression was that they were in the same group, she replied disdainfully, calling a mad dog. Didn't you hear it clearly? The man broke free from his amazement and looked at Wen Qian with a look of hostility. There were so many people watching. And if he didn't get rid of this anger after being scolded by a bitch, how could he survive in the future? So he pushed Yi Xinghua away and walked towards Wen Qian. Wen Qian stood there waiting for him. Before she could do anything, she heard her father speak from behind. "Hey! I gave you face. Right?" Wen Changning took 2 steps forward and blocked Wen Qian. "What? Do you still want to bully my daughter?" When the man saw an older man rushing out from the middle of the road, he sneered and punched him. Wen Qian's heart was hanging, fearing that her father would suffer. But she didn't even have a chance to fight. And she saw her father knock the man to the ground cleanly and neatly. And the action showed that he was an old hand in fighting. Wen Qian looked back at her mother with a complicated expression. But Liu Mo turned a blind eye and looked up at the sky. Wen Changning didn't like studying since he was a child. When he grew up, he ran around doing business. And it was inevitable that he would have disputes with others. And his temper was also hot. So he really did fight a lot. Later, he got married and had a child. And his family conditions improved. And his temper gradually became calmer. As he got older, he ate and drank every day. And his beer belly became bigger and bigger. As a result, the end of the world made his plan to be a fat old man in the future fall through. In order not to drag his family down, he really worked hard to exercise and lose weight during this period. The beer belly is gone. The fat is less. And he feels a lot lighter when he fights. When the man's accomplice saw that his own people were bullied, he hurried forward to help. Another shadow flashed by Wen Qian's side. It was Wen Rang. The father and son worked together to knock down a large group of people in a few minutes. The people who were watching the excitement quietly couldn't help but applaud in their hearts. These hooligans bully people all day long. There is little food in the base. And even less food is distributed to each person. No one can eat enough. But these people still want to rob others' food everywhere. And they swear every day. Some people thought about resisting. But there are hundreds of thousands of people in the base. And there are fights everywhere. The special forces couldn't even kill the zombies. So how could they care about such things? So, all those who resisted were beaten by this group of hooligans. They were numerous and powerful. Especially the boss, who was even more vicious. The man had superpowers. He was the boss of a small base before. Not long ago, he joined the official base with nearly 100 people under his command. A few days ago, the zombies besieged and the original base executive unfortunately died. He became the temporary acting base chief. Because before becoming the base chief, this group of people were particularly good at pretending in front of the special forces. They used sweet words to deceive them, saying that they would definitely help maintain order in the base, so that they could kill zombies and search for supplies outside. The combatants in the base were either dead or injured, and the rest did not have so many dirty thoughts, which gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. But what? As the number of combatants decreased, their arrogance became more and more full. Even after the people from Bincheng base came over, they really thought they could be on an equal footing with them, and spoke to these rescuers in an imperative tone. On the night when Bincheng base arrived, Mo Han killed a group of people in front of everyone. The cause was that 2 people tried to capture an underage girl and abuse her. When the girl's parents resisted, they were beaten to the point of fractures. This incident was witnessed by Mo Han and others who came late at night. So they killed the 2 people. The gangsters in the base thought that they would be as easy to bully as the people in Ningqing base. So they wanted to give them a warning. As a result, they were all killed by Mo Han. And no one who caused trouble was spared. These days, all the zombies that kept attacking the base were solved by Mo Han. These gangsters finally realized that he was not someone they could offend. So they secretly took out their anger on his subordinates. That is, the unlucky guys like Yi Xinghua. The refugees' emotions were fragile. And Yi Xinghua and his group didn't want to make everyone tremble with fear because of this matter. So they just thought about enduring it. After transferring them all back to Bincheng, they will naturally teach them the principles of life. But the reality is that enduring for a while will not bring peace. And taking a step back will not bring a broad sky. The target of winning people over with virtue should be normal people who can understand human words and distinguish right from wrong. For these brainless hooligans, reasoning with them is just because they can't beat them. At this moment, more than 30 people were beaten black and blue by Wen Changning and Wen Rang. In the distance, one of their accomplices heard the noise and ran over. After seeing this scene, he immediately turned around and ran away to complain to the boss. Wen Qian looked down at the bastards lying on the ground and coldly suggested to Yi Xinghua and others, "The food that we desperately found is not to be eaten by animals that are worse than pigs and dogs. If you keep making trouble, you will be thrown out of the base. If you become a zombie, you can still be worth recovering the crystal core. After she finished speaking, the group left. The others were responsible for carrying food, while Yixinghua took Wenqian and the others to find Imohan. Wenqian observed the environment here while walking. Although the conditions in Bincheng base were not good, the difference was indeed obvious when compared with here. Outside the densely packed tents, there were patients lying on the ground. Everyone was living a life worse than death. But no one gave up. Wenqian was a little touched. She was absent-mindedly thinking about things until a voice came from the front. "Boss! It's them!" Wenqian looked up and met Imohan's gaze. The other party didn't seem to expect to see her here. After staring at her for a few seconds, a smile appeared on his lips. What a joke, Wenqian thought. Wenrang wanted to say hello to Imohan, but when he saw the other party cough twice and walk towards them like he was sick, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. The bastard is pretending to be sick again. Right? Wenrang looked down and looked around, thinking about where he should lie down to make a false claim. There were 3 people standing behind Imohan. 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was the one who had just witnessed the atrocities of Wenchongning and his son, and then complained. Chapter 122 Brother Imohan. Who is she? Imohan walked in front of Wenqian, and before he could say anything, a man and a woman followed him. The woman frowned and looked Wenqian up and down, her eyes full of vigilance and hostility. Brother Imohan. Who is she? Wenqian and the others couldn't help laughing at Imohan's obvious stiff reaction. It was really rare to see such a reaction from him. Wenrang raised his eyebrows slightly and asked like a parrot, Brother Imohan. Who is she? Wang Hu and his sister. Imohan stared at Wenqian and explained, Before I came, Wang Hu was the temporary base chief here. Got it. The leader of the gang. Wenqian glanced at Wang Hu, who was also looking at her. After meeting her gaze, he smiled. It's not easy to see such a beautiful and clean beauty now. What's the beauty's name? He stepped forward and wanted to shake hands with Wenqian. From now on, we are all companions in the same base. You can ask me for help if you have any problems. Wenqian lowered her eyes to look at the hand he extended to her, ignored it, and went to look at Imohan. I have something to talk to you about. Can you please spare me a moment to talk? The man's hand froze in midair, and so did the smile on his lips. Go to my place and talk. Imohan led his men towards where he lived, no longer paying attention to Wang Hu and the others. Wang Hu looked at their backs as they left, grabbed his sister who wanted to chase Imohan. His eyes darkened, and he ordered his men around him. Go check the background of these people. To be in such a state in the end times, it would not be an ordinary person. Judging from Imohan's reaction, they should have known each other for a long time. And maybe they were sent by Bincheng. Wang Hu's eyes were fixed on Wenqian, and his eyes slowly slid over her body, licking the corner of his mouth. Damn. She's really pretty. Brother. Wang Yanyan tugged at the corner of his clothes and said unhappily, Who is that woman? Why is she so close to Brother Imohan? Behave yourself. Don't mess with her before you know her details. After Wang Hu instructed his sister, he saw another subordinate running to report. Boss. Those idiots brought back food. And a lot of it. The cars that were driven out were all full. Oh. Wang Hu smiled and said, Let the brothers go over to help. Understood. Wang Hu left to see the injured brothers, and frowned after seeing their miserable condition. They had multiple fractures all over their bodies, and couldn't even get up. They were really ruthless. Wang Hu decided to ask Imohan for an explanation, so he walked towards his residence. The people sent by Wang Hu to move the food were driven back by Lin Yin and others when they arrived at the place, because they saw the little tricks in their hearts. If they were asked to help, the food would probably be moved into their houses. This group of people didn't expect Lin Yin and his friends to be so ungrateful. But they also knew that the Bincheng base was not easy to mess with, so they could only turn around and leave with dirty words. Lin Yin calmed down his teammates who were angry around him, and whispered, Move the food first. Let everyone eat, and then deal with these bastards. He felt that the goddess was right, and this matter had to be told to the superiors. Otherwise, after returning to Bincheng, this group of people might do something bad. Wenqian and Imohan arrived at the place and explained their purpose directly. I heard from Yixinghua that there is a powerful special grade zombie here? Yes. Imohan did have a headache when he mentioned this, because there are too many zombies, and they mutate too quickly. They are much smarter than the zombies in Bincheng. They know the danger and will avoid attacks. Even after discovering Emohan, a dangerous person, they no longer besieged the base openly, but wandered around the base after dark, looking for every opportunity to rush in. Therefore, Emohan couldn't leave the base to find the special zombie. He tried, and as long as he left the base, there would be more zombies nearby. The original combatants in the base couldn't fight against so many zombies. He was trapped in the base, and could only evacuate everyone as soon as possible. He couldn't even sleep well. It's been almost a week since I came here, and I sleep at most 3 hours a day. It's not that I can't hold on, but I'm getting more and more irritable. But now, Emohan stared at the person in front of him, and the irritability in his heart disappeared completely. What are you planning? Wenqian asked. We can't leave this zombie here, Emohan said firmly. I plan to find it after evacuating all the refugees, because I can't leave the base now, and the zombies will attack when I'm not there. This situation is really serious. Wenqian thought about it and said, then I'll look for it nearby in the next few days. It can control so many zombies near the base, so I think it shouldn't be hiding far away. She is willing to take action, which is a great thing. But, Emohan lowered his eyes and thought. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wenqian couldn't help but ask, why? Don't you want me to intervene? No. I just thought that I couldn't let you help for nothing. But according to the current situation, there is nothing I can give you. So I am a little embarrassed, Emohan said realistically. He knew that Wenqian had everything now. It's not a free help. If I don't kill this zombie, it will be a threat to me in the future. As for the food I gave you, just think of it as a favor you owe me. I will ask you to pay it back when I need it in the future. Besides, I need someone else. Who? Emohan was curious. She had seen those people from Yixinghua before. There was no reason to wait until now. That crybaby? I heard he was the son of the former CEO of Ningxing Base. This answer surprised Emohan a little. He frowned slightly and asked, why him? He's good looking? I'm not bad either. Shame on you. Wenqian didn't say anything, but Wenchangming, who was sitting behind her, coughed twice, suggesting that Emohan should be careful with his words. Seeing this, Emohan didn't dare to show off. He smiled at Wenchangming and nodded. Got it. I'll send the person to you after returning to Bincheng. Then it's settled. I'll take Yixinghua and the others out to find supplies these days, as a reward for the crystal cores you gave me. Wenqian was busy killing zombies these days, and had no time to deal with the crystal cores in the space. But she knew that the crystal cores in the space were definitely not all brought back by them. There was also Emohan, now in the entire Ningxing base. He is probably the only one who can be regarded as the main combat force. He killed a lot of zombies every day, and they were all of a relatively high level. He didn't want to take advantage of Wenqian, and Wenqian didn't want to take advantage of him either. Even brothers have to settle accounts. Not to mention that they are not related at all now. There are enough supplies in her space, and the family can't eat them all in this lifetime. Even if the other people in Xiaobai base are counted, they can't eat them all. So it's a waste to keep them for her. And it's just a piece of cake to give them to them. Wenqian finished speaking and was about to get up and leave, but heard someone knocking on the door outside. Commander Emo. I'm Wang Hu. I have something to talk to you about. Wenqian sat down again and didn't want to leave. She turned her head to look at Emohan and winked. And Emohan said, come in. Chapter 123 Emohan, tell your sister to stay away from me. Wang Hu pushed the door open and saw Wenqian and her group. He hesitated for a moment, stood at the door and didn't come in, and said with a smile, I didn't expect there would be guests. Since it's not convenient, I'll come back later. I didn't expect it. Didn't he just see Emohan take them away? The purpose of saying this was obviously to drive Wenqian and the others away. Wenqian guessed his thoughts and smiled without saying anything. Emohan also pretended not to understand. It's convenient. Just say whatever you want. Wang Hu paused in his retreat, but still refused. I'll come back later. Wenqian looked at his back, sneered, and cursed him as a coward in her heart. Wang Hu ran away, and Wenqian didn't want to stay any longer. So she stood up and asked, who lives in the room next to you? Yixinghua and his friends. I'll ask them to clear the room later. No need. As long as they are acquaintances. Isn't there an open space between the two houses? I'll set up a tent there. Wenqian said and walked out of the room. She had observed the accommodation conditions here when she came here just now. The most chaotic area is full of tents. The better ones are row houses. And a little further away is the single-family house where Imo-han lives, similar to Area A in Bincheng Base. When Qian took out the tent and threw it to Wen-rang, Imo-han subconsciously stepped forward to help, but was stopped by Wen-rang. "Don't do that. I'm afraid you'll lie in my tent and try to scam me." Wen-rang was skilled in his movements. In just a few minutes, a super large disaster relief tent was set up, enough for Wen Qian and others to stay. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was getting dark. Wen Qian didn't plan to go too far, so he just wanted to walk around nearby. The whole base is busy now. They finally found food, and people are queuing up everywhere to get food. Wen Qian didn't know what he was thinking, and said, "You go and do your work. I'll go find Yi Xinghua and the others." Imo-han glanced at Wang Hu hiding in the distance and nodded. But Wen Qian just took 2 steps out and heard him calling his name. Wen Qian turned his head to look at him and asked, "What's wrong? I'm really happy that you can come here." Imo-han's expression was serious, so Wen Qian didn't know what to say for a while. She was silent for a moment, then replied, "Yeah, got it." Wen Qian and the others walked away, and Imo-han turned back to the room. Not long after, Wang Hu appeared at the door again. Imo-han did not close the door. He knocked twice symbolically, and walked into the room with a smile. "Chief Imo, are those people also from Bincheng? You came to me just to find out this?" Imo-han sat on the chair and spoke in a cold voice. Wang Hu looked at him for a few seconds, then closed the door with his backhand. In fact, he didn't like Imo-han very much, because he was too strong. Facing someone who is much stronger than you can't help but want to bow your head. Wang Hu is used to being praised by others. He was the boss in his own base before, and he was even luckier after coming here. He first recruited a lot of new brothers, and then became the acting executive of the base. He thought he would always be the boss of this official base, which was also the fulfillment of his daydream of wanting to be an official, even though he was not good at studying since he was a child. As a result, Imo-han came. In the past few days when Imo-han came, few people dared to look at him and talk to him. Most people looked at him cautiously. In fact, Wang Hu was sometimes afraid to talk to him. But thinking that there were so many people watching, he had to stand up straight. Now, he came to Imo-han just to ask for an explanation. "They injured dozens of us after they arrived. We can't just let it go. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to the people below." Wang Hu walked to the seat next to Imo-han and sat down, saying, "You have to treat your subordinates equally, and you can't let them do this." Imo-han listened to his words patiently, as if he had heard a joke, and looked at him with a smile on his face. Wang Hu was a little confused by his smile, and an immature guess popped up in his mind. He was agreeing with his point of view. This thought made Wang Hu feel much more comfortable. He was about to say something else, but he heard Imo-han ask, "What did I do wrong to make you think that you and I are us?" Imo-han drew a line between him and him in one sentence, making Wang Hu angry. "What do you mean by that? Can my people be beaten for nothing?" Imo-han looked at him quietly, making Wang Hu feel fear for no reason. But he always believed that he was right, and Imo-han should give him some face. Now is the time when he is short of manpower. Imo-han knows that he is different from ordinary people. Both of them are superpowers. After arriving in Bincheng, the base will definitely need someone to help manage these refugees. Maybe Imo-han will continue to let him be the CEO of the second Bincheng official base because of his experience. Wang Hu doesn't mind helping him, and always thinks that they are in the same boat. So when Imo-han overturned his self-evident ideas, he couldn't accept it. Little did he know that every word he said was a joke to Imo-han. "I came to you to ask for an explanation. Otherwise, I can't explain it to the brothers below," Wang Hu said. "Brothers have contributed a lot to the base during this period. It's too disheartening to let others bully you like this." After hearing his words, Imo-han's face flashed with a subtle doubt and asked, "What have you contributed?" Wang Hu didn't expect him to ask this, and was a little stunned for a moment. Imo-han sneered at this. "What you call sacrifice? Do you mean robbing other people's food everywhere? Or bullying women? Or do you spare no effort to verbally attack the special forces?" Imo-han knows everything, but he doesn't say it, and he doesn't have that much time to care. After Wang Hu came to this base, he gathered all the local hooligans here and made them his brothers. In total, there are almost 10,000 people. Transport planes come and go every day, responsible for transferring refugees to Bincheng. Why didn't Wang Hu and his group move and all stayed where they were. Imo Han had his own plan. You can come to me, which means you don't understand a few things. First, I don't know you well, and you are not qualified to talk to me in this tone. Second, your people deserve to be beaten, and I won't give you any face. Third, don't take things for granted. Before thinking, ask yourself if you deserve it. With every word Imo Han said, the expression on Wang Hu's face became uglier. Just when he thought Imo Han had finished speaking, he heard the other party add the last point. Oh, and there is a fourth point. Tell your sister to stay away from me. I have no interest in her, and I have no habit of not killing women. Wang Hu slammed the table and said angrily, What do you mean by these? Imo Han replied sarcastically, This is why I only like to be with smart people. The words are so clear, but you still don't understand. There should be a limit to playing crazy and stupid. Chapter 124 I say people, not trash. If anyone else said these words in front of Wang Hu, he would be shot dead. But the person who said it was Imo Han, and he is still alive. Because Wang Hu knows that he is very powerful and dare not take action easily. And Wang Hu put his hand in his pocket and touched the gun. He suppressed the anger in his heart and told himself not to be impulsive. Otherwise it would ruin the big thing. However, he still took out the gun. But the target he aimed at was not Imo Han, but his own temple. Wang Hu opened his eyes wide and tried desperately to take back the gun. But there was no way. Even his hand pulled the safety pin without obeying. In an instant, Wang Hu felt like he was falling into the abyss. He looked at Imo Han in disbelief, and saw Imo Han stood up calmly and said to him, I said the day I came here that this place is officially taken over by Bincheng Base. It has always been you who didn't understand your position, let alone my temper. Wang Hu trembled slightly with coldness all over his body, and he breathed rapidly, fearing that he would be controlled and forced to shoot in the next second. Imo Han looked at his fearful expression, and his mood seemed to have finally improved. The muzzle of the gun in Wang Hu's hand also moved from the temple to the thigh. Tell your people to be obedient and behave properly, and I will take you away from Ningxing. If you continue like now, there will be no place for you in my base. Imo Han's words floated into Wang Hu's ears, making him breathless. Wang Hu couldn't believe that the CEO of an official base would say such a thing. He gritted his teeth and said, You don't dare. Your duty is to save everyone. Imo Han raised his eyebrows, and with a bang, gunshot, Wang Hu fell to the ground, blood flowing from his legs. He screamed in pain, and Imo Han lowered his eyes and looked at him coldly. You will know if you dare to try. I say people, not garbage. After Imo Han finished speaking, he walked out of the room. The people patrolling nearby were startled when they suddenly heard the gunshot, especially when they found out whose room the gunshot came from. They were so scared that their souls flew away and ran towards that place quickly. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Imo Han walk out of the house unscathed. But then, they were filled with questions. What on earth was the gunshot about? Imo Han walked away, and after a long while, Wang Hu limped out of the door. His right trouser leg was soaked in blood, and the bullet was embedded in the bone, causing him to turn pale and feel dizzy. There was no medical team at the Ningxing base at the moment, so he couldn't even find a reliable doctor. He simply gritted his teeth and bandaged his leg roughly with his clothes to stop the bleeding. When Wang Hu returned to his residence, his men were furious when they saw that he was injured. They all asked who dared to attack him and wanted to settle accounts with him. Wang Hu remembered Imo Han's warning and had to swallow his anger before he found out what kind of superpowers Imo Han had and what weaknesses he had. He didn't want to annoy him again. Yi Xinghua and others have been busy since they came back, busy collecting food to prevent it from being stolen by Wang Hu's group. They are also busy serving food to hundreds of thousands of people. After a few hours of busy work, the sky was completely dark. Yi Xinghua was surprised to find that Wang Hu had sent people to guard the entrance of the base. This behavior was too abnormal. That group of people had always been sneaky and cunning. They were either making trouble or lying on the ground pretending to be sick all day. When had they ever been so active? Yi Xinghua felt something was wrong and wanted to report it to Imo Han. As a result, he met his teammates halfway and was told that Wang Hu came out of Imo Han's house in the afternoon and was shot. Yi Xinghua had a guess in his mind, and when he arrived in front of Imo Han, he was ridiculed by Imo Han. Of course I know what they did. I just didn't expect you to be so stupid. You came all the way to rescue them, but you were bullied. Imo Han was curious and wanted to see how long they could endure. Wen Qian came over and gave them a demonstration. Thinking of Wen Qian, Emo Han's eyes softened. Wen Qian went to find you. Where is she? Oh. Yi Xinghua scratched his head embarrassedly and said, she asked me to double the food for the special forces. And then she left, saying that she was going to walk around the base. Yi Xinghua looked at the sky outside and was a little worried. It's already this time. It's almost time to come back. Wen Qian did come back, but was blocked by Wang Yanyan halfway. The other party didn't say a word, and rushed over and attacked directly. Wen Qian would never stand there and get beaten in vain, especially after discovering that Wang Yanyan's target was actually Fu Yuan beside her. She wanted to kill him even more. Wang Yanyan has a power ability. If she was really hit, the child's head would not be able to withstand the huge force. Wen Qian understood this the moment he held her wrist, and immediately took out the dagger from his leg and cut her tendons accurately. Wen Qian, what? Are you suffering from rabies? A bunch of mad dogs, biting whoever they catch? Wang Yanyan screamed, and found that she couldn't get away from him at all. And she was a little panicked. You stupid thing. Your brother can hold back. Why can't you learn from him? As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, Yi Xinghua, who came out to find her, said something a few meters away. His brother was also taught a lesson this afternoon. Wen Qian. Okay. We are from the same family. Wang Yanyan looked at Wen Qian with gritted teeth. Everything was fine before she came, but everything was messed up when she showed up. Emo Han had been friendly to them before, but today he took action directly. It must be because this bitch said something to him. Wen Qian saw her glaring at him and said with a smile, if you glare again, I'll dig out your eyes. You dare, ah. Wen Qian inserted the dagger in Wang Yanyan's shoulder, followed the bone seam, and twisted the knife handle. You should be thankful that my brother is by your side. I don't want to show him anything too bloody. If you mess with me again, I'll kill your brother too. Wen Qian pulled out a dagger, kicked the man away, and looked at Yi Xinghua. Do you have something to ask me? Ah. No. But the people at the door now are Wang Hu's men. I was afraid that you would be embarrassed when you come back, so I thought of coming to pick you up. I was wondering why there were a bunch of bastards at the door. What's wrong with them? Why are they suddenly so active? Maybe they are scared. Yi Xinghua lowered his voice. The commander took action this afternoon. He should have taken action earlier, Wen Qian said. But on second thought, it was not quite right. I heard that Wang Hu's people were distributed in various areas of the base. There were 400,000 or 500,000 people crowded together here. If they were to tear their faces apart too early, it was uncertain what bad things that group of people would do secretly. They should indeed be dealt with. But there was no need to pay the way with the lives of innocent people. So now is the right time. At night, the base was pitch black. Yi Xinghua was lighting up the front with a flashlight. Wen Qian couldn't help but ask, aren't there any solar street lights? Originally, there were, but the construction company cut corners and used defective products for everything. So after the rainstorm, none of them worked. Wen Qian laughed angrily. Do you know where the person in charge is now? I'll go find him and dig up his ancestors' graves while I'm at it. Chapter 125 Emo Han. Who else have you killed that I don't know about? Wen Qian really wants to see this beast with her own eyes. Yi Xinghua was also furious when he mentioned that person. I heard that he fled to Bincheng, but I don't know where he is. Bincheng? Wen Qian turned to look at Wen Rang. Wen Rang obviously thought the same as her. Since they were all unscrupulous profiteers, it should be correct. It's probably with Fu Sheng. Wen Rang said softly. Fu Yuan held his hand and frowned when he heard the familiar name. Bad uncle. Wen Rang smiled and patted his head. The others continued to walk forward. When they heard the sound of an airplane in the distance, they looked over subconsciously. Bincheng arranges airplanes to pick up refugees here 24 hours a day, and one just happened to arrive. Yi Xinghua stopped and looked at Wen Qian and the others rather embarrassedly, saying, I have to go over there. Every time this happened, everyone rushed forward desperately, hoping to reach a safe base as soon as possible. So the scene was very chaotic, and someone needed to maintain order. Wen Qian and the others had nothing to do when they returned, so they decided to go over with Yi Xinghua to have a look. Before the plane landed, the people on the ground were already getting agitated and running towards the apron. It was funny to say that before the end of the world, few people would be willing to live near the airport because of the noise. But now, the location close to the apron has become popular. and too many people have fought over the location. When Yixinghua hurried over with them, the apron was already in chaos. When Rang held Fu Yuan in his arms, the little guy had never seen such a scene before, and he hugged Wen Rang's neck tightly and dared not make a sound. A deafening gunshot suddenly sounded, causing the pushing team to stop for a moment. Emohan stood on a high place, looked at the people rushing over coldly, and warned, "From now on, everyone stand still. Anyone who takes another step forward will bear the consequences." "Why?" There was a protest from the crowd. "The plane is here to pick us up. Why don't you let us go?" Some people didn't believe it and continued to squeeze forward. Someone was deliberately making trouble, and they followed suit. Seeing this, Emohan was too lazy to say anything. He raised his hand and shot them one by one. With each gunshot, a person fell down. Within a minute, everyone was so scared that they squatted down with their heads in their hands, not daring to move forward or backward. The scene finally quieted down, and Emohan winked at Yixinghua and others, and they hurried to continue working. The sound of the planes and the gunshots caused the number of zombies outside the base to increase. Soon, there was a burst of gunfire at the entrance of the base. It was the zombies who took the opportunity to attack at night. Emohan's eyes flashed with blood, and he looked at the distance without leaving. He just looked at there quietly, in sharp contrast with the crowd running to the plane in a panic, and even looked like he was in a daze. But just like that, the noise at the entrance of the base soon quieted down. At the same time, Emohan also coughed twice in a low voice. When Qian stood in the corner and took in this scene, suddenly, she had a guess, which made her feel a little depressed. The zombies outside the base should have been killed by him. He was not sick at all, but he was using his superpowers too frequently, which made him feel unwell. Soon, a plane was full. The remaining people saw that there was no hope of boarding the plane, so they could only turn around and leave with resentment. Su Shu, Zheng Yun and Guan Bowen, who were responsible for picking up the refugees, saw Wen Qian and others standing not far away. Their expressions changed instantly, and they ran towards them with a smile. "Hello, uncle and aunt." They greeted Wen Chongning and Liu Mo. As time was limited, they could not say too much, so they hurriedly said a few rainbow farts to Wen Qian and ran away. Wen Qian looked at them speechlessly. Before they boarded the plane, Emohan called them over. Then he whispered a few words to them and handed them a piece of paper, because they were not very close. Wen Qian could not see what was written on it, but from a distance, it looked like some names. The plane took off, and another group of people were sent to Bincheng. The next flight was expected to arrive in 3 hours. There were limited planes, limited fuel, and limited manpower, so the transfer speed could only be like this. After settling this group of people, they would pick up the next group. Emohan walked back to the residence with them. When Qian lowered his head and thought about things, they arrived at the residence. Liu Mo and others entered the tent first, and Yixinghua also went back to the house to wash and sleep. He had to take over the patrol at 1 o'clock, so he had to take the time to rest. Only Wen Qian and Emohan were left in front of the house. And when Qian asked him, "I heard that Wang Hu has placed his people in various areas, in order to prevent too many people from trampling when boarding the plane." Emohan had already ordered the base to be divided into multiple areas. The people who were to be sent away the next day were brought to the apron 1 day in advance. Each accommodation area was the capacity of 1 plane. Although every time a plane arrived, people from other accommodation areas would try to rush over to board the plane together. It was better than hundreds of thousands of people squeezing together. Wang Hu wanted to have a certain degree of control over the base, so he sent some of his capable men out to various areas and followed each plane to Bincheng first. In this way, when he finally arrived, his men had already helped him to find out the intelligence there, and even helped him control some people. When Qian asked with concern, "What did you write on the paper you gave to Su Shu and the others just now?" Emohan looked at her for a few seconds and chuckled. "What do you think it is? I'm the one asking the question. Don't ask it back." Emohan nodded obediently and answered, "Name." When Qian looked at him with a complicated expression, "Wang Hu's men." "Yes." Sure enough. When Qian sighed, hesitated for a moment, and asked again, "Did you kill Ouyang Yong?" Emohan was a little surprised to hear this, and raised his eyebrows silently. When Qian, did he kill him or not? Killed him. But he didn't tell anyone about that. Yixinghua and the others didn't know. How did she know? Yang Yong was a troublesome person. Imo Han was worried that he would cause trouble in the future. So he just killed him to prevent future troubles. It was difficult for him to kill him when he was in his base. But once he left, whether he was dead or alive was none of his business. So, Yang Yong was killed by Imo Han as soon as he left Bincheng that day. Not to mention using Wen Qian as an experiment. He didn't even have the chance to see Wen Qian again. After Imo Han answered, Wen Qian didn't say anything. She turned her head and looked into the distance, which made Imo Han suddenly wonder what to do. What kind of reaction is this? Yang Yong can't be killed? Imo Han thought seriously and couldn't help asking her, what are you thinking about? It was late at night, and his voice sounded particularly clear. Wen Qian looked back at him and asked, who else did you kill that I don't know about? Imo Han was silent for a moment and answered, Zhang Xiang's parents. Wen Qian, you seem to be used to doing good things without leaving a name. Obviously. Just mentioning it would make people happy. At least he would get a thank you. But he said nothing. Chapter 126 at that time. Wen Qian had just joined the special forces. Wen Qian thought of Zhang Xiang and some boys who had pursued her before. They seemed to remind her all the time how much they had paid for her. He had to go to the teaching building for class. But he said he was waiting for her. He had to go to the library to study. But he said he had turned down important activities just to accompany her. When he gave her milk tea and she refused, he would say that they had waited in a long line for a long time to buy it. When he gave her a gift and she refused to accept it, he would also say that they had spent a lot of money and thought to get it. They said they didn't date any girls on Valentine's Day because she was chaste. The most outrageous thing was that even when she didn't do well in the exam, they said it was because she didn't agree to be their girlfriend, which distracted them. People seemed to know the truth that the crying child gets the milk, and they were afraid that their efforts would not be discovered by others. So it was the first time she had seen someone like Imo Han who did everything silently without saying a word. She began to wonder if he had done anything else that she didn't know about. Imo Han was slightly stunned after hearing her words, because he thought of something that happened a long time ago. At that time, when Qian had just graduated from the military academy and joined the special operations team. Because of her outstanding ability, she was soon transferred to the main control desk to work beside him. Once, she was assigned to perform a mission with a particularly high risk factor. Although she came back alive in the end, she was also injured and rested for a while. Imo Han was very busy at that time. He seemed to have been like this all the time, and he had no extra time left for himself. He remembered the little girl who always liked to hide in his office to eat potato chips and watch variety shows. So he prepared more snacks for her. Then, one day, Wen Qian, who had recovered, stopped him and asked him, Sir, you do good things without leaving your name? What did he answer at that time? He said, Be careful next time you eat secretly. If I find out again, you will be punished. Wen Qian didn't understand. He didn't let her eat, but he prepared so much for her. What was this? So she asked, Sir, is this phishing/enforcement? Did Wen Rang offend you recently? I have an average relationship with him. Not a particularly close one. So if you have any grudges, it's better not to blame me. In fact, Imo Han didn't quite understand what she meant at the time. Not only him, but everyone in the control console felt that her thoughts were too jumpy. Compared with him, she seemed out of place. Until later, she became more and more powerful and became the captain of the special operations team. And the people around her were increasingly influenced by her and gradually began to become like her. In this way, a small number of system members in the control console who originally had no independent emotions became more and more like real humans. When did Imo Han start to realize that something was wrong with him? Probably that time. Imo Han? When Qian looked at the dazed man beside her and waved in front of him to let him break free from his memories. What are you thinking about? Imo Han came back to his senses, looked at her for a few seconds, and whispered, I like you. A question mark appeared above Wen Qian's head. Are you asking for a beating? Why are you bringing this up? Imo Han, didn't you say that good things should be known? Wen Qian was speechless and felt a little hot in her ears. She reacted and declined, Thank you. I don't like you. Imo Han smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. But Wen Qian clenched her fists, because his face clearly said I don't believe it. Wen Qian couldn't talk anymore, so she glared at him and walked quickly into her tent. Wen Rang was a little jealous when he saw his sister coming back. What's there to talk about with him? Wen Chongming nodded repeatedly. Yes. And we talked for such a long time. We didn't talk about anything. Just confirmed with him about Ouyang Yong. Wen Qian lowered her head to find food in the space. And said casually, he was killed for sure. When Rang thought of that perverted old man. And praised him Mohan emotionlessly. Then he is really sensible. Wen Qian looked up at her brother. Why are you so sarcastic? Didn't you know about this a long time ago? Yes. When Rang became even more sarcastic. Didn't you know about it on the day at the port? Why did you ask him specifically? Wen Qian stared at her brother and tore open a bag of potato chips. The potato chips made a crisp sound when she threw them into her mouth, as if she was biting his bones. When Rang felt threatened by his sister and apologized with a fist, I am meddling in other people's business. You are right. We need to confirm this with the person involved. Otherwise it is easy to send the wrong banner. Wen Qian ignored him, took up the dinner, and silently added some perverted chili powder to her brother's curry. She didn't sleep well that night because there were constant gunshots around the base. The zombies in other areas of Ningqing also seemed to be gradually gathering here, which made the base's work of searching for supplies and evacuating refugees more difficult. When Qian and his friends woke up in the morning, ate and drank enough in the tent, and went out, they happened to meet Yi Xinghua, who came back to rest. He didn't sleep all night from 1 to 8 o'clock, and now he was a little sleepy. Seeing that Wen Qian and his friends were about to go out, he hurriedly said, Are you going out to find supplies? Wait for me for 2 minutes. I'll wash my face. He hurried into the room. And Sue? The sound of basins and water pouring came from inside the room. Yi Xinghua did not close the door. So Wen Qian stood at the door and looked inside. This room was as big as Imo Han's. But it was full of beds. There were 3 layers of beds. Upper, middle and lower, which could accommodate more than a dozen people in total. Apart from the beds, there was basically no place to walk. There was a washstand at the door, with wash basins, kettles and towels placed there. There was a small empty space next to it, where their luggage bags were piled. Yi Xinghua was the only one in the room. When Qian looked at the bed and saw that there was no mattress, just a wooden bed board, she wondered how they slept these days. Are you going to patrol tonight? When Qian asked in a low voice. Yes. What's wrong? It's okay. You take a rest. We'll go out by ourselves. No. Yi Xinghua wiped his face hard and said seriously, How can I have the nerve to keep taking your supplies for free? Although I'm not as good as you, I can help a little bit. I can't just do nothing. Yi Xinghua took out the intercom and informed Lin Yin and others who were eating to come back quickly, wash their faces, and get ready to go. Within 5 minutes, more than a dozen people came back panting and followed Wen Qian and others like a tail. Wen Qian looked at them with a look of disgust on his face. Liamo even directly expressed his concerns. I won't have to find a place to rescue them halfway. Right? Wen Chongming added venomously, You have big dark circles under your eyes. I'm really afraid that I will accidentally chop you as zombies. Chapter 127. Shi and Imo Han went out to collect supplies. Yi Xinghua and the others also knew how ugly they were now. Dirty, smelly and ugly. So they all smiled embarrassedly. Lin Yin said slyly, Don't worry, uncle. When you make a move, we will kneel down for you immediately. And you will know that we are not zombies. Wen Chongming was so angry that he laughed. But he was still worried about the physical condition of this group of people. So he looked at Wen Qian. Wen Qian didn't want to take them, but he knew their stubbornness. So he thought about it and said, You all follow me. What about the base? Although the food problem has been solved, there may still be few people fighting. Wen Qian used to complain that Yi Xinghua and his friends' abilities grew too slowly. But now that she saw the people from Ningqing base, she was too lazy to even say a word of disdain. Indeed, there is no harm without comparison. Although Yi Xinghua and his friends' evolution speed is not as fast as Wen Qian and his friends, they are also at the top of the pyramid compared to others. How about this? Wen Qian suggested. You split into 2 teams. One team will go out with me today, and the rest will rest at the base. How about changing to the other team tomorrow? Wen Qian was still thinking that if he took them with him, he would have to drive out. And when collecting supplies, he couldn't just throw them into the space. He had to pretend. Yi Xinghua and others were hesitating whether to agree or not, when they saw Imo Han's figure in the distance. He walked out of the crowd, and because of his height and aura, he had a sense of standing out from the crowd. When Rang said a lot of bad things about Imohan. But he never said he was ugly. Because facing that face, he really couldn't say that word. Imohan has an upright figure and a very good-looking face. But most of the time, he has a cold expression, looking heartless and difficult to talk to. Now, that handsome face that makes people feel that it is not easy to mess with is also full of unhappiness, which scared Yi Xinghua and others subconsciously straightened their backs, thinking, I must be careful in what I say and do today. But just as this thought came up, a man named Wen Rang asked fearlessly, What do you want to do with your dark face? Are you going to eat people? Wen Rang looked Imohan up and down, curious about who was so capable that he could make him look like he was going to die early in the morning. I just received a call that the West City base has sent everyone out to collect supplies all over the city. Imohan's words made everyone understand the seriousness of the matter. Fu Sheng found out that they were transferring refugees in Ningxing. So he deliberately wanted to plunder all the supplies in the city when Imohan was not in Binsheng. In this way, even if the official base takes all the people in Ningxing back, they will have nowhere to go if the supplies are insufficient. In order to prevent a large number of people from starving to death, they have to beg for mercy from the West City base. This abacus is so loud that it is really hard not to be angry. When Qian came to Ningxing because Binsheng will be short of supplies in the future. Now it is not a question of whether there is a shortage or not, but that it will be impossible to find it in the future. It seems that he can only empty Ningxing and go back. Going out to collect supplies was imminent. When Qian looked at Yi Xinghua and the others, and changed his mind to take them all out of the base. But he heard Imohan say, I'll go out with you to find supplies. Wen Qian, what about the base? Zombies won't attack on a large scale during the day. Uncle, Aunt, and Wen Rang will stay in the base to make up for the lack of combat power. I'll go with you. And the speed will be faster. In theory, this arrangement seems to be very reasonable. But Wen Rang just felt that this person was selfish and just wanted to create an opportunity to be alone with his sister. Yi Xinghua didn't want to speak, but couldn't help it. Sir, if it's just the two of you, you can only bring back 2 trucks of supplies at most. Otherwise, take us with you. Wen Rang raised his lips slightly, wanting to see what Imohan would say. Unexpectedly, Imohan was calm and looked at Yi Xinghua, saying, I have space. Wen Rang, Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua was stunned and listened to him again. And it's very big. It can hold the supplies of the entire Ningxing. Yi Xinghua came back to his senses. They all had special abilities, but they were different in type, strong or weak. Just like Ji Fan also had space abilities, but after so long of evolution, there was only less than 2 square meters of space, and not much could be stored. So when they heard Imohan say that his space could hold all the supplies in Ningxing, they had only one thought in their minds. That was too awesome. He was worthy of being their boss. Imohan's excuse was indeed good. In the future, as long as he was present, they would not have to worry about how to explain the disappearance of supplies. And there is no need to let others know that Wen Qian has a space. As for Yi Xinghua and others, they are all very loyal to Imohan, and will never spread this matter around to make Imohan hate them. Even if someone accidentally let it slip, someone with bad intentions will definitely not be his opponent. In an instant, everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed to Imohan's proposal. If it weren't for Lin Yan, the chatterbox, who suddenly said, Why don't you bring someone to drive you too? Imohan and Wen Qian would have turned around and walked out of the base. Lin Yan's words made Wen Rang laugh out loud. Even Liu Mo had a smiling expression, looking like he was watching the fun. Lin Yan had no other thoughts. He just felt that the two of them were tired enough from killing zombies, and wanted to let them rest as much as possible. As soon as he said it, he felt that the atmosphere seemed wrong. Their leader's expression looked like he wanted to stab someone. Lin Yan regretted it. But it was too late, because Wen Qian nodded at him and said, Good suggestion. It's you. Come with us. Lin Yan. Is it too late for him to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead? Lin Yan followed Wen Qian and Imohan and left, looking back every 3 steps. Weak, helpless and pitiful. Imohan has never left the base since he came to Ningxing. Lin Yan drove the car, and he and Wen Qian sat side by side in the back. Suddenly, he felt that this was not bad. Wen Qian threw the phone to Lin Yan, which was on the navigation. She took the paper map, scratched it with her finger, and said, This area is clear. We will finish it today. Imohan tilted his head to look, and followed her words. Okay. I'll do as you say. Lin Yin was driving in front, and he always felt that something was wrong. Zombies were rampant outside the car, and they followed the car and caught up with the smell of human beings. Lin Yin didn't want to think too much, so he drove hard to avoid the zombies, and listened to the two gods behind him discussing whether to go to the nearby towns after collecting the supplies in Ningxin. If these words were spoken by others, they would sound like dreams. But they said it was a trivial matter, and it just depended on whether they were willing to do it. Wen Qian was a lazy person, and he felt that the supplies in the space were enough for a while. In addition, he would be out for a long time, and he was also worried about Gu Ran and others at home. So he decided to go back to Bensheng after finishing the things here. As for whether he would come out again in the future, we will talk about it later. Chapter 128. Two big guys teamed up to take down a large area. Lin Yin followed the navigation and arrived at the place quickly, because Emo Han took the responsibility of the space. Wen Qian had no scruples. After getting off the car, he directly put the car into the space, which made Lin Yin stunned. Lin Yin had come out with Emo Han to perform tasks before, and had also cooperated with Wen Qian several times. But this was the first time he came out with the two of them. He knew that it would be very safe to be with them, but he really didn't expect it to be such a pleasant experience. The moment he got off the car, zombies rushed over from all directions. Lin Yin raised his gun nervously, thinking of performing well in front of his superior and the goddess. As a result, before he killed a single zombie, the two big guys had already teamed up to kill a large group of zombies. They stood back to back, and no zombies on the whole street could get close to them. The zombies on this side had just been frozen, and their heads moved. The zombies on the other side had already been struck by lightning, and their heads were blown apart. A water prison was immediately rolled up here, and the strong water pressure crushed the zombies' skulls into slag. The zombies over there started to kill each other, breaking each other's necks in pairs. Lin Yin stood in the middle, feeling like a spectator watching a table tennis match. He turned his head left and right, and every side was so exciting that he wanted to applaud. But in the end, he turned his head too frequently, and made himself a little dizzy. Lin Yin had no chance to attack at all, which made him seem useless. He was hit by his own idea, so he found a job for himself. He couldn't kill zombies, but he could definitely move things. He turned and ran into a shop, gathering all the things inside at the door, so that when the superior was free, he could just wave his hand and put the supplies into the space, without wasting time. It was the first time to collect supplies so happily. Lin Yin was full of energy, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Soon, the front of many shops were filled with small mountains of supplies. Wen Qian and Emo Han killed almost all the zombies on the whole street, and hurried to clear the remaining shops. A 100-meter-long commercial street was completed in 20 minutes. Lin Yin was stunned by this efficiency. When driving to the next place, he was thinking whether he was not worthy of sitting in the same car with them. He couldn't help but secretly look at the two people behind him through the rearview mirror, and found that his goddess was looking at the map and making plans like a top student, and his boss was leaning back in a lazy posture and looking at Wen Qian. Very good. They are all working hard. All? Working? Lin Yin blinked, thinking that it must be because the rearview mirror was too small, and the angle made him see so one-sidedly. His boss was definitely looking at the map, because there was only one map, and he was embarrassed to get too close, so he could only see it from a distance. Lin Yin made a conclusion in his heart, continued driving, and continued to secretly watch the two people. Then he saw Wen Qian doing his homework seriously, while Emo Han seemed to be in a good mood, with a gentle look and a faint smile on his lips. Lin Yin couldn't help it and looked back at Emo Han. Emo Han looked up at him and said lazily, "If you keep peeking and not driving properly, I will throw you down to catch zombies." Lin Yin quickly sat up straight, not daring to be curious about the world behind. But Wen Qian was still wondering, what's so good about peeking at a map? You people are really worried. Lin Yin was scared, but couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Sir, what were you laughing at just now?" Wen Qian turned her head to look at Emo Han when she heard this, thinking he was laughing at her for sharpening her sword at the last minute. But she couldn't be blamed for this. She had originally planned to go out with her brother today, so when Rang had already made plans last night, he had clearly arranged which area to go to first, and even which street to walk on first. Her brother was the brain, and she was the hard work, and they had a pleasant cooperation. As a result, her plan was disrupted. She had no choice but to look at the map and try to recall what Wenrang said last night. You laughed at me? Wenqian glared at Imohan, who quickly denied. No. Lin Yan in front of him didn't know where he got the courage from. But I saw you were just staring at my goddess and laughing. Imohan couldn't explain it. Wenqian was so angry that she threw the map into his arms. Come on. Look. I'll follow you today. Imohan wanted to poison Lin Yan to silence him. Lin Yan only realized the coldness coming from Imohan at this moment, and quickly shut his mouth and drove quietly as a tool. The car arrived at the second stop, and the three of them got off and continued to work in the same way as before. Imohan wanted to explain to Wenqian why he was laughing, but as soon as he walked in front of her, he was caught by a zombie and taken to the store next door. The speed was too fast, using teleportation, so Wenqian didn't react. Lin Yan, who was about to move something to another store, was also shocked by this scene. He looked up at the sign that said Horror Escape Room and couldn't help saying, "Good guy. Dare to catch anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Wenqian was also caught. Lin Yan. He suspected that these zombies had lived enough and wanted to commit suicide. So he took those two people in. Lin Yan had already prepared himself to be caught, but he stood there for dozens of seconds, watching too many zombies rushing in from all sides. And he couldn't stand it. But the zombies inside didn't mean to attack him. What do you mean? Are they too lazy to catch him because they think he is too weak? This was the first time that Lin Yan was so anxious to be caught by the zombies. But the zombies treated him as air. Lin Yan quickly raised his legs and ran to the store. If you don't catch me, can't I just come to the door? He ran into the store quickly and locked the door in a hurry. It's strange that the zombies outside noticed his movements but didn't catch up with him, which made Lin Yan feel bad. Generally speaking, only places with high-level zombies will be dared not by low-level zombies, because they might be eaten as food. Some high-level zombies need to eat, and sometimes they will eat their companions when they can't catch humans to gain more powerful strength. But not all zombies are like this. Only a small part of them. Otherwise, humans wouldn't have to fight so hard. Just wait for them to kill each other and eat up all their own kind. Lin Yan got goosebumps when he entered the store because of the eerie atmosphere. He was a man who was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of ghosts. He hesitated for a second at the door, gritted his teeth, and ran inside tremblingly, starting to look for the two big guys who were captured somewhere unknown. Although this zombie nest that looks like a haunted house is scary, even the scariest place can be turned into an amusement park by those two people. Where Lin Yan walked, thick vines grew on both sides. He looked around vigilantly and tentatively called out, "Commander. Goddess, where are you?" Then he felt that his words, "Where are you?" echoed throughout the building. Lin Yan cried because of his own stupidity. Chapter 129. Imohan, don't go. I'm scared. When Lin Yan shouted, Imohan had just kicked down two walls to find a way out. And when Qian had knocked the head of a zombie that wanted to bite her crooked, the two of them looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, hurried there, and then met in a dim corridor. This is indeed a secret room escape game room. Each room has a heavy password lock, and there are scary devices everywhere. But those closed doors are simply useless to these two people. They just need to find any password to open any lock and kick it down. High-level superpowered humans are indeed very attractive to zombies, just like two super bright lights in the dark night. And any zombies that see the light will pounce on them. This is why Lin Yan was accidentally ignored. When Qian looked at the zombies crowded in the narrow corridor, worried about Lin Yan's safety, and wanted to leave Imohan behind and run first. As a result, Imohan was even more ruthless, directly grabbing her arm and saying, "Don't go. I'm scared," which made Wen Qian so angry that she almost slammed him in the face of the zombies. "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that these zombies are not enough for you to kill?" Imohan looked directly at Wen Qian's doubtful and disgusted gaze, and glanced at the lanterns with faint green light in the distance and the fake corpse hanging from the beams, and frowned slightly. The light was too dim. Wen Qian did not notice his subtle changes in expression, and only heard him comforting her softly. Lin Yan is not that weak. An elite who was carefully selected would not be killed so easily. If he really didn't have some skills, he wouldn't have gone out to perform so many missions and still be alive until now. At the gate, Lin Yan was protected by several vines. When the zombies who heard the noise attacked him collectively, the vines suddenly changed their shape. The sharp spikes pierced all the zombies that rushed towards him like a sharp blade. From a distance, It looked like a large mutated cactus. Its thorns were as thick as human legs, and the thorns were full of zombies struggling desperately. Lin Yan dealt with this batch, and when he heard footsteps in the distance, he thought it was another zombie. But he unexpectedly saw the figures of Imohan and Wen Qian. Seeing that they returned safely, Lin Yan immediately controlled the plants, and in a flash, all the rooms and corridors in the store were filled with his vines. The zombies had nowhere to escape, like wild rabbits whose caves were filled with water, and could only run in the only direction, which was in front of them. Lin Yan's ability was not strong enough, and there would be a cooling time after using it on a large scale. He gritted his teeth and insisted on the duration of the ability, whispering, "Quick fight. Quick decision." There were indeed a few zombies of higher levels in the store, all of whom were former employees of this store. So after becoming a zombie, he still wore that set of ghostly clothes. Lin Yan's scalp went numb when he saw them, so he simply closed his eyes. He thought that if he didn't see them, he wouldn't be bothered. Anyway, his boss and goddess wouldn't let him die here. When Qian stared at the zombie that had caught her, it could indeed teleport, and it also had earth-related abilities, because just now inside, the walls that Imohan had kicked down were quickly restored to their original state by it. It even set up many barriers for them on the road, but they were all violently eliminated by the two. The appearance of zombies with dual system abilities is really not a good sign. Seeing that these three people were not easy to deal with, the zombies struggled for a while, and then wanted to escape. Especially the zombie that could teleport. It ran very fast, but this time, Wen Qian directly blocked its way. In terms of teleportation speed and range, she could not lose to this ugly thing. She was caught just now because she wanted to see where Imohan was caught, and wanted to know if he was too ashamed to face people because he was caught by zombies because of carelessness. Unexpectedly, he was so shameless that he pulled her and said, "I'm scared," which really opened Wen Qian's eyes. A zombie with two elements and some human thinking would definitely be defined as a special class a month ago. But now, because of the guy who can only organize the zombie army to attack the base, it has been downgraded to the first class. Imohan is right. Lin Yan is really not weak. Even if he closes his eyes, he can skillfully manipulate the plant-based ability, and cooperate with the two to perfectly eliminate the entire zombie team. It's just that when everything was over, he was too tired to talk, because he consumed too much mental and physical energy. When Qian took a bottle of well water from the space and threw it to him, Lin Yan drank half of the bottle in one breath, and then thanked him with a hoarse voice. After a short rest for a few minutes, they returned to the street to collect the supplies here. In this way, they kept changing locations and repeating the busyness. Several hours passed quickly. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature had almost reached the peak of the day. The scorching sun made it impossible for Lin Yan, who did not have a constant temperature suit, to continue the high-intensity action. His clothes were soaked with sweat. Seeing this, Wen Qian immediately decided to rest and replenish his energy. They were in the center of a busy commercial street. Wen Qian looked around and found a tall building with a helipad. There was even a helicopter on it. So he teleported there with the car and threw the helicopter into the space. The air conditioner quickly lowered the temperature in the car. Lin Yan leaned against the window, thinking about something, looking pitiful. Wen Qian brought out a few bowls of beef noodles from the space, the kind with more beef than noodles. The aroma instantly brought Lin Yan back to his senses. He looked at the steaming food, swallowed his saliva, rubbed his eyes, and suspected that he was dreaming. "My mother made it. It's temporarily stored in your superior space." Wen Qian handed him a bowl, and Lin Yan took it blankly. "Wen Qian, you'll be full. Eat it." Lin Yan thought of the suffering brothers, who couldn't even see a leaf of vegetable in the base, let alone eat or drink enough. Took a deep breath, and murmured, "I'm sorry, brothers. I'm going to have a feast alone today." Then he started eating with red eyes. He ate voraciously, like a starving ghost. First he was scalded by the soup. Then he bit his tongue. In short, he was in a mess. He finished his big bowl of beef noodles, while Wen Qian didn't even finish 1/3 of it. Lin Yan blushed a little embarrassedly. Wen Qian didn't say anything and directly brought out 10 bowls and placed them on the dining table. What she had just moved up was a motorhome, which had enough space and was much more convenient for eating. Lin Yan was indeed not full, but he was afraid that he would be too presumptuous and eat Wen Qian out of money. So he shook his head. "I'm full." As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach started to protest, making his face redder. Eat it. I told you I'd be full. I'm not lying. Wen Qian shook her head helplessly. My family is rich. I won't go bankrupt in a short time. Wen Qian was telling the truth. She ate a lot of fish and meat every day, and never went hungry. These bowls of food were nothing to her. Chapter 130 unlocked the automatic search for supplies function. Not to mention Lin Yin. Even Imo Han hasn't eaten so full for a long time. As the base executive, although Imo Han has certain privileges, he is still no different from everyone else in terms of 3 meals a day. He spends most of his time at the base. So there is no reason for him to eat better than those who work hard outside. In the comfortable RV, several people filled their stomachs and sat in silence. Until Lin Yin finally broke this moment of silence. When do you think the apocalypse will end? Lin Yin was a little confused. Will he have to live this life of escape until all humans disappear? Natural disasters have occurred frequently over the years. Lin Yin has participated in many rescue operations, but none of them was as tragic as this one. In just over 2 months, how many babbling babies have lost their parents? How many white-haired old people have lost their children? How many families have been broken up? How many wives and children have been separated? How many people live in despair, not knowing whether they can see the sun tomorrow? Before the end of the world, everyone had their own troubles. For example, work was not going well. Relationships were not going well. And people were suffocated by the pressure of life, such as mortgages and car loans. But at that time, at least there would always be a little warmth in life that made them feel that they could persist and work hard. If it really didn't work out in the end, at worst they could change their lifestyle. And lying down would also bring happiness. But what about now? All order is messed up. People are miserable when they live. And they can't even have a full meal. After death, they will become monsters. I wonder if they will attack their former relatives. After Lin Yin came to Ningxing, he felt much worse than when he was in Bincheng. In fact, people like them in the special forces know that it is not surprising to die at any time when they embark on this road. But for these soldiers, watching their superiors die in front of them is more unacceptable than dying themselves. Defending the country is a great truth that everyone talks about. But in the end, they couldn't even protect their superiors. So what else could they protect? The surviving members of the Ningxing base have been working and wiping tears these days. Too many comrades died in front of them. And the feeling of powerlessness and despair almost penetrated them. Before the end of the world, they were not afraid of anything. Whether it was close combat or long-range combat, they had enough confidence to defeat the enemy. But when the end of the world came, zombies mutated in various ways. Coupled with the emergence of superpowers, these people who once stood at the top of combat power were kicked to the bottom without any warning. This kind of gap is really hard to accept. Wen Qian lowered her eyes after hearing what he said. In the apocalypse? She had never thought about this. This didn't seem to be a question she should consider. She was a selfish person. She would prepare supplies for as many years as she and her family could live. If there were too many zombies to kill and too strong to defeat, she would be a coward and hide in the space. This was how Wen Qian planned to live her life. The idea of saving the world and saving humanity was too absurd. If she wasn't careful, she would lose her life. So she never thought about it. She thought that smart people would not think about it. But she didn't expect that Imo Han would speak softly. We will make it end. Lin Yan's dim eyes burst into light. Wen Qian turned her head and frowned at Imo Han. Is it because she hasn't been beaten yet that she can say such unfounded words? Wen Qian didn't understand. She tried to find a trace of stubbornness on Imo Han's face, but found that he was more serious than ever. Only when it ends can we go back. Imo Han looked directly into Wen Qian's eyes. For a moment, Wen Qian seemed to understand the meaning of these words. But it was only that moment. Her mind went blank again. She couldn't remember what she had just thought of. This was not the first time she had this feeling. Wen Qian pounded her head in frustration and said unhappily, "You guys go save the world. I won't get involved. When you succeed, I will present you with a banner and write you a 10,000-word thank you letter. Just consider it as a token of my humble kindness." Lin Yin was like a deflated balloon, and shrank back again. The three of them sat in the car to rest for a while. And when their strength was almost restored, they went out to continue working. At 8 o'clock in the evening, they collected the supplies of a district and drove back to the base. Imo Han was away for a day, and some people must have taken the opportunity to make trouble. They originally wanted to treat Wen Rang as a soft persimmon, But they didn't expect that this man would not give them any face at all. And when he started fighting, he was more like a gangster than them. Even the 5-year-old kid, who followed him, had a gun in his hand, writing on the wall of the base to fight zombies. Many people who originally wanted to make trouble quietly stopped. When Qian went into the tent after returning and took a shower in the space. After using the supernatural power for a whole day, the intensity was indeed a bit too much for people to bear. When Qian soaked in the hot spring for an hour, changed into clean clothes, and came out again, lying on the ground like a salted fish, not wanting to move. After dinner in the evening, she laid down early to rest. The next day, he went out with Imohan again, changing to another district. But this time, the person accompanying him became Yi Xinghua. Lin Yan had seen how good the food was when he followed Wen Qian, and he didn't want to enjoy it alone. So he begged Yi Xinghua to be the conspicuous bag for him. So Yi Xinghua also had a Longhua super luxurious lunch with meat. Stewed pork ribs with beans and rice. The kind that was full of food. Then on the third day, he continued to change people to enjoy the food. Ningxing's population is not as large as Bincheng, but it covers a larger area than Bincheng. And there are many supermarkets and convenience stores on every street. Even the smallest bit counts. So Wen Qian and his friends seized every opportunity to search the main shopping malls and hospitals, and then searched the streets one by one. Although there were still some that slipped through the net, they were very satisfied with the amount of supplies they got. In this way, for 4 consecutive days, the supplies in Wen Qian's space doubled. And because he collected too many supplies, he accidentally unlocked the automatic search function for supplies. For a large shopping mall, it takes at least half an hour to manually collect supplies, but the system automatically searches, and it only takes 5 minutes to clear all the supplies inside. This is why they were able to almost empty the entire Ningxing in just a few days. In these few days, the people in the Ningxing base were almost all moved. The rest could be completed within a day. Almost all of Wang Hu's people were left behind. None of his subordinates, who were arranged by him to go to Bincheng, contacted him using a satellite phone, which made him a little nervous. This night was the last night for everyone to stay in Ningxing. Wen Qian originally planned to go out and look for the crazy special zombie after waking up. Anyway, the supplies had been collected, and there was nothing else to do. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, Fu Yuan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, startling Wen Rang, who was hugging him to sleep. Wen Rang looked at the little one, who suddenly woke up and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Fu Yuan was quiet for a few seconds, slowly turned his head to look at him, and answered with a trembling voice, "Brother, it's coming." Chapter 131. Zombies appear in the base. Fu Yuan's words made Wen Rang a little confused. Wen Qian, who was standing by, also woke up after hearing the noise. Seeing Fu Yuan's panicked reaction, he frowned slightly and sat up. "What's coming?" Wen Qian asked softly while grabbing the coat next to him and putting it on. "Zombies. A lot of zombies." Fu Yuan got into Wen Rang's arms, stared at the direction outside the base, and answered in a low voice. His reaction was like a nightmare. But there was another possibility. That is, his superpowers were upgraded, and his perception of zombies was more accurate. Wen Qian didn't dare to be careless, and went over to touch his head to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. Go into the space and sleep in your brother's room." Fu Yuan saw him leaving and nervously grabbed the corner of her clothes. He seemed to feel something very scary, so he didn't want Wen Qian to leave. Wen Qian lowered his eyes to see his white and tender little hands trembling slightly, and squatted down again to talk to him. "There are a lot of zombies. Are they very powerful?" "Sister, don't die." Wen Qian smiled and reached out to poke his cheek. "Sister won't die. You go to sleep immediately. And when you wake up, help uncle and aunt make breakfast for sister. Okay?" "Yeah." "So good." Wen Qian pulled the man over, kissed his forehead, and then sent him into space. And when Qian left the tent, the base was quiet, except for the special forces on patrol. Most of them were asleep. Next to Wen Qian's tent was Imohan's room. She walked over and knocked on the door twice, and there was a response from inside the room soon. "What's the matter?" "It's me." Wen Qian leaned against the wall and waited. The door was soon opened. She turned her head and saw an arm with smooth muscle lines appear in her sight, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Imohan had obviously just gotten out of bed. He was not wearing a coat, but a white short-sleeved t-shirt. When Qian glanced at him casually, her eyes fixed on his chest, She didn't expect that someone like Imohan would actually wear jewelry. A diamond-shaped pendant was hung under a black leather rope. The pendant was thick, as if something could be placed inside. When Qian stared at the pendant, and subconsciously felt that it looked familiar, the first thought that flashed through her mind was that there was a photo inside. Imohan looked down along her line of sight, saw the pendant that had escaped from his collar at some point, and reached out to put it back into his clothes. When Qian looked up and looked at him, for a moment, she really wanted to ask him who gave her the necklace. But she immediately realized that this question was too private, not something she should ask, and it was not appropriate at this time. So she turned her head, looked into the distance, and said in a clear voice, "There may be zombies outside the base that are going to raid." Imohan frowned slightly. "You haven't slept all this time? How else would he know this?" When Qian hesitated for a moment and replied, "He was asleep. My child felt it. You can also choose not to." Before when Qian finished speaking, the person at the door turned back to the room, picked up the coat on the bedside, put it on, and came out again. Then used the intercom to notify Yi Xinghua and others to stand by and be alert, ready to fight at any time. When Rang saw this and teased, "You take the words of a child seriously? Children's words are sometimes more reliable than adults. Not to mention that the person who can follow you can't be an ordinary person," Imohan said as he walked towards the densely populated area, without a trace of doubt or distrust. When Rang smiled and asked again, "What if we really come up empty-handed? That's better than being caught off guard. Why are you talking so much nonsense today?" Imohan glanced at Wen Rang and was very disgusted with him. He was a little grumpy after getting up in the middle of the night, and he asked questions knowingly, as if his IQ had degenerated. Yi Xinghua and others took action immediately after receiving Imohan's notification, guarding the entrance of the base and the refugee gathering area. Fortunately, most people have been transferred to Bincheng, and only a few are left here, so it is not that difficult to protect them. The surroundings are still quiet, and everyone, including Wen Qian, thinks that the zombies must have attacked from outside. After all, although the base is broken, under the desperate defense of everyone, the zombies have not entered the base, and the people inside have not been bitten and infected. So, when a scream first sounded from the residential area, everyone was a little confused. When Qian and the other two were near the scene of the incident, they arrived as soon as possible, and saw a man with white eyes pressing another man to the ground and biting his throat. Wang Hu and his sister were standing not far away, and were also shocked when they saw the scene, because the man who suddenly went crazy was his subordinate. The man's whole body, except for the change in the color of his eyeballs, was no different from that of an ordinary person. When Qian had a bad premonition and whispered, "It should be infected by taking the crystal core. It won't have been infected by the zombies outside. Control." Before he could say the word, the man looked up and roared. In the dead of night, the roar could be heard clearly throughout the base. At the same time, the man who had just been bitten to death by it opened his eyes again, and his limbs were twisted to a degree that humans could not reach, and he crawled from the ground. In just a few seconds, he mutated into a zombie. Outside the base, the zombies lurking in the darkness suddenly appeared and attacked the base as if they had received some orders, causing chaos inside and outside the base. Wang Hu did not expect that his people would have problems, and he subconsciously looked at Imohan and passed the buck. "I didn't know he was infected." Imohan didn't bother to look at him, and together with Wen Rang, he quickly dealt with the two mutant zombies, and his sharp eyes swept over the group of people around Wang Hu. In order to gain strength in the shortest time, they all ate crystal cores raw, and Wang Hu's brother and sister were no exception. At the moment, Wang Yanyan stood side by side with her brother. Both the brother and sister were injured. One was injured in the leg by Imohan, and the other was injured in the arm by Wen Qian. Although they have superpowers, their physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But because there was no doctor to help treat the wounds, and there was no medicine in the base, their wounds recovered very slowly in such hot weather, and even began to rot. Especially Wang Hu, with a bullet embedded in his bones. Every step was a heart-wrenching pain. After being tortured for a few days, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. Just a few hours ago, he personally cut open the flesh on his leg with a knife and took out the bullet. Now he has to walk on one leg, which is completely useless. Wang Hu looked at the chaotic scene and suddenly remembered what Imohan said that day. He was very afraid that he would be abandoned and stayed in Ningxing. This place is no longer a place for people to live. He must leave here and go to Bincheng to meet up with the boss. Chapter 132 Large Zombie Disco Scene. Wang, who was originally a subordinate of the builder of Ningxing Base. He was trapped in another area at the beginning of the apocalypse, so he didn't have time to evacuate with others. After being forced to stay, he built a base as soon as possible. But in the end, he found that it was impossible to survive with only a few dozen people. They couldn't go out to find food, and even hiding in the base would be bitten to death by zombies at any time. Realizing that this would not work, Wang Hu led people to join the official base. But he was lucky enough to catch up with the accidental death of the base's chief executive, which gave him a good opportunity to show his skills. Now, after realizing what kind of person Imohan was, Wang Hu didn't want to stay in the official base. He just wanted to get to Bincheng smoothly, follow his former boss, have no worries about food and drink, and have a bunch of younger brothers following him, which was much happier than being a base chief. But the reality before him was that he might not even have the chance to leave Ningxing. In order to prove that he was still useful, Wang Hu immediately ordered his men to help at the gate of the base. Unexpectedly, Imohan refused coldly. "No need. I don't know if there are any mutants among your men. Don't go there to make trouble." Wang Hu felt that these words were like a slap in his face, which made him lose face. Before he could figure out how to save face, he heard Wang Yanyan beside him speak. "What do you mean by making trouble? All of us together are better than that green tea bitch beside you." "Right." When Qian looked around, and after confirming that she was the only suspect who matched the name beside Imohan, her first reaction was that she had been too lenient a few days ago. If the beating wasn't bad enough, she wouldn't have the guts to say such things. Wang Yanyan stared at her, very angry. Imohan had been out of the base with Wen Qian these days. So Wang Yanyan, who originally wanted to talk to Imohan and ease the relationship, had no chance at all. She didn't know what tricks that bitch had used to make Imohan follow her willingly. In short, she couldn't swallow this breath. Wen Qian didn't have time to argue with her at all, because the base wall had been pushed down by the zombies. The number of zombies in this night attack is far greater than the previous ones combined. Tens of thousands of zombies gathered here, and the situation is much more serious than expected. Yi Xinghua and others who were guarding the gate of the base were defeated, and the refugees in the base also fled in panic. But all the walls have collapsed. Where can they hide? Just when people were panicking, several ice walls suddenly appeared out of thin air. Attached to the ice walls are dense vines. The strength of superpowers depends on people. Although Wen Qian can't kill tens of thousands of zombies instantly, she feels that the quality of her ice wall will at least not be worse than the previous base wall. Wen Qian turned her head to look at Lin Yin, who was attacking at the same time not far away. The range of his supernatural power this time was wider than the last time in the secret room. Looking at his pale face, it was clear that he could not hold on for long. This was not the best place to deal with zombies. Wen Qian stretched her muscles with a headache and spoke in a low voice. "I'll lead them away." After she finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the spot. Although Wen Rang knew Wen Qian's ability, he was still worried about her safety with so many zombies. Wang Yanyan, who had been keeping a close eye on Wen Qian's actions, was stunned when she suddenly disappeared. Wang Hu and others around him had the same reaction, and they couldn't believe that the woman had such a skill. When Qian activated the skill Attract Firepower, and the zombie army instantly changed the direction of attack and chased her figure. The special zombie hiding in the dark saw this scene and immediately called them back. But it soon discovered that they were completely out of control, and even it itself began to involuntarily look for the traces of the woman. "You stay here. I'll go find Wen Qian." Imohan grabbed Wen Rang, who was running out, and left after saying a few words. Wen Rang was pinned to the spot, going crazy. After being manipulated by Imohan, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Imohan's departure caused a large loss of combat power in the base, and Wen Rang had no choice but to stay and protect the residents with Yi Xinghua and others. But he also knew in his heart that the risk of chasing out was far greater than staying. When the 3-minute skill was over, when those zombies came to their senses, Imohan would be the first target. Yi Xinghua and others had seen Wen Qian's skill before, so they immediately adjusted their formation and chased the zombies from behind. The zombies did not turn back even when they were attacked. This strange scene made many people dumbfounded, not knowing what happened. Wen Qian tried his best to take the zombies away from the base, but as soon as the 3 minutes were up, they ran towards the base again. A dazzling light flashed in the dim sky, and in the blink of an eye, several lightning bolts fell from the sky, causing a large number of zombies to fall to the ground. Wen Qian instantly realized who was following her, and she immediately activated her water ability, making the water on the ground cover her ankles. The lightning struck the water surface, and the attack range became wider. All the zombies standing in the water lost their ability to move. The lightning climbed up along the zombies' bodies, turned into a sharp blade, and cut off their heads. Emohan dealt with a group of zombies first, and tried to use mental control to stop the rest from moving towards the base. However, the special zombie that gathered them here also had the ability of mental control. So for a while, the scene became extremely weird. When Wen Qian came to Emohan to meet him, she found that these zombies were like taking drugs, taking 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. If there was a flashlight above their heads and some music, it would be a large-scale disco scene. Wen Qian quickly guessed the reason, smiled at Emohan, and asked, "Can you do it, sir?" Emohan looked at her and raised his eyebrows. "You still have the leisure to watch the fun. Aren't you afraid that I really can't do it and drag you to death?" "No. No. No. I can run fast." Wen Qian shook her head repeatedly, refusing to be buried with him. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Emohan say, "I caught him. At 3 o'clock. Go quickly." Emohan's goal was to use his superpowers to pull the other party and secretly track the other party's hiding place. Thanks to Wen Qian, this was the first time that Emohan was so close to this special zombie. The previous few times it hid far away, even several kilometers away. Wen Qian quickly found the target in the direction Emohan said, because in attracting firepower. 3 minutes later, she was ignored by the zombies for 1 minute. So when she appeared in front of the special zombie, the other party did not notice her presence. Wen Qian looked at the zombie tied up in the wooden cage, and felt that Emohan had so many different abilities, and was horrified by the appearance of the zombie, because from the appearance alone, it was no different from a human. Chapter 133. The person who deserves to kill Wen Qian the most is Emohan. More than 2 months. Just 2 months. Had the zombies evolved to this extent? Wen Qian looked at the zombie caught by Emohan. Her whole body was cold. She had been struggling in the apocalypse for more than 10 years in her previous life, but she felt that she had not experienced as much as in these 2 months. What is going on in this world? Wen Qian was a little crazy, and she was furious because of the uncontrollable mutation speed of the zombies. She thought that she would have enough experience to deal with everything after being reborn, but in the end, she had no experience at all. This damn world. Wen Qian cursed fiercely in her heart, staring at the zombie in front of her and ready to attack. I don't know if her expression was too vicious, which scared the zombie, or some other reason. In short, the zombie's reaction was a bit complicated after seeing her face clearly. Emotions flashed in its eyes, like joy, and like fear. Wen Qian was not sure if she was overthinking, but she saw that the zombie's originally good human face suddenly became full of wrinkles, like an apple quickly losing moisture. Not only its face, but also its muscles were shrinking, and the skin on its body was falling. In the end, it looked like a skeleton with a human skin on it. Under the moonlight, Wen Qian saw a human at close range, becoming a ghost in human skin. This scene was so horrifying that Wen Qian, a heavy fan of ghost movies, couldn't help but take a step back. The backward movement made her bump into the arms of someone who rushed over. Wen Qian instinctively reached out for the dagger beside her leg, but was grabbed by the wrist by the man. "No, I don't want to be hung on the wall yet." Wen Qian listened to Emohan's teasing, and her heart suddenly calmed down. But it was only a few seconds. She felt Emohan pull her into his arms, as if to find a sense of security, and then asked her, "What the hell is this?" After seeing what the zombie he caught looked like, Emohan frowned in disgust. The ghost thing was afraid that he was not afraid, so it returned to its original state in front of him, as if it wanted to show him how it transformed again. Wen Qian laughed in anger. "This is a naked provocation. You, a stinking zombie. What's so crazy about it?" She had her back to Emohan, so she didn't see Emohan's reaction when he saw the zombie's face clearly. She only heard a vague voice from the zombie's throat. "Sir?" Wen Qian was slightly startled and asked, "Do you know it?" "I have an impression." Emohan wanted to say he didn't know it, but changed his mind and let it go. He had been punished for lying to her before, and he didn't want to shoot himself in the foot again, so he just admitted it. Wen Qian thought about it. Bincheng and Ningcheng were not far away, Imohan came to Ningxing to do business before the end of the world. It was normal for him to have met people here. But the two words that the zombie squeezed out next seemed abnormal. Kill her. Wenqian. Kill who? Wenqian looked at the ghost zombie suspiciously. The other party looked at Imohan, as if he saw some hope. Wenqian was unhappy with its reaction, as if it and Imohan were in the same group, and he was their enemy. Wenqian's eyes turned cold. She remembered that she had met Chi Huan from the search base in Bincheng before. The other party had reminded her that Imohan came to Bincheng to kill her. Now it seems that it is not only the people from the search base who think so. Wenqian asked the person behind him with some amusement. You want to kill me? Imohan did not say anything and took action directly. He killed the zombie in the puzzled eyes, then pinched Wenqian's fingers lightly and answered, Never. Wenqian then turned to look at him, and saw the zombies that he had blocked behind him, and walked towards them. Imohan looked at the special zombie that he had killed, and removed the cage around it, because it couldn't believe who had killed it. It kept that shocked expression until it died. No wonder it evolved so quickly. It turned out to be someone sent by the control center. Imohan shot its face to relieve his irritability. As he expected, in order to get rid of Wenqian, the gang did not hesitate to break the rules. Unfortunately, the person sent was a half-witted one, and he became the first batch of infected zombies. Imohan had not left the base for some time. He fought with this zombie twice in the air, and it hid farther and farther, and never showed up from beginning to end. This also led to Imohan seeing its appearance today, and it also knew that Imohan was here today. No matter who it is, after becoming a zombie, there will be a period of time dominated by animal nature. They will forget everything in their life, and only remember that they want to attack humans. The length of this time depends on the mental strength of each person. The stronger the mental strength, the shorter the contamination time, the faster the recovery, and regain human thinking and memory. Of course, there are also those who cannot recover in their lifetime, and most of them are like this. The zombie in front of him just recovered his memory and recognized Wenqian and Imohan. But what it didn't expect was that Imohan would stand on Wenqian's side. After all, everyone in the control center knew that Wenqian, the captain of the special forces, was a traitor, and as the CEO, Imohan should be the first person to get rid of her. Wenqian entered the zombie group and started killing. She was in a bad mood, and these unlucky zombies became her punching bag. Imohan had just blocked these zombies with a transparent barrier like glass. Now Wenqian took the initiative to walk out, and with the skill of attracting firepower, the zombies went crazy. From dusk to dawn, Wenqian never stopped. The number of zombies outside the base was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, when the last plane of Bincheng base arrived, everyone gathered together to encircle and suppress the remaining zombies, making the base completely safe. Wenqian was so tired that she didn't even want to talk. She returned to the base covered in blood and spoke softly after seeing Wenrang. Brother, go home. Wenrang's eyes were full of heartache. Okay, let's go home. The two walked in side by side. Yi Xinghua and others wanted to come forward to talk to her, but after seeing Wenqian's tired appearance, they all held back. Wenqian didn't remember how many zombies she killed that night. She only knew that she was a little numb by the end. Now that she stopped, many doubts popped up in her mind, making her feel upset. It was at this time that Wang Yinyan ran into the muzzle of the gun. Wenqian looked at the figure blocking the way ahead, and then she remembered that there was such a person. There were so many zombies last night. Why didn't they bite her to death first? They were really blind. Wenqian looked around, but didn't see Wang Hu. So she asked Wenrang beside her, "Where is her brother?" He ran away. Wenqian thought she had heard it wrong, but after seeing Wenrang nod, she confirmed that Wang Hu really abandoned his sister and ran away alone in the chaos last night. Chapter 134. There are hundreds of thousands of tons of coal in the space. Wenqian, are you sure he wasn't killed by zombies? Wenqian still couldn't believe it, although Wang Yinyan was brainless. Wang Hu wasn't much better. If they were to run together, how could they leave one behind? Wenrang, are you sure he wasn't killed by zombies? There were so many zombies last night that it was easy to get face to face with zombies if you weren't careful. Although Wenqian attracted a large number of zombies to her side, her skills were time limited, and there would be zombies from other places rushing into the base. So this side was always in chaos. Wang Hu and Wang Yanyan were both injured, and they smelled of blood and decay, making them more likely to be targeted by zombies. So, at the beginning, they were pulled in front of them, and many people died. Half of Wang Hu's subordinates died at the hands of the two brothers and sisters last night. And they were all pulled to be human shields. Later, no one dared to appear near them. And they all hid far away. So these two people were quite conspicuous for a while. With them as the center. There were no living people within a diameter of 3 meters. And the deterrent power was no less than that of zombies. When Rang watched Wang Hu disappear. At that time, the siblings were surrounded by zombies, and were about to be pounced by the zombies when Wang Hu disappeared. When Qian frowned slightly after hearing what Wen Rang said. She knew that Wang Hu had superpowers. But she didn't know what they were. Disappeared suddenly. Invisibility? No. Invisibility only makes people invisible. But zombies can still touch him. Teleport? That shouldn't be the case. Teleporting can take his sister with him. And the range of teleporting is not large. It would be even more dangerous for him to run outside the base. What else is possible? Wang Yanyan should be the one most affected by Wang Hu's disappearance. She is not happy with everyone now. Especially Wen Qian. Wen Qian doesn't quite understand why this person regards her as a thorn in his side. If she likes Emohan, she will chase him. If her brother runs away, she will go to find him. What happened was not caused by her. Why should she be held accountable? So even if she feels that Wang Yanyan, who was abandoned by her own brother, is indeed a bit pitiful, Wen Qian has no reason to spoil her. After receiving Wang Yanyan's full-strength attack, Wen Qian kicked the man away. I look like I have a good temper? Wen Qian asked in confusion. The special forces tried their best to rescue you. And you turned around and came to me to seek death? Wang Yanyan couldn't get up after being kicked by Wen Qian. And her internal organs felt like they were broken. Wen Qian looked around. If Wang Hu was still hiding here, he would not be indifferent to seeing his sister injured. Right? Wen Qian thought this man was really disgusting. And couldn't help asking Wang Yanyan, what special power does your brother have? Wang Yanyan's face turned even uglier when she heard her mention Wang Hu. But she still didn't answer. She just stared at Wen Qian and cursed her bitch. Which made Wen Qian laugh. She felt that this girl must have never suffered any setbacks before the end of the world. So whenever she was unhappy, she would classify her as a damn bitch. Wang Yanyan sat on the ground. Looking down at the ground. Tears couldn't help falling. She was in a daze for a while. And then when Wen Qian passed by her, she suddenly raised the dagger in her hand. Wen Qian looked down at her, snatched the dagger with a sharp gaze. And the next second, the dagger pierced Wang Yanyan's neck. Wen Qian was stunned. Because it was Wang Yanyan who rushed up. Wang Yanyan held her hands tightly with both hands. And rushed forward with force. The sharp tip of the knife pierced her throat directly without hesitation. You? Wen Qian slightly opened his eyes. And his mind was blank for a moment. Wang Yanyan knelt on the ground. No longer breathing. But her eyes were still staring at Wen Qian. Wen Qian took a step back. Threw the dagger on the ground. Took a deep look at Wang Yanyan's body lying on the ground. Turned around and strode away. The onlookers around thought that she was the one who killed her. And their eyes were mixed with fear and hatred when they looked at her. Wen Qian was too lazy to explain anything. And quickly returned to the tent. Dragged Liu Mo and others out. And took Wen Rang into the space to take a shower and change clothes. After washing off the blood on his body, Wen Qian came out again. And after packing up his things, he prepared to set off back to Bincheng. Before leaving, Wen Qian found Mohan. When you board the plane, pay attention. Wang Hu is still hiding here. Before Wang Yanyan died, she said a few words to her. She said, he's still here. At that moment, Wen Qian felt sad and funny. The end of the world reflects human nature vividly. Whether good or bad. In all kinds of extreme situations. No matter how good friends or how close family members are, there will inevitably be disputes. If it is resolved well, there will be no problem for the time being. If it is not resolved well, the conflicts will only increase. During the end of the world, Wang Hu and his sister must have quarreled a lot. And they have accumulated a lot of resentment towards each other. But Wang Yanyan didn't expect that Wang Hu really left her alone and ran away. They are brother and sister. Siblings who grew up together. So since you want me to die, I will never let you go. When Changning drove away from the base, and when Qian and when Rang slumped in the back seat like two salted fish, the car drove smoothly all the way back to Bincheng. After returning home, the two of them went into the room and slept until 8 o'clock in the evening. They woke up at the same time and met in the living room in a daze. When Rang, I dream of killing zombies. Wen Qian, what a coincidence. Me too. Wen Rang, can you please not go out recently? Wen Qian, no one can let me out of the base gate within a week. The two clapped their hands without any emotion, and then continued to lie on the sofa and pretend to be dead. After Lian Mo called them to eat, they opened their eyes lazily and walked to the restaurant like zombies. Seeing how tired they were, Gu Rang couldn't help asking, how many zombies did you kill? Wen Rang, I forgot. But now I feel sick when I hear these two words. Gu Rang quickly changed the subject, and couldn't think of anything else for a while. So he had to bite the bullet and ask, have you found the supplies? I feel better if you say that. The entire Ningxing has been moved almost completely. But, when Rang turned his head to look at his sister, should we give half to Imohan? Wen Qian nodded. Ningxing has 4 districts, and Imohan cooperated with her in 3 of them. There is no reason to let him work in vain. Wen Rang, when do you plan to deliver the supplies? 1 week later. She said that no one could let her go out within a week. Not even Imohan. After eating and drinking, the few of them laid down on the lounge chairs on the rooftop and continued chatting. Gu Ran led the people in the base to cut down all the trees in the underground garage during the days when they were away. Wen Qian remembered that she had accidentally discovered a coal yard in Ningxing, and now there were hundreds of thousands of tons of coal in the space. So she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 135, Unlocking New Powers. Summoning Zombies. For a long time to come, it should be a battle for supplies and crystal cores. Wen Qian closed his eyes and said softly, the West City base has cleared out Binchen's resources. But according to the number of people and the way they consume, it is obviously not enough. So sooner or later they will turn their attention to other cities or other bases. Gu Ran sighed. A few days ago, the West City base and the future base had already fought. How did you know? Wen Qian asked curiously. The future base asked for help on the radio, asking if anyone can join forces to fight against the West City base. Naive. Wen Qian sneered. Who would form an alliance on the radio? If you agree to help them, doesn't that mean you will be the enemy of West City? Gu Ran, the finding base, agreed. Wen Qian opened his eyes. Who are you talking about? Finding base? I heard that the future base has run out of food, and it was the finding base that sent supplies to solve the urgent problem. Are you so nosy? Wen Qian was shocked and didn't want to be found at the base. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse outside the window. Fu Yuan and Gu Wanwan had gone back to sleep. Wen Qian and the others chatted for a while, and went back to rest. The next morning, after dinner, Gu Ran went downstairs and took the residents of the base to continue cutting trees on the mountain. Fu Yuan took Gu Wanwan downstairs to play with other children, while Wen Qian took the family into the space to sort out supplies. Entering the space, everything you see is full of supplies. Wen Qian, give all the grain found in the granary to Imohan and his team. Our base is small, and there is no place to dry it. Besides, we can't even eat all the fresh finished grains. So there is no reason to keep these raw grains. Several people had no objection and started to sort out the spoils of the past few days. Wen Qian's space is calculated by square meters, because it has no limit to its upward extension. So it is enough to calculate the floor space. And the things stacked on top are like suspended in the air, and will never crush the items below. Wen Qian has tested this before, and it is very magical. Perhaps because she brought back too many supplies. The system thoughtfully added a container option in the mall, each of which only required 10 mall coins. Wen Qian immediately exchanged 1,000, then found some A4 paper and markers, and wrote the category names of the items on them. After sticking them on the container, you can put the same type of supplies together, which is also convenient for future searches. Several people divided the work and cooperated. Wen Qian was responsible for sorting out rice, flour, oil, grain, salt, noodles, compressed biscuits, cooking oil, various condiments, mineral water, and other indispensable things. Because these are heavy, it takes a lot of effort to move them. But Wen Qian can already skillfully use consciousness to move objects, and she won't feel dizzy for about 5 minutes like she did at the beginning. So she is the best fit. When Rang went to sort out some supplies in the supermarket, such as instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, self-heating rice/hot pot and other fast food, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, garbage bags and other daily necessities, as well as various snacks and drinks, infant milk powder, and countless family planning supplies. When Rang looked at the piles of condoms, His old face blushed, and he buried his head and started to work. Liemo was in charge of the drugs and equipment, sorting the various drugs into categories and placing them close to the villa. When Chongming sorted out clothes, bed sheets, various quilts and blankets, and other daily necessities, as well as tools, such as tents, raincoats and rain boots, electric blankets, flashlights, solar chargers, baseball bats, golf clubs, fire axes, lifeboats, gas tanks, etc. The family was busy, and a few hours passed in a blink of an eye. After lunch, we rested for a while and continued to work. At the end of the day, we still hadn't sorted out the supplies. In the evening, several people washed up in the space, and the rest went out to rest, while Wenqian stayed to deal with the crystal cores. She hadn't dealt with crystal cores for a few days. This trip to Ningxing, she had accumulated tens of thousands of crystal cores, many of which were obtained through Imohan. The crystal cores were mixed together, and Wenqian couldn't tell how many should be returned to Imohan. In the end, she decided to keep all of them, and then give him more supplies, which was also a way for both sides to get what they needed. She first threw the higher-level crystal cores into the processor, then went out and sat at the door of the villa, and then used her consciousness to sort out the supplies for an hour. And the crystal cores here were already processed. When Qian looked at the content displayed on the processor screen, successfully synthesized the special crystal core potion, which can give the user the calibration skill, greatly improve physical fitness, and extend life by 5 years. Calibration skill details: hitting any part of the zombie's body, the damage can be automatically transferred to the fatal point, making the zombie immediately incapable of action, but will not damage the crystal core itself. In other words, as long as you eat this, let alone a headshot, even if you cut off a zombie's finger, as long as the power is enough, the zombie can be killed. This skill is quite powerful, but it's a pity that Wenqian only has 10 pills in her hand. Wenqian casually threw one into her mouth, and the system immediately prompted her to obtain a new ability. Wenqian thought that this ability was mental control, because the crystal core was obtained from the special zombie that could only control its own kind and besiege the base. But she never expected that what she got was, ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the summoning ability. Wenqian was stunned and listened to the system continue. The primary summoning ability can be used once a day. Each time it is used, it can summon the nearest 1,000 zombies and control their actions. The zombies will unconditionally obey the summoner's orders within 24 hours. This skill can be upgraded according to the host's physical condition. After upgrading, it can unlock intermediate and advanced achievements, greatly increasing the number of summons and the time the zombies are controlled. Wenqian, summon zombies. What kind of superpower is this? She is evolving less and less like a human. Right? If she keeps doing this, won't she really be regarded as the leader of the zombies? Wenqian thought about it. If she uses the summoning superpower and the regeneration superpower together, she will never be able to wash it off even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Wenqian curled her lips, feeling a little aggrieved. She would never use this ability unless it was absolutely necessary. Wenqian sighed, put these special grade medicines aside, and looked at the first grade medicines again. Because of the special grade medicines, the effects of the first grade medicines were not displayed on the screen. But according to the information previously prompted, the first grade crystal core medicine is to enhance the ability of the original, increasing the strength by 40%. Lifespan increases by 2 years. The effect of the special grade medicine is to enhance the ability of the original, increasing the strength by 50%, and adding other skills. And lifespan increases by 5 years. After taking 2 pills, Wenqian's strength almost doubled again. She gained the summoning and earth abilities. At the same time, her teleportation ability was upgraded, and the teleportation range was doubled. Wenqian's previous teleportation range was 1 kilometer, but now it will not be restricted within 2 kilometers. Chapter 136. She is so strong, so abnormal. On this trip to Ningxing, I encountered 2 high-level zombies with superpowers. One is the zombie with teleportation and earth type in the game store, and the other is the special level zombie with control type that knows Imohan. Wenqian has absorbed all their superpowers now, and after turning around and leaving the space, she lay on the bed and couldn't sleep. She felt that she was so powerful that she could even summon zombies. At the same time, she felt that this superpower was so abnormal. She was very curious. If she upgraded her summoning superpower to the highest level, how many zombies could she control at a time? At that time, can she let the zombies eat each other? The speed of killing each other will definitely be faster. Right? But when Xian quickly dismissed this idea, isn't she raising poisonous insects? If she really does this, she will definitely create some super powerful and superclass zombies. When these zombies have advanced human thinking, they will hide away from her, and she will no longer be able to control them. Then they will unite to fight against humans together, and she will really be a great hero in the zombie world. Moreover, the zombies have the ability to split, and the speed of splitting may be faster than the speed of killing each other. When Xian was worried, she stood up and stood by the window looking downstairs. There were no zombies near her house. When Xian hesitated for a moment and activated the summoning ability, in a blink of an eye, it was really just a blink of an eye, 1,000 zombies appeared on the small road in front of her base. In the study, Gu Ran, who got up to pee, inadvertently glanced at the surveillance screen, and his body trembled, and he almost peed directly. He looked at the zombies all over the screen. His face turned pale, and he quickly used the intercom to inform Wen Qian and Wen Rang. Wen Rang was still awake, and when he heard the news, he put on his pants and ran out, almost falling down the stairs. When he ran to the study, he saw his sister standing at the door of the study, looking down at her toes, with her hands behind her back, looking guilty. Wen Rang was not so anxious when he saw the scene. He walked over slowly and asked, "What's going on? You can see for yourself." Gu Ran frowned and looked at the computer screen. "I don't know what happened. So many zombies suddenly appeared. Just standing there. No other reaction." When Rang saw the screen on the computer, turned his head to look at Wen Qian, and just met Wen Qian's gaze at him. When Rang's eyelids jumped, and he dragged him to the computer. "Is it you who did it? If I say it's not, will you believe it?" "I don't believe you." When Rang took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally. "Tell me, what is this deadly new superpower?" Her brother still understands her. Wen Qian smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Nothing. Just summoning zombies. Can be used once a day. Now can summon 1,000 at a time." Gu Ran, "This is nothing?" Wen Rang, "You are becoming less and less human, aren't you?" Wen Rang sighed. "So you got 1,000 of them to serve as security for the base? I just wanted to try it on a whim. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly." Wen Qian said soothingly, "I'll get rid of them right away. I'll let them go to the mountain to work." As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, he saw the zombies downstairs turn around in unison and walk towards the nearby mountain. All night long, the zombies kept knocking down the dead trees on the mountain and sending them back to the gate of Xiaobai's base. Gu Ran didn't sleep well that night. Every time he opened his eyes and looked at the computer screen, he could see that there were more wood in front of the base. Until dawn, the wood in front of the gate had piled up to block the gate. The zombies continued to work hard, and their diligent appearance made Wen Qian look even less human than him. Wen Qian was very glad that the people in the base now lived in the yard. If she saw the scene outside from upstairs, it would be hard for her to explain. At night, the 24 hours ended. The zombies suddenly came to their senses and found where they were. They quickly slipped away, fearing that Wen Qian would rush out and kill them. Wen Qian went downstairs and moved all the trees at the door to the underground garage by teleportation. Then she used the summoning skill to call back the zombies, who had just turned around and left, and continued to chop trees. When Rang saw her operation from upstairs, and couldn't help but complain, "Do you dare to change a group of zombies? Are you going to play with this group? What's 995? You want to work 24 hours a day and tire them to death, right? Then I can't do anything. Who made me limit the use of my superpowers? I can only choose 1,000 nearby?" Wen Qian shrugged his shoulders, looking quite innocent. In this way, this group of zombies kept wandering around the base until all the trees on the mountain were moved back. Wen Qian let them go and stopped using the summoning superpower. The residents of the base were moved to tears when they saw Wen Qian and the others bringing back so much wood and working all night. In just a few days, the loyalty of the residents of the base soared from 19 to 100, and from 100 to never betray. Wen Qian looked at the prompt on the system panel, feeling a little amused. If the zombies knew about this, they would probably curse her ancestors. "You are so noble. You let us work for free in exchange for others' loyalty." Pa! What the hell? For a whole week, Wen Qian hadn't left the base. The family finally sorted out the supplies in the space, and turned the tens of thousands of crystal cores brought back from Ningxing into potions. After taking a large amount of medicine, the superpowers of several people became much stronger. Gu Ren also evolved a speed-related superpower, and Gu Wanwan finally had her first superpower, which was to turn her body into metal. When Qian looked at the little doll who had turned herself into a metal robot, and turned to look at Gu Ren, "Don't blame me for being cruel. It's a pity that she doesn't become a soldier." Gu Ren nodded silently. Although Gu Wanwan was only 3 years old, the current situation was special, and it was time for her to start training. Everyone's strength had soared a lot. When Qian also prepared the supplies for Bincheng base, so she and Wen Ran went to deliver the supplies together. Xiaobai hadn't left the base for a while, and chased Wen Qian to go with her. There were also 4 dogs, who almost bit Wen Qian's trouser legs and cried to go out. But Wen Qian still left them at home, because they evolved too fast. After Wen Qian left for a week, Xiaobai grew 50 kilograms and became bigger. The 4 dogs had originally followed him to Ningxing, but after eating some zombies, they gradually began to be abnormal. So Wen Qian simply threw them into the space. When they came back from Ningxing, they had become like adult wolves. They were 1.5 meters long, 19 centimeters tall at the shoulder, and weighed 70 kilograms. And there were signs of continued growth. Now these 5 guys are extremely powerful, and they can really kill a small zombie one by one without any effort. Chapter 137, Matching Mo Han for a Blind Date. After leaving the house, the group drove towards Bincheng base. Along the way, they saw that all the shops on the street were open, and all the shops, big and small, were searched. Wen Qian frowned slightly, feeling that with this carpet-like way of collecting supplies, her base would soon be discovered by Fu Xin's people, and there would definitely be more trouble. Because of this, Wen Qian was not in a good mood all the way, and arrived at the destination just like that. At the gate of Bincheng base, Lin Yan and others were on duty. When he saw Wen Qian and the others coming, he immediately swept away his tiredness and smiled to greet them. "Why are you standing guard here?" Wen Qian asked in confusion. Lin Yan smiled and replied, "Everyone in the base takes turns to stand guard. But the situation today is a bit special, so we were all sent here." He took 2 steps forward, stood beside Wen Qian, and lowered his voice to reveal the news. "Today, a big shot has come to the base, so there can be no problems with security. Goddess, are you here to see our commander for something?" "Why not? I'm here for a walk." "Hey, you can also come to see us." Lin Yan really didn't treat her as an outsider, and said whatever he wanted to say. Commander Mo fell ill after returning from Ningxing. He hasn't left the house much these days. He is now receiving important people. Then I came at the wrong time. Wen Qian wanted to leave when she saw this, but was pulled back by Lin Yan. "Why are you leaving now? No matter how busy he is, he will definitely have time to see you." Lin Yan looked up at the dazzling sun in the sky, then looked at Wen Qian beside him, and advised, "Don't leave. Stay for lunch at noon, and go back in the afternoon." Wen Qian looked at him with disdain. "Why should I come here to eat Chinese cabbage with you when I have the delicious fish and meat at home?" Lin Yan had seen the standard of the Wen family's meals, and he drooled at the thought. He wiped the corner of his mouth subconsciously and said, "This is called a combination of meat and vegetables. It's nutritious. Just be kind and chat with the brothers. We are so bored standing here." When Qian turned her head and looked at the zombies in the distance, they were just like the zombies near her base, because they were beaten so hard. They would be shot if they got close to the entrance of the base, so they didn't dare to be too rampant now. Although Lin Yan and others didn't evolve the locking skill to accurately locate the zombies' fatal points, but Bincheng base has developed a new weapon. As long as the bullet hits the zombie's head, it can be directly detonated, and the whole zombie will be broken into slag. Although this method wastes crystal cores, it has great lethality, and is really good for saving lives at critical moments. When Qian was held by these dozen people, and suffered with them under the scorching sun. Finally, when someone came to take over the ship, Lin Yan was freed, and took Wen Qian to continue walking into the base. Lin Yan looked around and saw that there were no outsiders around, so he continued to gossip with Wen Qian. The big shot, who came today, also brought his granddaughter. From the look of it, it's clear that he wants to match his granddaughter with our commander. Wen Qian laughed when he heard this. "Then your commander is lucky." Lin Yan, "Yeah. We all think so." When Rang and Gu Ran, who were following behind, looked at each other in silence. observing Wen Qian's reaction without making any noise. They tried to find some signs of anger on Wen Qian's face, but failed. Lin Yin was still chattering with Wen Qian about secrets that outsiders didn't know. To be honest, our base is now a hot commodity, and many people want to be transferred here. As a result, our leader has also become a popular figure. I heard from our captain. Oh, Yi Xinghua, that he said 2 days ago that someone called our leader to introduce him to a blind date. Isn't it funny? You still have time for a blind date at this time? You haven't even reached the place yet, but you kissed a zombie face to face. Wen Qian stared at Lin Yan's mouth that couldn't close, suspecting that he was assassinated one day, and it was someone close to him. By the way, goddess, do you want to go see Ji Fan? He has been on vacation recently, and he shouts every day that he wants to repay you. Wen Qian thought of that unlucky guy and asked, how is his recovery? It seems that there is no problem at the moment. He even wants to go out with us to run a mission. Wen Qian changed the subject. Where were the people brought back from Ningqing assigned to? Lin Yin, oh, in the second base next door. Next to us. Just behind us. If you are interested, I will take you there to have a look. Not interested. Just asking. But that crybaby, the son of the Ningqing base chief, is also there? You mean Lu Bai? He is there. What happened? Nothing. I asked Mo Han for this person before, and he agreed. If possible, I plan to take him away today. Wen Qian's words quieted Lin Yin. He even stopped and looked at Wen Qian pitifully, which made Wen Qian full of questions. Goddess, why do you want him? Lin Yin was jealous. Why don't you want me? I wanted it. But you didn't agree? Wen Qian was also aggrieved. Have you forgotten about that time at the pharmaceutical factory? Lin Yin felt mixed emotions, but he soon let it go. Because even if Wen Qian wanted it again, he would still stay here. Although he knew that this place was not as good as Wen Qian's. He could not leave so many brothers and refugees behind. But Lu Bai was not sure, because all his comrades died, and his parents also sacrificed their lives to save the people in the base. If he wanted to leave, it was completely understandable. Lin Yin continued to take Wen Qian to the cafeteria, determined to treat them to a meal. Even if it was just cabbage, they had to eat enough. The few of them walked and talked until they saw someone coming towards them. Seeing Mo Han from a distance, Lin Yin immediately shut up. Wen Qian also saw it, and after looking at him and the people around him, she commented seriously, you know what? They really look like a good match. Really? Lin Yin couldn't help but whispered. We also think there's a chance. I heard that the beauty will stay here for a while. After a long time, she will definitely develop feelings. Before Lin Yin finished speaking, he saw Mo Han talking to the people around him, and then walked towards them quickly. He walked straight to Wen Qian, and before he could speak, he heard Wen Qian say, I'll deliver the stuff. Can you spare 5 minutes to find a place for us to hand it over? For some reason, Lin Yin suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little off. He blinked and kindly interrupted, Sir, we are going to the cafeteria for dinner. If you don't have time, I can take them. Mo Han interrupted him. I have time. Wen Qian smiled. Then find a place. I'll give you the stuff and then go back. Lin Yin was confused. You're not staying for dinner? Didn't you agree to accompany me? Chapter 138 Wen Qian, you don't have to explain to me. Mo Han frowned slightly. He hadn't seen her for a few days. He was so busy after he came back. In addition, he used his supernatural powers a little too much in Ningqing, and felt uncomfortable all over. So he didn't look for her. He thought that after returning from Ningqing, their relationship would change more or less. But now, looking at Wen Qian's cold and indifferent eyes, he was uncertain again. Mo Han. Who is this? A voice came from behind him. Mo Han turned his head and saw Shen Jing and Shen Yu coming over. There was no other way, so he could only introduce Wen Qian, the CEO of Xiaobai Base. The old man looked at Wen Qian, smiled and nodded, and asked, Xiaobai Base, why did you choose this name? Because my cat is called Xiaobai, so I just picked it casually. Wen Qian looked at him, and didn't want to delay him. So he said, I won't disturb you to talk about business. I'll leave first. What are you still talking about at this time? I just heard you say you want to go to the cafeteria to eat. Let's go together. Shen Jing stopped him and said with a smile, communicating more with young people is good for your physical and mental health. Little girl, give me a favor and have a meal together? When Qian was in a dilemma. The other party had said so much. If she didn't agree, wouldn't it be obvious that she didn't give him face? She looked at the big shot that Lin Yan mentioned and could only nod. If she didn't agree, Lin Yan would tear her clothes from behind. Lin Yan was relieved when he saw when Qian agreed. He was really afraid that this lady would ask, "What delicious food is there in your base?" Which would be embarrassing. After many days, when Qian once again stepped into the canteen of Bincheng base. The last time she came here was when she killed Zhang Xiang. There were already quite a few people in the canteen. When they saw Imo Han and Shinjing appear, they all stood up and saw Wen Qian beside them. Most people in the base knew Wen Qian, because the news of her killing in the canteen last time had spread throughout the base. But only a small group of people like Yi Xinghua had close contact with Wen Qian and knew something about her. The rest didn't even know her name or identity. They only knew that she was too powerful. She was not from their base, but she had helped their base to carry out many tasks. Now, they were all very curious about Wen Qian, seeing that she could sit at the same table with Imo Han and Shinjing to eat. Lin Yan quietly followed Wen Qian, trying to find a chance to escape. As a result, Wen Qian grabbed his sleeve and whispered a warning fiercely. "Think about it carefully. If you dare to leave me alone, what will happen later? If it weren't for this bastard, Wen Qian might have been eating ice cream in the car with the cold wind. And why would he have to bask in the sun and be forced to accompany the leader for dinner? Which child is willing to eat with their elders? Is that eating? That's torture." Wen Qian held Lin Yan tightly, and Imo Han turned around and saw the two of them interacting in a friendly manner. His eyes fell on Wen Qian's hand holding Lin Yan's clothes, and his heart felt uncomfortable. After hearing what Wen Qian said, Lin Yan couldn't run away and didn't dare to run away. He could only stay honestly and no longer talk as much as he did in front of acquaintances. He was as quiet as a mute. 7 people, sitting at a table. Wen Qian thought of the last time she came here to eat. She also sat at this table. But at that time it was only her and Imo Han. Wen Qian sat on Lin Yan and Wen Rang, with Gu Ran sitting next to Wen Rang. Opposite them were Imo Han, Shinjing and Shinyu. The people in charge of serving food in the cafeteria were Wen Qian's former neighbors. They were all very surprised when they saw Wen Qian and Wen Rang, and kept glancing at them. The cafeteria menu was the same as before, with 1 rice and 2 dishes. The staple food was sweet potato, and the dishes were cabbage and potatoes. The taste was definitely not good, but it was definitely filling. Wen Qian nibbled on the sweet potato, lowered his head and kept silent. He would not look up unless he had to, for fear of making eye contact with the elders and being caught to perform his talent. Fortunately, Shinjing was not the kind of person who would spoil the fun. He just chatted casually. After asking their ages, he didn't ask anything else. Then he talked about the situation in Bincheng and some current situations in other cities. This dinner was not as difficult as imagined. Shinjing left with his granddaughter after eating. "I am old and my body is not good. I won't accompany young people. I will go back to rest. Imo Han, come to me when you are free in the afternoon." Wen Qian looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Imo Han. Eat quickly, and then go to work. She was anxious to give him the supplies so that she could go home. Imo Han saw her anxiety, and reluctantly hesitated for a while before getting up and taking her away. Wen Rang said he was not full, so he stayed to eat his sister's leftovers. Gu Ran was even more aware of the situation, and dragged Lin Yan to ask about things, so that Lin Yan had no chance to follow and help. The temperature was high at noon, and it was time to rest and eat, so there were no people outside. Wen Qian had nothing to say, so he looked around to see if there was any change in their base. It was not until Imo Han brought her to an empty place that he took the things out of the space. She put all the supplies for them into containers, and labeled the categories of supplies on the outside. In addition to these containers, there were also grains found in the Ningxing granary, and all of them were given to them without leaving any. Imo Han looked at the place that was filled up in an instant and asked, "Give so much? I only need 1/3. Wen Qian, there is no reason to take advantage of you. The supplies we found together will be divided 50-50. The remaining is the reward for the crystal core." She would not ask him for things for nothing, nor would she give him supplies for nothing. She knew everything between the 2 of them. Imo Han did not speak, but looked at her quietly, his eyes fixed on her. Wen Qian was a little annoyed by his stare, so she said, if there is nothing else, I will leave. She turned around and left without hesitation. The next second, Imohan pulled her wrist and pressed her against the container. Shinjing came from Beijing. I didn't have time to refuse the call he made this morning. He arranged for Shinyu to help with the affairs of the second base. And he will be back in a month at most. Wenqian, you don't have to explain to me. It is necessary. I don't want you to misunderstand my relationship with her. Wenqian frowned slightly, turned her head and looked away, and heard him say again, I like you. Only you. Shut up. Wenqian was furious. If you say that again, I will hit someone. Imohan immediately muted his voice, but he only obeyed for a few seconds, then whispered her name again, saying I don't feel well. Wenqian was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, why do you feel uncomfortable? I used my superpowers too much in Ningxing. After he came here, he broke too many rules, and the consequence was that every time he took action, he had to bear the corresponding price. The more things he intervened in, the more zombies he killed, the more superpowers he used, and the more problems his body had. Wenqian just thought that he was too tired from using his superpowers, so he got sick. After all, she was too tired to talk in those days. So she asked, don't you have a doctor in your base? Or are you short of medicine? Chapter 139 Imohan, I'm jealous. There's a doctor. And you don't need to take medicine. Just rest for a while, and you'll be fine. Wenqian felt that this man was quite honest, and asked him, then what did you tell me? Anyway, it will be fine after a while. This seemed to have touched Imohan's sore spot again. He lowered his head slightly, and looked at the person in front of him, and said word by word, I want you to feel sorry for me. You seem to have a good relationship with everyone here. Except me. Imohan's straight ball hit Wenqian's face. He remembered the scene of Wenqian grabbing Lin Yan's sleeve in the cafeteria just now, and his irritability increased a little. What did Lin Yan say to you today? You seem to have a lot of fun with him. Wenqian looked at him quietly for a few seconds, tilted her head and smiled, and said, you probably don't want to know the content of Lin Yan's conversation with me. I want to know, Imohan said. But his sixth sense told him that it shouldn't be a good thing for him. So after weighing it for a moment, he decided to go back and ask Lin Yan himself. Even if he was unhappy, he would have someone to vent his anger on. The scorching sun was baking the earth, and occasionally a half-dead cicada's chirping could be heard in the distance. Wenqian and Imohan stood between two rows of containers, a rare place with shade and no one around to disturb them. Wenqian leaned against the container and felt that the person in front of her was always looking at her. So she slowly turned her head and looked at him. Imohan's usually sharp and cold eyebrows were now a little too gentle. He relaxed completely, without a trace of vigilance. Wenqian thought that if she tried to kill him now, she would succeed easily. She thought of those who thought he would kill her, and was a little absent-minded for a while. Wenqian couldn't help but guess what kind of relationship she had with Imohan in the memory she had forgotten, which made those people think that he would kill her. Imohan was unhappy to see her absent-minded look. What are you thinking about? Wenqian came back to her senses and smiled. Don't you have the ability to read minds? See for yourself. I told you I was lying. Imohan was once again punished by the lies he had told, and remembered why he met her in the mall that time. The system was written by Wen Rang, and after writing it, he gave the external startup program to Imohan for safekeeping, so he could see the information and location of the members in the system. But although the system was in his hands, he could not control any program in the system. The only thing he could do was to start the system after finding Wenqian and bind it to her, and manually input the supply points to help her collect supplies. After Imohan started the system, he only manually issued a task to collect supplies. That time he helped her find a map with clear markings on the specific places where she needed to go to buy goods. Most of the locations were in the suburbs, including a grain processing plant, a canning plant, 2 clothing factories, a building materials market, and a cement plant. After he entered the material points, the system automatically generated tasks, and even matched the corresponding rewards. Imohan knew that she could use those things, but he didn't expect Wen Rang to be so capable that he could move things from reality into the system, and build several factories in Wenqian's space. Another thing he didn't expect was that after collecting those factories, Wenqian would accidentally discover the materials in his base, and take them away by mistake. When Imohan found that she bumped into Yi Xinghua and others, he realized that something was wrong. So he simply showed up. although the atmosphere was not harmonious at that time, and her look on his face was not friendly. But after returning that day, Imohan still did not sleep all night, because he was finally so close to her again after many years, and felt so clearly that she was still alive. When Qian didn't know how happy he was that day, she probably scolded him for a long time after returning. So when he contacted her again a week later, she went to see him with a stinky little face. She asked him what supernatural power he had at that time, and he casually said mind reading because it seemed the most reasonable. He guessed that she was cursing others in her heart, because she had cursed him in the same way before. It was easy to guess when she cursed others secretly. At least Imohan could see it at a glance. But he could guess her voice when she cursed himself secretly. But he couldn't guess what she was thinking at this moment. Imohan was silent for a while, and spoke in a low voice. If I really had the ability to read minds, I wouldn't be as uneasy as I am now. Uneasy? Wen Qian's face flashed with confusion. Yeah. Uneasy. Wen Qian. Why? Because I don't know if you hate me or not. I don't know if you will like someone else. Because you smiled so happily at Lin Yan. I was jealous. There was an inexplicable ambiguity in the air. Wen Qian looked at him for a moment, then looked away. Her heart was moved. How could someone say jealousy so directly and confidently? Has she ever smiled at Lin Yan? She doesn't remember. She doesn't admit it. Imohan walked over to her and stood side by side with her against the container. Their fingers touched lightly in the air and then separated quickly. In fact, even if Wen Qian didn't come today, Imohan planned to call her in the evening. Fu Sheng sent me 2 more invitations, saying that he had something to discuss with the various bases. People from the other bases will also go there. Will we go together? This profiteer is really bold. He has collected all the supplies in Binsheng. Why is he looking for other bases to go to? Are you scolding him? Wen Qian was puzzled and asked, will the future base go too? I heard from Fu Sheng that they will go, but I'm not sure. The future base bought a batch of crystal core medicine from Fu Sheng a while ago, but something went wrong when they took it back. 2 people mutated that night and almost destroyed the entire base. This was the first time Wen Qian heard this news. No wonder the future base was in a hurry to find someone to form an alliance on the radio. It seems that they plan to fight Fu Sheng in the future. But with their few people and resources, what can they fight with? With their lives? That's not enough. Wen Qian was thinking about something, and Imohan couldn't help asking, don't you want to go? Wen Qian looked up and was about to say something when he heard Lin Yan's voice from a distance. Commander? Goddess? Are you there? The voice was so loud that it was probably heard by the next base. Imohan. Imohan closed his eyes and told himself in his heart that this man was still useful and couldn't be killed. Wen Qian looked at Imohan's changing expression, pursed his lips to hold back a smile, and was caught by Imohan. The 2 of them stood very close. So close that Imohan could smell her fragrant scent. Imohan stared at the corners of her lips that were slightly raised. His breath was choked, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Lin Yan came all the way here, and the surroundings were quiet, and there didn't seem to be anyone there. As a result, he turned his head inadvertently and saw 2 figures standing in the dark, which scared him and cursed. Fuck. Chapter 148 Photo of him and Wen Qian. Lin Yan exclaimed, meeting Imohan's murderous gaze, and then realized that it was the angle problem, and he had seen it wrong. I was scared to death. I thought you were kissing. Wen Qian looked at him with an expression that was hard to describe, and said to Imohan, this awful thing. Dig a hole and bury it. Lin Yan touched his nose guiltily, thinking that it was really not my fault. It was really the position where you 2 stood that was wrong. When he came over just now, he saw Wen Qian leaning against the container, tilting his head towards Imohan, while Imohan lowered his head slightly. Just at that moment, Lin Yan was ready to be killed. Sir, the lab has something urgent to ask you. Lin Yan remembered the business and reported it quickly to prove that he was not looking for trouble. He watched Wen Qian and Imohan walk out of the shade one after another, and another outrageous idea popped up in his mind. These 2 people seemed to be students who are in love early. They are hiding in a deserted place and chatting secretly. Then when they found someone coming, they pretended not to know each other very well. Lin Yan was shocked by his sudden thought again. He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the water in his brain. Imohan looked at Wen Qian's back as she walked away, seeing her waving her hand behind her back and saying call. His tense face finally relaxed. Imohan walked towards the laboratory and heard Lin Yan whispering beside him. Sir, did I interrupt your business just now? What do you think? I really didn't mean it. Emohan glanced at him and asked, What did you say to your goddess? Ah? Lin Yan looked up at him. What did you say? He has said a lot of things. Which one is he asking about? Emohan resisted getting angry and asked patiently, What were you talking about before you met me? You seemed very happy. Ah. That. Lin Yan smiled guiltily, but didn't dare to admit that they were gossiping about his love life at that time. Lin Yan was just about to make up a lie to fool him. But he heard Emohan say, Think it over first. If I find out you're lying, I'll send you to Ningxing. Lin Yan? Isn't there no one in Ningxing? You'll be the first one to go there. Haven't you heard? The higher-ups are planning to clear out the zombies in Bincheng and Ningxing, and use them as relocation areas for other cities. Lin Yan. Where else would I hear this kind of news? You've heard it now. Lin Yan was embarrassed and afraid. He really didn't dare to tell the truth. But he was also really afraid that Emohan would expose his lies. So, he waited and chose to be honest. Anyway, he was not the only one gossiping. Everyone in the base thought so. After making up his mind, Lin Yan took a deep breath and began to explain. Actually, we didn't talk about anything. Just discussed your emotional life. Sir, Emohan, Mr. Shen brought his granddaughter to us. And everyone can see what it means. Isn't Shen going to stay in our base? Hee. Lin Yan gave Emohan a you-know. The look in his eyes made the anger that Emohan had tried to suppress rise again. He stopped and looked at Lin Yan, causing the smile on Lin Yan's face to stiffen and disappear bit by bit. Emohan, so you told Wen Qian that I wanted to be with Shen Yu? Well, I didn't say that. I just praised you, saying that you are a hot commodity and very popular. And Mr. Shen also wants to match you with his granddaughter. Lin Yan's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally struggled to save himself and added another sentence. My goddess also said that you are very lucky, and that you and Shen Yu look very compatible. Lin Yan finished his last words, and stood there pretending to be dead. He looked at Emohan's eyes, which were getting colder and colder. He subconsciously took a step back. His whole body felt as if he had been poured with a bucket of ice water. Emohan asked him, She said that Shen Yu and I are a good match? Lin Yan nodded, not daring to speak. Emohan glanced at the direction where Wen Qian left. Even though she had gone far away, and he could not see her, he and Shen Yu are a good match. She really dared to say that. Emohan laughed angrily. Lin Yan lowered his head, not daring to make any eye contact with Emohan at this moment. He really regretted making this trip. In fact, he could have asked Su Shuo and the others to come. It was him who volunteered and was willing to die. Lin Yan felt that he had gotten into trouble. He had made a big mistake by discussing the personal life of his superior in private. But it was not a crime punishable by death. Right? Lin Yan glanced at Emohan, not understanding why he was so angry. Emohan looked at Lin Yan for a while, and asked a question that made him puzzled. Do you know what the relationship between Wen Qian and I is? Lin Yan. What kind of easy question is this? Who doesn't know it? Aren't they just the leaders of the two bases? In a cooperative relationship? Emohan took 2 steps forward and walked in front of him, pulling out a leather rope from his collar. Under the leather rope, there was a pendant. Lin Yan didn't expect Emohan to wear such a thing. After a moment of stunned, he saw Emohan open the pendant, revealing a small but clear photo inside. Lin Yan was numb. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and his eyes repeatedly wandered between the photo and Emohan's face. Emohan put the things back into his clothes with a cold smile, and asked him again, Now, do you know what the relationship between me and Wen Qian is? Lin Yan. What kind of life-threatening question is this? Who can know? When did the leaders of the two bases get together? Emohan continued to walk towards the laboratory. Lin Yan was stunned for a while, then ran to catch up, following behind Emohan quietly. Emohan was quite satisfied with his reaction. The reason why he showed him the photo and let him know the inside story first was because he knew that he was a chatterbox and liked to chat with people everywhere. He certainly wouldn't dare to publicize his relationship with Wen Qian. After all, according to the current situation, in Lin Yan's eyes, the two of them are just in an underground relationship and have no intention of making it public. But Lin Yan couldn't keep it to himself. Even if he didn't reveal their relationship, he would never go around making cult couples. Even when he heard others talking about it, he would step forward to correct them. This is Imo Han's purpose. But he never expected that Lin Yin, who is such a big mouth, would really keep his mouth shut this time. He was afraid that if he went around talking about the couple, the news would get to Wen Qian's ears, and she would kill him. To some extent, Wen Qian's deterrent power over him was actually greater than Imo Han's. So, although Lin Yin didn't dare to talk about those unreliable gossips anymore, he didn't dare to put Imo Han and Wen Qian's names together. Even when he heard someone mention the names of these two people, he immediately stopped them and reminded them with a horrified face. Don't put these two people together. They will be angry. Everyone was confused. And gradually rumors spread. Imo Han and Wen Qian broke up recently because of their interests. Now their relationship is very bad, and they are irreconcilable. Chapter 141 Polar Night appears early. Wen Qian didn't know that she had delivered some gossip when she went to deliver supplies. She started eating as soon as she got in the car after leaving the base. When Rang sat in the front and couldn't help but observe her actions from the rearview mirror, worrying like an old father. It can be seen that Wen Qian really didn't eat enough in the cafeteria just now. But it can't be seen whether she was unhappy about Imo Han. Wen Qian finished a chicken leg in one breath, holding the bone in her mouth, and met Wen Rang's eyes in the rearview mirror. If you're greedy, just say so. Why are you always peeking at me? Wen Rang, I'm not greedy. Eat more. Then stop rubbing against me like you have nails on your butt. Wen Qian looked disgusted and threw the bone into the garbage bag. She was about to tell them about Fu Sheng's situation. But Gu Ren suddenly turned the steering wheel, causing her to hit her head against the car door and almost fly out. Fuck. Gu Ren couldn't help but curse, and looked at the ghost thing that suddenly appeared outside the car in shock. Wen Qian and Wen Rang also turned their heads to look. And then, they found that there was a huge Sika deer chasing them beside the car. There are many mountains and animals in Bincheng. Before the end of the world, Sika deer could be seen on many mountains, and it became a major tourist attraction in the area. Wen Qian looked at the deer's wide eyes and frowned. Animals have also begun to mutate on a large scale. Stop. Wen Qian spoke softly, opened the car window, and shot the mutated Sika deer behind with a gun. But the deer jumped up nimbly and dodged her attack. It was much more powerful than zombies and humans. Wen Qian immediately dropped his gun and used his supernatural power to kill him. After getting off the car, the three looked at the body lying in a pool of blood. After finding that there was no soul core stored in the space, they fell into deep thought. This was not the first time they had seen mutated animals. Wen Qian had seen a snake with 2 heads and the ability to split before. Now there are rats the size of chickens and flying cockroaches as big as human faces everywhere on the street. All the animals live on rotten human flesh. So mutation is a matter of time. But Wen Qian and his friends had been out so many times. But this was the first time they had encountered an animal that actively pursued humans. There was no crystal core after killing the animal, which meant that they were not the same as zombies. They just began to adapt to this world and evolved into a form that was more conducive to survival. They also began to attack their former enemy, humans. The rapid development of humans over the past few hundred years has made the ecological environment more and more severely damaged. And countless animals have been forced to lose their homes, be captive, and be hunted. Now they have finally joined forces with nature to launch a revenge. Compared with animals and nature, humans are indeed much weaker. It has been nearly 3 months since the end of the world, and the number of humans has decreased significantly. And only a very small number of people have awakened their superpowers. The biggest progress made by humans now is that they have gradually adapted to the hot weather. But it will be 3 months soon. How long can this hot weather last? The extreme cold storm will come soon. Will another group of people die by then? The sudden episode made Wen Qian and the other two feel a little heavy. And when Rang was too lazy to ask his sister about her relationship. After returning to the base, the three of them carefully checked the base. From the underground garage to the ground park. Even the interior of the building was not spared. After confirming that there were no cockroaches, insects, ants and other creatures in their base, they breathed a sigh of relief. But their base was safe because of the protection of the system. And other bases would definitely not be so lucky. Bincheng Base made advanced preparations and installed diamond nets and other devices in the air, so it avoided attacks from birds such as crows. But the base still could not get rid of the invasion of rats and cockroaches. The situation in other bases is even more serious. Even the West City base, which is extremely rich in materials, is troubled by these problems. The people patrolling the base every day not only have to guard against rats and snakes that suddenly jump out of the ground, but also against crows in the sky and cockroaches that appear from nowhere and pounce on people's faces. At night, there are also bats. For a time, barbed wire mesh, diamond mesh, various trapping cages, traps and other hunting tools, as well as insecticides and poisons, became scarce items. When Qian found some insecticide she bought before the end of the world in the space, as well as materials collected in various building materials markets after the end of the world, and piled them together separately so that they could be moved out directly when needed. She even found a batch of down jackets, duvets, and various cold-proof heating equipment to prepare for the extremely cold weather that will come. But what she didn't expect was that the polar night came before the extreme cold. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the family sat in the living room, looking at each other under the dim night light. The sun didn't rise, and it was still dark outside at 7 o'clock in the morning. Although the temperature dropped a little, it still remained at a high temperature of about 50 degrees. When Rang frowned and looked at Wen Qian, asking, "How long will the polar night last?" "I don't know." Wen Qian answered helplessly, "Originally, extreme cold should follow extreme hot weather. But now even this order has been disrupted. This phenomenon should be caused by the rapid evolution of animals and zombies. But since it has appeared, it will probably last for 2 or 3 months. This is undoubtedly a terrifying nightmare for ordinary people. The night will make zombies more rampant, and the end of the world in the future will definitely become more and more like a ghost movie." Wen Qian suddenly smiled while sitting on the sofa. It felt like playing an upgraded high-difficulty game copy. Everything in the game seemed familiar, but there were different surprises everywhere. When Rang had been staring at his sister, and when he saw her smile for no reason, the hair on his body stood up. To be honest, his sister now looked too much like a villain boss. If she wasn't his own sister, he would have the urge to shoot her. Gu Ren also saw Wen Qian's smile, and asked in a daze, "What are you laughing at?" Wen Qian looked up at him, and said softly, "On a dark and windy night, it's a good time to kill and set fire. Everyone, don't be like this. We are really a little scared. Wen Qian, for the next period of time, we need to leave our combat forces at the base every time we go out. The more dangerous the time, the more superior their base is. If other bases discover their geographical location and defense devices, they will definitely come to seize the base. In addition to guarding against human attacks, the bigger problem is zombies and rapidly mutating animals." When Wen Qian and his companions went downstairs, they saw that the residents of the base, who originally lived in the courtyard, had run back into the building out of fear. When they found Wen Qian and his companions coming out, they hurried over and asked nervously in low voices, "Why is it not dawn yet? Those crows and bats have been hitting the glass, and they look like they want to eat people." Chapter 142. Except for her base, everything is in chaos. Wen Qian looked up at the glass and diamond net above the base. The things given by the system would not be bad, but in order to calm these people, she still fired a shot at the glass. Bang! A loud noise scared everyone to squat on the ground with their heads in their hands, looking at Wen Qian in horror, not knowing what she meant. Wen Qian looked at the bullet that fell to the ground and said, "Even bullets can't break it. What are you afraid of?" When Rang was also shocked by his sister's way of calming people. He was afraid that Wen Qian would shoot at the glass again. So he stepped forward and said, "The glass and steel in the base are made of special materials and will not be broken. You just stay in the yard." Everyone was relieved when they heard him say this, and slowly stood up from the ground. Wen Qian still looked up at the glass above his head, with a puzzled expression. After Liamo found out, he asked, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" Wen Qian, "In theory, this glass should be one way like ours, and you can't see the scene inside the base from the outside. So why did these animals attack?" Wen Qian looked at the solar lights on the ground again. "Is it because the glass doesn't block the light? It shouldn't be. The light is very weak and can't be seen from the outside. Then there is only one possibility. Wen Qian, these animals are now like zombies, locating the location of prey through sound and smell. We have a lot of living people here, which is very tempting to them. So they all come here. The base park is not fully enclosed, because ventilation would become a big problem. There is a diamond net between the buildings. Otherwise, in the 60-degree high temperature, these people would be roasted to death in the fully enclosed glass house." When Qian looked at the base residents around her, their faces were full of anxiety and fear about the future. They were waiting for her to tell them what to do next. When Qian thought for a while and said, "If you are still afraid, you can move to the underground garage. Anyway, you will live there when the extreme cold weather comes. And now it is the eternal night stage. The temperature is not as high as before, and you will not feel very stuffy down there." Everyone nodded in agreement with her proposal. When Qian said again, "Move your tents downstairs first, and I'll give you some more supplies later." Everyone did as she was told. And soon, the tents on the small square disappeared. All moved underground. The third underground floor was full of abandoned vehicles and chopped wood. And a large part of the second underground floor was also wood. So these people chose to live on the first floor. When Qian went down, they had already set up their tents. Just like before in the small square, they chose to live together. But the tents were placed against the wall. And the rows looked very neat. The Chinese people should have the blood of pastoral life in their bones. So after the end of the world, this blood awakened, allowing them to adapt to this kind of life very quickly. There are many crops they grow in the underground garage. And they even set up a cooking stove, which makes Wen Qian a little impressed. Wen Qian brought them 10 rechargeable portable night lights. After fully charged, if only the lowest light is used for lighting, the battery life can be up to 200 hours. In addition, she found 100 candles, all of which were very thick, and each could burn for more than 24 hours. When these lights run out of power, you can come to me to charge them. Remember to protect the candles, and don't cause a fire. Otherwise the wood you worked so hard to cut may kill you. In addition, there are bathtubs installed in the bathrooms on the first floor of buildings 1, 2, and 3. I have filled the bathtubs with water. You can go there to wash, and go to the toilet in the future. When the water is gone, remember to go to the well and fill it up. When the garbage bags are full, put them in the big garbage bin I prepared for you in the park, and I will help you clean it up. When you go to take care of the crops in the park, try not to go with too many people. Any other questions? After Wen Qian finished speaking, everyone shook their heads in unison. That's it for now. If you have any questions, you can contact us via intercom. After Wen Qian finished speaking, he threw them an intercom and turned away. Everyone looked at her back, grateful and tearful. The sudden change of the apocalyptic environment caught everyone off guard. Wen Qian's base had few people, and she had prepared a lot of supplies in advance. So the transition was not that difficult. But other bases were almost in chaos. In the dark night, the animals stared at the direction of each base, smelling the fresh human breath there, and their white eyes flashed with murderous intent. Fu Sheng had originally scheduled a date to meet with several base leaders, but had to postpone it for this reason. The West City base covers a large area, most of which are farms and pastures, and the ecological environment is much better than other bases. But now the large-scale accelerated mutation of animals has turned the West City base into a disaster area. In just one day, dozens of people died from being bitten by rats. And some people had a high fever after being bitten by mosquitoes. Bats and crows circled in the air in groups, rushing over when they caught someone. Within a few minutes, a living person was reduced to a skeleton. After witnessing such a scene, the others were so scared that they didn't even dare to go out, let alone go out to kill zombies and find crystal cores. When Qian sat at home, looking at the darkness outside and having a headache, Imohan called at this time. When the call was connected, Imohan asked directly, "Do you have any extra building materials? I have developed seeds that can adapt to high and low temperatures, and small shielding jammers, and I want to exchange them with you." As the largest base in Bincheng, the situation there must be very serious. After listening, Wen Qian asked curiously, "What is the function of the shielding jammer?" "It can interfere with the hearing and smell of animals on a small scale. You should only need about 10 of them at your base to cover the entire area. It's convenient to carry it with you when you go out. I'll go find you now, and arrive in about half an hour." Wen Qian hung up the phone happily, and took Wen Rang and Fu Yuan out. Fu Yuan's ability not only makes zombies unaware of their presence, but also animals. But using the ability consumes physical energy, and Wen Qian can't take him everywhere. So the machine developed by Imohan is exactly what she needs. When Qian arrived at the Bincheng base, and the person waiting to pick her up at the door was Lin Yin. After meeting again after many days, Lin Yin saw that Wen Qian's mood had changed. "Qian Shen," he shouted, and Wen Qian was stunned. "Why did you change your name?" Chapter 143, I don't have the guts to call her goddess in front of her boyfriend. Lin Yin smiled awkwardly and thought to himself that this question was well asked. How could I have the guts to call her goddess in front of your boyfriend? It's not appropriate to call you by your full name. After all, you saved me so many times. Calling you by your nickname is even more suicidal. So what else can I call you besides Jianshin? It took him several days to think about these two words. Lin Yan muttered to himself, but didn't dare to say a word. He now understands what it means to say too much and lose something, especially in front of these two people. So he should say as little as possible. Wen Qian didn't know what was wrong with this person today, and he spoke in a half-hearted manner. She followed Lin Yan into the base, and then found that the situation here was actually much better than she thought. The solar lights in the base were still on, and many people were working hard with this rare light. Strengthen the defense equipment around the base and the diamond net above. Wen Qian observed all the way until she arrived at Imo Han's office. Lin Yan knocked on the door twice, and after hearing the noise inside, he pushed the door open and motioned for Wen Qian and the others to go in. Wen Qian took a step forward and saw Imo Han, Yi Xinghua, and Shin Yu, whom she had met a while ago, standing around the table. They all turned their heads to look at her. Wen Qian paused and stopped at the door. You guys are busy. I'll come back later. She was about to turn around and leave. I'm not busy. I'm waiting for you. Imo Han spoke softly, and when Rang leaned against the door frame and protested unwillingly, can you add a we after you? Otherwise it makes me look redundant. Imo Han raised his eyebrows slightly, and when Rang felt that he was mocking her self-awareness, so she wanted to use the internationally accepted friendly communication method and give him a middle finger. When Rang sat on the sofa with his child, with an attitude of you guys chat first. I'm free. Seeing her brother's familiarity, Wen Qian had no choice but to walk into the house and close the door. She walked straight to Wen Rang, kicked his shoes, asked him to move to the side, and then sat down next to him. Imo Han, Yi Xinghua, and Shin Yu stood there in turn beside the desk. Shin Yu looked at Wen Qian with interest, and remembered what his grandfather said when he met her last time. Shin Jing said after meeting Wen Qian that day that this girl was not an ordinary person, and asked Shin Yu to pay more attention to her during his time in Bincheng. Indeed, being able to maintain a healthy body in the end times, and go out as you please is not something that everyone can do. And now that the polar night has just appeared, she dares to go out with a child, which is not just based on courage. Shin Yu's eyes circled around the three people, and finally fell back on Wen Qian. Wen Qian didn't understand what she meant by looking at her, but since she met his eyes, she couldn't lose. So she looked at him motionlessly until he took the initiative to shift his gaze. Imo Han couldn't help but smile at her reaction, tilted his head at her, and motioned her to stand next to him. Wen Qian quickly shook her head to refuse, and also winked at him, indicating that he should hurry up and work. Don't waste time. The three continued to discuss the map on the table, and Wen Qian came to Wen Rang and complained in a low voice. Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing that we came in too early? Wen Rang thought for a moment and asked back, don't you think it's too dark outside the door and a bit dangerous? If a big rat suddenly appears and eats me, who will be responsible? Wen Qian, you are timid. You are right. Imo Han and others were talking about the defense plan of their base for the next period of time, which is not a secret. Wen Qian was forced to listen for a while, and he was really bored. So he took out his mobile phone to play Sudoku. After more than 10 minutes, the few people finished chatting. Yi Xinghua looked at Wen Qian and Imo Han with complicated eyes and left first. Wen Qian had a bunch of question marks on her head because of his look. And then she heard Shin Yu talking to her. I heard that Miss Wen is very powerful. I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with you in the future. Thank you. Wen Qian also politely replied, as long as the conditions are right, we can cooperate at any time. Shin Yu also heard the news that Wen Qian and Imo Han had a conflict recently. The rumors were getting more and more fierce, and some people even said that the two of them had fought. Shin Yu didn't believe that the two had fought. After all, the leaders of the two bases couldn't be too stiff even if there was a conflict of interest. Moreover, in this ghost apocalypse, it is inevitable that we may need help from others in the future, so we can't block the way out too much. However, Shin Yu felt that it was very likely that there would be a conflict over the distribution of materials. Just a few days after the conflict, she came here again to discuss cooperation. This girl is very flexible and can do great things. Shin Yu thought silently in his heart, and then his eyes swept around Wen Qian and Imo Han. That complicated expression was exactly the same as when Yixinghua just left. When Qian watched her leave, tried to suppress the question that was on the tip of his tongue, and listened to Imohan. Shall I take you to the lab? When Qian stood up and said okay. When Rang also stood up, and was asked by Imohan. You stay here? When Rang, why? It's too dark outside. A little dangerous. Maybe a big rat will suddenly appear and eat you. When Rang, why is this bastard still eavesdropping on other people's conversations? When Rang understood that Imohan was looking for an excuse to get him out of the way, he glanced at Wen Qian, thinking of the gossip about Imohan and Shinyu, took a step back, and sat back on the sofa. Forget it. Cooperate with him once. Let him explain the matter clearly, so that Wen Qian won't be unhappy. When Rang chose to give in for his sister, but Wen Qian didn't understand. Wen Qian, what do you mean by sitting back again? It means I'm afraid. Afraid of mice. When Rang hugged Fu Yun expressionlessly. I'll wait for you here. Wen Qian now just wanted to catch a mouse and throw it in Wen Rang's face. She followed Imohan out, and in friendly interaction with Wen Rang, she lip-synced, you wait for me. Wen Rang shrugged his shoulders and silently replied, I'm really scared. Wen Qian walked out of the room, and within 2 steps, she found Yixinghua and a few familiar people squatting not far away and secretly looking here. She really couldn't help it this time, and asked Imohan, what's wrong with these people today? Was there something on her face? Or was there a hole in her pants? Who were they trying to suffocate with that expression of wanting to say something but not daring to? I don't know. Why don't you ask them? Imohan called those people over. When they saw that they were discovered, they walked over awkwardly and stood in a row in front of Wen Qian. Wen Qian rolled up his sleeves, which scared them. Wen Qian, tell me, what are you squatting and peeking at? The people around Yixinghua looked at him in unison, and took advantage of their status as soldiers to hide behind him. Among them, Ji Fan, who had just returned to the team after recovering from illness, showed his acting skills. He raised his hand to support his head and said, I have a headache. Chapter 144 Love Brain Mohan. When Qian saw that he was pretending and said, I will split your head, and you won't feel any pain. Ji Fan took his hand down immediately, and didn't dare to pretend anymore. Yixinghua had been holding it in for many days, and when Wen Qian asked, he just said it. Don't fight over the supplies. Wen Qian, Yixinghua looked sincere. I know we are not capable enough, and we are really grateful that you can give us half of the collected supplies. If there is anything in your base in the future, we will definitely go through fire and water to help you to the end. So, don't fight. Yixinghua was still fighting seriously. If you really want to fight, be gentle. Our leader has been in poor health recently. Imohan. When Qian turned her head away and pursed her lips to hold back her laughter, she seemed to understand what they meant. But, when Qian was puzzled, who told you that I would fight with your leader because of the supplies? Yixinghua was confused. No. But everyone said that you had a fierce quarrel that day. Yes. Yes. Ji Fan nodded behind him. Someone saw you two fighting, and said it was a fierce fight. Su Shu, fighting makes you angry. Zheng Yun, fighting hurts your health. Lin Yan hid at the back of the group, not knowing how the news got spread like this, so he could only agree with them. They are right. Imohan looked at Lin Yan coldly, thinking that he was really blind a few days ago to choose such a thing to help. Lin Yan shrank his neck and dared not look at him, not even daring to breathe. Although Wen Qian felt that the news was spread inexplicably, he was not angry, but found it interesting. She looked at Imohan. It's too late to not fight now. Imohan retracted his murderous gaze from Lin Yan, and when he looked at Wen Qian again, it was a different picture. Then be gentle. I'm not in good health. Wen Qian, there is a price to pay for being mean. She shouldn't have said that. Let's go, Wen Qian said unhappily, and walked towards the laboratory. Imohan followed behind him obediently, and left with Wen Qian under the watchful eyes of Yixinghua and others. Yixinghua and the others stared at the two people, feeling something was wrong. Lin Yan felt that he had found an opportunity to redeem himself. So he said, don't worry about it. They didn't quarrel at all. They are on good terms. Ji Fan followed his words and asked casually, how good? Lin Yan, not particularly good. They are not together. Don't think too much. Several people were shocked when they heard this. They looked at Lin Yan with an expression of don't you want to live? Yixinghua, we're not imagining things. Ji Fan, brother. Spreading rumors will really get you mad at the goddess. Su Shu, your words sound even more outrageous than a fight between the two of them. Zheng Yun, they're right. For a moment, Lin Yan seemed to understand Mo Han's dissatisfaction. What kind of idiots are they? It's so tiring. Wen Qian walked a long way in silence. And finally, when he was about to reach the laboratory, he glanced at the people around him. Is your base really short of building materials? Wen Qian noticed as soon as he entered the gate of their base that everyone was busy working. And there were a lot of spare materials piled up in the open space. Which was not like what he said on the phone. Mo Han, are you looking for a reason to give me something? The lie was easily exposed, making Mo Han once again doubt whether he was not suitable for lying. He was quiet for a moment and answered, I'm looking for a reason to meet you. For a long time before, he couldn't find her, so he just endured it. But now that I have found her, I know where she is, and I have met her several times. I can no longer resist the overflowing desire in my heart. I want to see her, talk to her, and get closer to her. Wen Qian was stunned by his words, and listened to him again. In fact, in the early stage of building the base, I thought about whether to set the location near your home. But then, your place would become unsafe. Later, when I decided to build a second base, I thought again. If it really doesn't work, it would be better to choose the location between the two bases. At least it won't be so far away like it is now. And I am entangled with a lot of trivial things every day. It's difficult to run out to see you. But in the end, it didn't happen for various reasons. Beijing supplies were collected by the West City base. And I can't talk to you about cooperation in collecting supplies. Eternal Night has just appeared, and everyone hasn't adapted yet. So the reason for going out to kill zombies is not tenable. So I could only think of this excuse to ask you to come over. Otherwise I don't know when I can see you again. Wen Qian confronted him silently for a while, and asked him, Mo Han, you are in love, right? Mo Han, who was unfamiliar with this word and didn't quite understand what it meant, blinked his eyes and replied, if you say it is, it is. Wen Qian turned her head back stiffly and looked forward. After giving me the shield, will you still have enough? Yes. If it was before, Wen Qian would have believed him. But now she was a little skeptical. Mo Han seemed to see what she was thinking and added, and the lab is still producing. So it's very fast. There was a hint of something fishy here. Mo Han looked at her looking down at the ground, and couldn't help but rubbed her hair. Don't think about it. This thing is really convenient to use. Wen Qian moved aside expressionlessly, and replied in a low voice. Okay. The two entered the laboratory like this. After passing through the gate, Wen Qian saw that there were many different rooms inside. The overall tone of the laboratory was white. Although it was dark outside, the light here was sufficient, and several generators were working. Mo Han took her to the door of a room, knocked on the door twice perfunctorily, and went in. Wen Qian followed him, and saw 3 gray-haired old men and 2 young men sitting in the room. Mo Han introduced them. This is Wen Qian. When the people in the room heard the word Wen Qian, they immediately laughed and spoke enthusiastically. Is that Wen Qian who gave us a lot of crystal cores and crystal core potions for experiments? Have a seat. I've wanted to see you for a long time. Mo Han, you should have brought her here so we can express our gratitude. Wen Qian looked at Mo Han a little confused. She gave him a crystal core potion once. But when did she give him a lot of crystal cores? Mo Han walked to the other side of the table without changing his expression, and said to a few people, I'm here to get the jammer. I told you this morning. Are you ready? Ready! A young man immediately took out a box from the cabinet and put it on the table. The old men were still staring at Wen Qian, their eyes fixed on her. Sometimes Wen Qian was so thick-skinned that bullets couldn't penetrate her. But sometimes she was very thin-skinned. For example, now, being stared at by a few bigwigs in the scientific research community with an admiring look of the Yangtze River's younger generation pushing the older generation forward. She really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Chapter 145. She represents a fighting force with unlimited possibilities. The research and development of crystal core potions in Binsheng Base has been ongoing. After receiving the 100% harmless potion from Wen Qian last time, they still haven't figured out how she did it. They decomposed the potion she gave them and checked the ingredients inside, and then used other crystal cores to conduct countless experiments. But the highest success rate was only 50%, and it could not be broken through. Wen Qian listened to them calling him a genius, but did not ask how she did it, which touched her heart. She knew that they must be very curious. Before the end of the world, they would have asked directly. But now they are looking back and forth, afraid that something they said would be wrong and make Wenqian unhappy. The synthesis technology of crystal core medicine can be said to be fully researched by all countries in the world. As long as you have this technology, it means that you have unlimited combat power. 3 months after the end of the world, all countries are still in a state of turmoil. But once the situation stabilizes, no one can predict whether war will break out again. Some countries that are ambitious to invade other countries' territories, and some countries that are delusional about becoming the world's top leader are definitely planning something in secret. If they are the first to master the synthesis technology of crystal core medicine, the future situation will be unimaginable. Therefore, Wenqian's life is much more important than these old bones, who have one leg in the coffin. They had proposed to Imohan before that they should bring this kind of important talent back to the base for good protection. But Imohan said that the other party was stronger than him and didn't need it. So the matter was left unresolved. Several people were chatting in the laboratory, and the topic gradually shifted from the crystal core to the newly developed interference shield. When Wenqian heard them talk about the interference range of the shield, her eyes flashed slightly, and she turned to look at the people around her. Imohan said on the phone at that time that her base only needed 10 shields to cover it. But now, after listening to the data given by several experts, 2 are enough for her small broken place. Imohan felt Wenqian's gaze, and looked back at him with a broken jar, and said 4 words in a hypocritical and stiff tone, "I remembered it wrong." After deceiving people and making mistakes repeatedly, Imohan has now completely let it go. Wenqian suppressed her laughter and said nothing. She found a reason to leave with him, so as not to disturb the gods to continue working. Imohan took the box containing the shielding device and handed it to Wenqian after leaving the laboratory building. Wenqian lowered his eyes and looked at it. "I may not need so many. Yes, I will carry it with me when I go out. Although it can't interfere with zombies, it is still very useful for animals." After he said that, he stuffed the box into Wenqian's arms, fearing that she would not want it. Wenqian held the box and asked him, "Why are you so fast? Have you found that mutant animals have the behavior of attacking people before?" "I have been studying this since the beginning of the apocalypse. It can be regarded as a rainy day." Imohan explained, "There are still a few projects in progress. I will give it to you after the finished product is out, and the effect and safety are confirmed." Wenqian nodded thoughtfully, and did not refuse. After throwing the box with the shield into the space, he said, "Okay. Thank you in advance. Where are the seeds you mentioned on the phone?" "In my office." "Go back and get them." After giving her the seeds, it seemed that there was no reason to keep her here. Imohan walked towards the office unwillingly, a little unhappy. It was too dark, and Wenqian did not notice the change in his expression, or wait until he returned to his office and heard Wen Rang ask, "Who are you trying to scare with your stern face?" She just realized that he didn't seem very happy. Wen Rang and Fu Yuan were almost asleep waiting in the room. After Imohan glanced at them coldly, they lost their sleepiness and started to make trouble. "Sir, you look so gloomy that you don't welcome us? In that case, we won't come next time." Imohan paused in pulling the drawer and looked up at him. Wenqian looked at the packets of seeds that Imohan took out of the drawer, wondering if he would spit them into her brother's mouth the next second. Wen Rang became more and more daring and continued to talk nonsense. "We came to you in the dark. It's so dangerous. And you plan to send us away like this?" Imohan and Wen Rang looked at each other and asked him, "Then how do you want me to send you away?" Wen Rang was silent. He was just talking nonsense, not thinking too much. But when he was asked this question, he didn't know how to respond. He glanced at Wenqian, and Wenqian looked up at the ceiling and thought he was embarrassing. Wen Rang had no choice but to awkwardly save himself. "You will drive us back yourself?" "Imohan, that's a good idea. I was just kidding." Wen Rang stood up and walked to the table. He looked at the packets of seeds on the table and said, "Are all the things here? Then we will leave and not disturb you from working." After that, he reached out to take the things, as if he wanted to run away quickly. Imohan watched his actions quietly, feeling a little annoyed. All the things he wanted to give had been given, and he didn't know what excuse he could use to keep them. He could only watch them leave. His expressionless face made Wen Rang feel uneasy, and he asked cautiously, "You are not angry, are you?" "If I were angry, these seeds should not be in your hands now, but in your mouth." Then why are you so cold? Who made you angry? I am unhappy. So I can't. Didn't you say you were not angry? Is being unhappy equal to being angry? Emohan finally had a different expression on his face. And sneered, you cheated in college. Right? I recommended you. The meaningless conversation between the two was finally ended by a phone call. Emohan picked up the phone and listened to what was said on the other end. And his brows gradually frowned. Seeing this, when Rang whispered to his sister, this time he is really angry. It's not my fault. Emohan hung up the phone and looked at the two. Something happened. I'll go over there. What's wrong? When Rang didn't dare to be naughty anymore, and said seriously, what can we do to help? When Rang thought that there were zombies hurting people, or the base was rioting. But he heard Emohan say, Mu Baichuan is here. When Rang and Wenqian looked at each other suspiciously, Emohan looked at their reactions and asked, I heard he's a famous star. Do you all know him? When Rang, he's not famous. You can ask anyone in your base, and see who doesn't know him. Emohan looked at Wenqian unwillingly, and Wenqian nodded. I know him. Mu Baichuan is very popular in China. I heard he's a rich second generation. Before his debut, he could buy a house in Beijing with just a watch. After his debut, he quickly became famous with his attractive face and superb acting skills. He won numerous awards in China, and started to get involved in overseas business in the past 2 years. And he is also doing well. Let's put it this way. If his female fans were still alive, when Rang would suspect that if he just told them Mu Baichuan was captured by zombies, they would tear the zombies apart and rescue Mu Baichuan. Chapter 146 Love Rival. Mu Baichuan has many girlfriend fans, and even more girlfriends. Most celebrities in the entertainment industry dare not fall in love. And even if they do, it is an underground relationship. But this Mu Baichuan is different. He has been involved in scandals and girlfriends since his debut. But he has good acting skills. So his number of fans has been in a state of losing fans when his relationship is exposed, and increasing fans when his new drama is released. What is this kind of person doing at the official base? A consolation performance? Wenqian doesn't understand. His identity is a bit special. Emohan explained as he walked out. Mu Baichuan is not just a rich second generation. It is precisely because of his background that the Mu family found Bincheng base a safe place. As soon as the polar night fell, and sent people here, when they arrived at the tarmac, several people saw the big star who had only been seen on the screen before. He was surrounded by bodyguards, and was confronting Yi Xinghua and others at this time. The atmosphere seemed a bit solemn. When they heard the footsteps, everyone looked over. Mu Baichuan stood in the crowd and met Emohan's eyes at first sight. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, he raised his eyebrows. Mu Baichuan is an extreme member of the Appearance Association. As long as someone is good-looking, even if he is mentally retarded, his tolerance will be higher than that of others. He was surprised to hear Yi Xinghua and others call Emohan commander. Although he had heard that the executive officer of Bincheng base was a young man, he did not expect him to be so young and so handsome. It would be great to be as tall and as good-looking as a star. Why would he be a soldier? Mu Baichuan muttered to himself. Looking at Emohan, he felt that he was only in his early 20s. And he couldn't figure out how he got to this position. Did he get in through the back door like himself? Or is he actually very old? But he had cosmetic surgery, so he doesn't look old? Mu Baichuan hesitated whether to ask him how old he was. But just when he was about to open his mouth, he saw the girl following Emohan. His eyes lit up instantly, and his eyes locked on Wenqian and didn't move. How to say it? That look is like a fox spirit locking onto its prey. When the few people approached, Mu Baichuan took the initiative to speak, looking at Wenqian and said, the level of appearance of your base is really high. Wenqian resisted the urge to roll her eyes, and was too lazy to talk to him. Seeing that she ignored him, Mu Baichuan was not angry, and asked Emohan for someone. Captain Emo, I think it's better to let this beauty follow me, and be responsible for protecting my safety. His words made Yi Xinghua and others laugh. Mu Baichuan didn't understand what they were laughing at. And then he heard Emohan say, I received a call from your grandfather, but we don't have the manpower and time to help you find someone now. Ignore what he just said. Is that so? Mu Baichuan thought. No hurry. Wait until you have more manpower and time. Then help me. Anyway, I don't really want to find him. Mu Baichuan came to Bincheng. First to seek refuge, and second to find his brother. In short, he will not leave here for a while. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wen Qian and asked, "What's your name?" Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is interested in Wen Qian. And it is not just an ordinary interest. Imohan was upset and had a cold face, wondering whether to just throw this person out of the base. Wen Qian looked at Mu Beichuan and felt like she was looking at a peacock with its tail spread. She poked Imohan's shoulder and planned to run away. "I'm going back. You clean up the mess." Mu Beichuan, the mess himself, was puzzled. "Where are you going?" At this time, an unhappy voice came out from Yi Xinghua's group to answer him. "Lin Yan, she is not from our base, and it is even more impossible for her to protect your safety." Lin Yan cursed in his heart. This guy is so coquettish. Doesn't he know that his goddess has a boyfriend? Even if he doesn't know, he can't be so coquettish on their first meeting. Right? It's as if he's afraid that others can't see that he wants to pursue Wen Qian. Mu Beichuan listened to Lin Yan's words and took a step to follow Wen Qian. "Then I'll go with her to her base." As a result, he took just 2 steps and was pulled back by the collar. Mu Beichuan was stunned and turned to look at the person who pulled him, his face full of confusion. He was stunned for a long time. Then his eyes slowly swept through the crowd, and finally looked at Imohan, Wen Qian and Wen Rang, and smiled. "Interesting." He suddenly said this, making people confused. Mu Beichuan seemed to have discovered something interesting, and stopped making trouble beside Imohan. He just waved lazily at Wen Qian and said, "Be careful on the road. Stay safe, and look forward to seeing you next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Imohan pulled his hand from behind his collar and almost strangled him to death. Mu Beichuan coughed twice, and the bodyguard next to him quickly pulled him back and protected him in front of Mu Beichuan with a nervous look on his face. Mu Beichuan touched his red neck, looked at Imohan, and then looked at Wen Qian, who had already walked away, and understood something. A love rival. Right? Mu Beichuan started dating in elementary school, and his love experience over the years is enough to write a few books. In addition, his family background and appearance are both excellent. So he has never failed in pursuing people for so many years. He likes Wen Qian. He knows that his love is superficial, but he just likes the girl's appearance. She is beautiful, has a cold temperament, is tall, and wears a black combat uniform. Fuck. Mu Beichuan couldn't help cursing in his heart, and felt that he had the material for his dream tonight. And it's not just the appearance problem. His ability didn't work on her. Mu Beichuan frowned imperceptibly. 3 people. None of them worked. I have to say, this made him a little uncomfortable. Mu Beichuan suppressed the unhappiness in his eyes, and talked to Imohan with a smile. "Chief Imo, I will hold your thigh in the next few months. Don't worry. I won't hold this thigh for nothing. Here, the supplies on the next plane are my gifts, and the others will be delivered one after another. I will never have sex with men and women in your base. I am very clean and I promise to be obedient. So please help me arrange a place to live. It is said that Bincheng Base is the safest place in the country so far." So the old man was so shameless to send him here, and even called Imohan in person. But now looking at Imohan's reaction, it seems that he doesn't want to give face, just because he almost strangled himself to death. Mu Beichuan was sure that this man was not easy to mess with. He even doubted whether he had to return to the same place today. Fortunately, at this critical moment, someone called Imohan to plead for mercy. After Imohan heard what the other party said, his expression eased. After hanging up the phone, he ordered Yi Xinghua, "Take him to Area A." Yi Xinghua glanced at Mu Beichuan, thought about the rooms that were still vacant in Area A, and asked hesitantly, 002? Imohan sneered. "What nonsense are you talking about? Is that room he can live in?" Chapter 147 Corpse Driver Wen Qian. Only one person has lived in room 002 in Area A, and that is Wen Qian. When Shinjing came to the base a few days ago, he left that night, and did not stay overnight. Although Xingyi was nominally the CEO of the second base, she should have lived in room 002. But Imohan only arranged a 2-person dormitory for her to live with the people she brought with her. In this way, Mu Beichuan was indeed not qualified to live there. Yi Xinghua looked at Mu Beichuan and the 5 bodyguards around him. He wanted to take them to the 8-person dormitory directly. But then he thought that Imohan was talking about going to Area A, so he could only tell Mu Beichuan, "Choose a bodyguard to live with you." and the others will be arranged in Area B. Mu Beichuan agreed with a smile. Looking very easy to talk to. He casually pointed to the one closest to him. Let's go with him. Then he looked at Imo Han. Thank you, Chief Imo, for taking me in. I won't delay your work here. See you later. After he finished speaking, several bodyguards, each holding 2 oversized suitcases, followed Yi Xinghua to the accommodation area. Imo Han ordered the materials on the plane to be moved, and after returning to the office, he received several more calls. The Mu family opened this door, and other people also wanted to come to Bincheng, and they all asked for help to find Imo Han. Imo Han's satellite phone was almost always ringing, and he was so annoyed that he muted the phone and threw it into the drawer, ignoring everyone. When Qian took the jammer out of the box as soon as he got home, charged it according to the instructions, and placed 2 in 2 different locations in the base. Sure enough, as soon as the jammer switch was turned on, the animals hovering over and near the base gradually left, as if they had regarded this place as an uninhabited place. The effect was unexpectedly good. When Qian used the intercom to inform the residents of the base of the news, so that they would not dare to leave the underground garage in the future. When Qian sat on the swing originally used for children in the base yard, looking at Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan who were training in the distance, feeling a little bored. Gu Wanwan now follows Gu Ran all day long, as long as she doesn't want to train. Gu Ran asks, "Do you want to train with me or with your sister?" The little stinky girl immediately becomes honest and says obediently, "I want to follow my brother." Brother practiced lightly and followed his sister's words, and was not allowed to eat until he finished practicing. So when Qian was abandoned and now had nothing to do, it was dark in the morning, and people always had the illusion that it was time to go to bed. When Qian wanted to pull a piece of cloth in the yard of the base to make a projection, and call everyone to watch a horror movie together. But then she thought that everyone in her base was not very brave, and there were only a few healthy people among the old, weak, sick and disabled, and she would be scared to death by the movie later. When Qian shook her head and drove this idea out of her mind, when Rang just walked out of the building and saw his sister sitting on the swing in the yard, swinging like a ghost. Just this scene, any child in the base would pee on the spot. When Qian saw her brother coming and said aggrievedly, "I'm bored." When Rang, "Be direct and tell me what you want to do. Find zombies to play with. Do you think there is another person in Bincheng who can say this besides you? Little ant. On the first day of the polar night, you want to let the zombies see the evil of human hearts, right?" When Rang poked her forehead with his finger while speaking, when Qian tilted her head back and replied, "Corpses must learn to grow up. I am willing to be their mentor on the road to growth." When Qian spoke nonsense seriously, when she was sitting here just now, there was a moment when Qian felt a little confused. She didn't know if other people sometimes had this feeling. That is, at a certain moment, they would suddenly forget who they were. Then she would suddenly realize that this person was called Qian. The person who is waiting for me is me. The people around me are my family and friends. This feeling doesn't happen often, but every time it pops up, it makes her feel like a monster parasitic in this body. Before the end of the world, people lived according to the routine. Everyone was busy, and there were things waiting for them to do every day. But after the end of the world, the only thing people have to do seems to be to survive. But staying at home for a long time will always be boring. And eating and waiting for death is not a solution. If you don't come into contact with zombies and don't know the speed of their evolution, you will easily become their food. So when Qian doesn't know what else she can do besides killing zombies, should she go back home to do her homework? She even has the urge to go to Xiangxi to find out if there are any living corpse drivers. Zombies are corpses, and zombies are also corpses. So there shouldn't be much difference in driving them, right? When one person walks in front, thousands of zombies will jump behind him. Oh, the picture is interesting just thinking about it. When Qian told Wen Rang about her thoughts, and when Rang asked with a complicated expression, people put talismans on zombies' foreheads to make them obedient. So what do you think is the difference between your summoning skills and those of zombie drivers? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. When Qian stood up, "I'm going out to play." When Rang followed Wen Qian speechlessly, and after opening the gate of the base, there were already 1,000 zombies standing neatly outside the gate. When Qian walked away slowly, and these zombies followed her obediently, imitating the zombies' jumps. The scene was so weird that when Rang shuddered and closed the gate of the base with concern, and went out with his sister to go crazy, he walked at the end of the team. holding his phone expressionlessly, recording Wen Qian's silly moments. He thought he would take it out to amuse himself when he was bored in the future. 1,000 zombies jumped in unison, and the noise was extraordinary. Liamo and Wen Chongning were making dumplings, wontons and buns upstairs, and were startled by the loud bangs downstairs. They quickly took out the telescope and found that it was their own naughty children playing downstairs. Then she silently threw the telescope to a place where it could not be seen. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, Wen Qian felt that it was not good. The noise was too loud, and it was easy for others to find her. She was also afraid that the road would collapse. So she asked the zombies to stop jumping and walk normally. Then she pulled Wen Rang into the pile of zombies, so that even if the zombies outside could smell their scent, they would only hit their own faces when they rushed over. This day was mentioned by the zombies a long time later, and was also called the beginning of the haunting. Wen Rang stood in the center of thousands of zombies, a little timid, afraid that the zombies would pounce on him and eat him alive. On the other hand, his sister had no other reaction except a look of disgust. They stink, Wen Qian complained to her brother, and Wen Rang rolled his eyes and wanted to hit him. Who told you to get close to them? I'm just really bored. The mountains near our home have been plucked bare. Let's take them to other mountains to find wood. Chapter 148. Hundreds of thousands of crystal cores were stolen. Wen Qian was a man of action. She was walking towards her destination while talking about the plan. She carried a jammer from Imo Han, and was not attacked by animals on the way. Other zombies smelled her, and Wen Rang and were intercepted by zombies on the periphery after they came over. So they were quite relaxed along the way. As they walked forward leisurely, Wen Qian suddenly discovered something. She lived near the sea, so she didn't mind the seagulls. These seagulls usually feed on fish and shrimp in the sea, and occasionally tourists would feed them bread, ham and other things. But now, the fish in the sea have mutated into piranhas with sharp teeth. So these seagulls were also affected and began to act with crows. When they saw a living person, they would pounce on the living person's face. And when they didn't see a living person, they would eat the rotten flesh of zombies. In short, they would never let themselves go hungry. After the polar night began, the bats' daily routines were also disrupted, now mixed with other birds. The sky is densely packed with flying animals looking for food, and the mice and cockroaches on the ground are also running around. In this case, the jammer on Wen Qian seems to be particularly important. The trees and flowers on the mountain have all withered and died, and the entire food chain has been affected. There are often scenes of hares and mice preying on each other. After witnessing a hare bite a mouse to death and eat it on the spot, Wen Qian and Wen Rang looked at each other and remained silent. They found a hill not far from home, and let the zombies cut trees on the hill, while they cut zombies at the foot of the hill. Although the scene looked weird, it was really harmonious. After doing this for a day, Wen Qian moved back thousands of tree trunks and collected thousands of crystal cores. For 3 consecutive days, Wen Qian ran outside every day, and the direction away from home was getting farther and farther. In this way, she quickly adapted to moving and fighting in the dark without night vision goggles. And then on the 4th day, she received a call from Imo Han. She thought this person was trying to find a reason to meet her again. But unexpectedly, the other party asked her, "Do you want to go abroad to collect supplies?" Wen Qian was stunned for 2 seconds when she heard this. And then her eyes sparkled. "Does your base plan to go abroad? Why go so far? Aren't the supplies in other neighboring cities still not clean? It's been 3 months since the end of the world. What can you find abroad? Most of the food supplies abroad should be canned food. All kinds of canned food." Wen Qian is not very interested. In terms of food, no country in the world can compare to China. However, the current situation is special, and it is not the time to be picky about food. But even so, it is not a reason to risk going abroad. Going abroad is a long journey, and the risk factor is much higher than going to the next city. The polar night has just begun, and Imo Han suddenly has such an idea. There must be other reasons. Wen Qian patiently waited for him to answer his questions, and sure enough, Imo Han quickly told the truth. Last night, a spy stole more than 100,000 crystal cores and kidnapped a weapons research and development expert. I have to bring him back. Wen Qian was stunned. Hundreds of thousands of crystals. This is not a small number. How did they steal them? It wasn't stolen from one base. More than a dozen cities were robbed last night. Only our side is temporarily safe. This group of people had been lurking for a long time before the end of the world. Some of them have even stayed in the country for more than 10 years. They acted together last night, and all ran away after getting the crystal cores. So far, China should be the only country that has temporarily preserved the crystal cores and has not risked using humans for experiments because it has not developed a 100% harmless crystal core agent. Bases in other countries have already started using drugs in large quantities. Even if the chance of infection is as high as 70% to 80%. They still want that powerful combat power. Hundreds of thousands of crystal cores have emptied the belongings of many bases. In the end times, this kind of blow is undoubtedly fatal. Wen Qian didn't expect that such a big thing would happen when she was idle and had nothing to do. Looking for zombies everywhere. She was quiet for a while and asked, the bases whose crystal cores were stolen should be furious. Right? Well, they definitely can't swallow this. But the current situation is not enough to support their revenge. After all, they have no fighting power, and they will only be beaten even if they go to the door. Wen Qian knew very well that in front of powerful fighting power, there is no reason to talk. So the best solution to this matter seems to be to kill them. Take back all the stolen crystal cores. And by the way, overturn their nest. Emo Han should also mean this. Otherwise he would not look for her. Should I refuse? Wen Qian asked herself in her heart. She thought about it seriously, and couldn't find a reason to refuse. Wen Qian, when do we leave? Emo Han, 3 days later. Wen Qian, then see you in 3 days. I'll take people to your base to gather. Wen Qian made a quick decision. Hung up the phone, and gathered the whole family in the living room. I want to go abroad. She sat on the sofa and announced this important event to several people in a normal tone of I'm hungry and want to eat. Why? The zombies in the country can no longer satisfy you? Wen Rang raised his eyebrows and asked. Where do you want to go? Isn't it the little shabby place next door that takes an hour to fly to? I don't know. Emo Han hasn't told me the destination yet. Wen Rang, you'd better give me a good reason to convince me. Otherwise I will go to their base and make a scene right now, saying that their base leader is a human trafficker who kidnapped my sister to work illegally abroad. Wen Qian threw melon seed shells all over him. Who are you calling a moron? She glared at Wen Rang unhappily and told the others the whole story. After everyone heard this, they were silent for a while. And then Gu Ran spoke first. I will definitely not stay at home this time. The last time they went to Ningxing and asked him to stay at home, he almost suffocated. This time, he would go out with them no matter what. Wen Changning was a little reluctant. After all, it was too far and too dangerous. But he still supported it. I will definitely follow the big team. Wherever my daughter goes, I will go. Liamo, you need medical staff. Everyone moved in unison to look at Wen Rang. And Wen Rang was shocked. Why are you looking at me? I'll crawl even if you break my legs. He looked at Wen Qian and threw the melon seed shells back one by one. You little bitch. Don't try to get rid of me. All the members had the same idea. No matter where they went, they would be with Wen Qian. But in this case, what should we do with the base? We can't let the zombies guard the house. At the critical moment, Wen Qian felt the disadvantage of the base's low combat power. She wanted to increase the number of combatants in the base. But she couldn't be impatient and couldn't take everyone back. Although there was a system to check for her. Anyone who had the idea of betraying her would be killed on the spot. But Wen Qian still didn't want to take the risk of being disgusted. So she couldn't rush to recruit people. Chapter 149, she admires the strong and dislikes the weak. No one wants to stay at the base to guard the house. So there is no choice but to use the most old-fashioned method. Draw lots to decide. Except Wen Qian and the 2 children. Everyone draws a poker card. There is only one red card in it. And if you draw it, you stay. Wen Qian sat aside with her arms crossed and watched the fun. When she saw her father pick up the card and then suddenly put it back on the table, she knew who won the prize. This card is not accurate. Wen Changning protested expressionlessly. Liamo kindly reminded, these are the cards dealt by your daughter. Wen Changning. Wen Rang stole my cards. The one in his hand is mine. Are you being unreasonable? Wen Rang was shocked. I am the farthest away from you among all people. Wen Changning turned his head and glanced at Gu Ran, who was closest to him. Gu Ran pursed his lips and didn't say anything. After 3 seconds, Wen Changning sighed. Forget it. Don't bully children too much. Gu Ran stayed at home last time. If he is chosen again this time, he will probably cry. Wen Changning got up silently walked to the rooftop and lit a cigarette. Feeling melancholy. He didn't want to be at home. He wanted to be with his wife, whose stinky hand had helped him draw the cards just now. Oh! It was his own. He got even angrier. Some were happy, and some were worried. When Rang and Gu Ran looked at their old father standing in the distance smoking, dragged Wen Qian to the study, and went to chat happily. Although he knew it was dangerous to go abroad at this time. When Rang was still a little excited. The last time we went abroad to play was a year ago. Right? He leaned back in the chair and looked at Wen Qian, asking, how long will it take to come back this time? I don't know. Wen Qian answered honestly. I don't know where to go, or how many days to stay. Go to Binsheng base in 3 days. You can ask Imohan yourself. When Rang tsk, and was silent for a moment, then said, don't you think this overseas mission is a bit too hasty? Wen Qian sneered. More than that, it's like a death squad going to give themselves up. Although the crystal core was stolen, no one could swallow this breath. But the current domestic combat power is not sufficient. And the polar night has just arrived. And the zombies are evolving rapidly. No matter how you think about it, it is not a wise move to go out rashly at this time. Wen Qian does not know the details. Nor does she know how important the abducted expert is. But in her opinion, if the crystal core is gone, it can be collected again. Anyway, there are zombie raw materials everywhere. As for people, if it were in the past, she could say what our country lacks the least is people. But now she can't say this. Imohan meant that he was going to bring this person back. But you can imagine how difficult it would be. Going into the enemy camp alone to rescue the hostages. Isn't that just committing suicide? Wen Qian shook his head repeatedly. I'll have to see how capable he is to bring the person back this time. When Rang asked with a smile after hearing what his sister said. Since you know how dangerous this trip is, why did you agree to go with him? To pick up the heads of people and take advantage of the leaks. Wen Qian answered with confidence. What does his risky rescue have to do with my collecting supplies? Wen Qian's words stunned the two. Wen Qian looked at them. You don't think I agreed to go this trip to help him rescue people? Do you? Gu Ran. Isn't it? What are you thinking? Saving people is his job. If he thinks the task is too difficult, and he can't complete it, then he can refuse. Perhaps before the end of the world. He didn't have the right to refuse, and could only obey orders. But now is not the same as before. His ability has already given him enough say. He called me, and asked me only if I wanted to go abroad to collect supplies. And never said anything about asking me to help him complete the task. If he agreed to accept this task, and included our combat power, then there would be no need to contact him again after he came back. Gu Ran was a little confused and asked in a low voice, why? Because it would make me look down on him. Wen Qian was very clear-headed, even though she had a good impression of Imohan. But if Imohan insisted on taking this task without the ability, and wanted to achieve his goal with her help, and did not greet her in advance, asked for her opinion, and wanted to use this to get promoted and make money, then her good impression of him would be directly wiped out. She was not a member of his base, so there was no reason for her to obey his arrangements. And she was a person who admired the strong, didn't like those who were weaker than herself, and was even less likely to like a man who pushed her out as a shield and made a deal at a critical moment. We will go out this time and work together. He will save his people, and we will collect our supplies. Of course, we can't rule out other aspects of cooperation. But everything depends on the situation at the time. If we have to sacrifice our lives to cooperate, there is absolutely no room for negotiation. I have a plane and a motorhome in my space. So even if we fall out, I will never be trapped there. We have known each other for so long. They should understand my temper. As long as I come back alive, I dare to demolish their base. Although Imohan has many men under his command, their fighting power is far inferior to ours. If we really fight, although we have fewer people, we will be more than enough to deal with them. Even if we don't have enough manpower by then, I can still go to Fusheng to form an alliance. Fusheng, the old fox, has wanted to be the boss of Binsheng for a long time, and he will definitely agree. In short, if you make me angry, I can do anything. Wen Qian thought of all the possibilities. After listening to him, when Rang clapped his hands twice and praised him. As expected of my sister, you haven't been fooled by that vixen Imohan. Although I wasn't recommended to college, I got in by myself anyway, so I'm not that stupid. Wen Qian glared at her brother unhappily, and then heard Gu Ran say weakly, I'm stupid. Wenqian. I didn't mean that. I didn't say you. Don't go online to look for medical treatment and apply symptoms to yourself. Gu Ren scratched his hair and smiled bitterly. I really thought you agreed to go with Imohan just to help him. I'm in love. Wenqian understands Gu Ren. In fact, it can be seen from Zhang Duoduo's matter that he is a stubborn person. Whether it is family or friends. As long as he has determined it, he will try his best to be good to the other party, and will not think too much. Otherwise, he would not have died to protect Wen Rang in his previous life. Wenqian was silent for a while, and spoke softly. Love brain is not the same as brain damage. But you forget one thing. Love yourself before loving others. It is always right. Only when a person loves himself can he see clearly whether the people around him are good to you. Wenqian grew up in a honeypot. Everyone in the family gave her enough love and security. So it is difficult for her to lose her mind when facing other people's kindness. Because she has seen what they gave. It is not surprising. Chapter 150. Wenqian's house actually has air conditioning on. After Wenqian finished chatting with the two, she went back into the space to deal with the crystal core. She planned to eat up all the medicine she had before leaving, and then go kill foreign corpses to try out the difference between their crystal cores and those in China. She integrated the remaining medicines, in addition to hundreds of level 3, 4, and 5 medicines. There were also a small amount of level 2, 1, and special medicines. Wenqian thought about it, took out a few medicines and put them aside, then went out to call Imohan. Send someone to my base, and give you some medicine with skill bonuses as a return gift for the jammer. Imohan definitely can't be the only one going abroad. If Wenqian guessed correctly, Yi Xinghua and the others would definitely go with him. She didn't have many high-level medicines, and she wanted to keep a few for her own people who would be recruited into the base in the future. This time, the medicines given to Imohan were the ones with the skills of locking, marking and calibration. The locking skill allows people to clearly see the fatal points of zombies. The marking skill allows people to see the level division on the zombies' heads. The calibration skill allows the damage on the zombies to be automatically transferred to the fatal point. They are all useful skills, but she can only give 2 of each. As for how to use this medicine, it depends on Imohan's own allocation. Being able to meet her, such a good thing would definitely not be given to others in normal times. But he is now in a conference call with other bases and cannot get away. And his schedule is full in the future. He can't run over in the middle of the night to disturb Wenqian's sleep. So he can only reluctantly let Yi Xinghua and Lin Yin make this trip. After sending the exact location of Wenqian's base to the two, Imohan reminded them, don't rush back. If someone is following you on the road, you must get rid of them completely before going there. And you can't expose the location of her base. The two nodded immediately and set out to get the crystal core potion. This was their first time to Wenqian's base. Especially Lin Yin, who was so excited that he was walking and jumping. Not steady at all. Like a primary school student who had just finished school. Yi Xinghua looked at him and frowned slightly. Walk carefully. Boss, I'm happy. Don't worry about me. Lin Yin couldn't help but say. I don't know when I'll see them next time. In fact, Lin Yan's words were conservative. What he really thought in his heart was, I don't know whether I can see them in the future. This time, he could die outside at any time during the mission abroad. So, Lin Yin regarded today as the last time he saw Wenqian. Although Yi Xinghua didn't say anything, he actually thought the same thing in his heart. The two drove out of the base, circling around all the way, being cautious, and drove the car to the gate of Wenqian's base after making sure that no one was following them. After getting off the car, Lin Yin looked up at the 5-meter-high gate and wall of the base and couldn't help saying, oh my god, this is too awesome. Judging from the location and buildings of her base, it should be a civilian community. However, the outer wall and gate have been renovated and look much stronger than their base. Lin Yin saw the word Xiaobai base engraved on the wall next to the gate, and confirmed that they were in the right place. When he keenly noticed a flash of red light on the high wall, he punched Yi Xinghua's shoulder hard and almost knocked him out. Boss! They have surveillance cameras. Yi Xinghua staggered, and numbly pinched her arm that was hurt by his beating, and listened to his noisy words. As expected of my goddess, the equipment is complete. There are also surveillance cameras inside the Bincheng base, but only some are installed in important areas. This thing needs electricity to drive. Now that resources are scarce, everything must be used sparingly. Lin Yan smiled foolishly and waved at the surveillance camera. Upstairs, Wen Qian looked at his silly look and turned away with disgust. When Rang pressed the door switch and let people in, Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan opened their eyes wide in surprise after entering the base. After the polar night, the solar lights lost their function. But Wen Qian still installed light sources in the base to facilitate the residents to go out and take care of crops. She used low-power electric lights, which were installed at the height of the calf, so the lights inside could not be seen from outside the base. The glass above the base is one way, so no matter whether it is a drone or a bird, it cannot see the light here. Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan looked at the glass window above their heads, the diamond nets around them, and the fields planted with crops in the light. Wen Qian's base was not big, but it had everything it needed, and it looked very clean and tidy. There was no garbage thrown everywhere, and no stench of urine and feces everywhere. Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan had been watching the crowds of people in the base all day, and suddenly came to such a quiet place. They even doubted whether only Wen Qian's family lived in the base. Just as the two were wondering, a resident came out to water the crops. Seeing the people standing at the gate, he stood there vigilantly, silently confronting them with his eyes. Fortunately, Wen Qian showed up at this time, which made both parties feel relieved. You came at the right time. Wen Qian held a bunch of grilled chicken wings that he had just snatched from Wen Rang, looked at the two and said, "Let's go upstairs." At this time, they were having a meal, and it was a big meal. Wen Qian used teleportation to bring the two upstairs. As soon as they entered the door, the cold air that hit them stunned Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan. "Your home actually has air conditioning?" Lin Yan couldn't help asking. "This is too extravagant." Wen Qian's home is kept at a constant temperature of 24 degrees all year round. It is cool in summer and hot in winter, which is very comfortable. Wen Qian casually threw 2 pairs of disposable slippers to them. "Look at your ignorant look. Go wash your hands and talk after dinner." Lin Yan could already smell the aroma of barbecue. He swallowed his saliva and glanced in the direction of the restaurant. After seeing the food on the table, he looked at Yi Xinghua and said, "I want to change jobs." Lin Yan's voice was crying. "What kind of fairy life is this? There is air conditioning and meat to eat." Who was the one who refused Wen Qian's invitation? Who refused this fairy-like life? It was him. Ah! Yi Xinghua also swallowed his saliva. But he was not as useless as Lin Yan, and stood at the door without moving. "Don't bother. We'll leave after we get our things." Wen Qian stopped and looked back at him. "Are you in a hurry to go back?" "No." Lin Yan rushed to answer. "Our boss said that we are not in a hurry to go back. Then we can leave after we finish eating. Since we are here, and you bumped into us at mealtime, it always feels like bullying you to let you just watch. Anyway, her family doesn't lack that kind of stuff." When Chongming and Liamo also greeted the two and set their bowls and chopsticks, the two walked to the dining table with a guilty conscience and sat down, looking at the table full of beef, mutton, pork, grilled fish, chicken wings, cartilage, beef tendon, potato chips, eggplant, beans, leeks, corn, etc., as well as lettuce, perilla leaves, garlic, green peppers and different kinds of sauces. Their tears finally flowed from the corners of their mouths. Chapter 151, She is the symbol of courage and victory. The saliva at the corners of their mouths, and the rumbling of their stomachs made Yi Xinghua and the others' faces turn dark red. They were indeed greedy and hungry. There were very few people who could eat their fill every day after the apocalypse, and Yi Xinghua and his group were definitely not among them. Moreover, beaching supplies had been almost cleared out by the West City base, and if they wanted to find supplies in the future, they would have to go to other towns, which made life difficult for other bases. Everyone was living in a tight situation, not to mention the big fish and meat. Even potatoes and sweet potatoes were not eaten freely. So, looking at the food on the table, they really felt like they were dreaming. Wen Qian had been hungry in his previous life and knew how uncomfortable it felt. Now was not the time when food was most scarce. In a few years, when zombies became more and more powerful, the food reserves in various towns were used up, and new crops could not be grown due to climate problems. Then it would be a real hell on earth. The cannibalism also started from that time. However, Wen Qian had a feeling that this life might not be so hard. Didn't Imo Han develop drought-resistant and cold-resistant seeds? So although the future is difficult, it will always get better. What are you thinking about? Eat. Wen Qian knocked on the table to bring Yi Xinghua and the others back to their senses. Wen Qian was afraid that the two of them would not be able to relax if they pretended to be on holiday. So he pretended to go into the kitchen and pushed out another cart of meat. Since you are inviting people, you should treat them generously. There is no reason to let people go back with empty stomachs. There's more after you finish eating. Eat as much as you want. She looked at the two of them and said, then went to grab the mushrooms that Wen Rang had just snatched from her plate. Wen Qian was determined not to go out today, so she even changed her clothes. She took off her usual black combat uniform and casually wore home clothes, tied her hair into a bun, and put a pair of black framed glasses on her nose. Looking pretty and gentle, Lin Yan ate meat while peeking at her, thinking of her relationship with Imo Han. He couldn't help asking, Qian Shen, do you want to go to our base for a walk later? Wen Qian frowned and looked at him. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? If I plan to go, will I ask you to pick up the things? Oh! Lin Yan lowered his head, and soon asked again, then you didn't come to our place for a walk in the past 2 days? Wen Qian laughed angrily. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Lin Yan touched his nose and smiled shyly. It's nothing. It's just, we may have to go out to perform a mission in a few days. It is not convenient to disclose the specific location and content. Anyway, it will take a while before I can come back. It is not certain whether I can come back. Lin Yan silently added in his heart and said, so do you want to go see our superior? Wen Qian was stunned for a moment and looked at him. Wen Rang bit the bone in his mouth and it sounded as if he was biting someone's bone. Asked Lin Yan, why does my sister want to see him? Then they are not. Lin Yan stopped in time when he was halfway through his words. He thought that no one around seemed to know the relationship between Wen Qian and Imo Han. So maybe they were secretly dating. And even the goddess's family didn't know. Fortunately, he was smart and didn't let it slip. Lin Yan couldn't help but praise himself and changed his words. Aren't we good friends? Besides, the brothers also missed the goddess. So what's wrong with going to comfort her? Is there a problem? Lin Yan was confident. But Wen Rang sneered after hearing it and asked him, how many people are you going with? I don't know. Lin Yan ate the meat in silence. But it shouldn't be much. We don't have many people anyway. So we have to leave some to guard the base. Yi Xinghua wanted to stop Lin Yan from continuing. But then he thought that he didn't reveal any secrets. And it was normal for the base to go out on missions. So he swallowed his words. Wen Rang and Wen Qian smiled at each other, but didn't reveal that they would go along. Yi Xinghua and the others were full, and couldn't help burping when they returned to the base. Imo Han looked at them putting the food on the table with a guilty look on their faces, and then couldn't control the burping, and remained silent. Lin Yan couldn't stand his scrutiny and confessed, I couldn't resist the kindness, so I had a meal. Yi Xinghua was even more honest. I had barbecue and was very full. Imo Han looked down at the things they had brought back. 3 small glass bottles, with 6 pills in them. Wen Qian had already marked the effects of the medicine in each bottle. After reading it carefully, he immediately got up and walked to the laboratory. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Wen Qian took her family out to kill zombies for 2 days, and made all the crystal cores into potions, which everyone took. Imo Han diluted the medicine she sent and reprocessed it, from 6 pills to 60 pills. The attack power bonus of the potion was weakened, and the original skill bonus of the potion was retained. Yi Xinghua and other main combatants all got medicines with different skills. After taking them, they walked around the base for a few times, and immediately felt the benefits of these skills. Those with accurate shooting skills use locking. Those with inaccurate shooting skills use calibration. And investigators use marking. Knowing that these medicines were sent by Wen Qian, everyone thought that if they survived to come back, they must kill more zombies, and send the crystal cores to her to thank her for her selfless sharing. But everyone didn't expect to see Wen Qian again before departure. Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan looked at Wen Qian and others who appeared on the tarmac, and their hearts skipped a beat. Lin Yan rushed over and asked her, why are you here? Guess? Wen Qian raised her eyebrows and smiled. And Lin Yan took a breath when he saw this. You won't want to be with us? He stuttered, unable to believe it was true. Yes, together. But I'm going to pick up the bargains, Wen Qian readily admitted. So don't expect me to do too much. Her words immediately made the scene jubilant. She didn't know how much confidence her appearance gave them. In their eyes, she had unconsciously become a symbol of courage and victory. As long as she was there, it seemed that nothing could be done. Seeing how happy they were, Wen Qian rubbed his neck a little uncomfortably. I muttered to myself, it's useless to slap me. At the critical moment, I will definitely protect myself first, and will not risk my life to save your dogs. Not long after, Mo Han appeared in sight. He walked straight to Wen Qian and introduced the people around her. They were all unfamiliar faces that Wen Qian had never seen before. They came from other cities to participate in this joint operation. That is, the bases that lost the crystal core. These people met Wen Qian for the first time and were very surprised that there would be a woman participating in this mission. And they frowned at the little kid beside Wen Qian and asked uncertainly, is this kid going to come with us too? Chapter 152, Going Abroad to Collect Supplies. They are talking about Fu Yuan. Wen Qian came with Wen Rang, who ran in Fu Yuan this time. According to the original plan, Wen Chengning was to stay at home to guard the base. But considering that Gu Wanwan was too young to participate in this operation, she had to stay. But a 3-year-old girl would inevitably need help from adults when taking a bath and changing clothes. It was not appropriate for Wen Chengning, a grown man, to do these things, and he had not slept well for 3 consecutive nights. He kept pestering Liu Mo and said pitifully that he did not want to be separated from his wife. So in the end Liu Mo stayed to accompany him. Wen Qian left the 4 dogs to them and brought Xiaobai out. And Xiaobai was now running to Mo Han like a dog, rubbing his pants hard, as if he didn't know who his real owner was. Fu Yuan looked up at the man who was talking, and said crisply, I'm very powerful. Everyone laughed when they heard this. But they didn't dare to look down on this little guy, because most of the zombies are younger and more powerful. It is not ruled out that there will be little guys with fast evolution speed on the human side. Wen Qian thought that everyone was already here. But soon, several figures slowly walked towards them. Wen Qian looked carefully, and found that it was Mu Beichuan. Mu Beichuan had visited almost all the bases in the past few days. He walked around like a wandering chicken. And in just a few days, almost everyone in the base knew him, especially female friends. The relationship was even more harmonious, which stunned Yi Xinghua and others. But why was he here? Wen Qian was puzzled. Didn't the Mu family send him here to ensure his safety? Why would they agree to let him participate in such an operation? Mu Beichuan was also very surprised to see Wen Qian, and he quickened his pace to her side, his eyes full of surprise and happiness. Why are you here? Mu Beichuan asked. Wen Qian thought that I should be the one asking this question. Why are you, a rich second generation, the baby of your family, here to join in the fun? But she couldn't ask directly, so she could only perfunctorily reply, you can be here. Why can't I be? Mu Beichuan originally thought that this trip abroad would be very boring, staying with a group of men all day. Boring to death. But now he is very happy. He stood motionless beside Wen Qian. No matter how others looked at him, he just didn't leave. After getting on the plane, he immediately found a seat close to Wen Qian. Wen Qian just found his behavior funny. There were a total of 50 people on this trip, and everyone else only took a luggage bag. Only Mu Beichuan and the bodyguards around him carried large and small bags, making it seem like he was really traveling abroad. In fact, Mu Beichuan has found out a lot about Wen Qian in the past few days. She is quite famous in Binsheng base, and her former neighbor is also in the base, so it is not difficult to find out. In the eyes of others, she is a cold-blooded and strong existence. Mu Beichuan recalled those people's comments on her, and then looked at the clean and beautiful face in front of him. It is really difficult to combine the two. Wen Qian felt that he was staring at her. She frowned slightly, looked over, and heard him take the initiative to speak. Actually, I'm very afraid of death. I was forced to go with you this time. I heard that Miss Wen is very powerful. Why don't we make a deal? You come to protect my safety. As for the conditions, you can set them at will. Mu Beichuan looked rich and powerful. If Wen Qian didn't have everything, he might have been tempted. Unfortunately, do you think you're the only one who's afraid of death? I'm afraid too. Wen Qian asked calmly, you're such a big shot. Who dares to force you to come out if you don't want to? My grandfather. Mu Beichuan didn't hide it. Everyone on the plane basically knew about it. Even if they didn't know now, they would definitely not be able to hide it later. The base that lost the most crystal cores this time was the old man's base. I am fighting for my grandfather, and I have no choice. Mu Beichuan laughed at himself, feeling very unhappy. If the crystal cores are lost, Just get them again. Whoever fails in his duty will be punished. Why do you have to chase them to other people's territory? Isn't this crazy? Betrayal couldn't understand what these people were thinking. They knew they were going to die, but still looked determined. Anyway, he had planned to run away when he got there. He hadn't lived enough. Being willing to board this plane was already giving the old man the greatest face. When Qian listened to his words and thought about it, how confident was Mr. Mu in Imohan's ability that he was willing to let him follow? All the people were present, and the plane took off after a while of preparation. When Qian and the others each had a pad in their hands, wearing headphones to watch their favorite things, and looked like I don't want to chat. So don't come to chat with me. After watching a ghost movie, when Qian put on an eye mask and earplugs and began to catch up on sleep. She was a little drunk from killing zombies last night and didn't go home until 3 in the morning. She slept for almost 2 hours. When she woke up, the plane was still flying steadily. When Qian yawned and met Imohan's eyes when he came out of the cockpit, seeing that he called her over, she rubbed her eyes and got up lazily. How long will it take to get there? When Qian asked in a low voice. About 10 hours. Hearing this answer, when Qian basically determined the final destination, because it was similar to what she had thought before, she was not surprised. I sent the medicine that Yixinghua and others brought back to the laboratory for further processing. Imohan told her the effect of the diluted potion. And when Qian's eyes lit up. So good? Then help me process it later. And when Qian's opinion, the real benefit of high-level potions is not that they can increase combat power, but the accompanying skills. Originally, a first-level or special-level crystal core can only be made into 10 potions through the processor. But after being processed in the laboratory, there will be 100, which can allow 100 people to have skill bonuses at the same time. Imohan nodded and said okay, then glanced at Betrayal who was staring at this side in the distance, and asked when Qian, go into the cockpit and take a look? When Qian hesitated for a moment. Is it okay? Just take a look. Nothing is wrong. When Qian nodded immediately after hearing this. She had indeed never seen what the cockpit of a large aircraft looked like in real life. She had only seen pictures on the internet before. Imohan opened the door and took her in, blocking the view of the people outside. When Qian greeted the other 2 people in the cockpit, they all came from other cities. They were a little surprised to see Imohan bring Wen Qian in. They didn't know much about Imohan before coming to Bincheng this time. They had only heard some rumors about him and had never seen him in person. Not to mention them. Even many people above had never seen him. It was just heard that he was cunning and ruthless, and had a background but didn't know who the background was. Chapter 153 won a bag of food. Generally speaking, for someone like Imohan to achieve such success at his age, he must have received support from his family. Which family did he come from? But after asking around, no one knew him, which was very strange. At the moment, they watched Imohan teach Wen Qian how to control the plane in a soft voice. And Wen Qian listened seriously, which made them laugh. One dared to teach, and the other dared to learn, as if there would be a chance for her to try in the future. Wen Qian listened to Imohan's words and blinked. For some reason, she had a feeling of as expected, as if she had known and was familiar with everything Imohan said. The other 2 people in the cockpit exchanged glances quietly from time to time, and then picked a time to ask fearlessly, Imohan, is this your girlfriend? Wen Qian was slightly stunned, and then heard Imohan's calm reply, no. Oh. The 2 people's faces flashed with surprise, and then they were relieved in an instant. If she's not his girlfriend, then he's chasing her? Otherwise, where does he get the patience? They smiled and said nothing more. Wen Qian was not familiar with them, and had nothing to talk about. So she gestured to Imohan and turned to leave. Imohan followed her, and saw her pause. He turned back and asked himself, why didn't Lu Bai come this time? Lu Bai was the son of the former Ningqing base commander, the crybaby Wen Qian met in Ningqing. Originally, I agreed with Imohan that I would send her to her place when I returned to Bincheng. But after so many days, I still didn't see her. Wen Qian didn't know much about Lu Bai's strength, but she remembered that he seemed to be a superpower. She thought he would participate in this operation, but she didn't see him. So, where did this person go? Imohan frowned slightly when he heard her question. The second base has a lot of infrastructure that has not been completed yet, and it needs manpower. He is responsible for assisting Xinyu to work together recently. Have you told him that I want him to come to my base? Well, He said he would think about it. Okay. Then think about it carefully. Wen Qian gritted her teeth. A little annoyed. Why are the people she likes so unmaterialistic? The good food and drinks in the single dormitory can't tempt them. Right? It's really annoying. Wen Qian sighed. But she had no position or qualifications to say anything. The people in the second base were brought from Ningxing. Lu Bai used to be with his father to protect this group of people. Now he is asked to leave everything behind. And he must be conflicted. Forget it. Come or not. There are so many people outside. Is she afraid that she can't find the one she likes? If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. He will regret it in the future. Wen Qian muttered in her heart. Still a little unhappy. Imohan looked at her stinky little face and couldn't help asking. Do you really want this person? Yes. I do. Wen Qian replied casually. Can't you change someone else? Not that it's impossible. But it's mainly because he... Wen Qian turned around and looked at the person halfway through his words. Who to change? Me? Imohan raised his eyebrows. Wait until I finish dealing with things here. And then go to your place? Wen Qian resisted the urge to kick him. She raised her fist at Imohan and warned him. I'll beat you up if you dare to joke like that again. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. She really needs someone. He's still joking with her. Imohan looked at Wen Qian helplessly as he turned and left. He was serious. So why didn't she believe him? When Wen Qian returned, she saw her brother playing poker with Mu Beichuan. Wen Qian wondered why Wen Rang agreed to this. When she got closer, she realized that Mu Beichuan had taken the bet. In the short 10 minutes she was away, Wen Rang had already won 5 sausages and a pack of cigarettes from Mu Beichuan. When Mu Beichuan saw Wen Qian coming back, he asked her to play with him. Wen Qian shook her head and refused. No. I'm afraid I'll lose everything you have. This irritated Mu Beichuan. And he sneered. You may not know me very well, and don't know how much money I have. Although money is useless now, I still have a lot of supplies, and you can't win them all. Mu Beichuan's main point is confidence. Wen Qian nodded slowly and said reluctantly, Okay, I'll play 2 rounds with you. Then, she and Wen Rang want all the food in Mu Beichuan's luggage bag. Mu Beichuan would make excuses at first, saying that he let them do it. But later he really couldn't say a word. If the poker cards hadn't been taken out of his hand and his bodyguards were watching, he would have thought that the two were cheating. Wen Qian and Wen Rang smiled at each other. It had been a long time since they met someone who dared to play cards with them. The two had good memories. Whether playing poker or mahjong, they could remember who played what cards and which cards were left in their hands. So they had never lost since they were young. Seeing Mu Beichuan's unhappy face, the two quickly stopped, carrying a bag of delicious food. They went to share it with Yi Xinghua and the others. Mu Beichuan frowned as he sat on the chair. It was not because he was unhappy about losing, but because he didn't understand why it was so miserable that he couldn't win a single hand. But this made him more interested in Wen Qian. Until the plane landed, Mu Beichuan was seizing every opportunity to chat with Wen Qian. Although Wen Qian was slow in terms of feelings, she quickly understood what he meant this time, because his past image as a playboy was too deeply rooted in people's minds. Even passers-by who didn't chase stars had heard some gossip about him. In Wen Qian's impression, this guy basically changed his girlfriend every 2 months and was a waste. She saw through it but didn't say anything, because the other party didn't do anything excessive. So she just wanted to stay away from him as much as possible. The cabin gradually became quiet, and everyone took advantage of the time before the plane landed to rest. Wen Qian had nothing to do, so he continued to wear an eye mask and earplugs and sleep hard. Finally, the long 10 hours passed. The radio sounded a reminder, waking up everyone who was resting. Everyone stretched their muscles and bones at the same time, looking out the dark window with a serious expression, not knowing what would greet them next. Wen Qian was also a little worried about the landing problem. There must be zombies in the airport. If they wandered on the runway, it was inevitable that there would be a collision. She glanced at Fu Yuan beside her, thinking that if there was a problem, she would throw him into the space first. In the chaos, everyone only cared about themselves. This little guy was not even as high as the back of the chair when he sat down. Even if he disappeared for a while, no one would notice. But the result was beyond Wen Qian's expectations. Everything was safe from the descent to the landing of the plane. When the plane stopped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they heard the gunshots outside and immediately entered the combat state. Chapter 154. If you don't participate in the mission, don't even think about returning home. When Qian leaned on the window and looked out. But it was too dark outside, and he couldn't see anything. Not long after, the gunshots disappeared. The cabin door opened, and everyone quickly got off the plane with their luggage. When Qian and the others were not in a hurry, so they lazily followed behind. When they got out, they saw Emohan standing alone with two people, talking about something. When Qian looked at the two people, unfamiliar faces, whom he had never seen on the plane, she glanced at the zombies on the ground in the distance again, and guessed that they should be the people arranged by China before. After reconnecting, they came here to pick up today. The gunshots in front should be them clearing the zombies nearby. The sound of the plane and the gunshots made the zombies in the distance gather here. There was no time to say anything else. Everyone jumped into the car and left quickly. The car drove for nearly an hour and stopped. When Qian followed the team out of the car and looked around, there were empty houses everywhere on the roadside. Compared with the domestic area, the number of zombies here was obviously much less. When Qian followed the large group into a house and searched upstairs and downstairs, after confirming that there were no zombies in the house, they locked the door and drew the curtains. Then some people stood guard at the door, and some went upstairs and stood by the window with guns. Emohan and the two people who were in the cockpit before, plus the two people who met them here, stood by the table, looking at the map on the table with flashlights, and whispered about something. When Qian was not interested in listening, she was just about to go upstairs for a stroll, but was pulled to the corner by Mu Beichuan. I plan to run away in a while. Come with me. He didn't waste any words, and got straight to the point. Following this group of people will definitely not end well. You are unfamiliar with the place. Where are you going to run to? I have a house here. Let's hide there for a few days. If they are lucky enough to survive, we will go back with them. If they are unlucky enough to die here, I will be a good person and burn paper for them, so that they can be rich people in the underworld. When Qian couldn't help laughing when she heard this, and said sarcastically, "You are a very nice person." Mu Beichuan didn't say anything, staring at her smile in a daze. He stared at her for a while, then turned his head away, coughed lightly, and pinched his slightly hot ears. Mu Beichuan's heart beat a little faster, and he thought seriously that it might be because he hadn't touched a woman for too long. Now, let alone a clean and beautiful woman, even if he ate a duck tongue, he might feel like a French kiss. Just know that I'm a good person. Mu Beichuan continued to persuade. We've known each other for a while, and I can't bear to see you die. So let's do it. Come with me. Where to go? As soon as Mu Beichuan finished speaking, another cold voice sounded behind him, which frightened him so much that he turned his head and met Emohan's eyes. Mu Beichuan, why are you walking without making any noise? Who are you trying to scare by pretending to be a ghost? Emohan looked at him coldly. Are you here with the team to take a plane to play? Mu Beichuan stopped pretending after hearing what he said. I came here with the team to deal with my old man. But my agreement to come here does not mean that I am willing to die with you. So for the next period of time, please ignore me completely. Chief Emo, we will not interfere with each other. And come to me when you have the mission to complete it. Why do you think I will take you with me when I go back? Emohan looked at him expressionlessly, and his words were so cold that they could freeze people. To put it bluntly, this mission is to clean up the mess for your Mu family. Your base lost the most crystal cores, and even the professor was kidnapped from you. I don't care why you came here with us, but I'm saying this. If you don't participate in this mission, there will be no place for you on the plane back home. Emohan spoke in a very light voice, but every word hit Mu Beichuan directly in the face. Mu Beichuan was silent for a moment, chuckled and said, Is Chief Emo a little hostile to me? You're a man who goes back on his word. How can you expect me to be nice to you? Emohan was too lazy to say anything more to him, and turned to look at Wen Qian. Come over to discuss something. There is a base 20 kilometers away from where they are now, which is also one of the targets of their operation. Emohan plans to take a few people to walk around the base, and the rest of them will stay where they are. Emohan and Wen Qian walked to a corner in the distance and whispered, It's not convenient for you to stay with us. I'll go out with you to find a house to live in temporarily. There are empty houses everywhere on this street. I think the one next door is good. Wen Qian glanced in the direction of Mu Beichuan and quickly looked away. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go out for a walk. Emohan handed her a new phone with a local satellite phone card. If you have any questions, Please contact me at any time. Be careful on the road. Wenqian smiled and said, You should say this to yourself. I don't want to receive your call for help. She patted Imohan's shoulders twice, threw the phone into her chest bag, and asked Wen Rang and the others to go out. 10 meters away, there was another house. Wenqian opened the door and went in. A zombie that was a head taller than her rushed over and was kicked away by Wenqian, as the first blood that came to a foreign country. Wenqian kindly left it with a whole body and hung its body at the door so that it could guard the door even if it died. Several people went down the stairs to the basement. Because there were no windows, they finally dared to turn on the night light. There was a billiard table in the basement. Wenqian took the cue and hit a ball, then put the cue back and took out food from the space. There is a 12-hour time difference between here and China. According to the time in China, it is time to lie down in bed and sleep. Although they had slept on the plane, their biological clock still made them feel uncomfortable. So Wenqian decided to go out and do something to cheer herself up. She had just observed in the car that the nearest supermarket should be 2 kilometers away. Not very far. And she could walk there. So, after everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they headed straight for that place. In the next room, the people who were responsible for observing the surroundings were stunned when they saw them swaggering out. 3 big men, 1 small one, and a pet, walking on the dark road full of zombies, like taking a walk after dinner. It was terrifying to watch. Under the protection of Fu Yuan's supernatural power, the few people arrived at their destination smoothly. The supermarket was in a mess, and the shelves were empty. Not even a roll of toilet paper was left. Wenqian said TSK and, with the mentality of since I'm here, I must take something away. He swept the shelf into the space with a big hand and cursed. Bah! Poor place. Chapter 155. Although you are a foreigner, you must speak Chinese. Otherwise I will beat you. Wenqian cursed. And she had already made plans in her mind. If she couldn't find any supplies here, she would be a walking demolition team. Most of the houses here are made of wood. Take them home to bake potatoes. And don't leave the resources here. Wenqian leaned against the wall, took out her mobile phone to check the electronic map prepared by Wen Rang, and wondered whether she should just go further away and go to the city center to have a look. Even if there are no supplies over there, there must be a lot of zombies. So it's not a wasted trip. Wenqian just had this thought in her mind when she heard a few gunshots outside. She immediately turned off her phone and threw it into her pocket, looking in the direction where the sound came from. The gun was equipped with a silencer, so the noise was not loud. But Wenqian and the others had keen hearing, so they still found it immediately. Wenqian touched Fu Yuan's head, silently comforted him, and grabbed Xiaobai, who was about to rush out, then walked lightly to the wall to see the situation outside. She felt something was wrong. After getting off the plane, they were taken directly to this street by the person who met them. Normally, they would be brought here only after confirming that there were no living people living on this street, and it was very safe. Of course, it is not ruled out that someone may have hidden well and not been discovered. So when they came out just now, Wenqian was particularly vigilant and asked Fu Yuan to use his supernatural power. Several people held knives in their hands, not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble because of the gunshots. But she didn't expect to run into a living person so soon. Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Wenqian stared at the people outside, and when she found that they seemed to be going into the supermarket, she immediately turned around and gestured to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. The two nodded to show that they understood. And then, as soon as the group of people came in, they worked together to control them. The other party didn't expect that there was someone in the house. After a moment of stunned, he threw the gun in his hand to the ground very sensibly, raised his hands, and said, We are just here to find food. We have no ill intentions. Fu Yuan ran out from the dark, picked up several guns on the ground with very neat movements, and ran back to the corner with them. In the dim moonlight, they vaguely saw a black-haired child flash by. A cloud of doubt rose in their hearts, and they subconsciously looked at the person holding the gun to their temples. Sure enough, it was an Asian face. Are you residents living nearby? Wenqian spoke softly, and her fluent foreign language made people almost think she was a native of this place. The person she asked was slightly stunned and answered, Yes. Wenqian sneered. Living nearby. Don't you know that this supermarket has been cleared out a long time ago? We have been hiding at home for many days and haven't come out. The last time we came, there were still things here. 3 grown men, with guns in their hands, You dare to come out now. What were you afraid of before? I also live on this street. Why haven't I seen you before? Wenqian said as he reached for his waist. As expected, he touched another gun. The man's body stiffened slightly, and after a quick balance in his mind, he decided to shoot. The other person was a woman shorter than him. As long as she was subdued, she could be taken hostage. The man thought so in his heart, but he regretted it the moment he took action. Wenqian easily knocked the man down, and the bad feeling in his heart became stronger. This man was fierce, and was definitely not an ordinary person. She tied the man up without saying a word, and the remaining two men also wanted to take action. But when Rang and Gu Ren did not give them this opportunity. After tying up the three people and confiscating all the guns on their bodies, Wenqian spoke in a low voice. Go back and have a look. When Rang and the other two also had this plan, and they suspected that there were other accomplices nearby, they immediately rushed back with their men. And when they returned to their residence, they found that a fight had already taken place here, and Lin Yin was stepping on the man under his feet and cursing. What the hell are you talking about? Do you know Xiaogua? Speak Chinese to me. If you speak another word of Chinese, I will beat you up. Just a joke. Although you are a foreigner, you must speak Chinese. Otherwise I will beat you up. Wenqian laughed. Lin Yin raised his head and shifted his gaze from the trash. When he saw Wenqian smiling at him, he was stunned for a moment. Didn't you go out to find supplies? Yeah. I found some trash. Wenqian pushed the man in front of him. They should be in the same group. Seeing this, Lin Yin cursed in a low voice and dragged the man into the house by the collar. Wenqian and others followed to watch the fun. After entering the house, they found that Imo Han had left. The only people left in the house were acquaintances from Binsheng base. She relaxed a lot and asked directly, where are the two people who were responsible for the meeting? They went with our boss. Lin Yin answered, and after having the captured people thrown into the basement, he walked back to Wenqian and said, but don't worry. Our boss has already discovered that there is something wrong with them. This time he took them out to lure these bastards out. I'm not worried. The two people who were responsible for the meeting were actually already here. They lured Imo Han and the others here just to catch them all in one fell swoop. Imo Han had asked Wenqian to find a house nearby to live in, because he didn't want to involve her so quickly. But she bumped into someone outside. Imo Han was afraid that there were problems with people from other bases. So he took them all away and only left his own people here. He also told them in advance to be careful. Then, they caught these bastards, who were sneaking around and trying to overthrow them. Lin Yin was still angry. He really couldn't guess what these bastards were thinking. They actually betrayed their compatriots. Is this something a human can do? Wenqian listened to his words and pondered for a moment. This should be just the first advanced team, and there will be more people coming later. This house is definitely not habitable. I'll go find other houses nearby that can see this side. Wenqian turned around and left, leaving Lin Yin with a handsome and cool back, which made Lin Yin couldn't help but sigh in his heart that their boss was really lucky. Wenqian went out for a walk and soon found a place to stay. She was a hypocritical person, and she was unwilling to compromise herself no matter where she was. So, she specifically looked for a big house. This street was full of single-family villas, but they also came in different sizes. Wenqian finally chose a house with 3 floors above ground and 1 floor underground, with a total area of more than 500 square meters. Lin Yan's group was used to sleeping together in dozens of people at the base, so this house could definitely accommodate them. Wenqian decided to live on the top floor, and they could allocate the remaining rooms as they pleased. When she checked the house for zombies, she found that the house was fully equipped, and even had a backup power supply. Most of the clothes in the closet were gone, so the family should have packed their luggage and evacuated to a nearby base. Chapter 156. Wenqian stabbed him more than 10 times. Wenqian used the intercom to notify Lin Yin to come over, and when everyone was present, he threw them a few night vision binoculars. This house was about 100 meters away from the one they lived in before, and was located diagonally opposite. The movement over there could be clearly seen with the binoculars. Wenqian leaned against the window, staring outside through the gap in the curtains, while listening to the faint sound coming from the basement, and finally sighed helplessly and walked towards there. Wenqian felt that Imo Han was a talented person. He brought so many people, but none of them knew foreign languages? Why didn't Ji Fan come with him this time? He was one ranks junior, so his academic performance must be good. Even if he had forgotten most of what he had learned after graduating for several years, he was still better than them. Right? In the basement, a kerosene lamp was burning. The few people who were caught were all beaten black and blue, because they would be beaten every time they spoke a piece of bird language. And they found that this group of people could not understand what they were saying. So they said nothing in the end, and only wailed. When Qian went down the stairs, her eyes fixed on someone. She had just found a family photo in the study while searching the house, and took a look at it. Now, one of the protagonists in the photo was right in front of her. This was really a coincidence. When Qian turned around and talked to Wenrang and Gu ran, asking them to search the whole house again to see if there were any bugs or something like that. If there were, they would have to move to another place. The two immediately did as they were told. And after a careful check, they found no equipment, which made Wen Qian feel relieved. Wen Qian took a chair and sat opposite the owner of the house and asked him, "Do you mind if I borrow your house?" The man looked at her with gritted teeth, thinking, "Does it matter if I mind or not? You have already broken in and messed up this place." Wen Qian saw that he didn't say anything, so he asked again. "It's unpleasant to communicate with them, right? They can't understand what you are saying. How about this? Let's chat for a while." "Let us go. We are just out looking for supplies. Why are you arresting us? You can't beat me because you're ugly." Wen Qian accidentally used some appearance attacks, which made the other party choke. He didn't expect that this girl was so beautiful and spoke so harshly. Wen Qian looked at him with her arms crossed. She had never tried to interrogate a prisoner. Wen Qian suddenly remembered the scene of Rong Mama sticking a needle into the nails. She looked at the people in front of her who were beaten black and blue, and suddenly smiled, which made the backs of the people feel cold. "I just want to chat with you to practice speaking. And I don't ask you any key questions. You don't cooperate with me. It's a bit too much," Wen Qian said softly, standing up from the chair. "Since you don't want to chat, then go out with me for a walk. Don't waste this bloody smell." The tied-up people looked at each other. Although they were beaten just now, they were basically superficial injuries. At most a little nosebleed. So where did the bloody smell come from? Just as they were confused, Wen Qian suddenly grabbed the person closest to her, holding a dagger in her hand, and stabbed him twice on the shoulder. The man's face changed and he opened his mouth to scream. But the next second Wen Qian stuffed a rag into his mouth. "I took it from your kitchen. Don't be disgusted." Wen Qian smiled softly and spoke softly, but her words were inexplicably scary. "I heard that you guys are all taking a lot of crystal core medicine, so you shouldn't have this much power. Is it because time is unstable?" Wen Qian's random guess made the expressions on the faces of several people change slightly. Wen Qian's eyes darkened, and he didn't dare to be careless. The people here should know that those who dare to come to them across the country to settle accounts must be elites. Therefore, the people sent here to encircle and suppress them are definitely not ordinary people. These people must be superpowers. There must be a reason why they were caught so easily. Or maybe they did it on purpose. Wen Qian thought of several possibilities. Lin Yan and his team had searched these people carefully before, but did not find any devices such as locators. But what if the tracker is embedded in the human body? Wen Qian lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then looked at the man in front of her. In his sharp hostility, she pressed him on the chair. "If you have doubts in your heart, you must verify them. Otherwise, you will be suspicious all the time, and you will not be able to sleep well at night." Wen Qian was worried that they had trackers in their bodies, so she started to check. In front of the other people who were captured, she first cut the skin behind the man's ear with a dagger, and then moved to the back of his neck. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Wen Qian has watched a lot of movies and relied on her own imagination. Anyway, she used the dagger to cut all the possible embedded parts. Wen Qian was calm and patient, and the onlookers were stunned. The ones who were most afraid were definitely the ones who were caught, fearing that they would be the next ones. But it was the first time for Lin Yan and the others to see the scene. Wen Qian looked very professional, as if she was very familiar with this kind of thing before. They couldn't help but feel lucky that Wen Qian was on their side. If this was an enemy, it would be terrible. Wen Qian stabbed the man back and forth more than a dozen times, and finally found what she wanted, using the tip of the knife to pick out the thing that was not even the size of a fingernail from the flesh and blood. Wen Qian looked at the other people with the knife in hand and asked, "Do you want to tell me the location yourself? Or do I have to find it bit by bit?" Wen Qian casually threw the bloody man aside. It didn't matter if he didn't tell her, because the rest of the people would come looking for him anyway. Catch them all. There will always be cowards who tell the truth. The people sitting in the corner watched when Qian walked towards them with a knife, and their hearts jumped into their throats. They looked at their companions who were covered in knife wounds, thinking that the tracker would be found anyway, so they might as well suffer less and tell her. Besides, they have been here for so long. The base must have captured their specific location. There is no need to get hurt because of this. So they cooperated very well and opened their mouths, which saved Wen Qian a lot of time. Wen Qian turned around and asked Lin Yan, "Do we need to change places?" Hee. No need. Lin Yan smiled and said, "We brought signal jammers, which are useless here." That's good. You send a few more people to keep an eye on them. They are all superpowers. But it may be a problem with the unstable effect of the drugs that prevent them from exerting their full strength now. They may recover at any time. Don't underestimate the enemy. When Qian finished speaking and walked out with the tracker, Lin Yan followed her and asked, "Qian Shen, how come you are so good at foreign languages? Mixed bloods learn fast." When Qian was talking nonsense. Huh? Lin Yan had a question mark on his face. Then you don't look like a mixed blood. And your uncles and aunts don't look like foreigners. It's okay to be mixed up in the province. But generally speaking, I'm smart. Do I have to make it so clear? Lin Yan was silent. When Qian was a child, her parents were busy, so most of the time she and Wen Rang were at home. Since she was 3 years old, Wen Rang took her to watch various American TV series, and she didn't hear a few words of Chinese a day. In addition, Wen Qian was admitted to the Foreign Affairs College, so she must not fall behind in foreign languages. She has been practicing all these years, and she also travels abroad on holidays, not with a group, so her level is pretty good. Chapter 157. A good zombie becomes a watchdog. When Qian came out of the basement and went straight upstairs, plans don't change as fast as they should. She sighed as she looked at Fu Yuan, who was already asleep in Gu Rant's arms. Children are always like this. They are lively and energetic 1 second, and they may fall asleep at any time and anywhere the next. When Qian had seen Gu Wanwan fall asleep while eating at home, so she was not surprised. She whispered to Gu Ran, "Take him back upstairs to sleep." When they got to the room upstairs, Wen Qian built a small tent in the corner of the big bedroom that children like. After laying out Fu Yuan's special quilt and pillow, Gu Ran knelt on the ground and put him in. Fu Yuan showed no signs of waking up during the whole process. Wen Qian thought that it might be because the flight of more than 10 hours was too tiring, and the little guy was a little nervous in the unfamiliar environment. So he was so tired. Gu Ran stayed in the room to accompany the child. And when Qian and Wen Rang went downstairs again, When Qian walked to the window and looked outside, it was still calm, and there were not even a few zombies. It was unclear whether the area was really sparsely populated or whether it had been cleared by humans. When Qian thought about it, and said hello to Lin Yan and the others, "I'll get some zombies to patrol the streets. Don't be impulsive and don't kill them." After she finished speaking, a group of people looked confused, as if they didn't understand what she was saying. Zombies patrolling the streets. They all understood these two words, but they didn't quite understand them together. When Qian checked the time and used the summoning skill, 1,000 zombies appeared on the empty street, scaring Lin Yan and others to gasp, with a look of horror. Stunned. If there are more zombies, someone can be discovered immediately. When Qian looked at Lin Yan calmly and asked, "Do you know when Mohan and the others will be back? It's better to say hello to him in advance. I'm afraid he will kill my zombies in seconds." Lin Yan hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Can you explain a little bit? What is your zombie?" "Of course the zombies I got are mine. What's so hard to understand?" When Qian looked at him with disdain. 1,000 zombies. Now they only listen to me. To put it simply, they are now watchdogs. Do you understand? Lin Yan nodded. I understand. But I still don't understand. How can a good zombie become a watchdog? Do they think you, an outsider, are so rude? When Qian smiled. No matter how rude they are better than you. You don't let people speak their native language in their territory. Lin Yan stopped talking. When Qian rolled her eyes at him, went out and walked directly to the house where Lin Yan and the others had stayed before, threw the tracker in, and then walked through the zombies as if taking a walk, and returned safely. Lin Yan and the others were squatting by the window. After seeing this scene, They shouted hack one after another, and whispered about how she did it. When Qian walked to the stairs between the first and second floors, sat down, ate beef jerky while looking at the map, and studied where they should go after Fu Yuan woke up. She found a cemetery about 10 kilometers away, and she wanted to go there. Isn't that how it's played in the movies? Zombies crawling out of the cemetery. It's very exciting to watch. But it seems a bit inappropriate to take children there? Wen Rang also yawned and walked over at this time. Seeing this, Wen Qian simply said, go upstairs and sleep. If you can't adjust to the jet lag, don't do it. Anyway, it's dark, and you can't tell the difference between day and night. Wen Qian said hello to Lin Yin, and went upstairs with Wen Rang to sleep. His state was so relaxed that it was enviable. Wen Qian was not very sleepy, so she used her phone to play the sound of rain to lull herself to sleep. She actually liked rainy days very much, but she was a little scared of the heavy rain in the month after the apocalypse. Wen Qian fell asleep in a daze, and it was 3 hours later that she opened her eyes again. She lay in bed for a while, then got up and went downstairs, wanting to check on the people in the basement. As soon as she reached the second floor, she found that Imo Han had returned. As expected, there were not many zombies left after he killed the 1,000 zombies she had called. Imo Han seemed to have just entered the room. Lin Yin whispered a few words to him, and he went straight to the basement. Now that he was back, Wen Qian didn't have to worry about anything and went back upstairs to sleep. It was 2 hours later when she saw Imo Han again. In the basement, under the dim light, Wen Qian saw a bloodstain on Imo Han's face. She frowned, surprised that he was injured. Wen Qian was about to call him and ask how he got injured, but another voice sounded first. Wen Qian? Wen Qian looked in the direction of the voice and raised her eyebrows when she saw a strange woman. The other party obviously didn't expect to see her here. After looking at her from head to toe twice, she looked at Imo Han next to her. You actually found her. Wen Qian stood still, and the woman walked straight to her, because Wen Qian was standing on the stairs. She lowered her eyes slightly when she looked at the woman. Wen Qian. Long time no see. The woman stretched out her hand, but there was a scornful smile in her eyes. Wen Qian looked at her without any reaction, and she sneered, as if she had long been accustomed to her arrogant look. Lin Yin said you were sleeping, so he didn't go up to find you. Imo Han also spoke at this time. Wen Qian looked at him twice, and suddenly didn't want to ask anything. She just felt a little annoyed. Wen Qian didn't say anything, turned around and walked upstairs to sort out her emotions. She knew that she had lost part of her memory, whether it was Imo Han or the people who were looking for people in the base. They seemed to remind her that she had forgotten some things that were once very important to her. But Wen Qian has always been relatively calm about this matter. She doesn't know why, but she is not in a hurry. Every time she thinks of this matter, an idea flashes through her mind. Forget it. It's fine now. But today, it feels a little different. There are footsteps behind her, and Wen Qian knows who it is without turning around. She said coldly, don't follow me. Imo Han was slightly startled, but still followed upstairs. Except for the basement, no lights were turned on in other places. In addition, the windows were curtained, so the main thing in the house was to walk around randomly, and it was possible to bump into someone face to face at any time. Wen Qian pushed away the two people who wanted to bump into her, and went straight to the third floor, because she had told Lin Yin and the others before that she would use the room on this floor. No one else dared to come up. There was no one around. Imo Han pulled Wen Qian's wrist and blocked her in the corner. What's wrong? He asked in a low voice. Wen Qian felt the temperature of his hand through the fabric of his clothes, and she was still in a bad mood. Let go, or I'll chop off your fingers. Chapter 158. After we have used her, we will quietly kill her. Wen Qian heard Imo Han chuckle, but still did not let her go. In the corridor, there was a window a few meters away, and moonlight was shining in at this moment. Imo Han looked down at Wen Qian's expression as if she wanted to hit him, and his eyes stayed on her lips for 2 seconds, and then he barely avoided Wen Qian's attack. Imo Han took a breath and asked with a smile, are you really going to hit me? I have injuries on my body. Wen Qian then remembered the annoying bloodstain on his face, and wondered if he would leave a scar when he looked back, which would be ugly. Why are you angry? Imo Han fearlessly returned to Wen Qian, as if he would not leave until he figured this out. Wen Qian leaned against the wall, angry, but didn't know how to answer. No one had offended her, but she was just in a bad mood. This sounded hypocritical to her, let alone to say it. Because of the woman downstairs? When she unlocked onto the suspect. But she clearly didn't remember anything. Why was she so angry? If that person had a deep hatred with her, Imohan would have no reason to bring her here. Imohan saw her lower her head and said nothing. But he had almost figured out the answer in his heart. But he just wanted to stay with her for a while. So he pretended to be confused. Although I'm in pain now, and I want to chat with you for a while. It doesn't matter. Tell me who offended you, and I'll help you teach them a lesson. When Xian looked up at him, and before she could figure out why this sounded wrong, she heard Imohan say another sentence. But compared to the injuries on my body, I'm more concerned about this on my face. I wonder if it will disfigure me and delay my finding a girlfriend. Can you please stop being so sarcastic when you talk? When Xian said in a bad mood, her thoughts were finally diverted. She looked at the wound on his face again and asked, how did it happen? It seems that the strength of this side is indeed not to be underestimated to be able to hurt him. Imohan smiled and changed his words. It's okay. Just a minor injury. Why are you crying out in pain if it's a minor injury? I was afraid that you didn't know I was injured. So I wanted you to feel sorry for me. Imohan was as straightforward as ever. Which made Wen Qian stunned. Seeing that Wen Qian had temporarily forgotten about being angry, Imohan took the opportunity to explain to her what had happened today. Imohan could hardly trust anyone easily. So he approached his own people who he had never met, and were in a foreign country with more suspicion than trust. Before he even set out to come here, Imohan had already determined that they had changed their hearts. But the other party was so curious about their strength that he pretended to be a good person to pick them up at the airport, wanting to have a brief contact with them, see their strength, and then capture them, and pry some unknown intelligence information from them. Before they officially met Imohan and his group, they were not sure how many people came this time. When they contacted Imohan before, every time they asked this question, Imohan would vaguely change the subject. So they could not rashly take action at the airport. I took them out for a walk and encountered an ambush team near the base. The combat power does seem to be stronger than ours. But it is unstable. Imohan's tone was relaxed, as if nothing thrilling happened during his trip. And he just went out for a walk casually. Their power seems to be stored in their bodies. Once it is used up, it takes a cooling period to accumulate again. So it is easy to deal with. Easy to deal with, and you are still injured? Wen Qian sneered. Sir, you are a bit inconsistent in your words. If Imohan went alone, of course he would not be injured. This injury was inflicted to protect others. Among the people who came with him this time, many of them have elderly parents and young children. Before coming, they had written their suicide notes. Imohan also knew that in such a dangerous environment, sacrifices were inevitable. But I still think, if I can save as many people as possible, I will save as many as possible. Imohan used his supernatural power a little too much in Ningxing a while ago. And now, he will try to control the number of times he uses it to avoid bigger troubles in the future. The light was too dim. Wen Qian didn't see the worry flashing in Imohan's eyes. He only heard him say, well, I'm a little green recently, so I have to rely on Qianshan to protect me in the next few days. Wen Qian didn't expect him to suddenly show weakness and say this. Thinking to himself, do you have any shame? But he couldn't help but have an idea. He really wanted to fight him. She definitely couldn't beat him when she first met him. But she didn't know if she could do it now. When Qian thought about how to fight him if she really did, Imohan saw her absent-minded look, frowned slightly, raised his hand and touched her chin, and asked, what are you thinking about? How to beat you. When Qian told the truth dryly, and when she heard the footsteps of someone coming up the stairs downstairs, she stood up and said, forget it. Go downstairs. Don't bother me. As soon as she finished speaking, Imohan grabbed her arm and pulled her into the next room. The room was empty, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. What are you doing? When Qian turned her head to look at him and asked, stay a little longer. The next few days will be busy, and there will be few opportunities to see her, let alone chat with her alone like now. I found some useful information for you when I went out today. Give me your phone. When Qian bowed her head and did as she was told, handing the phone to him, Imohan opened the map, searched for a while, and marked a few places. These places have supplies. They are their spare storage warehouses. The infrastructure here is not as powerful as China, which can build a large base that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people in a short time. Moreover, They did not make any preparations before the end of the world. So the so-called bases now are all converted from some previous buildings. Wen Qian's eyes lit up instantly. Shouldn't the warehouse be in the base? Their base is small and can't accommodate too many supplies. So they send people to guard these supply points and send helicopters to transport them when necessary. I have asked Xia Ran to confirm that the information is accurate. Xia Ran. When Wen Qian heard these two words, she automatically matched them with the owner of the name. It was the woman she just saw downstairs. Mo Han mentioned the culprit that bothered Wen Qian without any warning, and her eyes turned cold when she looked at him. The two were close to each other, and Mo Han clearly saw the change in her expression. He couldn't help but turned his head and smiled. Wen Qian, what are you laughing at? No. Mo Han coughed lightly to cover up, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He asked deliberately, because she is unhappy? No. Wen Qian returned his words expressionlessly. Don't be angry. Mo Han gently pinched her fingertips, lowered his head, and whispered in her ear. After we use her, we will kill her quietly. Wen Qian. Chapter 159. I said I like you today. I want to start chasing you. When Wen Qian heard this, her heartbeat stopped for a beat. Mo Han felt the warmth of her fingertips, and his heart was itching, because he didn't remember that in the past. In her eyes, he was just a friend who was a little familiar and confessed to her. So let alone hugging. He didn't even dare to hold hands. Occasionally, if there was a little movement, he would carefully observe her expression, for fear that she would be annoyed. Mo Han was so humble that even he found it funny. But every time he got close, he couldn't help thinking about it, thinking of her fragrant, soft body, and how comfortable it is to hug her, thinking of her subconsciously closing her eyes when kissing him, and her fingers nervously grasping the corner of his clothes. All the good memories are related to her. But now, he is the only one who remembers them. Wen Qian looked into his eyes closely and asked him, Are you teasing me? She thought he was joking, but she couldn't find any signs. Compared to the word tease, I think coaxing is more appropriate. Her breath brushed past Wen Qian's ears, making her ears a little itchy and a little hot. She listened to Mo Han speaking to her word by word in a gentle and affectionate tone. Qian, I don't want you to be unhappy. Wen Qian's heart was beating wildly, and she corrected his address. Don't follow Lin Yan's random calls. After a pause, he continued, To please me, you have to kill your own people? First, she and I are not my own people. But you are? Second, to please you, I can really kill anyone. Under the calm tone, there was a madness that could not be hidden. After Mo Han finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He really wanted to hug her. Mo Han moved his throat and asked her, Do you remember I said I like you? Wen Qian's breath was choked when he heard him say again, I said I like you before because I wanted you to know this and not misunderstand my feelings for you. I said I like you today because I want to start pursuing you. Wen Qian blinked nervously. I don't want to fall in love now. I know. So when you want to, we can talk again. What if I don't want to? Then I'll keep waiting. I'm very patient. After saying that, Mo Han stood up and took a step back. If he stayed so close to her, he was really afraid that he would lose control and do something. Mo Han wanted to go downstairs, but suddenly he remembered something. He reached out and touched the wound on his face. In fact, it was just a very light scratch. It didn't matter if he didn't care about it. But Mo Han still said, By the way, help me deal with this. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows. Do you still care about this? After all, scars will make you ugly. And I'm afraid you care. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment, and took out a simple disinfectant and band-aid from the space. Mo Han was right. She was a face lover, and she did care. Lower your head, Wen Qian said to Mo Han, holding the cotton swab dipped in medicine. Mo Han immediately obeyed, leaning forward slightly, bending over and looking at her. The sudden approach of a handsome face made Wen Qian's movements stiff for a moment. Then, he pressed the cotton swab heavily on the wound. Hiss. Mo Han took a breath and asked in confusion, Don't you feel bad for me when I'm injured? It will heal in 2 days. Why do you want me to feel bad? Wen Qian said expressionlessly, disinfecting him as quickly as possible and putting the band-aid on. Mo Han stood up with satisfaction. Someone outside the house was already calling him. Not loudly, looking for him everywhere like a thief, making it impossible for him to continue to be idle here. Imo Han rubbed Wen Qian's hair, afraid that she was still unhappy, and coaxed her. I'll talk to you about Xia Ran's matter when I get back. Don't be unhappy because of her. She doesn't deserve it. Wen Qian said nodded again, and said okay. Imo Han then turned around and left with peace of mind. When he pushed the door, he bumped into Wen Rang, who was woken up next door. Wen Rang frowned to see where he came from. Unconvinced, he walked forward again and saw Wen Qian inside through the unclosed door. He immediately became alert and asked, "What are you doing in there?" Cultivate feelings inside, Imo Han thought, but he still changed his answer. Treat the wound. Wen Rang looked at the pink band-aid on his face with a cat and mouse pattern, and wanted to laugh. How big is the wound? Will it heal if I don't see my sister? Imo Han sneered and left 3 words in a mocking tone. You don't understand. After saying that, he left with the people who came to find him. Wen Rang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I don't understand shit. But I understand your little thoughts too well. He turned and walked into the room where Wen Qian was. Wen Qian had already thought of an excuse. After motioning him to close the door, she shook her phone and said, he came to tell me where the supplies were. After hearing what Wen Qian said, Wen Rang didn't expect that Imo Han would still be able to spare the energy to help them check this under such circumstances. This is not an easy task. Even if Imo Han didn't say it, they knew it in their hearts. With a clear location, there is no need to waste time searching everywhere. So after Wen Qian and the others had a good rest and had enough food and drink, they went downstairs. There was a small night light hanging at the basement stairs. The dim light was very weak when it reached the first floor, but it was still enough to see clearly so as not to bump into others. On the first floor, Imo Han was with other team members, discussing something around the table. When he was with Wen Qian, he was relaxed, but when he was with these people, he was cold and indifferent. When Rang and Gu Ran saw Xia Ran standing next to him as soon as they came down, they subconsciously looked at Wen Qian's reaction, and then found that Wen Qian had no reaction. They brought Fu Yuan and Xiaobai down with them. Imo Han looked at Wen Qian from a distance and asked, Going out to play? Yes. Come back soon. Got it. The two of them had a few simple words, which made people stunned. What do you mean by going out to play? They are not really here for tourism. Some people in the team are not familiar with Wen Qian, or they came from other cities and have never had contact with Wen Qian before. They can't understand this at all. They just think that they have women and children, and they are a very eye-catching and dangerous group no matter where they appear. So when Wen Qian pushed the door and went out, he couldn't help but ask Imo Han, They just left like that? Don't you need to send someone to protect them? What are they going out for? Shouldn't they move with us? Questions rang out one after another, and before Imo Han could say anything, Lin Yan on the side began to answer them first. Qianshan is not from our base, so of course she won't move with us. But if there is something we can't solve, and we ask her for help, she will still help. Lin Yan praised with a serious face. She is a very good person, but her mouth is sometimes a bit poisonous. Chapter 160. Today we must let them taste the taste of seeing a ghost. Lin Yan finished speaking, and Yi Xinghua beside him looked at him to remind him. You don't have to say the last sentence, just in case she hears it. Lin Yan shuddered and subconsciously looked at the door, fearing that Wen Qian would suddenly turn around and come back. Imo Han saw his childish reaction, smiled silently, and knocked on the table. Let's talk about business. Everyone came back to their senses and continued the previous topic. Beside Imo Han, Xia Ran glanced at the door. She had only seen Wen Qian in the basement before, and when she saw who was following her, she couldn't help but frown. Wen Rang was not dead. How is this possible? Didn't their family get kicked out of the system by the main control console, have their memories wiped out, and be sent to the highest level mission world to die? Xia Ran glanced at Imo Han beside her, not understanding what he meant. Obviously, the person has been found. Why don't you kill her? Outside the house, Wen Rang couldn't help asking Wen Qian as soon as he went out. Who is that woman? Why haven't I seen her before? Is she Imo Han's spy here? What's wrong? Nothing. Just, I feel a little unhappy. Wen Qian was stunned when he heard this, and turned to look at Wen Rang, surprised that he would say such a thing. It should be the first time he met Xia Ran. Why would he feel unhappy? Wen Rang couldn't explain what was going on. Anyway, the moment he saw the woman, he felt disgusted. This feeling made him a little puzzled. After all, The other party hadn't done anything to him. Wen Rang told Wen Qian what he was thinking. Wen Qian lowered her head and remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Me too. Very unhappy. Wen Qian recalled the look Xia Ran gave her when she met him in the basement before. She should have the same reaction to us. Wishing to kill us. Wen Qian felt that after returning home, she needed to think of a way to recover her lost memories. Otherwise, she would not be able to tell whether they were enemies or friends when they met. And even if she could tell, she would forget how the other party had provoked her. Imo Han's spy. So she should be very familiar with him. Has he told you anything? Wen Rang asked with concern. Being sent by Imo Han to help here means that Imo Han should trust and value her. Right? When Wen Rang thought of this, he admired his sister very much. Why is she still as steady as an old dog at this time? Wen Rang couldn't help asking, do you like Imo Han or not? Your reaction confused me. And you don't seem jealous. Wen Qian rubbed her nose and whispered, don't mind the affairs of beautiful girls. Wen Rang wanted to pull Wen Qian's ponytail. But just as he stretched out his hand, he heard Wen Qian say, I'm not sure if there are other people who know me here. And there may be Xia Ran's companions. So be careful. Xia Ran didn't do it because Imo Han was there before. If they met somewhere else, Wen Qian was sure that they would fight. Because of Wen Qian's reminder, several people put on masks and goggles. And even Fu Yuan had his own equipment. Wen Qian got out of the street and got a car. She threw Xiaobai into the space casually, because it was too big to fit in. After the four got in the car, they headed straight for the nearest supply point. Although it was the nearest, it was still 40 kilometers away. They drove to the vicinity and walked for a while. Wen Qian found a tall building and teleported to it. From here, you can use a telescope to see the situation near the supply point. Because there are living people and transport planes appear occasionally. There are more zombies around there than in other places. Wen Qian glanced at the watch on his wrist. Although they had slept well, according to the time here, it was actually night time. And it was time for the locals to rest. Wen Qian took a general look at the situation over there, sat down on the ground, took out a handful of melon seeds, and asked while eating, tell me, what do you think? I will definitely take down this supply point today. But I don't know how much combat power there is now. So I can't act rashly. Apart from other things, there are really a lot of weapons and equipment here. Not to mention the combatants in the base. Even ordinary residents have several guns at home. And they will shoot you in the face if they disagree. Gu Ran listened to her and suggested softly, why don't I go over and check it out first? Wen Qian spat out a melon seed shell and shook her head. Then I might as well go. That place is already within my teleportation range. But I'm worried that if I accidentally teleport to someone's face, the scene will be very embarrassing. Wen Qian finished speaking, was stunned for a moment, and then said, but this is not bad. We have seen zombies. Why not let them taste the taste of seeing ghosts? Wen Qian's words and the smile on her face really make it hard for people to associate her with the word good person. Wen Rang sighed heavily and squatted down to look his sister in the eye. Promise me to be a good person and not a villain. Okay. What are you doing? Don't force me to spit melon seed shells in your face. Wen Qian stared at Wen Rang and said, am I not a good person? This is the end of the world. Before the end of the world, I was also a law-abiding citizen, actively reporting all kinds of illegal and criminal acts and safety hazards, and co-governing, co-building and sharing the peace of the city. I am a good, weak and beautiful girl. And I was tortured by this dog Doomsday and killed zombies without blinking. Is it easy for me? I don't want it. Wen Rang was speechless, and Gu Ran also turned his head to look elsewhere, not knowing what to say. Fu Yuan. Only the little kid looked at Wen Qian with admiration, flattering her. Sister is great. Good boy. Wen Qian touched Fu Yuan's head with satisfaction and rewarded him with a lollipop. Once Wen Qian's idea just now came up, it was difficult to get rid of it from her mind. She was going to pretend to be a ghost and scare people. Wen Qian entered the space and rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items. And finally, she found a few masks. She laughed and put on the mask, then left the space again to show off. Look how well equipped I am. Wen Rang and Gu Ran were both stunned. And Fu Yuan even threw himself into Wen Rang's arms, not daring to look directly at Wen Qian's face. Wen Rang, where did you get this thing from? Ningxing. Wen Qian was still holding two masks in her hand and threw them to them. Before in Ningxing, when Imo Han and I took Lin Yan out to collect supplies, we passed by a horror-themed escape room store. I saw some zombies wearing this, and it looked pretty good, so I picked up a few and threw them into the space. When Rang really doesn't understand his sister's aesthetics. How can this mask look good? Gu ran. So, this was snatched from a zombie's head? No, no, no. That's too dirty. I found this in the dressing room. And it's still in the packaging bag. So feel free to use it.